Good morning and welcome to the Jim Rohn Weekend Leadership Event with special guests including Brian Tracy and Dennis Waitley. Now, let's meet your MC for the weekend, Chris Widener. Chris has been speaking professionally since 1988 and has shared the stage with U.S. presidential candidates, nationally known television news anchors, best-selling authors, and professional athletes. He has spoken on motivation and leadership to some of America's finest organizations, including General Electric, Cisco Systems, and the Harvard Business School. Chris has written over 350 articles and 5 books and has produced close to 30 audio programs on leadership and motivation. His articles appear monthly in nearly 200 publications. Chris is also the featured contributing editor of the Jim Rohn One-Year Success Program. Chris's newsletter, Made for Success, has subscribers in 105 countries, making it one of the world's most widely distributed newsletters on success and leadership. His most recent book is The Angel Inside, Creating a Life of Power and Beauty. Now, let's welcome to the stage, Chris Widener.
Welcome to Anaheim. How many of you are excited to be here today? Well, welcome to the Jim Rohn Weekend Leadership Event. It's going to be an extremely exciting 3 days, and I suppose I don't have to tell you that. We have people literally from all over the world. Of course, from the United States, but then also all over the world. I did a brief, quick walkthrough and just took a look at where some folks were from, and I wanted to just tell you where a lot of the people came from. Certainly this isn't an exhaustive list, but it's a list from outside the United States. Nigeria, Norway, Australia, Italy, the UK, Mexico, Canada, Finland, Denmark, Ireland, Switzerland, Belgium, the Cayman Islands, and I think we even have some folks from New Jersey. So it's going to be a great 3 days, and it's okay. I can bust on the people from New Jersey. I actually did 3 years in New Jersey. Well, I mean, I lived in New Jersey for 3 years. Today, let's just give you an overview. We have coming up shortly Jim Rohn. Then later on in the day, the great Dennis Waitley is going to be here with us. And then later on after that, we're going to have Jim back on the stage. And then, of course, we have the teenage session, which is geared for teenagers, but certainly everybody is invited to that, and it's going to be an extraordinary time as well. One thought I want to give to you as we begin this day and this weekend, and it's around the idea of ideas. I love the concept of ideas, because ideas are the seeds of what become our lives. And over the course of the next 3 days with Jim and Dennis and Brian, as well as a number of the other speakers, you're going to get literally thousands of ideas. And I think about the power of ideas. You know, Microsoft started as an idea in someone's mind. The automobile started as an idea in someone's mind. Space travel began as an idea in someone's mind. In fact, the very foundation of our country, the United States of America, began as an idea and a concept inside someone's mind. Truly amazing what happens when we allow an idea to grow inside of us and then transform by action to begin to develop the kind of life that we want to live. And that, to me, is the most exciting reason to be here today. Each and every one of you is going to be kind of on idea overload. You're going to have little ideas that are going to pop into your brain, and what comes into one person's mind is going to be different than what really sits inside of someone else's mind. But take those ideas and write them down. You're going to take lots of notes and then begin to let them germinate inside of you. Begin to let them grow into something that when you go home, you can place into action. The power of ideas is truly amazing. And there's really no one better at ideas than our first speaker today. Over the last 40 years, he's spoken to about 6,000 audiences. He's written numerous books, many audio tapes, CDs, of which most of you in here can probably name and have experienced and really enjoyed and benefited from. He is a gentleman who truly probably does not need an introduction to you, but I'm happy to be able to be the one to do it. It is my great privilege and my high honor to be able to introduce to you for this weekend, Jim Rohn. Please welcome.
you very much. Wow, thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow. Save some for the end. How many of you have never seen me before? This is your first time. Wow, everybody. So I'm not so famous after all. Anyway, nice to have all of you here. It's a long journey here for me from the farms of southern Idaho, where I grew up, to, next door to Disneyland, with all the spotlights and cameras and all of you here. It's just a bit much. It's unbelievable. I did my first for-pay seminar in 1963 at the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills, California, called Adventures in Achievement. So this now makes my year number 41. So, a lot of years. And my big purpose now is to keep my journey going. I just got back from Argentina last week, and next week I go to Venezuela. Toward the end of the month, back to Italy and Europe. A little later in the year, Asia, South Africa, and Australia, and who knows where else. So from my travels around the world, I just really dropped by to say hello and share some ideas. But I'm thankful for the opportunity to share these ideas one more time. The ideas I want to share with you so dramatically changed my life. I'm always excited about the opportunity to share them, one more time. I quit school at age 19, unfortunately. My reasoning was, I'm smart enough to get a job. How much smarter do you need to be? And with that bit of shallow thinking, I quit school at age 19. A little while later, I went to work. A little while later, got married, started this little family. And I'm out there working hard, doing the best I could. But falling a little bit behind every year. Finally, the creditors once in a while are starting to call, saying, you told us the check was in the mail. And I'm embarrassed by that. And then I'm sure some of you, if you've listened to my cassette tapes or the CDs or heard some of my material, the Girl Scout story finally occurred, age 25. I hear this knock on the door. I go to the door, and there's this Girl Scout, about this tall, selling cookies for the Girl Scouts. She gave me one of the finest sales presentations I've ever heard. Special deal, several flavors, Girl Scouts, best organization in the world, only $2. And with a big smile, she very politely asked me to buy. No problem. I wanted to buy. Big problem. I didn't have $2 in my pocket. I'm a grown man. I live in America. I'm married with a family. I've been to college 1 year. And I've been working for 6 years, from age 19 to 25, and I didn't have the $2 in my pocket. And I didn't want to tell her that. That seemed too embarrassing. So I did what I thought was next best. I lied to her. And I said, look, we've already bought lots of Girl Scout cookies. We've still got plenty in the house we haven't eaten. She said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. And she leaves. When she leaves, I say to myself, I don't want to live like this anymore. How low can you get lying to a Girl Scout, right? That's the ultimate. So I started my search that day, and sure enough, very shortly, I met this extraordinary man by the name of Mr. Earl Schoaf, and my life was never the same after that. Chris mentioned ideas, and that's where this whole flow of unique ideas started for me, age 25. I had the opportunity to go to work for this extraordinary man. I worked for him for 5 years. Then, unfortunately, he died, age 49. But the things he taught me during that 5 years transformed my economic life especially, but my personal life, my leadership chances, all of that came from that unique experience. So maybe it's true when the student is ready. When someone says, I've had it, this is it. I don't want to live like this anymore. And then you begin a new search. So make this note now for the first of the notes we're going to share in my portion for today. If you start the search, the odds are excellent you will find good ideas. If you search, you will find. Finding is reserved for those that search. Ideas are not reserved for those that hope. They're not reserved for those that wish. They're not reserved for those who complain. Good ideas are reserved for those that search. So the first thing I want to do is congratulate all of you for being here, continuing your search, spending the money and spending the time to come and spend a few days and see if you can't, through the accumulation of hours and speakers that we have during this weekend, go home with a harvest of good ideas for your business, for your life, for your marriage, for your friendships, for your economic future, and, for all of the rest. We've all heard the expression, nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come. How very true. The walls came tumbling down about 15, 16 years ago in Germany, and the time had come for capitalism to finally reach those unfortunate countries that have been dominated by communism for so long. And that idea now is beginning to flourish. I've been teaching capitalism now for the last 10 years in Russia. I've made 5 trips to all the major cities. It's incredible when an idea finally comes and the time is right, what can happen. So, ideas, when an idea and its time is ready, it can be incredible. But now here's the next part for your notes. Nothing so powerful as an idea that comes at the right time. And hopefully today for you and the rest of this series of good trainings, this would be a good time for you. Maybe you've got 3 numbers of the lock that needs 4 numbers. And you've already got 3 already dialed in from, the sermons you've heard and the lyrics of the songs you've listened to and personal conversations and meetings and trainings and seminars and books you've read, all of that, right? You got the 3 numbers. And just maybe, this weekend could well be that 4th number for you that you've been looking for. And the lock will open and the door will open, and there could be some real new accelerated opportunity for you over the next few years of your life. So I hope that's true. From what I have to say and from Dennis and Brian and other speakers that are going to share with you, this could be a very important weekend for you. I hope it's one of those life-changing weekends where you look back and say, wow, I was never the same. And the chances are excellent if you keep going to as many things as you can get to in terms of information, ideas, seminars, lectures. Because if you go continuously and systematically, some of them will be routine, some of them may be ordinary, and then just once in a while, some may be extraordinary, and you're never the same again. And you'll look back on that experience and say, that was one of the days that turned my life around. So I hope this weekend, from what I have to share and the rest of the speakers, this is one of those extraordinary weekends for you. Here's another note to make. No one person has all the answers. No one person has all the ideas. We need to gather ideas from a variety of voices and from a variety of experience, from social to personal to political to the management of time, the conservation of resources, business, entrepreneur, career, all of that. Being a good parent, a good mother, being a good father, being a good friend, a business colleague. You got to have a whole variety of ideas. So this weekend, we're going to have a chance for that. Multiple speakers and a chance for multiple ideas to come your way. Next is a little phrase that I'd like to have you memorize. And if you memorize it, I'm sure it'll follow you for the rest of your life. And if you're ready, say, I'm ready. Ready. Here is the phrase. You can write it down as we memorize it. Here it is. From testimonials and personal experience, repeat that for me. From testimonials and personal experience, we have enough information to conclude. I'll let you write it down. We have enough information to conclude. So repeat for me. We have enough information to conclude. If you were composing this, I don't know what you would write after this. We have enough information to conclude that it's possible. Jot that down, that it's possible. So repeat for me, that it's possible. And the rest. To design and live an extraordinary life. Make that note, to design and live an extraordinary life. So repeat that for me. To design and live an extraordinary life. Now, let's repeat it from the beginning. Here we go. From testimonials and personal experience, we have enough information to conclude that it's possible to design and live an extraordinary life. I hope you will give that little phrase some consideration, and here's what's next. I hope you buy the idea that from testimonials and personal experience, we have enough information to conclude that it's possible to design and live an extraordinary life. And what I want this weekend to be for you is the gathering of more ways and means to design and live for you an extraordinary life. I don't know how far you want to go. Here's the first essence of life, and that is self-preservation. To produce enough to take care of yourself. The instructions given right to the couple that left the Garden of Eden. One was to multiply. It's a lonely place with only two people. But here were the next instructions, to be fruitful. How fruitful, how productive should one be? And here's number one, to produce enough to survive. To produce enough to take care of yourself. And self-care is important. If you're flying on an airplane, the flight attendant says if for some reason we run out of oxygen, these oxygen masks will fall from the ceiling, and if you have children with you, quickly take care of them, then take care of yourself. No. They say what? Put your mask on first. Put your mask on first. See to your survival first. Then you'll be more capable of taking care of the survival of your children. Isn't that interesting? My father had an interesting saying. He said, son, right after me, you come first. I thought, wow, that's okay. I was in business with Bob Cummings, the old movie star. We were in the health and nutrition business together back in the 60s, 61, 2, 3. Bob had an interesting saying. Here's what he said, I'll take care of me for you. Will you please take care of you for me? So the first challenge in life is to take care of yourself. It is to survive. So to produce enough to survive, to take care of yourself. But now what's next? Well, all alone, it's a lonely life. So let's say the man now chooses a partner. Now he must figure out how to produce enough for himself and his spouse, his wife, his partner. Someone says, well, why do that? Why not just take care of yourself? And the answer is, it's a very small life. It's a very limited life. We wouldn't call it flourishing. We wouldn't call it abundant, just taking care of yourself. That is the first rule, but that's only the beginning. So the man gets married. Now he must produce enough for himself and for his wife. And here's the key phrase to make a note of: to live the higher life, a life of togetherness. The storyteller says, it seems even God didn't want to be alone. He created all of these angels. Right? So, to join with someone, now you must produce enough for yourself, for your partner. Now, is that it? And the answer is no. How about children? Let us have children. That's a unique experience. So now if the man has a wife and now he has children, here's the challenge: to produce enough for himself and his family. Now someone says, well, why take on all of that? Why not just take care of yourself? You could, yes, but you couldn't live this more extraordinary life without taking on the responsibility of having a partner, having some children, and live that kind of extraordinary life. So I think everybody would agree. Now, is that the end of it? No. Here's the next challenge: to produce more than you need for yourself and for your family. Someone says, well, now why start being ridiculous here? Yes, produce enough for yourself. Well, yes, if you want to get married, produce enough for yourself and for your spouse. Now, with children, produce enough for your family, but why do more than that? And jot down the answer: to live a more extraordinary life. So now the man produces more than he needs for himself and for his children, so that he can be a person of benevolence, so that he can give and so that he can share. That's the more abundant, that's the more extraordinary life. To produce more than you need for yourself and for your children. Is that it? Let's take it a couple of more steps. How about producing much more than you need for yourself and for your family? Someone says, well, now you're off the scale. I mean, why work that hard? Why go that far? Why produce that much? Some would say, just take care of yourself. Some would say, just, get a partner and that's it, and then children and that's it. And be a bit benevolent and that's it. But why not go this next step and produce much more than you need for yourself and for your children? And when someone says, why do that? All of us know the answer, right? Why not? If you've got the talent and the skill and the opportunity, why not put all of that together and see if you couldn't produce much more than you need for yourself and for your family? Let's say you earned $10 million this year and you and your family only need $3 million, which would probably cover most families, right? Some families are more expensive than others, as I discovered. But let's say $3 million would, cover a big, high percentage. So now if you and your family only needed $3 million for the year, now you have $7 million to give. And someone says, what? Why do that? And the obvious answer is what? Why not? If you've got the talent and the skill and the time and the opportunity and the occasion and all of this stuff comes together, why not? Let's go one more. How about producing far more than you need for yourself and for your family? And live the far more life. We've heard the story of Andrew Carnegie, right? Andrew Carnegie said this. He built the big steel industry back in the 20s here in America. Here was Andrew Carnegie's goal. I'm going to spend the first half of my life earning money. I'm going to spend the last half of my life giving it all away. Isn't that extraordinary? Wouldn't you call that an extraordinary life? And the answer is yes. He got so excited by that goal that the first half of his life, he earned $400 million, which back then was a lot of money. I mean, now, right, it doesn't seem to be that much, but, maybe back then it would total $40 billion, like Bill Gates. So $40 billion he earned the first half of his life. Guess what he did with the last half of his life? He gave it all away. And the big question is, why do that? And the answer is, why not? If you've got the opportunity to design and live an extraordinary life, why not do that? So here's what I want this weekend to be for you. Plenty of ideas to take home, chew on, digest, throw some away, refine some, accept some, do some, whatever. That's what this weekend is really for. To send you home with a whole new library of thoughts to ponder, ideas to try, disciplines to work out, some skills to learn. And if we do that and do it well this weekend, you will say, hey, it was certainly worth the time and the money to go to that weekend Jim Rohn seminar, Jim Rohn and Friends. Now make these notes. What I hope you find here this weekend: ideas plus inspiration. That's the mixture that really turns things on, sends a entrepreneur program into high gear. Ideas plus inspiration. We need ideas for the goals and plans, and we need inspiration for the emotional vitality to put it to work, to make it grow, make it multiply. And here's what else I hope you'll find here: guidelines for translating response into results. You've responded to the call. Come, search, look, listen, take notes, get it, to take home with you. And I'm sure you're going to respond well to the, seasoned teaching and training that is going to be delivered here this weekend. But here's the key: guidelines for translating response into results. Because results is the name of the game. There's no purpose in learning just for learning's sake. Wisdom and faith, as powerful as those components are, serve no useful purpose unless they are deposited. So make a note of the word deposited. Wisdom and faith deposited into activity. Wisdom and faith put to work now produces a hotel, produces a Salk vaccine, produces a city, produces an institution of learning, produces a career, produces a relationship, right? Ideas and faith, believing that it's possible, that ideas can work miracles, now put to work. So the big job here is getting it all. And so now make the next note. Next is going home and translating it into high activity. Good health activity, a better relationship activity, an entrepreneur program activity, a new burst of speed in your sales career, all of that. That's what I'm really interested in. Because here's what's important to me, is for my name once in a while to appear in someone's testimonial. Make that note. It's one of life's greatest experiences, is when your name appears in somebody's testimonial. Somebody says, here's the person who found me. Here's the person who got me started. Here's the person who wouldn't let me quit. Gave me more reasons for staying than for leaving. Here's the person who believed in me until I could believe in myself. And then they mention your name. See, you can't buy that with money. And you don't have to give lectures and seminars to do it. You don't have to have an audience like this for the weekend in order to deliver value to someone's life. What if you had breakfast with a friend at Denny's 4 years ago, and you recommended this book that really meant a lot to you, and you said to your friend, you've got to read this book. I think it'll make a major contribution to your life. And your friend accepted the idea, went and got the book. Now, 4 years later, he's giving his testimonial. His business has flourished. His marriage is safe. Things are going extremely well. And someone says, where did this all begin for you? And he will say, 4 years ago at Denny's coffee shop. I sat with my friend and he insisted that I read this book. I went and got it. And that book led to the next book, that led to the next class, that led to developing skills I never had before, and that led to some more seminars and lectures. And now look at my business, look at my life, it's flourishing. But it all began 4 years ago, Denny's coffee shop, when someone said, you've got to read this book. See, that's a person-to-person seminar. And those are just as valuable as person to 1,000. Person to 10,000, right? It doesn't matter the number. If you have a chance to deliver, quote a poem, recommend a book, here's a phrase, like I gave you this one to memorize. I think you'll remember this one maybe for a long, long time. Just something that's really extra meaningful to someone, whether it's at breakfast or wherever it is, whether it's for a child or whether it's for an adult, a friend, a business associate. If you'll keep up that process, I promise you, your name will continually appear in people's testimonials. And now I've had this happy experience now for the last 45 years. And so that's one of the reasons why I came here this weekend, right? I don't need the money. I've long ago made my fortune. I take the money, but I don't need the money. But here's what I do need. Continuing testimonials that say, Mr. Rohn, on a summer day, in Anaheim, California at the Marriott. I was there that weekend and something clicked and the lights went on and I got the gift of some good ideas. Here's what's happened to me. Then they mention my name. See, that's what I want. Continuing testimonials that come back to me saying thanks for sharing ideas. Okay. To get the most out of this weekend, jot these notes down now. Number one, be thankful for what you already have. Thanksgiving sets up, the situation where ideas can flow. Here's what locks up the doors of opportunity for good ideas, and that's cynicism. All you have to be is a practiced cynic. Cynical about the government and cynical about politics and cynical about the future and cynical about the economy. Cynicism locks all the doors. But if you'll be thankful for what you have, however modest or however much it is, I think that's the beginning of receiving a flow of new ideas. Here's the next one. Be eager to learn. There's already some extraordinary success stories in this room. If we knew how successful, we would give you the podium. I would be happy to take notes. No matter how successful you are, be willing to learn some more. We in the Millionaires Club invite a billionaire once in a while to come talk to us. And he says, well, you guys are doing okay, but, how about stepping up, right? How about multiplying by 2, by 3, by 5, by 10? Come on, you've just gotten started. So no matter how well you're doing, we could all use another idea, a couple of other things that link together with what you already know could give you a whole new burst of productivity and extraordinary lifestyle. Then to get the most out of this session this weekend, you have to do what we call some tough listening. And sometimes it's difficult to gather up everyone's, attention because our lives really seem to be going on outside this room. A part of our life is going on here while we're here. But some of us, our kids are out there and our business is out there and our career is out there and our job is out there and everything is out there. So sometimes it's difficult to bring yourself within the, framework, inside these four walls and just really concentrate and do your best to get it all. Because I know how meaningful ideas can be. The name Earl Shoaf, still rings in my mind. I'm 25 years old after the Girl Scout story experience. I'm introduced to a man who had a chance to go to work for, and over the next 5 years, the ideas he shared with me not only made me rich, but gave me the foundation for a long-term career of sharing ideas, building business, making profits, hopefully wise investments, made an extraordinary contribution to my life. This unique man, he only went to the 9th grade in school. So the things he shared with me over that 5-year period were very simple, very ABC. But that's where I got all of those simple phrases. Let me just review some of them for you very quickly. For things to change for you, you have to change. I kept hoping the government would change and taxes would change and prices would come down and things would get better. And then he said, for things to change for you, Mr. Rohn, you have to change. Wow, what a new revelation. Next, he said, don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. All of this started me on this unique journey of what I now call personal development. Here's another one. This is, don't wish for less problems, wish for more skills. It's not less problems that makes you successful, it's more skills that makes you successful. I tried to convince him by showing him my paycheck that I wasn't doing well, and I blamed it on the company. And I said, this is all the company pays. He said, no, that's all the company pays you. I thought, well, that's a new way to look at it. He says, doesn't the company pay some people 3, 4, 5 times this amount? And I said, well, yes. He says, well, then this is not all the company pays. This is all you get until you requalify, accelerate your qualification for the bigger numbers. See, that was all great revelation to me. I tried to convince him that things cost too much. He said, no, you can't afford them. All of these were new ways of looking at things. Unbelievable. And so I started listening to all this stuff. Now, some of the things that really accelerated my learning curve so that I could do better quickly was learning the success equations. Here's 3 of them. The first one comes from the Bible. The question was asked, 2,000 years ago in the Bible, according to the storyteller, what is the key to greatness? What's the key to self-esteem? What is the key to getting honors and trophies to put on the mantle above the fireplace? What is the key to receiving great respect? What is the key to wealth and abundance? What is the key to all of that, an extraordinary life? And here's the answer that was given, capsule form. According to the storyteller, the answer was, find a way to serve many people. Find a way to serve. Find the ways and means. Start rendering service. The more you serve, the greater your fortune. Service to many leads to greatness. Key. Next, John Kennedy. Speaking of politics today, we're surrounded by political speeches. Here was one of the best, John Kennedy on his inaugural to be President of the United States all those years ago. Here's what he said, don't ask. Wow, don't we wish that was the current political philosophy? Where is John Kennedy? Where is he? John said, don't ask what the country can do for you. Ignore these promises of what everyone's saying, what the country can do for you. He said, don't ask what the country can do for you, but ask what? What could I do for my country? See, that's the whole turnaround in philosophical thinking. By asking, you receive so little. By serving, you receive so much. So rather than settle for the pennies of what someone could do for you, why not turn it around and find some way to serve? It's a pretty simple process. Here's what I taught the Russians. Johnny mows Mrs. Brown's lawn. She pays $3. Every time he mows her lawn, he collects $3. Thinking in terms of what could I do for my country? Surely Mrs. Brown is one of the members of the country. So he mows her lawn and collects $3 and starts what we call an income and a career. Now what's next? And here's what the Russians were excited about. What if Johnny gets Pete to mow Mrs. Brown's lawn? She still pays the $3, but now Johnny gives Pete $2 for mowing the lawn and keeps $1 because he's the one that got the work. Now we have the beginning of an entrepreneur. Now we have the beginning of fortune. Here's a good note to make. I started part-time on a little adventure learning skills and disciplines. And here's what I began to say with my little part-time job. I said, I'm working full-time on my job and I'm working part-time on my fortune. And the reason is because I found the mechanics. I found the philosophy. I started working it, serving other people. One way to serve is to mow Mrs. Brown's lawn and get the $3. The other way to serve is to get someone else to do it and you collect that extra money. Finding ways to serve. That's the key to wealth and greatness. Then here's the next one, and everybody knows this one. I heard Zig say it over 40 years ago, Zig Ziglar. And when he said it, I wrote it down, and if you haven't ever written it down, write it down. If you help enough people get what they want, you can have everything you want. If you help enough people get what they want, you can have everything you want. When I heard Zig say that, I wrote it down, and maybe you want to do this. Underline the word everything. That's what was intriguing to me about this sentence. So these are the success equations. This is the wealth formula from the Bible, from John Kennedy, from Zig Ziglar. Now, make these notes. In the journey of personal development, one of the first things to learn is the lesson of the seasons. Let me cover as much of this as I can before we take our first break for the day. The lesson of the seasons. For your notes, life and business is like the changing seasons. One of the best ways to illustrate what's happening in your business, what's happening in your life, is this illustration of the changing seasons. Frank Sinatra used to sing, life is like the seasons. Now here's what's next. You cannot change the seasons. One of the things to, come to grips with is what you can change and what you cannot change. You cannot change the seasons, but here's the next phrase, but you can change yourself. Therein lies the chance to live an extraordinary life, learning to change yourself. In an economic sense, my mentor put it this way, to climb the ladder of success as high as you wish to climb, here's the key, work harder on yourself than you do on your job. Work harder on yourself than you do on your job. He said if you work hard on your job, you can make a living, which is fine. But if you work hard on yourself, you could make a fortune, which is super fine. Then let's put it in philosophical language. Two things on economics philosophically. Here's the first one I learned. Your income is primarily determined by your philosophy. I didn't learn that until I was 25 years old. They never taught it in high school. I went to college one year, never heard it. Your income is primarily determined by your philosophy, not the economy. Then when I finally understood that, I got excited about it because I knew I couldn't change the economy, but I was assured that I certainly could change my philosophy. And I did that. And here's the philosophy. Success is something you attract by becoming an attractive person. Success is not something you pursue. It's something you attract. So the key to the better economic future is to become an attractive person with an attractive personality, an attractive list of skills, your knowledge of the marketplace, your ability to deal with a variety of personalities, all of those things that anyone can learn with a bit of study, practice, repetition. So the key is, you cannot change the seasons, but you can change yourself. But let's talk about the seasons, just in a brief outline here. Number one is the winter time. I don't know where we've caught you this weekend. Maybe it's spring for you. Maybe it's summer, you're toughing it out. Maybe it's harvest, you're cashing it in. If we knew the story, we'd let you lecture. But maybe for some of you, it's one of those winter times. Personal winters, social winters, economic winters. There's a variety. So what about the winter? Make this note, it always comes. So you got to be prepared. Hopefully you've done your homework. You're ready and prepared for this winter more than you were some others that have come into your life where you were less prepared. Make this note of a Bible story. It's very important because it's one of the great lessons of life. I'm an amateur on the Bible, but here's what the storyteller says. There were two nice people. So make the note now, two nice people, not one good and one evil, but two nice people. However, and that is the drama of life. However, two nice people. However, one built his house on the rock, and the other built his house on the sand. Two nice people. Meaning it's possible for nice people to be casual. It's possible for nice people to be careless. And sometimes you can be careless and lose your life. Not evil, just careless. In Los Angeles now, when the light turns green, if you're in your car and you're there at the intersection and the light turns green, you better not go. For 2 or 3 seconds, waiting for the maniacs that are running the red light, crossing in front of you, even though the light is green. That little extra bit of caution, rather than being aggressive, little bit of caution could very well save your life. Here's a father who loves his family. He's an honorable citizen. He makes good money. He contributes to the community, his church. He's a good man. But this morning he's in a hurry in Los Angeles, late for an appointment, and he's pushing it with his automobile. He comes to the intersection and the light turns red, and a little voice in his head says, "Go ahead, you're late. You can make it." And now he's dead. You don't have to go to Iraq to lose your life. You don't have to be evil to lose your life. All you have to be is a little careless at an unfortunate moment. So the key is to be not overcautious, but to be cautious. Don't build your house on the sand. Now add this note now. We're all tempted. When I was growing up, there was a cartoon of a little boy, and it showed this little boy with a little devil on one shoulder and a little angel on the other shoulder, both whispering in his ear. And the little devil said, "Go ahead and do it, it'll be okay." And the little angel says, "No, no, 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 it won't be okay." "Yes, go ahead and do it." "No, no, no." How often does that occur for all of us? Every day. Go through the red light, it'll be okay. We must beware, okay? Not to be careless, not to be casual, and build your house on the sand. The same is true with your health. Don't build on the sand. The same is true with your career. Don't build on the sand. The same is true of being in business. Don't build on the sand, build on the rock. Because even nice people can make careless decisions, casual decisions that accumulate over a period of time. And those could be the winter. Now, here's the note to make. Some winters are of your own making, and some are not. Some are just the winter experiences. Maybe the whole country goes through it. It was a long time of winter for the Russians who lived through the communist system for about 80 years. Long winter of political despair, lack of freedom. But what's the key to the winter? Here it is in simple language. Hang in there. I mean, winters don't last forever. Some are difficult and some are easy, but they never last forever. The night always comes after the day, but it doesn't last forever, just a few more hours. And if you hang in there, say your prayers, gather a little strength, you can make it through the winter and the night. So wintertime. Here's the next season now, the season of spring. Make this note. My definition of spring: opportunity. Spring is not a guarantee that you're going to have a harvest, but it's an opportunity to plant one. It's not a guarantee that things are going to go well and you will accumulate what you need, but it is an opportunity to do so. Springtime is opportunity. Now, it's usually a very short season, especially where I was raised in farm country, Idaho. So here's what you must do with opportunity. Seize it quickly. Don't let it just come and go. When the window of opportunity is open, to borrow a little space language, when they get ready to shoot the rockets or off into outer space, there's a window, they call it, of opportunity to go, not go, when the weather's right and whatever. But if you wait a little too long, the window closes, and it takes a while for it to open back up. So this is the key. Take advantage of the spring, such a short season. In some places, they got those big tractors with the lights on them going around the clock in the short season of spring to make sure that the seeds are planted. Take advantage of opportunity. Take advantage of opportunity to meet someone who could be a colleague for your future career. Take advantage of the day when it arrives, because the day will soon finish. Take advantage of the year because it will soon close. Take advantage. Now here's the next season. One of the greatest illustrations of life is in the third season, called the season of summer. And here it is in simple capsule form. In the summer, you must do two major things. Here they are for your notes. Number one, nourish and give life like a mother. Nourish and give life like a mother. Next, protect and defend like a father. This is called the work of summer. Give life like a mother. Take life like a father. Love like a mother. Hate like a father. Any father would say to whatever threatens his family, take 2 more steps toward this family, you'll cease to exist. I'm father. I protect, I kill if necessary. So you've got to nourish your garden, and then you've got to protect it by fighting the weeds and the bugs that are out to destroy it. As soon as you've planted, the busy bugs and the noxious weeds are out to take it. Now put this line in your notes, and they will take it unless you are extremely father-like and vigorous. You have to develop a hatred for evil. The old prophet said, love good and hate evil, because those twin forces are at work always. Even in the beginning of the beginnings, Lucifer, according to the storyteller, tried to take over God's throne, didn't succeed, and so began the story of the creator and the spoiler. And so exists for all of us this great drama of the ability to create, but the destroyer not too far away. In another seminar I give, here's what I say, and this is good philosophy. It seems like opposites are in conflict and we are in the middle. Evil on one side, good on the other side. Illness on one side, good health on the other side. Darkness on one side, light on the other side, and they're in conflict. If you walk into a room that's dark and turn on the light, the darkness disappears and goes away. How far away does it go? Not very far. Waiting for a chance, what? To come back in. Move in, take over the territory. As light begins to lose its energy, darkness moves in. There's a war on. Here's what it's called. Push, shove. As we sit here, right? Good health plan is trying to defeat illness and drive it into a small corner. If you don't work on your good health plan, illness will drive your health into a small corner. It's called push and shove. In your bloodstream, there are red corpuscles to nourish like a mother and white corpuscles to fight and kill like a father. Thank God for white corpuscles that think negative all day. White corpuscles say, just show me some infection, I'll kill it. Because if I don't kill it, what? It kills you. White corpuscles say, it's my job today to make sure you don't get killed. So I'm here to fight. Have you got that now? Red to nourish, white to fight. So here's the key now. Cooperate with the positive side of this war of health and illness. What if in this struggle the body calls for a banana and you send it a Coca-Cola? And now the body has the right to say what? Whose side are you on? I'm working day and night to drive illness into a small corner and keep you healthy, and you keep sending me the wrong stuff. Come on, just a little cooperation here, and we can win this game. But see, if you don't do your push-ups, and what was that little voice in my hotel room this morning that said to me, Jim Rohn, you don't have to do your exercises this morning. You're running a little late. And this little creature on this shoulder almost talked me into it. And the little angel says what? No, 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 no. Fall on the floor one more time. Do those push-ups, a few crunches, a little modified version, yes, because you are late, but you got to keep up the pace. See, that's called what? The work of summer. Now turn this around, because it's also possible to love like a father and hate like a mother, just so you get the job done. And if it's a single parent, right, you got to do both the work of father and mother. It's extraordinary. But mother is capable of hate and defense and protect. Because I think years ago, Papa was off providing, Mama was home protecting. So she developed these instincts of danger in order to protect her family. Women are good. Women are unusual. They have this antenna that picks up all the stuff, especially danger. In the middle of the night, the baby cries. Mama's awake. Papa sleeps. Mothers sleep near the surface, and the least little movement or sound, they're awake. It's built in, the female mother, that instinct. She says to her husband, go look, something isn't right. Downstairs. He says, no, everything's fine. She says, go look. He says, okay. He gets up in the middle of the night, stumbles downstairs, and the front door is open. How did she know? They just know. I don't know how they know. They've got this instinct, especially for danger. Interesting story in the Bible. It says there are sheep and there are shepherds and there are wolves. Fairly ordinary story, shepherds and wolves and sheep. But that's not the end of the story. To illustrate a point, the storyteller says, there are also some wolves that have learned to dress up like sheep. Now you need a woman. Man says, looks like a sheep, talks like a sheep. Woman says, ain't no sheep. Okay. Have you got this now? The work of summer. Here's what it's called, high drama. Nourishing and protecting. Nourishing with one hand and protecting with the other hand. Even the battle of the mind. Here's a good note to make on the battle of the mind. Don't become a victim of yourself in this battle of the mind. Should I, shouldn't I? Let it go. No, don't let it go. Run the red light. No, be a little more cautious. Think of your family. See, we have to continually do this. Beware of the thief on the street that's after your purse, but also beware of the thief in your mind that's after your promise. That little thief that says you're too short, you're too tall, you're too old, you've never done it before. What makes you think you can do it now? Nobody in your family has ever done it. In fact, if you start, they'll all make fun of you. It's called the thief in the mind that steals the dream and steals the promise, makes you less effective than you should be. Here's what you must do: battle with the mind. Now, what's the purpose of all of this opposites in conflict? Here's what I think it is: to create high drama. God wishing it to continue on earth as it did in heaven. I guess that's the best conclusion I've come to. Because here's the last of this now. Would it be possible to win if you couldn't lose? And the answer is no, it doesn't seem like it. If you took a football today and put it under your arm and we went with you to the nearest football stadium, and with that football under your arm, if you walked across the goal line, would we call it a touchdown? And the answer is no, that's not a touchdown. It's not a touchdown until you face the 350-pounders that want to smash your face in the turf. And if you can muscle by them, and if you can dance past the secondary with the football under your arm, cross the goal line, now we call it a touchdown. And maybe you won the game, and maybe you won the championship. So jot this down now. High drama is the order of the day. I guess so ordered by God himself. High drama. But that's what makes life so unique, so challenging, so much opportunity. A chance for fortune and a chance for failure. And you've got to defend yourself against one, see if you can't maximize the other. That's the game of life. Isn't this good stuff? I mean, these few simple ideas started changing my life. Age 25, I was never the same. What if you picked up a book? And the book, first chapter said, everything's fine. Chapter 2, everything's fine. Chapter 3, everything is just fine. Chapter 4, everything is still just fine. Would you finish this book? And the answer was no. What kind of a book is this? So the book on your life story is not going to be this. It's going to be filled with the full dramas of the highs and the lows and the winter and the spring and the summer and the harvest. So have you got that now? The third season, do the work of summer. Be both optimistic and vigilant. Two great words of antiquity, here they are. Number one is behold. That's the word from antiquity. The positive word is behold. Here's the other word, beware. One of the interesting bewares in the Bible is a little story that says, beware of the little foxes that are spoiling the vines. It doesn't look like it. You know, I come from, farm country, Idaho, where I make a little wine and grow a few crops. And you can look at a vineyard, hey, it looks okay. But this old story says, just because the vineyard looks okay, you gotta look a little closer. The little foxes may be eating the vines. So whether it's a personal relationship or a business opportunity or your future or your life or the management of your time or your health or whatever, I'm asking you to behold the possibilities and beware the dangers. That's the key. And all of that we call personal development. Now here's the fourth season, and I've got a lot more notes for you to cover. How many of you have one page of notes already? Okay, wonderful. I want to send you home with a whole basket full from myself, Brian. This is going to be one of those extraordinary weekends. Dennis is here, other speakers are here. You're going to have a full load to take home. Okay, here's the next season now, the season of harvest. Make this note now on harvest. In due time, and for those who qualify, in due time, and for those who have obeyed this extraordinary law that says life was not designed to give you what you need. Life was designed to give you what you deserve. If you didn't plant in the spring, then no harvest comes your way. If you planted little, then you're not going to receive a lot. And here's the key now for the harvest. Number one, whatever it is, offer no complaint and no apology. If it's a fantastic harvest, you offer no apology. If it's not much, you offer no complaint. That's the highest of maturity. No apology, no complaint. But here's what you can do no matter what it is. Go back to work in the spring. Because write this down now. Spring always follows winter. If the harvest wasn't good and the winter was tough, the promise is another opportunity will come your way. Now, here's one more point now on the harvest, and we'll talk a little bit more about it tomorrow. Here it is. Do wise things with your harvest. Build your financial security for you and your family on the rock and not on the sand. We're going to talk about financial independence before we finish this weekend. There's so many things now you can do about gathering resources and wisely investing them so that you and your family are secure. Here's one thing to strive to become early in your life and career: financially independent, so that nobody or nothing has a claim on your assets. Accomplish that as quickly as you can. Then all of the other wise things we'll talk more about. Sarah Alfaro in Mexico came to my seminars and lectures 10 years ago. Single mother, 4 children, no job, no home, no car, no money. And she only had $1 American to invest. Now she makes about $40,000 a month, and she's rich and now quite famous. Sarah Alfaro in Mexico. Here's what I taught Sarah back there 10 years ago. Don't buy the second car until you've bought the second house. It's not cars that makes you rich. It's houses that make you rich. If you bought a condo in Carmel just a few years ago for $250,000, it's now worth $800,000. I got a call the other day from Sarah, thanking me one more time for my training. And she said, Mr. Rohn, you'll be happy to know, I just finished paying off my 3rd home here in Mexico, so today I'm going shopping for my 3rd car. Isn't that good? Unbelievable. Remember, how long ago was it when the idea finally dawned on somebody? If you paid 1 extra payment a year on your 30-year loan, you could pay it off in 15 years and save more than the price of the house. Wow. Just a little bit of information and then a little discipline to see it through, and the change for your harvest can be unbelievable. We'll talk more about that later on in the program. Now, jot these notes down. Personal development involves 3 parts. First part is physical, take care of yourself. My mama studied and practiced health and nutrition when I was a boy growing up, paid off. Extended my mother's life at least 20 years, according to the doctor. Mama was a fanatic. Mama was a health nut. Some of the stuff she mixed up for me and my father and for herself, she would say, if this stuff don't kill us, I think it's going to help. And we would gag this stuff down. Mama read, Mama searched, Mama tried. Back when, vitamins and all that stuff was fairly new when I was a kid growing up, Mama did all that research. My father lived to be 93, never had a major illness. Mama extended her life 20 years. My father never did retire. When he died, his paycheck was waiting for him. Thanks to my mother. And I've been in splendid, excellent, good health all my life. And come September, I'll be celebrating birthday number 74. Right? Thanks to Mama. If there's one thing to be a fanatic about, it's your health. Take care of yourself. The Bible describes it this way. Treat your body like a temple. That's a good word. Treat your body like a temple, not a woodshed. A temple. Something you'd take extremely good care of. Here's one of the reasons why. The body and the mind work together. The body is a physical support system so that the mind can dream the dreams and the heart can believe that it's possible and then go to work and make it happen. And for that, you need a good physical support system to manage all of that. One old prophet said, sometimes, the spirit is willing, but the body is weak. See, don't fall into that. You wake up in the morning and the mind says, let's go get them. The body says, I can't even get out of bed. See, one of these days you've got to say, body, this is the last time you tell me you can't get out of bed. I'll throw you on the floor and make you do push-ups until you're out of breath. I'll make you read every book that's ever been written on good health. I'll choke vitamins down you until your face turns blue. This is the last time you say you're not going to vigorously support me to make my dreams come true. You just got to take action now on this stuff here of the physical support system you need to pull off your dreams and your promise and your future. Make this note. Some people don't do well just because they don't feel well. It's not that they haven't got the skills. It's not that they don't have all the rest. They don't have the vitality, the vigor, the vitality. Okay. I travel all around the world. If you saw my travel schedule, work schedule, you would say impossible. I'm probably the only one who can do it. Thanks to Mama and my own study and practice of health and nutrition. See, that's the key. I've got this unique physical support system, and it's going to serve me, another, who knows, 60 years. Now here's the next one. First is physical, second is spiritual. And whatever you believe about spiritual, I happen to believe humans are a unique creation. Spiritual is part of it. But jot this down now. If you are a believer, jot down these 3 words. Study, practice, and teach your belief in spirituality. Don't leave your spiritual conclusions unresearched, unstudied, and don't leave it unpracticed. And whatever you do, don't leave it untaught. Study, practice, and teach. If we all do that, starting with our family, we'll build the families necessary to build a strong nation to compete among the nations of the world in these years of the 21st century. Now here's the next one. The physical, the spiritual, now the mental. Your mind, exercises of the mind. Build your library, I say in one of my other seminars. The books that can see you through. The books that can give you the ideas necessary to build a good career, to build a strong enterprise, relationships, good health, and all the rest. The book you don't read won't help. Now here's part of the exercise of the mind, a good debate, right? We're engaged now in the great political debate with the election coming up in just a few months. This is what we call healthy. We don't believe in the one-party system. Communism said one party. Everybody do what we say. We say no, more than one party, so we can discuss ideas. Here's the way to make an idea powerful, is to discuss it and refine it so that it fits your situation. That's what I ask you to do when this seminar is finished. Debate all of these ideas. Discard some that don't make sense. Give considerations to some that do make sense. Put some on the shelf for later consideration, and then put some of them into action that make sense. Jot this down. Make sure what you do is the product of your own conclusion. Do that thoughtful study. One book on health and nutrition says, do this, you'll live forever. The second book says, if you do what that first book says, you'll die young. So what should you do? Which book should you follow? And this is one of the important answers of the weekend. Neither one. Read both books and make up your own mind. You engage in the debate. What makes sense? What seems to be or not to be? Because as close as we can get to the truth is to say, it seems like. That's as close as all of us can get. We can't say it is. None of us can do that. We can say it seems like. Opposites are in conflict and we're in the middle. It's what it seems like. Our experience proves, and the storyteller says it started early. That's what it seems like. God is interested in high drama. That's about the best we can conclude. We can't actually state the truth, except what it seems like. But engage in thoughtful study and vigorous debate. Sometimes you can debate with others, right? Share ideas. What did Jim Rohn mean by this? Well, I'm not sure that's important to our life. Someone else says, no, I think it is. Engage in this debate. Then here's the big one, the debate in your own mind. What's good, what isn't good. Finally, you must come to your own conclusions. Read the best you can, study the best you can, take the best notes you can, and then do this. Then you decide out of all of that, which is valuable enough to try, valuable enough to do, and add to the dimensions of your life that are already underway. That's the key for study, exercising the mind. Here's the last part. Don't be afraid of the debate. Communism taught. Some people say, well, don't tell people what communism taught. Why not? That's part of the debate. Communism says capital belongs to the state, not the people. We taught all these years, no, capital belongs to the people, not the state. What a good debate. How about the example of capital in the hands of the state? Well, read the history of the communist empire that dominated Russia for all those 75, 85 years. If that's what you want, that philosophy, to get that result, and we say, no, that's terrible, that's terror, that's tyranny. How about capitalism? Makes a country like America flourish, gives an opportunity where everybody wants to come and try it. Engage in the great debate, whether it's your health or relationships or your future. Don't be afraid of the debate. The Bible serves as a good book, giving you stories on both sides of the ledger. Here's the story of someone to admire. Here's the story of someone to despise. You need both stories to help you with this debate. Okay. Now here's what's next. Develop these 5 abilities in your personal development quest. To be the best you can be, produce all you can, far more than you need for yourself and for your family. If that's your philosophy and if that's what you want to do, something extraordinary, it's possible to live an extraordinary life. Here's the challenge, and it's going to be working here this weekend. Number 1, develop the ability to absorb, the ability to get everything. I don't know what all you've planned here, but you know, be in every class you possibly can. Just stay as long as you can. We're going to take enough breaks, I think, to make it easy for everybody. We all recognize the mind can only absorb what the seat can endure. I want you to know we are mindful of that. But the key is not to be careless in the gathering of knowledge, not to be casual in the ideas that could double your health, triple your income, accelerate your career, secure your fortune, amplify your harvest. So don't be careless in the gathering of ideas. Absorb every one you possibly can. Here's the next ability. Develop the ability to respond. Let life touch you. Let the stories touch you. Let the drama touch you. 12 months ago, I was in India. I lectured in 4 major cities in India. That was like my 4th visit to India. Once again, I was touched by the drama of such extremes of poverty and wealth. If I was given the assignment, Mr. Rohn, see what you can do with India, I would say, what could I do? What could I do? Where would you start? Let the drama of that affect you. Make you more sober in your reflections about life. And then say a prayer that what you couldn't do by yourself, maybe a collection of people can do. Maybe the future will find some answers. A prayer would help. Let life touch you, but don't let it kill you. Let sad things make you sad. Let happy things make you happy. Don't shrug off always those times of bitterness that come and sadness that comes, and your heart is struck like a bullet hits it. I'm not saying give in to it. I'm saying let it affect you, because that's part of the drama. The old prophet said what? There's a time to laugh and there's a time to cry. And then it said, be so sophisticated that you learn to laugh with those that laugh and also learn to cry with those that cry. Allow yourself to be touched, moved by the drama. Be touched by good ideas. Be touched by opportunity. Be touched by someone's unique little sentence that might cause you to open your eyes to see things you never saw before. Here's the next ability. Develop the ability to reflect. Part of this is in the challenge when you go home, not to just put these notes away, but to get them out maybe fairly often over the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, just to review the notes, to drive the ideas a little deeper, to come up with a little more refinement. And if you go back over these notes, I promise you, there is something you will discover that you just didn't have the time to discover while you were taking the notes. Because in taking the notes, you're working as hard as I am. Right? Taking the notes, trying to listen, trying to decide what to write down, how to compose it in a small sentence if I've, said a long sentence, how to edit it as you go. That's why review is so important. Go back over it again. Go back over it again. Here's what I call it. Run the tapes again. The tape in your mind and the tape from your notes, and see if you can't capture something you might have missed, or to develop an extension of something you got now that by going back over it now you can see, now I see. Here's what I could do with that might multiply the value of my life by 2, by 3, by 5. Here's a good time to reflect when the day is over. How did it go, and who did you see, and what did you say, and what mistakes did you make, and what did you leave out that you could correct tomorrow? Reflect at the end of the month. 30 days, that's when you usually do the accounting for your business and the company and the corporation. Do the accounting for your health. If you needed to lose weight, how many pounds have you lost? Just do a good reflective accounting. I'm trying to do a little study now on the value of the 7th day. Here's another thought to consider on the value of the 7th day. It says labor the 6th, and the 7th is a special day. Rest, relax, spiritual, church, family, friendships. So jot this down for the 7th day. Multi-purpose 7th day after 6 days of work. Multi-purpose. And here's one of the purposes of the 7th day, I think, is to review the previous 6 days. How did it go? Where did you stumble? What did you miss? What should you have thought of that you let pass? Who didn't you see? Just review the last 6 days. What went right? What went wrong? What's there? What's missing? Then here's what you do. Now plan the next 6 days. With this information of the last 6, plan the next 6. I call it multi-purpose 7th day. Reflect, go back over, then design, plan, refine, and deposit the experience of the past 6 days into the adventure and activity of the next 6 days. You will be absolutely surprised at the value and the productivity of your weeks if you'll start doing a little more of that. Now, here's the last 2. Develop now the ability to act. Activity now is the catalyst and the miracle piece of the process. Here's a little subject called How to Turn Nothing into Something. Number one, first, imagine the possibilities. Imagination is the first step of the miracle of possibilities. Reality first starts with imagination. Now, it's hard to call imagination nothing, but it's not something in terms of a podium. It's not tangible. So it's hard to say how to turn nothing into something, because there isn't anything that's nothing. Everything is something, even if it's the imagination, it's something. Einstein once said, there's nothing faster than the speed of light. And Bill Bailey, one of my mentors, current mentors and longtime friend, said, maybe here's something faster than the speed of light, and that's thought. It's possible that thought could be faster than the speed of light. How fast can you think back and think ahead? I guess we can't say the exact same instant, but all we can say is it seems like the exact same instant. You know, if you don't know the truth, you can't say that's true. And if you're not a scientist, it'd be, a little out of order to say, yes, this is true. But here's what it seems like. It's possible to think back and ahead at the same time. I mean, how fast is that? To think back and think ahead. But it's one of those marvelous capabilities that we all have. And in your personal development quest of getting stronger and more vital, both physically and spiritually and mentally, now use this exercise. To think back and gather more experience. Think ahead how to apply it so that the experience now multiplies in value by 2, by 3, by 5, by 10. That's key. Now, how to turn nothing into something. Number one, imagine the possibilities. Today, if we had a chance to hear everybody's testimonial of how you got where you are, some of you went from nothing to something. Some of you went from pennies to fortune. And if we had a chance to hear everybody's story here today, took the time, guess what those stories would conclude? Those stories would conclude the possibilities are absolutely endless and unlimited. So number one, imagine the possibilities. Read an inspiring book one more time, how someone went from nothing to something. The story of a Sarah Alfaro who started with $1, now she's rich. Wow. The possibilities, they're unending. Now here's the next step. Imagine that some of the possibilities are possible for you. We call this now faith. Now we start with imagination, now we generate faith. What generates faith? Faith is generated sometimes when the testimonial closes like this. If I can do it, what? You could do it. I started behind. I started under the basement, not in the basement. I started with debt, not surplus. I didn't start with pennies. I had no pennies. Debt's up to here. Finally got it turned around. Now everything's flourishing. That's what we want to hear. And then someone in a testimonial like that says, hey, if I can do it, you can do it. Here's what that does. Reassures our faith. Keep reading, keep listening to the testimonials. One, that excite the imagination as to the possibilities. And number two, helps faith to occur. That what's possible for one is possible for another. Now here's the third step of faith. Or the third step in the miracle process. To deposit your imagination and faith into high activity. Disciplined activity. Not just activity, but skillful, disciplined. Take the classes to learn the skills. Get around people that'll teach you the disciplines. And then deposit your imagining the possibilities and believing that it's possible for you. Deposit that now into what we call high activity. Make this note now. Activity finishes the miracle process of turning nothing into something. Activity finishes the miracle process. I'm positive that's why the formula was given of 6 days of working miracles and 1 day of rest, to ponder how it's going. How is my miracle working process working? Have I missed some? Devote 6 days to the working of miracles, the 7th day to rest and reflect and go back over, and a bit of study. Yes, spiritual, yes, church, yes, synagogue, yes, family, yes, social, yes, friends. But see if you can't now come up with a plan to increase your activity or refine your activity, sharpen it so that it produces major results. Here's the next one. Take joy in the work. I couldn't wait to get here today to share my story one more time. I'm already pondering the testimonials that may come out of a class like this next year, a year from now, 5 years from now, if I happen to meet some of you and you say, on that summer weekend in Anaheim, I finally got it. The lights went on for me. Something you said and something someone else said finally made sense. And I hooked it together, and here's what's happened. That's going to be extraordinary. Right? That's why we're here, to do this work. I was excited this morning about being here. Couldn't wait to hear what I've got to say. A lady asked me one time, she said, Mr. Rohn, over the last few years, I've been to your seminars now several times. Every time I see you, you're all excited. Things seem to be going great for you. How do you stay so excited all the time? And I said, I think it's because I attend all these seminars. Because make this note now, because it's very valuable. If you struggle to make something clear for someone else, it helps to make it more clear for you. If one person listens and one person speaks, there is the opportunity for transformation for both. The listener to be enlightened, to see something he never saw before, but the speaker to be better educated on how to present it by struggling with the language. Words are clumsy sometimes when you try to express what's going on in your head, let alone your heart and spirit. But the more you struggle to make it clear, the clearer it gets for you, so that both the listener could be transformed by what he hears, and the speaker could be transformed by the exercise of speaking, trying to make it clear. We're going to talk later about communication. It's almost a godlike quality, communicating, inspiring other people with your language. Now, here's the last part, and I'm finished, and we're going to take then about a 10, 12-minute break, maybe 11 minutes. Here's the last one. Are you ready? Say, I'm ready. Ready. For the last one, develop the ability to share. Not just your money and your resources. One of the biggest things to share, of course, is your time, because you're limited on time. You can't get any more time. Big decision for me to make, to come spend this weekend with you instead of with my children and my grandchildren. Right? I'm already wealthy. I don't need the money. So why would I come? Because my children and my grandchildren know this is part of our collective experience. They enjoy the testimonials that come later as much as I do, the letters I get and the phone calls, and the response that people say, hey, your grandfather came and made an extraordinary contribution. See my children and my grandchildren thrive on that story. So they were willing for me, instead of being in Carmel, sitting on the sand at the ocean where my grandchildren live, I'm here in Anaheim, California, spending this time with you. But I gladly do it. Here's why. It's an investment time for me to share, so that later comes the harvest. One, the harvest is by working hard to make it clear for you, I'm getting as much as you are. But then later, hearing the testimonials. So I'm asking you to do the same in every format possible, whether you're asked to do training, whether you're asked to do teaching, whether you're asked to make a speech, always say yes, to the best of your ability, so that you'll have one more time to share, one more time to help somebody lift themselves from poverty to success, from doubt to faith, from illness to health, from skepticism to belief. One more chance, person to person, or class to class, or a little Sunday morning class, or a little home meeting, or a personal conversation at Denny's coffee shop. Tell somebody something good, something valuable. The payoff for you is in the attempt and the learning experience. And then the payoff later is to get someone's testimonial that's got your name included. So I want to thank you for spending all this time this morning. Let us now look at your watch, and let's be back at 10:31. Okay, just do the necessary quickly and come right back, because we've got to get there.
Hi, my name's Jeff Roberti. I live down in Sarasota, Florida, and I've been in network marketing now for 20 years. I got introduced to Jim Rohn back then. He's one of my original mentors, and some of the things he shared with me just changed my life forever. I've been a big student. I've kept myself in that learning environment, learning and growing with the books and the tapes, and like this weekend being here at this live seminar, and being able to spend 2 or 3 days with Jim and some of the other speakers is wonderful. And it's changed my life. I was a broke waiter, and in the last 20 years I've been able to earn in excess of $50 million in the network marketing industry. So thank you, Jim, and thank you so many others.
My name is Orrin Hudson, founder and president of BeSomeone.org. Oh, it's like getting a blank check on the future. I've learned so much, and some of the principles that I've learned for the last 30 years that I've known Jim Rohn has really transformed my life. I can remember when I was in the housing project, I couldn't afford his book, so I went to the library and they ordered it from another library that they didn't have. And just 30 years ago, I'm living my dream because of some of the concepts that I learned from Jim Rohn. For my life to get better, I had to get better, that no one was coming to the rescue. And when I learned this principle, my whole life has changed, and I started doing the things I need to do to be successful. When I realized that it was only me that could save myself. I recommend anyone in the world to really visit Jim Rohn. I bought all of his product and to distribute them to my brothers and sisters. I think what he's doing is the best teachings on the planet.
My name is Cindy Goodwin, and I live in New Hampshire, and I educate others for a living. And I'm constantly learning from Jim, and his personal philosophy about taking care of yourself for others so others can take care of themselves for you is something that we talk about in my house and with my students, and it's great. I'm still learning every day. That's why I'm here.
Okay. My name is Frederick Talon. I'm coming from Belgium. The reason why I come here to watch Jim Rohn, because he's a great inspirer. We read many books of him. We love him. And I would like to have his knowledge to help other people reaching the maximum in their life, and also want to follow them in his steps into the future.
Hello, I'm Suzanne from Belgium. The reason that I come here is because we had a couple of trainings before of him. He already inspired me a lot. Our personal life has changed a lot. Also, the financial dreams are coming true now in our life. We have more financial freedom. We help also a lot of other people also improve their life in health, but also in financial freedom. And it's really changing a lot of people. And that's what we like about Jim Rohn. And that's what we want to give. That's the reason why we are here.
Hello, I'm Geert Wels, also from Belgium. Almost 1 year ago I started with the 1-year plan from Jim Rohn, and the first 3 months already was incredible what happened. Just unbelievable in 90 days. So when we get the possibility just to attend the event, for me the decision was quick made. Just I want to go to see everything live and see what happens afterwards. It's just incredible. I was working 1 year hard work and nothing changed, and then with the 90 day, already just the first 90 days, I doubled my income in 90 days. I get a huge organization. A lot of people who like to work with me, I like to work with the other people. It was just incredible, only the start already.
My name is Michael Bennett. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm in direct sales, and I love Jim Rohn. When I first heard his tape about planting seeds, I listened to it like 15 times. And to see him in person is awesome because he's one of those people that speaks speaks right to the soul of people, whether you're new in this business, you've been in this business a while. He's just an awesome guy. He's like a mentor that you can put in a CD or a tape. If you want to understand the cream of the crop and understand where it all comes down, come see Jim Rohn. Listen to Jim Rohn, because he's the guy that taught most of the other people that inspire and motivate us.
Hi, my name is Charles Kelly. I'm from London. I've come here to see Jim Rohn. The reason I wanted to come here and actually see him is to see if he was better live than he is on tape. And I think so far he has been better live than on tape. This morning, I think I've got out of the situation this morning is he said, he keeps saying, why not? Why not go for it? Why not do something extraordinary with my life? And that's what I'm going to do. Thank you very much.
My name is James Blakemore, and I'm from Midland, Texas. About 8 years ago, I had the incredible opportunity to hear a gentleman speak. His name was James Rohn, and the 2-day seminar that I attended changed my life completely. I went from a person who was not even entitled to success to understanding why you become what you earn what you become, and you become successful by what you become. I continue to listen. I consume everything that Jim Rohn puts out. I attend every opportunity. At every opportunity, I attend every seminar, meeting. Anytime I can get in front of the man, I do.
My name is Jeff Weisberg from Moore Park, California. I've been involved in my own business now for over 20 years. Had an opportunity many years ago to first hear from Jim Rohn, and I think it's very important that all the different growth that a person gets, they need to have continuous education. And Jim's amazing. At his age now, he's still running around the world helping and changing people's lives. And I think that for people that haven't had an opportunity to experience him, they need to. And for people that haven't had an opportunity to learn and develop and grow from his teachings and people that he's taught and mentored, it's definitely something you want to be part of.
Hello everyone, this is Jerry Clark of ClubRhino.net. We're sitting here at the Jim Rohn Leadership event in Anaheim, California. We have had a great time learning from some of the giants of the industry, such as Jim Rohn, Brian Tracy, and the individual I have with me today, which is Dennis Waitley. And many of you know of Dennis Waitley because you've listened to several of his programs, just like I did a number of years ago. As a matter of fact, in 1986 is when I picked up some of his first training materials that I actually started learning from. The Psychology of Winning, all-time best-selling classic. You have Seeds of Greatness, Being the Best, Empires of the Mind. I mean, I can go on and on with the programs that Dennis have come out with. And Dennis, he also, for 12 years, has been the Olympic coach, like the mental toughness, the mental training coach for the Olympic athletes. And so we are fortunate to have him here today. He's taking some time out to share some insights and so forth. So Dennis, we want to welcome you here with us.
Thanks, Jerry. It's great to be with you.
Now, the first question, you're talking about mental toughness. This is really important because a lot of people listening and watching right now, they want to know, how do they develop a mental toughness in life, in business life, as far as people who are entrepreneurial minded, they're out there doing things that are a little different than a regular population as far as, they want to make things happen on their own. How do they develop that mental toughness that it's really going to take in order to make it?
I think one of the first things is to always be prepared for a surprise, and the surprise is likely to be a negative surprise every day. Something's going to happen in your day, whether you're going to be late behind a train, your car's going to have a flat tire, something's going to happen to you, and the ability to be able to take molehills and continue to make them molehills instead of mountains, to look at problems as being normal. Problems are a normal part of change, so because we're changing so rapidly, there are going to be a lot of problems you face. And to look at failure as an event. That's the important thing. Failure is not a person. I'm not a failure. I've had a failure. I've had a temporary inconvenience. I've had a stumbling block. And the idea is to turn a stumbling block into a stepping stone and step on it rather than stumble over it. So I always say, look at failure as the fertilizer of success.
Wow.
Fertilizer stinks. It smells, you put it on your grass and you say, wow, that guy's just fertilized his lawn. Sure, you fertilize your life with your mistakes. You don't wallow in them, you don't lay in them, you don't roll in them. You pick yourself up off your mistake and you learn from it and try not to repeat that same thing again. But you look at it as a temporary inconvenience. It's a detour. It's a detour in life is a a failure.
So are these the same principles that the athletes, the Olympic athletes, use when they, or maybe they're in practice or so forth, and they do a routine and it doesn't work out the way they really felt it should have worked out, or they're actually in the Olympic Games and they don't win that gold medal? Typically, they don't just give up and say, "Oh, forget it." Typically they come back 4 years later and they go at it again, and they're doing years and years of practice just to get back to that point. So are you saying it's the same type of mindset that it takes to be a champion in athletics that it takes to be a champion in business?
Absolutely. There's 2 times when you use it: before you perform and right after. So it's called simulation and then replay.
Wow.
And the replay after a failure is as important as the replay after a success. So the idea is, when you miss, you say, "That's not like me, I'm better than that. That's not like me, come on, get with it." So you teach an athlete to slap his thigh and say, "Come on, that's not like you, let's get with it. Let's get going now. Come on, let's get back on it. Let's get back on the ball." And so I'm learning myself in my life. I say, "Come on, Dennis, that's not like you. You're a lot better than this. You're better than this, so let's get back to where we belong here. Let's remember what we've learned. Let's slow down, take a deep breath, focus, relax, concentrate, and follow through. Next time, we'll get it right." The important thing is to look at a failure as an event, a single performance that you must take and make lead back to the original goal. The problem is most people say, "Oh man, I blew it. Oh gee." And they rest on that and they reinforce that mistake instead of taking it and correcting it to the target. So it's really important to do target correction.
So basically what you're saying is that it's just all these are mental strategies, mental tools that we can use as kind of like reforming our self-talk. Instead of saying the negative, disempowering type things, say the positive and empowering type of things. And so in order for a person to get to a point where they're used to doing that, because initially it seems like they have to consciously think about, making sure that they say an empowering word or empowering phrase. So to get to that point, does it require your regular reading books, going to seminars like the Jim Rohn leadership event we're at right now, listening to tapes and so forth? Does it require those type of things to even get to that point? Or can anyone who hasn't even done a lot of personal development just say, "Hey, I'm going to choose to have really good self-talk"?
Well, it's pretty hard to go cold turkey on anything, mainly because you don't really stop a habit, you replace a habit. And if it's habitual, a habitual way of talking or feeling or explaining, I call it the positive explanatory style versus the negative explanatory style. So I like
to explain the explanatory styles.
Yeah. Well, I like to interview people, and I ask them how it's going. And I ask them, what kind of day is it for you? And if the weather enters into the picture, then I know that it's not mental, because the weather is an external factor. So if the externals in life are the things that determine whether you have a good day or not, you're being, if you will, you're a thermometer. A thermometer is a passive device that lays there and tell you how the world is doing on the outside. A thermostat is what you set on the temperature that you want. Then it controls the air conditioning and the heating. If you look at your body and brain as the hardware in your computer, and you look at the software as the things you put in your mind, you have a software program that drives the hardware. So the software is what you need to program with the instructions to have the computer follow directions. And so you tell the computer what you want it to do, and the software program determines the outcome of what the computer does. Most people don't know how to program their software to get the outcomes they want.
And the sad thing is that most people's software has already been programmed by someone else.
No question.
And so now they're operating from that, right? Every day, constantly.
Yeah, it's been programmed by the evening news. It's being programmed by sitcoms, reality TV shows, commercials. They tell us what to eat. They tell us what to buy. They tell us how to dress. They tell us what to think. They tell us who to vote for. And we just listen and we say, "Wait a minute, I'm too smart for that. I'm not going to pay any attention to that." Too late.
Wow.
Observation, imitation, repetition.
Right.
Habit, practice, secondhand smoke, secondhand violence, secondhand. It goes in and sticks. And even if we don't want to do it, we do it anyway. That's called the perception to buy. The advertising manipulates perception, so you buy what they want you. And the same thing is true with self-talk and controlled thinking. Makes you control your habits so that you do maybe what's good for you. And the question is, who's putting what into your mind? Is it junk food in your mind, or are you putting in some stuff that really makes your mind work well?
Wow. And so basically what you're talking about is that even if someone says, you know, I'm not really watching TV to watch the TV, I have it on. So, you know, they might be sleeping and they have the TV on. But what you're saying is if all that positive stuff going in, it's like if you put something, you got something in your throat and you have to cough, you got to get it out, right? Yeah. Okay, and then if you got to get it out, and if you keep it in, then what's going to happen is, you know, it's just going to stay in. It's still there. So are you saying that no matter what, it still comes in, even if you just have it like secondhand TV, so to speak?
Well, yeah, it's true. It does go in unless you're asleep. There's been a misnomer. In other words, you really don't learn while you sleep. So sleep learning, the Russians tried it, and the important thing about sleep is you need to dream. And you dream about every 30 to 40 minutes. You go down into a deep sleep, come back up and have a dream. So you have so many dreams per night. If you tried to learn stuff while you're asleep, it would interrupt your dreams, and you would be irritable, and you would actually be a little bit paranoid. So the best time to get inputs is when you're relaxed, not paying attention to it. And that's where television and commercials and radio and all these things have the biggest impact on teenagers, because they're really not paying that much attention to it. What they say is, look, the lyrics don't mean anything to me. I like the beat.
Right.
I like the beat, but the lyrics, I don't pay any attention. Well, the truth is,
that's worse.
They don't have to pay attention because it's going in and sticking anyway.
So in order to reprogram ourselves, then it's going to take just a constant, injecting ourselves, so to speak, with, like materials that you've come out with over the years. C's a Great Psychology of Winning, which is one of the best-selling audio programs of Nightingale Conant of all times. Going to events like this, like the Jim Rohn event, going to your different trainings that you do, just constantly bombarding or saturating your mind. It's kind of like a reverse brainwashing, so to speak, because everyone tells me, they say, Jerry, you're just brainwashing people, when they come to my seminars. You're brainwashing people and so forth. And I just say, hey, they've already been brainwashed.
No, it's the opposite. It's called dehypnosis.
Dehypnosis.
It's dehypnotizing what they've already been hypnotized, because hypnosis means sleep. Hypno from sleep. So hypnosis is when you learn when you're relaxed and you repeat things, but you didn't remember that you learned them. So you dehypnotize people by helping them take in stuff that's good for them, rather than not recognize they're taking in stuff that's bad for them. Wow. So obviously you have to read a lot of books, listen to a lot of programs, listen to positive radio, watch the Discovery Channel, watch National Geographic, listen to great music, and go out to ethnic restaurants and watch people who are doing great things, and really get involved with people who are trying to make a difference in the world. And the next thing you know, you say, wow, some of that stuff's rubbing off on me.
Now, what do you say to someone who's, they're watching and they're listening right now, and they're saying, one of the things is that I listen to the tapes and I read the books and so forth, but when it comes to really taking action, sometimes I might start to take an action and then I kind of stop. So they're not able to be consistent with the action they know they should be taking, and so they end up procrastinating. What do you say to people like that?
Well, I say that's a little voice inside you that tells you can't do it. It's the voice of fear. We all have that little voice inside of us. So what you say to them is find someone who will keep you honest by making you accountable by having a buddy. And the buddy says, wait a minute, you and I said we said we were going to meet at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I showed and you didn't. Come on. You said you were going to be there. And when you announce to somebody else that you're going to do something, you kind of make a commitment back and forth to a friend. So it's really important maybe not to try to do it alone, because by ourselves, I'm included. I'm a great procrastinator. I was going to go to the program, but I put it off. I went to the memory program, but I forgot where I put the tapes.
Now, what about happiness? That's one key thing that people ask me all the time. They say, how do I become happy? It's like a lot of people are chasing things in order to be happy. They think they have to get something in order to be happy. What's your take on happiness, and what is happiness, and where can people get it or find it for people that are chasing for it?
That's just it. You can't drive it, you can't wear it, you can't live in it, you can't drink it, smoke it, snort it, you can't travel to it. Happiness is the experience of the journey. It's like brushing your teeth or driving your car. It's a second nature kind of thing, and it doesn't come as a result of anything. Because if you're waiting for results to make you happy, they're going to be good results and bad results. So you'll be happy sometimes and sad other times. The experience of happiness becomes a way of looking at everything. And so I am happy because that's the way I am, because that's the way I've been thinking. But it isn't a result of anything that's happened to me. I just decided to be a happy guy. And so when I look at something, I say, can do, no problem. That's not going to make me unhappy. And they say, come on, you just came back from Africa. There are 400,000 child refugees from AIDS over there. Don't tell me that doesn't make you sad. I said, it makes me compassionate. It makes me want to do something. It makes me grateful that I live where I live. It makes me not want to waste. It makes me want to help them. But it can't make me unhappy, because if it makes me unhappy, I wouldn't have the energy or the excitement to help them. I wouldn't have the passion, because passion, in my case, comes from being excited and being happy.
And that's powerful, is that it's a choice. And that's a really
Happiness is a choice. It really is a choice. And people say, come on, how
Can't
can
be
I
that easy, right?
How can I be happy? And you say, well, try it. You know.
Because for people thinking that it's going to take something else, when they get that something else, then they start to realize, well, maybe this is not it. Maybe it's going to take something else. So they're always looking for something else to make them happy. And that's probably one of the reasons that actually causes some of the addictions and some of the things that we have, is because once they realize it's not that, they start feeling depressed. And, oh, my goodness, what is it? And then they start all this addictive behavior.
Well, a lot of there's an answer to a riddle, too. And the riddle is, do we sing because we're happy? Or do we become happy because we sing? But yes, the answer is true. So let's say you're not happy. I believe that if you sing a happy song, the lyrics and the tune will create more happiness in you. So as simple as it sounds, if you're singing a happy song, the mind doesn't know the difference that you're unhappy or happy. So when I sing, you know, it's like whistling when you're afraid.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
You say, why are you whistling? Well, I'm afraid, and I'm trying to whistle myself out of being afraid. Well, it really happens that way. And so I try to sing a happy song in life, even if I'm not really happy at the moment, and it gets me back into where I think I belong.
Wow. So as we're wrapping up here, why do you feel it's important for people to come to events like the Jim Rohn Leadership event that we're at right now, and all the different trainings that you do and Brian Tracy does and all the other trainers out there that have great and valuable information to share? Why do you think that's important for people who are listening or watching right now to constantly engage themselves in that type of activity?
Because 90% of what you'll ever see and hear is negative on a daily and nightly basis, and you have to do something to overcome that. And I think Zig says it best. You know, he and I started speaking together about 1974.
Wow.
And he said that just because you take a bath, that doesn't mean you don't need to take one tomorrow.
Wow.
So one bath does not make you clean, and therefore one seminar does not change your life. Billy Graham and I are really good friends, and he said, I don't change lives, Dennis. I give them information, and I give them maybe a little bit of input to cause them to think a little more. But he said they'd have to come to hundreds and hundreds of meetings before they would decide to really make a change. So I think these meetings are catalysts. They're constant reminders that we can do this stuff if we just keep that more in mind than the evening news.
That is excellent. Now, I know that people that are listening and watching right now, they can go to jimrohn.com and find some of the materials that you have, but you also have a website that have a lot more materials that they're not going to be able to find there. Is it DennisWaitley.com?
Sure, they can go to DennisWaitley.com or just Waitley.com, just WAITLEY.com.
Okay, and if they go to Dennis, they spell it with one N.
Yes. Yeah, if they go to Dennis Waitley, yeah, I'm a one-N Dennis. My mom lost an N.
Well, Dennis, we appreciate your time, your energy, and I thank you personally for over all the years of coming out with the empowering information that actually empowered my life and actually allowed me to create millionaire status and be able to produce great results in my life and go out there and share with other people. So on behalf of myself and all the other people at this Jim Rohn Leadership event and all the other people that are watching, that are listening, that don't happen to be at this event right now, we want to thank you from the bottom of our heart and say keep up the great work out there and keep empowering people like you do.
Thank you very much, and you've got the baton for the next generation.
Thank you.
We gladly hand it to you.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we are through round one. Did anybody get something out of that first session? Let me hear from you.
Excuse me, pal. How you doing up there?
I'm doing all right. Hey, look at this.
Good to see you. How you folks doing? Good to be here today. I just got to tell you, pal, I'm all excited about this freaking conference. You know that?
Yeah, it's great.
How about you people, huh? You know, I just love this personal development stuff, you know? I stay up late at night just to watch that Terry Robbins guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, he really gets me all jacked up, you know?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, would you mind if you turn around, let me give you a little shoulder rub there?
That's just great.
I tell you, I love that stuff. But this other guy here, this guy that's talking today, Jim Jones, I gotta tell you, man. Hey, he's not the guy that had the...
It's Rohn. It's R-O-H-N, Jim Rohn.
Hey, pal, you don't have to spell it out for me. Everybody knows Jim Rohn. Look, I've read all his books. I've listened to all his CDs, seen all his movies. That guy is one heck of an actor, isn't he?
No, I
loved him in The Terminator. You know what I mean?
I think it's a different guy. He doesn't have any movies.
Oh, he's got all those sayings, though.
That's
you know,
right,
that guy's got some quotes like that one, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Boy, he sure knows me, doesn't he? You know what I mean?
That's not Jim Rohn.
Oh,
I'm
well,
pretty sure of that.
Oh, I know the one about 70% perspiration and 150 pounds of deodorant. You know, when I did Witches of Eastwick with Cher, I did a lot of sweating, let me tell you that.
That's not Jim either. I think you're confusing that.
Oh, wait a minute. How about the one, an apple a day keeps the doctor away?
No.
All the world's a stage and it's leaving in a half hour?
No, that's not him.
Oh, how about a penny a day keeps the doctor away?
No.
Not those, huh?
That's not him. I think you're confusing this.
You know, for a guy that talks as much as he does, he sure doesn't say much, huh? Well, you know what I say, pal? I say, don't take your need to the marketplace, take your skill. I mean, if you need a doctor, if you're feeling sick, take it to the doctor, not the marketplace. If you need money, go to the bank, not the marketplace. And if you're feeling a little amorous, go down to the corner, pick up a bottle of aspirin, take it home to your husband or wife, tell them it's for their headache. If they say they don't have a headache, you're ready to go. That's what Jack says. Thanks a lot, pal.
Thanks a lot. Good to have you here. All right, Jack Nicholson, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you never know what you're going to get at a weekend event, do you? Well, our next speaker is truly one of the greats. He's a graduate of the Naval Academy at Annapolis. He's been speaking professionally for 25 years. He's part of the International Speakers Hall of Fame. The Society of Marketing Professionals has named him one of the best speakers ever, as has Toastmasters. And you are in for a treat. He has sold over 10 million audio programs in 14 languages, including Seeds of Greatness, as well as the best-selling audio program of all time, over $100 million worth, The Psychology of Winning. And it is my great privilege to be able to invite to the stage for the weekend leadership event, Mr. Dennis Waitley.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I've traveled the world of the 7 seas, been up at the top and down on my knees. When I think where I've been, what I'm going to do, I'd rather be here in Anaheim with you. Yeah, I would. I've been traveling 4 days a week for 30 years. You'd never know I was 28. I get jet advanced instead of jet lag. The old road warriors, Jim Rohn, Zig Ziglar, Norman Vincent Peale, Paul Harvey, Robert Schuller, all the rest. I've known Jim for over 30 years. I remember when Tony Robbins was selling the most Jim Rohn tickets for the Jim Rohn seminars. Winning is never whining. Winning is coming in fourth, exhausted, excited. You came in fifth last time. Winning is treating animals like people and people like brothers and sisters. Losers see thunderstorms, winners see rainbows. Losers see the icy streets, winners put on their ice skates. Losers are aggressive, winners are assertive. They find out what you need and help you get it. Losers let it happen, and winners make it happen. Life is a do it with God, for others, to myself project. I looked in the mirror and saw my problem. Me, Rip Van Waitley, asleep for 50 years, awakened to a world I never expected. I'm a road warrior. How do they say? Dennis is one of the poet laureates of motivational speakers. The rest of them are dead. You know you're getting old when your back goes out more than you do. The little old person you help across the street, your own reflection in a store window. An attractive woman comes by, you're mowing the lawn, your pacemaker opens the garage door. The feeling is there, but it manifests itself differently. My 3-year-old granddaughter, one of 10, said, "Papa, is God the oldest person in the world?" I said, "You could say that." She said, "That makes you the second oldest person, huh?" I said, "I'm the second oldest person you'll meet." Politicians tell you what you want to hear. Leaders tell you what you need to know. Politicians want you to love and respect them and vote for them. Leaders want you to vote for yourself. Politicians tell you what they're going to do for you, and leaders tell you what you must do for yourself. In a world accelerating and fast forward with more changes in one day than in your grandparents' lives. Winning. I've wanted to be a winner. I'm a coach. Winners help other people get what they want in a natural way. Losers would like to earn like, look like, be like somebody else, and the spectators watch it. I'd like to give you 5 ideas today, and I'd like you to look at the PowerPoint as an MTV subliminal cut. You've got it all in your workbook, so I'm not going to try to dazzle you with PowerPoints because you get caught in them. It ends up being a voiceover PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to give you some PowerPoint ideas and then 5 ideas. The one idea I'd like to give you is that self-determination is a matter of choice. The second one I'd like to give you is that self-esteem always precedes performance. You perform in accordance with your belief. You don't perform and then begin to believe that you're good enough because you've made enough money or performed. The third idea is the mind always moves towards its currently dominant thought. So that's the only reason for goals, is that unless you're setting one, MTV will set one for you. The fourth one is winners are busy doing within when they're doing without. Self-discipline is doing within, not doing without. And fine is self-dimension, getting out of yourself and into the world. So I'll give you this little subliminal cut. The 5 global trends, instant access to information. You can make anything, any place, anywhere, anytime. There are 300 million Chinese with $300 million that they have. There are 800 million Chinese with nothing, 300 million with $80,000 cash in the bank. They not only make everything that we use, but they're also making things that they use. So they're creating their own consumer base in China. That's why I take my kids there, so they'll know who the competition is. Instant access to information. We're all globally interdependent for our security and our finances. Everyone is at risk. There's no safe harbor. Therefore, you can't be taken care of by anyone else. There's no safety net, truly. Social Security is not really security at all. Obviously, we have to understand that leaders now must earn trust, and not just get it naturally. And we also have to understand that each of you is a brand. And you must brand yourself as the brand of choice. And that means you over-deliver and under-promise, always. Always give more in service than you expect to receive in payment, and you'll never run out of payment because people like to get a good deal. So they want you to give more than they're willing to pay. And if you're underpaid for what you do, you'll always be in demand, like a Stradivarius violin. Branding. Your competition for 2005 is a hungry immigrant with a digital handheld assistant. America is made up of immigrants. If your children are to be successful, they have to act like immigrants in their own country. Just by being born here doesn't give you the ability to be successful. It's the work ethic, the pioneering ethic, the service ethic that'll win. Your competition is always a hungry immigrant with a digital assistant. Hungry in the belly for food, hungry in the mind for knowledge. And the hunger is something that should never leave you. I was with the Maasai. The Maasai are the last of the African tribes who have not been, if you will, modernized. I asked the Maasai to define motivation. They said, when the belly's empty, you start to think. your belly's full, you don't think. If you have it, oh, please don't give your children everything you didn't have, everything they didn't need. If I had 2 wishes and 2 were all I had, and they could just be granted by my mom and dad, I wouldn't wish for money and all those store-bought things. The only thing I'd wish for is simply roots and wings. Roots of moral values and wings of self-determination. Please don't do things for your children that rob them of the ability to learn how to do things for themselves. Please don't give them everything in money to buy their affection. Their love is not for sale. Personal responsibility, and that'll be the first thing I'll talk about when I get through some of this stuff. The 21st century organization, free agents. What do you mean free agents? Well, your contract is up. What do you mean? You're on the open market. You have to be able to deliver to an organization as a free agent with no guarantee that seniority means anything except vulnerability. So a free agent who are team players, and what is the 21st century organization? If you don't trust each other, you don't have anything in a marriage or an organization. So trust is number 1. Values diversity. What is diversity? I'm so tired of things that we see with our eyes. Don't you think that America should be over the eye diversity, gender, ethnicity, color, all of this thing? Diversity is what each of you in this room brings to the table every day in terms of your background and culture. And that's diversity. A diverse culture of people who've been raised differently, who come together in any organization and pull out of themselves the reservoir of talent. Accommodates beliefs. There are so many different beliefs, and you'll never change another person's belief. You'll only make room for theirs. You don't have to believe like other people, but make room for other beliefs. You'll never change a person's deep belief, because that is something that they cling to. Productive conflict. You don't want a yes organization. You don't want people all smoking the same brand of cigarettes because the manager does. You want people who are willing to, if you will, say something that may not be popular. Strong commitment, you know it takes that. High quality collaboration. The best meetings are ones where the person who is the great speaker comes in, and instead of making a presentation, the best meetings are the ones where you ask questions and give each person in the meeting, usually about 8 people or 6, an opportunity to say what they think the organization needs. At McDonald's, it's called the Big Bad Idea. Every Friday, the hourly workers who are making $8 to $10 an hour are asked what they think the organization should do to change it. How can anyone making $8 to $10 an hour tell you? You know what they do? They tell them they should put a digital clock in so they can see how many cars are waiting. They tell them to put headset on everyone so that everyone hears the order coming in. People closest to the problem and the customer have the best ideas, not just the top leaders. And that's why meetings and collaboration should always be drawing out of people the experience that's closer to the problem. Compelling vision, we'll talk about that. Everyone needs a compelling vision. Widespread innovation, resourcefulness. You can't have more money, so what do you pull out of yourself? And above all, ownership of outcomes. Do you own the outcomes in your life? If life is a do it with God, for others, to myself project. Life is a choice, not a chance. It's a game of choice. And there are no timeouts and no substitutions, and the clock is always running. It's not a scrimmage or a drill. There's no instant replay. Every day is the Super Bowl, the Tour de France, and the grand final. Human capital. It used to be that you were promoted based on where you went to school, what degree you had, how long you were with the organization, what your resume said about your responsibilities, and certainly rank and file. How long have you been in that position? Not anymore. In the 21st century organization, it's all human capital. What kind of talent, attitude, what do you bring to the table? What kind of contribution are you going to make to the organization? When you go in for any job, you don't ask them what the benefits are and the number of paid sick days. You tell them what you're going to do for them. And that's why it's human capital. The 21st century employee is a free agent in an open market, so there's no guarantees other than employability. One thing you can say is you'll never be guaranteed any employment by any organization ever again. That's because of global competition and rising expectations of developing nations. No more guarantees. What does it mean then? It means that we're a free agent, we're a self-directed team leader, we want incentives and we want meaningful work. People don't want to work for a tobacco company anymore because it's secondhand smoke. Continuous skill development and lifelong learning, you know that the shelf life of formal education is 18 months. I got a PhD, piled high and deep, phony doctor, big deal, won't buy me lunch. I have to call all the time. Hello, is this Dell? I can't seem to get my computer unstuck. Who is this? This is Dr. Waitley. Are you a PhD? Yeah. I can't get cursor to home. I'm still roadkill. Upward career path, you bet we want to be developed from within. This is one of the most amazing things. Did you know that there's no difference between personal and professional skills? Do you know people get fired for personal reasons? They get fired because they're late, because they don't have good goal setting, that they're just not directed properly within. So there's no such thing as a professional skill and a personal skill. They're all merged together. So personal as well as professional goals. One of the most successful companies in the world, believe it or not, is a casino, the Mirage. I thought a Mirage was something that wasn't really there. Disneyland, you go to have fun, to spend money with your family. In Las Vegas, you go to lose money to have fun. Why would you enjoy losing money? Because of the way they treat you. Well, why did they treat you that way? Only because at the Mirage, they care as much about the personal development of the employee as his or her skills. What do I mean? Where would you like to go to school? We'll help you get a college education. What kind of investments do you need? We'll help you. We'll be your concierge. We'll give you personal development to let you know that we care as much about you as you care about our bottom line. If we want you to help us make a profit, we're going to help you with your life. And if you view people as a total person that has personal as well as professional needs, you've got an organization that's on top. And that's the most well-liked companies to be in business with, if you will. Part of a winning team, who doesn't? Maximum performance in a positive, nurturing working environment. We did a study of 500 Taco Bells, and we thought it was all location, 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 and certainly in real property, and there are many real estate executives here, and no question if you live in California, Arizona, or Nevada, you just stay in your original home, and you make a fortune by not moving. Real property in California and the developing markets is a great investment. However, a positive, nurturing working environment for Taco Bell was the thing that made them more profitable. What do you mean? Well, it didn't matter how much further they were off the freeway. If the management treated the employees in such a way that you loved to come in their store because of the attitude of the people, people would go back to a working environment that is nurturing. So if you really want to have a winning organization, have one that really cares about each other, and you'll find that everyone goes back to a company where there's a lot of joy. Human capital, your own assets. Here are just some of the things you need. You're self-employed, whether you think you are or not, and you'll always be self-employed. Risk-taking is the only way you'll get security. If you seek security, you're taking the greatest risk of all. But if you take the calculated risk, you create your own security. There was a very cautious man. He rarely laughed, he rarely cried, he never won, he never tried. He never laughed, he never played, he rarely talked, he never prayed. And then one day he passed away, his insurance was denied. They claimed because he never lived, he never really died. You never want to seek security because risk-taking is security-making. Core competencies, how do you know what they are? When you're 5 to 15, you develop your core competencies because you're born with talents. Talent is inborn and behavior is learned. Talents are little budding things you love to do when you're a child. Watch your children at play. Watch them when they're not in school. Watch what they like to do in the evenings and on Saturdays. What do you like to do in the evenings and on Saturdays? Therein lies your talents. Talents are what you like to do and what you do well. Many people take the first job and stay with it because it's money and they have responsibilities. You really have to find out what you're good at and bring that to work as well as a hobby. Willing to invest the time that the rest of the population won't consider. I'll get to that in a minute. Communicate effectively in oral. Why? Because we live in a soundbite world and you're going to have to present all the time, orally and in writing. This is the age of communication. Concise, accurate analysis. Sound bites, quickly. Tell me about it. Go on the net. You little Google here. Little Yahoo, little Google, Yahoo, download. Did you research it? Yeah. What's the deal? Shall we do it or not do it? I don't have all the facts. You never will. Able to spell without spell check. Why? Because you might have to go to a whiteboard or a blackboard, or you might have to actually write something and you don't maybe not have your computer spell check. Well, how do you spell? By reading. What do you do when you read? Well, you have a dictionary beside. When you come to a word you don't understand, you look it up and you've got it forever in context. Read everything you can get your hands on. The people that read the most are the most successful regardless of their occupations. Farmer, house economist, whoever you are, when you read, you go where you can't go in person, you save 5 to 10 years because you don't have to make the mistake yourself. Please, if you're young, don't think you have to do everything by trial and error. It's better to learn from people who've done what you've done or haven't done, and people who've overcome enormous obstacles to become successful. Reading is the greatest way of vicarious learning. Computer literate, you have to be computer literate. You have to be high touch, high tech, both. You can't be one or the other. You need to be both. Everything will be handheld, wireless, digital, and you have to be that way. Self-motivated, lifelong learner. The shelf life is 18 months, so you have to continue to learn, which is why you're here. Comfortable with uncertainty, because change is constant. Confident enough to make suggestions and mistakes. You have to be willing to risk being a fool. Did you know that there was a winner who wasn't a beginner? And when you begin to do anything new, you look foolish and stupid. When you try anything new, and most people don't want to do anything new because they'll be laughed at and looked at as foolish. Risk being a fool to be a winner who's a beginner. Trustworthy, to give first, and passionate and considerate. Here are the trends. Constant change and insecurity. Direct, direct, direct. That's the battle cry of Michael Dell. We'll talk about Michael Dell in just a minute. Go direct, eliminate the middleman, keep more of the profit on the bottom line. Dell Computer was the first into retail and the first out of it. They were into retail in 1990 and out of retail in 1991. No margin in retail. All the margin is going direct. For walk-in business, we'll put you out of business unless you're Starbucks. Starbucks, well, sure, we go to Starbucks, of course. But you don't want to wait for walk-in business. If you're in banking or finance, you go out and get it. You don't wait for walk-in traffic. Not in brick buildings anymore. This is a proactive world. Goods and services are like publicly traded stocks. Just ask eBay. Everything has a price and a level, and it's buying and selling. Goods and services are just like stocks. Choice, competition, price, value. The online learning revolution, unbelievable ability to download and learn online. The B of I is the Bank of Internet, online financial services, home-based businesses, energy generation. You get the picture. And then Florida, USA. I like Florida, USA because it's a NORC. Now we know what a NARC is. A NORC is a naturally occurring retirement community. America looks just like Florida. Japan looks even more like Florida. There are more old people in Japan than there are young people. And so the graying of America with the baby boomer bulge do a lot of things that old people want, especially grandparents, and you'll make a fortune. Because the older we get, the unfortunate, we as 70 million Americans are going to want their Social Security within the next 5 to 7 years. Health and wellness, of course, Jim talked about health being the one thing that you can't buy back once you've lost it. Wireless communication, online shopping and finance, training, retraining, staffing, PEOs, daycare, women work, coffee, juice, salad, on the run, assisted living, old people, home meal replacement, old people, alternate health, allopathic medicine won't do us good enough, alternate health remedies, energy generation, because we're worried about it. In China, I was in China 2 weeks ago. They have more hotels going up than any other place in the world. In Shanghai, they have more cranes to build. They're building more. They forgot one thing: power. How would you like to go to a big convention in China and have there be no air conditioning in the hotel in the middle of the summer? The bellman cannot use the elevators and have to walk up 5 stairs before they're able to take the elevator, so 5 stories with bags makes it difficult. You get a suite in China, there's no air conditioning. Why? Power grid, overbuilt, less power. California, we're worried right now if it gets too hot, we may have another blackout or brownout in one of the most productive states. Energy generation, personal and business security, and women's sports. After all, women are equal, at least. They are. I really do believe that, too. After all, I have 5 daughters. Toilet seats are all down in our house. They gave me a urinal in the garage with a carpet underneath. And pet services, because we actually are nicer to our pets than our children because they're loyal. And they're always glad to see us, and they begin to look like us after a while. So pets are something that we have. Michael Dell, I've been traveling with him. It makes me angry. He was born in 1968. I was already brilliant then. He was sucking a pacifier, and I was a brilliant psychologist. What happened? How can he make 20, 30 billion? How can he be the richest person in the world under the age of 40 until the Google IPO comes out? Then he won't be the richest person in the world under the age of 40. They will be. Bill Gates is old now, 48. What does he know? Eliminate the bureaucracy in whatever you're doing. Market segmentation. This is what's great about information technology. Information technology lets you know everything about the customer. And if you buy a Dell computer, for example, and go online, the ability to get information about someone and to deal with them on the telephone through IT, information technology, gives you an ability to market direct to me. So marketing has moved from mass marketing to me marketing. It's differentiating what you want and giving you more of what you want. And this is the beauty of having a combination of internet-based and personal communication, because you can give people more of what they really want and use those triggers. And Dell is the best at what they do. $22 million each and every day, only on the internet and by telephone, no salespeople. 22 million every day. Short shelf life of inventory, real-time manufacturing. The customer owns the market, so you can't have old stuff lying around. If you want loyalty, treat them like royalty, 24/7. The customer owns the market. Know thyself. The Olympic Games in Athens starting in a week. Know thyself. That's on the temple. The key to leading others is to first understand and lead yourself. Jim said it. You lead yourself, you understand yourself, and then you're capable of leading others. The 4 cornerstones of leadership. I just did a program for the United States Marine Corps and Navy before they were going to Operation Iraqi Freedom. And because I had gone to the Naval Academy with Ross Perot, how would you like to have gone to Annapolis with Ross Perot and have him be the big brother who yells at you? 5'6" with a butch haircut, his hair never grew. His bank account did. But he yelled at me. He's like Zig Ziglar with a soprano voice. Mr. Whately, you're the grossest plebe I've ever seen. Sir, I'm going to the Folies Bergère and meet a French ballet dancer. I'm 19 years old with raging hormones, sir, and I'm going to go to the Follies. No, you're not. You're going to the Tuileries and the Louvre and take photos. You're an officer. I said, I'd rather be an enlisted man now. Vision, reality, ethics, and courage. but 4 cornerstones. If you're a visionary, you not only see the future as you would like it, and then people like people who see the future better and more specifically. But a real leader can empower other people to see their vision and have it tie in. A lot of people fall short. There are a lot of people with vision. There are very few who are able to tie other people into that vision and make it their vision. Remember, end vision is more important than just vision. Realist. We're pretty good at that. We deal with what's available. How much money you got to work with, what's your education, how old are you? You're realistic about the parameters, factual, that you're limited to dealing with these hard factual things. Ethics. I could do 2 hours on ethics. Of all the things I know, this is the most important of all. Non-situational integrity and a higher level of human values ruled by principle rather than fear or pleasure. Lying is non-situational. Either are honest or you're not. There's no such thing as being almost pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not pregnant. You're either honest or you're not honest, and it has no shades of honesty. And to be able to do things without pleasing yourself, to be dishonest, or to be able not to cover up something you're afraid of and be dishonest, is making the hard choices of ethics. But I can tell you it develops trust when you do what you say, and if you can't do it, you tell them you can't do it, and if you're a person with personal and professional integrity, they can't stop you. Billy Graham is one like that. I get a kick out of Billy Graham. He looked at me and said, "How many lives you changed?" I said, "One." One. "I've changed one life, sir, mine." He said, "Me too." He said, I give them lots of literature and I give them a good motivational talk, and they come down from the stands to the infield and they pray with me, and I give them literature and they go back to being themselves unless they're ready to make a commitment to change themselves. "You don't change anyone, Dennis." I said, I know. So don't start reading your own PR. Best leaders of all are very ethical and very humble, very approachable. Why? Conceit is God's gift to shallow people. People with low self-esteem are calling for help, and they need a lot of attention. Courage. I thought courage was running up a machine gun nest, throwing a grenade at it, and blowing yourself up with the enemy. Courage is the ability to get out of your comfort zone. It's based mostly on training and experience and knowledge, to be able to make a decision to internalize personal responsibility. We rate ourselves pretty good on realism. I think most of us are pretty realistic about what we've got to work with. We rate ourselves way too high on ethics. Most people can't make the distinction between bottom line, money, and people. We are mistaken on vision because we don't inspire other people enough and help them innovate, and we're much too high on courage. The problem is we lecture on courage, but we don't get out of our own comfort zone, so we need to set the example. I've been working for many years with our Olympic athletes. I was chairman of psychology for the United States Olympics for 12 years, 80 to 92. And there are success traits that we look for in every athlete and coach and leader, and there are problem traits. Interestingly enough, the problem traits will get in your way more than the success traits will help you. So, of course you need self-confidence, but a different kind. The confidence you need is in your potential. Because if you're confident that you have potential, if you see world-class potential in yourself, you'll put in the effort. If you don't see the potential, you won't put in the effort and you'll wait for the performance. But performance always follows the belief in self. So confidence is a combination of believing in the potential, and then once you start doing things, of reinforcing the success. Ambition is always wanting to be better than you are and not resting on laurels. Conceptual thinking is the ability to put together a vision of the future that you can see in a way that the mind can grasp it as a realistic goal. And mental toughness is the ability to handle enormous setbacks. You'll find that every winner, like Lance Armstrong, can handle the fall or the cancer and handle it because they have the mental toughness to continue to persevere. The problem traits are ones I worry about because in our society, we live in a skin-deep celebrity culture, and we have this lack of self-control. We have people that are off the wall, they get angry. There's road rage, job rage, every kind of rage, air rage. Everyone gets upset all the time over trifles. People look at me and say, you big, fat, dumb klutz, we hate you, your religion, your mother, and your country. I said, really? That's interesting. I'll give that some thought, maybe. We hate you. You got a big nose, big ears, buck teeth, and you're not as good as Tony Robbins. I said, I'm into a self-improvement program and need lots of encouragement. Thank you. They said we didn't mean it as encouragement. I said, that's okay. I took it that way anyway. I haven't been angry in 20 years. No one's tried to kill me. The only way I get angry is if they're victimizing some young child or somebody who's in need. I get angry with victimizing, but I don't get angry with people who say things. I mean, people differ all the time. So don't worry about any of that. Lack of self-control. Inflexibility is when you're so narrow that everyone's wrong because you think you're right. If I've learned anything, it's to be flexible, to accommodate opinions without having to embrace them. The most difficult thing in our society is over-emotionality, because it's difficult to change, because it's usually either a combination of inborn, but especially as young children. What I really worry about are homes that get all upset and fly off the handle and start arguing and get this big off-the-wall kind of thing. Emotionality should be no problem, can do. You see the accident, you pull out the flares, you direct the traffic. The time to really get cool is when things are really tough. And the people who are overly emotional can really be swayed by the media and the sound bites. Limits versus limitations. I want to set myself free. I'm tired of having the media control me. Limits are physical, limitations are psychological. You'll never outgrow the limitations, you'll only set new ones within which you must live. Everyone has an income limitation. They believe they're only worth so much. Add a zero. I dare you to add a zero on your income. You'll find that you're as good as the best, but no better than the rest, but as good as the best. If you can separate your limits, which are age, maybe physical characteristics, limitations are psychological. And of course, the ones we place on ourselves are the biggest ones of all. I've always said that POW, prisoner of war, Prince of Wales, putting on weight, power of women, psychology of winning. POW is a bumper sticker. It doesn't mean anything unless you have experience with it. Little boy looked at POW, P-O-W, he went, pow. I said, yeah, pow to you, P-O-W, Prince of Wales to me. He said, putting on weight to you, sir. You are who you were until now. You will become what you've learned this weekend, over 250,000 hours of past conditioning if you're 40. So if you're 40 years old, you'll get 12 hours over 250,000. You will not have a life-changing experience unless you reorganize the iceberg, the denominator. View where you came from differently than you now view it. Failure is fertilizer. It's a learning experience. Don't wallow in it. Grow from it. Never carry failure forward. It's an event, not a person. There are no failures. There are just learning experiences. Future behavior is based on re-recording on top of the old conditioning, which you cannot erase. New information. Price of success is very expensive. It involves personal responsibility, distancing yourself from negative peer groups, getting outside your comfort zone, and taking responsibility for the outcomes. And this is really the first major point. For many, many years, I watched a lot of television because it was tension relieving. I knew it wasn't goal achieving. Tension relieving or goal achieving? How are your evenings? What are your weekends? How do you spend your free time? What do you control in your life? You certainly control your spiritual beliefs, so believe strongly the way you want. You control your thoughts and attitudes, which come out of your beliefs. You certainly control your goals, they're yours. Your commitments to your goals, no one controls those but you, and your priorities, you control. Your role models, well, you don't always control them, and your kids are really attracted and fascinated by the Britney Spears syndrome. They're attracted by celebrities. They're attracted by action and violence. Why? It's just visceral. It's like a roller coaster ride where you put your arms up. It frightens you, but you want to do it again. And so there's this role modeling going on. Unfortunately, many of their personal lives don't match their money accomplishments. Your knowledge sources, you control those. You control your memberships, who you join. You control whether you listen or talk. And the most important thing I've learned is that third one, your free time, which I call prime time. Why is it prime time? Because it's from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 nights a week. I'm tired of watching other people making money having fun in their professions. They want us to watch so they can get ratings and earn more money. And we watch them because we're unhooking from the monotony of our lives, and we're hoping to somehow escape from the drudgery of regular life to live through the celebrities and reality television. It actually entertains us, but if you will, understand, I've written 15 books, and every one has been written in prime time. 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and on Saturdays. You see, I can't write during the week. I'm earning money. I'm putting food on the table. I have to be doing in prime time what the rest of the population is not willing to do. And the differentiation between success and mediocrity is what you do in prime time. Whether you read, whether you write, whether you computer, network, and whether you have intimacy. The other thing you can do in prime time, which is fantastic, is get off the couch and out. Get out of the house and into ethnic restaurants. Get to job fairs, computer shows, anything that will let you and your family realize the options that you have in a world so full of abundance that it's like a gingerbread world. If you'll just take your children out of the television internet world and out to where it's happening and live it rather than watch it. You control your friendships, educational level, and you do control your discretionary income, which we call disposable income in the United States. We call it disposable because we get any extra, we dispose of it as quickly as we can. That way we buy things that make us feel good, and we go places and put it on our MasterCard. Buy now, pay never. Response to daily events, you control your response, and that's why it's so important to understand that bad news sells. The fire that burns another warms the general population, the fact they're glad they weren't the victim of the day. So people pass on bad news, it insulates them and isolates them from the tragedies that are happening to other people. Please understand, good news never sells because it's elevator music. Good news is no news at all. So the only thing you'll witness is everything that's happening that's bad, and it'll give you just a little bit of a feeling of jaded concern unless you understand that it's been going on since the beginning of time. Energy crisis looms, whale blubber shortage, 1862. Your own internal standards, best in your knowledge, rewards and consequences. And please, as long as your children don't get either physically or emotionally damaged, don't take their lunch to school when they forget it. Tell them we'll be eating early tonight, and ask them to borrow some lunch money or a sandwich from one of their friends, and let them experience the logical consequence or reward of their own actions, and then put their lunch by the door the next day. But please, don't create turkeys when you want to create eagles who can fly from the nest. CEO of your own life, but a team player? Yes. The statue of responsibility. Many speakers like me talk about Viktor Frankl, Viktor Frankl. He led the resistance movement in Auschwitz and Dachau. He watched with, if you will, detachment, people who became virtual saints or animals, depending on whether they ate or didn't. And he found the most curious thing, and Jim alluded to it earlier. Shared responsibility creates a very interesting aspect physically. If you eat all the bread that you have, you live. If you eat only a piece of the bread but share the other part, you live longer than if you ate all the bread. Why? because you're taking responsibility for someone other than yourself, so you're accountable. You're looking beyond yourself. Viktor Frankl, many years ago before he died, I think he died in 1995, but Viktor Frankl came to, like Solzhenitsyn did from Russia, and said that we should erect on Alcatraz the Statue of Responsibility. And I've been petitioning for it. It won't be built. Usually they want a casino or just a tourist place out there in the old rusting Alcatraz, but you remember what that island rock would be like if she was standing on it. Think about her, the Statue of Responsibility, the twin of the Statue of Liberty. You remember the French gave us the Statue of Liberty, and she stands tall guarding Ellis Island at Battery Park. And she has, remember, the chains and the tablet in one hand and the torch in the other, and the torch says, "Bring me your tired and hungry. Come on in, immigrants. Free to choose, free to win, free to lose." This country gives you that freedom of choice. But on the other harbor, in San Francisco, on Alcatraz, should be the other lady, the forgotten side of freedom. The reason no society has ever survived its own success, because they forgot what happens when you make a choice. You always get the reward of the unfailing boomerang. Your rewards will always equal the quality and amount of service you render first. And there she stands, looking out the Golden Gate Bridge, the Statue of Responsibility, an eagle in one hand, the great American desire to be free of all restrictions, to do what we want, say what we want, dress how we want, be how we want. But in the other hand of the Statue of Responsibility is a baby, which signifies our responsibility to the next generation. For every choice that we make, we have to live with that choice for generations to come. Well, it won't be built. And I learned early about responsibility because I was a chauvinistic pig Navy Top Gun jet pilot at Miramar, just when Tom Cruise was crawling around with a pacifier then too. I wore my flight suit to mow the lawn. The neighbors would know who lived next door. Put my helmet on, drove a Porsche Targa looking for Honda Civics. Used to chase Hondas. Get over there, I'm only in second. Blow sailboats back to the starting line in San Diego Harbor. One sailboat gets ahead, it's not fair. You blow them all back and start over again. The greatest thrill of a Navy pilot is that when you're 22, you can't die. So you believe you're immortal. So you find a farmer. He's driving a John Deere, which you know is Russian. It's a half track and he's plowing alfalfa over in the Imperial Valley. There's 4 of us. We pretend we're the Blue Angels. We come in from the 4 points of the compass, supersonic, so he can't hear us coming. We do a fleur-de-lis air show and hit the afterburner coming straight down on his tractor and raise it off the bean patch. It's called levitation, the helicopter effect. The farmer looks frightened. It hits the irrigation disc. He leaps off the tractor. But a farmer is the only person that can leap off his tractor and memorize your number going by. And then call the authorities. It was those Navy guys again. That's the mentality I had. 2 Charles Bronson Viva Zapata bullet belts, a .45. They take me hostage, they take me dead. Crocodile Dundee knife, walked into my kitchen, threw my gun belt on the counter. The warrior is home and he's hungry. My wife said, "Have a bud, it's in the fridge." "What you doing there?" "I'm trying to feed your daughter Gerber's strained squash and she won't eat it." I said, "She eats what we give her." I was raised with Ross Perot. She said she doesn't like it. That's why I'm giving her applesauce and some selections. I said, "Selections?" Don't give her any dessert unless she cleans her plate. That's the way we were raised, which is why I'm chubby today. I just clean my plate no matter if I'm hungry or not. He said she won't eat it. And I said, "I'll show you what she'll do. You want to learn how to raise children? Use the old power management. Firings will continue until morale improves. I'll show you." Put my helmet on. Daughter strapped in, can't get out. 11 months old, perfect. "Open up, management." Gums clamped shut in defiance, pupils pinpointed in her eyeballs. "Well, you don't like to be intimidated, huh? Maybe you're like your father, mind of your own. I'll give you the managing by wandering about I learned from Stephen Covey. What you do is you You eat half the jar of Gerber's strained squash yourself. That way the child sees a role model and mentor doing what you want them to do. Then they watch you doing it, they love and respect you, and then they do it. It's called airplane in the hangar. Airplane in the hangar. Delicious fiber-based carbohydrate, food of the gods. I saw her eyes flash with anger, and I knew what she was thinking, although she could not talk. Go ahead, fatso, you like it, you eat it. I said, don't you look at your father like that. You don't look at your father like that. You eat what we give you. The phone rang, my wife left. Good, time for me to take over. A little power management, use fear. Baby buyers coming by and I don't need much money. I did what no person should ever do to a child. I've never done it again. No one was watching except God, and he was letting me make a fool of myself. I pushed your cheeks together. Can you imagine anyone doing that with an 11-month-old child strapped in a high chair? That's what you really call arrogance. I stuffed it full of squash like every good father would do. She decided to die by holding her breath. Her face turned red and purple, so did mine. I said, you're not the only child. Before you die, you'll swallow. Stop holding your breath. 15 seconds gone on the kitchen clock, no brain damage. Hang on. Put a mirror under her nose, no condensation. That's okay. Come on, honey. 5 bites of squash, gets 1 bite of applesauce, has a commission if the squash clears. Any question? And then she began to make rapid decisions at 11 months old, angle, range, distance. I felt the linear accelerator through the nozzle effect. As you know, when you squeeze a hose at the end, it goes further. As I squeezed, she exhaled, and a steady stream of Mount St. Helen went up my nasal pituitary area. I made a fatal Southern California yuppie air. I went, have you ever snorted squash? It burns, it clogs. I tripped on the high chair and fell convulsing on the floor. Fortunately, I was wearing my helmet. My wife, Southern Baptist, walked in. She said, what happened, Top Gun? I said, nothing. She doesn't like squash. Don't make a big deal about it. The years have flown. The children have grown and flown. But sometimes us old road warriors don't come to these meetings and commit to change. My kids, grown and flown, come over for Easter dinner. I gave them their inheritance meeting. I dare you to give your children an inheritance meeting when they reach about 18 to 20. What you do is you bring them all over and tell them how much they're going to inherit as a result of your untimely demise at some point in the future. They'll come dressed in designer clothing. They'll come early and they'll hang on every word. And I dare you to say, we want you to have the same joy of earning that we've had. So there won't be any windfall at the end of the road, because we know you'll want to take a world trip, a cruise, or buy a new Ferrari. Instead, we're going to give you education and help you if things go bad, but we're going to give you the same joy of personal responsibility and earning that we have had. Oh, my children, we love you so much. And the residual of our estate is going to abused orphans who've never had a mother or father or education. We feel like abused orphans. I said, how do you account for the fact your adopted sister from Mexico is doing better than some of you? She said, easy to explain, we have your genes. I said, well, yeah, you treated her like a customer and us like employees. We love her, Dad. Don't call her adopted. Drop the adjectives. My daughter said to me, Dad, I noticed we have some summer squash with marshmallow and pineapple in it to kill the taste. I said, yeah, you have summer squash, your grandma brought potluck, and you'll eat grandma's squash. You get Haagen-Dazs for dessert if you clean your plate. You eat what grandma brought. She has a heart valve problem, needs lots of encouragement. But I don't like squash, Dad, I never have. Well, there's a squash gene or it's El Nino. I don't know why you don't like squash. He said, we do. I said, yeah, your mother tried to force feed you when you were young. She said it was El Padre, not El Nino. It was you, Dad. And one thing I've learned, children take over very early in life and start making choices. And punishment is also if you will, not a good thing. It's different than discipline. Punishment gets a reaction, and therefore people will act up in order to get punished. At least they're getting attention. And please, if you have small children, please don't give them treats and goodies when they whine. Because if whining gets a reward, the whining will accelerate and become a tantrum, which gets more rewards. And if you wait till the children are in public, it's way too late because you can't let them act up in public. So please, at home, delay their gratification and let them get a logical consequence to their action, which is usually a timeout or a penalty box or a loss of a small privilege, but not punishment, because it's a form, if you will, of reward. Every choice carries a responsibility of living with it, and this second point, beyond self-determination. Okay, all right, I'm driving, and God says that I should make decisions and follow role models with proven track records of success. So what you're saying is that you deal the cards and I play the cards based on what I believe is right. Yes. The second Olympic ring would be self-esteem, which I really believe in. I believe that winners believe in their dreams when that's all they have to hang on to. I believe that what gets in the way is fear, and fear is always of catastrophic danger. Fear is obviously of rejection. Fear is of failure and of change, the unfamiliar. The unknown, the unfamiliar, the rejection. The bottom one is where I've been stuck. Most speakers claim they're raised in a poor family. I was. My father was a penniless alcoholic, died of lung cancer and cirrhosis of the liver. He said these things will kill you, and they did. And he smoked because he saw the movie actors and actresses smoke, and during our days, the best seats in the theaters were all smoking. They were called the loggias, and they were all leather with ashtrays. And so the smokers would sit in the best seats in the house. They'd buy the cigarettes out in the lobby and be smoking, and we could just barely see the screen, which is why we sat in front. So he drank and smoked himself to death, and as a result, I grew up with the fear of success, doubting myself and feeling guilty when I had success. If you've come from a family that does not have money or success, you might think that you're just a little reckless, believing that you're worth it. But overcome the fear of doubt and the fear of guilt. Guilt is when you get the biggest piece of cake at your own birthday. Guilt is when you do well and other people say, I got lucky. And they think you're selfish because you're successful, but you must be able to step out and forward and handle the guilt and doubt that other people may have. False evidence appearing real, all the speakers use that. Ignorance, what will happen? Prejudice, I can't forget what happened. And premonition, it will happen again. The mind is incredible. It'll happen again, I know it. I can't forget what happened. I'm not going to get married again because of that experience. And what will happen in the future? I've just written a book, Safari to the Soul, How to Overcome Fear in the Savage Paradise Called Life. I think life is a savage paradise. I think it's a paradise to people who know how to work with it, and it's a savage place for those who don't. And the most important thing to understand is that life is a jungle, and the jungle is neutral. Life is a backdrop, and you and I are the players. The question is, do you want to be an unfamiliar tourist in the jungle, or do you want to be a guide? If you're a guide, you understand. You understand that there's breadfruit, bananas, mangoes, papayas, and clean water and places to hide. If you're a tourist, there are black mambas, yellow mambas, scorpions, lions, tigers, and there's malaria and yellow fever. There's all the dangers if you're inexperienced. If you're experienced, you see the potential. If you're inexperienced, you see the danger. Knowledge, training, skills, and experience overcome fear. You get role models, coaches, and mentors. They help you learn the correct swing, and then you gain courage and confidence with knowledge and training. The best way to overcome fear is knowledge and action, and that's why you're here. You're here to eliminate the fear of the unknown, the fear of rejection, the fear of change, and the fear of success. Self-esteem, I'd like to give it to every child in the world, a deep down inside the skin feeling of your own worth, regardless of your age, your looks, your ethnicity, your gender, or your background. Given my parents and my background, I'm glad I'm me. I'd rather be me living at this time than any other time in history. I'm not the best looking in the group. I look my best in a group. Self-esteem is believing that you have enough potential to become a world-class person. And all you need to do is find somebody else who believes enough in you to help coach you through it and mentor you through it. Regardless of current performance, that's the problem, isn't it? But I'm not earning, I haven't done anything. How can I feel good if I haven't done it yet? Well, that's just it. It's potential, not performance. And you'll understand. If there were 4 legs to the chair, or 4 cornerstones, the 4 legs would certainly become affiliation and belonging. A gang is when you belong even if it's wrong, but it gives you power. If you don't belong at home, you belong to a gang. Everyone wants to belong to a winning team. One of the reasons that motherly love is the greatest, it's the affiliation between mother and child that creates the optimism of self-esteem. The father is very important because without a father, you tend to want to associate with the outside gang and break away. So belonging is a winning family or team. We all want an esprit de corps. We all want to hang around winners. Worthiness is very difficult to get, especially today, because we see athletes and celebrities who do these incredible things and we don't think we measure up. If you have children still, make sure you go into their room just before they go to sleep and create a straitjacket out of their sheets and blankets. Fold them over so they can't move. And they're lying there on their pillow and they can't move their head away from you. All animals out, cell phone off, computer shut down, video games not there, and you've got them. Hi, I've been watching you and you're about the most special human being I've ever met. I'm so glad to be your parent. I love you so much unconditionally. There's no conditions on my love. I love you so much. And having a feeling of worthiness, regardless of what you're doing, is the underpinning of unconditional love and built-in value. It's as if we're all a piece of carbon that can be a priceless diamond, but we all have the value going in, and all we have to do is cut and shape it. With what? An identity. What identity? Each human is born with 5 to 7 major talents. Do you know what your 5 to 7 are minimum? The ability to hold a scalpel steady is inborn. Tweezer dexterity is inborn. Finger dexterity is inborn. The ability to deal with words is inborn. Colors and shapes and spatial relations are inborn. They need to be brought out of the soil and watched and developed. What are yours? Sure, there are your hobbies, but you can earn money with them as well. And even if you don't, you want to spend more time doing what you love, your identity or your talent, strengths, and a positive label. Competence can make up for all 3. If you didn't have a winning family, if you've never felt worthy, and if you don't know what your identity is, you can still become a champion by competence. That's called self-efficacy. When you begin to do something and it gives you a feeling of control over the outcomes of little things, local competence creates global risk. In other words, when you do something locally that's successful, you want to take on more responsibility and risk. And therefore, self-trust is your ability to solve minor problems and then bigger ones. The key to self-esteem is the ability to take your value and pay it forward or pay it out, and to be able to accept it when it's paid to you. And many of you have known through the years that all of us who talk about it say that one of the biggest tip-offs on self-esteem is eye contact when you're talking and listening without looking down and away. A child who can raise his or her head up and look you in the eye, reach out his or her hand, look you in the eye, and give you their name. Hello, my name is, and mean it. Even liking the sound of their own name. When you make a telephone call, you always give your own name first as you're calling. Why? Value, available, to serve, to be remembered. When you're answering the phone, you give your name, even at home. Why? They may not know you're there. They may not know it's your home. So you tell them who you are. I know my kids have said, "We know, Dad, just checking." Because I give my name, Dennis Waitley. I remember writing my first book, The Psychology of Winning. It wasn't any good, so I left it in the drawer for 5 years. It wasn't the book wasn't any good, the author wasn't. There's a difference between what you do and who you are, and if you don't feel worthy as an author, you just can't get anything published. And I remember sending, like all authors do, you remember Stephen King, you remember what happened with Carrie, you remember that he sent it out, 15 times, you remember how many times it was rejected, you remember when the baby got sick, you remember when they pulled the phone out, remember he was making $50 a week working in a laundry. How would you like to walk into a laundromat and find Stephen King? Hi, come on in. I'll tell you a story while we're going through spin. He could play an instrument. He played a musical instrument and he wrote, but his wife just got tired. The baby was sick. They had no phone. So she sent Carrie out one more time. So it became the best-selling book and the best-selling movie of that year. And ever since he's done it, it really takes this kind of persistence and accepting any value and paying it out. So when anyone says anything to you of any value, please learn the Olympic way of accepting a gold medal. The Olympic way is to put your shoulders back and say, "Thank you. I appreciate it." If you say, "Just lucky, I guess," they'll know it was. If they say, "Great golf shot," and you say, "Close my eyes and swung," they'll say, "Right on, Duffer." If they bring you a present for your birthday, please don't say, "Oh, you shouldn't have. You spent too much." They'll think they did. And otherwise, you won't get a raise either because you may not be worth it. Your humble self. Humility is serving others with grace. Humiliation is where you're constantly knocking the product, believing that if you knock yourself, you'll be a steward. No, you won't. People always listen to the way you explain yourself, the way you talk about your problems, the way you communicate. It's a tip-off. Self-esteem is the ability to pay value forward and accept it graciously when paid to you. And a lot of it has to do with the way you talk. We'll get into that in just a minute. So you can accept it comfortably. You can praise and critique performance without feeling rejected. You can reinforce good behavior and boost it if it's a failure. Being clean and neat is a tip-off. People who hurt themselves don't like themselves. People who help themselves like themselves. Eye contact, communication, and positive self-talk. You've heard it 1,000 times, but in a minute I'll give you the Olympic way. The most important opinion you'll ever have is the one you have of yourself. No one looks at a photo of you with such scrutiny. Just look at your own wedding pictures or look at any picture that's been taken of you and you'll look at yourself and say, "Ooh, don't you have another one?" We tend to be so critical of ourselves. Every blemish instead of blessing is what we count. The word TIP is an acronym. Every speaker, you'll hear Brian's acronyms. Jim Rohn has acronyms. We're walking acronyms. Fear, false evidence appearing real. Luck, laboring under correct knowledge. LUCK. POSH, port out, starboard home, cruise ship. POSH accommodations, port side out, starboard home. The word TIP, to ensure performance. That's what it means. Wait a minute. If TIP is to ensure performance, why do I give it after the meal? Too late. Too late then. You're reinforcing something that we're giving 15 to 17%, even if it wasn't good service. They expect the tip. Two kinds of tips. Reinforce good behavior, tremendous feeling of recognition. But the best tips are given before anyone does anything because it raises the level of expectation in your children, your associates, and in you. Would you want to tip on a good stock? You bet you would. Well, why would you bet on them? They haven't done anything yet. But they have good management. What does that mean? It means they're going to perform. Yeah, but you want me to bet on them before they perform? Yeah, you invest in them and then it goes up. If you wait until after, it's too late. The people are already selling when you're buying. A tip is an expected level of achievement which you want to give to yourself and other people, because only an expected level of success is motivational. And if you expect more from yourself and others, you will perform more to that expectation than anything else. Non-situational integrity, we covered that. And I'm not perfect. And men have a tendency to want to court a woman by having the woman think everything good about them before the sale. It's called synchronous selling. Candlelight. Of course, candlelight. Why? Can't see the blemishes in candlelight. Candlelight, rose on the pillow, roses, soft music, Chardonnay, walks on the beach, sunset. What kind of man are you? I'm a sunset man. I'm a walk on the beach man. I'm a Chardonnay man. I'm a quiche man. I'm a good man. I'm a nice man. I notice you wear a gun. Now I only wear it for effect. I'm not violent. How come you like boxing? I don't know. I like to watch men beat each other into unconsciousness, but it's okay. I'm a nice man. I notice you have a big dog. I'll shoot him. I like cats. Are you telling me that you like cats? Yes, if you like cats, I like cats. You like to dance? Love to dance. All men love to dance during the engagement and romantic phase. They'll dance every night of the week just to have that woman love them. And then when you get married, they develop an old football injury. They can't dance because it looks weird, and they're not going to line dance or electric slide dance. They're not going to do any of those weird dances. All I've ever wanted, and you've ever wanted, is for somebody to be as advertised. And so when you're standing making vows, or a president, or a leader, or anyone, always be my dream of you. Never let me wake to find untrue all this I had imagined about you. The world is full of dark occurrences, and heaven-born castles crumble to the ground. Yet still there lives beauty and true love, and right succeeding over wrong, we tremble at its half-forgotten sound. Oh, stay your hand and leave my heart its song. Please, my husband, no surprises. Would you just be 24/7 the person who courted me in the beginning? I think what we're looking for in this world is people we can trust, and you'd never stab a friend in the back. And that's why the most important thing for me is to be honest. And it's one of the most difficult things to practice, what one preaches. Reminders, high standards of ethics, always benchmark successful individuals, and you don't have to do it in your profession. You'll learn more from people outside your profession than you will from people in the same profession. You can learn from very different people, and that's why you should develop a variety of friends and associates. Get together once a week with a mastermind group. If you join a chat room, chat with winners. Please don't join people with the same problems unless they're solving the problems. If you get fired, don't go down to the bar and hang around with people who have just been fired. It's a pity party, group griping, and grudge collecting. Hang around with people who have what you don't have yet. Your personal and professional business is consistent. Life is like a field of newly fallen snow. Every step I take, every step will show. You'll hear from Jim Rohn in his goal-setting seminar why everyone talks about target-seeking behavior. Zig Ziglar says a goal is a dream with a deadline, and everyone talks about goal setting. Purpose is the engine. Purposeful people. My doctorate was on why no American prisoner ever escaped from a minimum security camp during the Korean and Vietnam War. A minimum security camp is one with no guard dogs, no barbed wire, and a country club setting where you get more food. But you also get brainwashed and get literature and get talked about on why you should say that what you're doing is not right. They're able to separate leaders from other people who just got drafted or really don't want to be there or are frightened. So the people who are frightened or there for the duration get put in minimum security camps and get trained. It's a training camp. People who don't know where they're going are easy marks for cults, because if you're disoriented, that's why they keep the lights on and keep you tired. They can brainwash you more easily if you're non-directed, especially if you don't have any strong religious background. So purposeful and purposeless people is what I studied. The death rate was 10 times higher in the minimum security camps. The disease rate was higher. People escaped from the maximum security camp, but no one ever escaped from minimum security camp. And Viktor Frankl's search for meaning is just being accountable for other people as well as yourself. You've probably seen the Franklin Covey group, and for many years, Hiram Smith and Franklin Covey have always used SMART goals, which is another acronym. The mind is specific in design, and you can do a PET scan or an MRI of the human brain, and it does not deal with vague ideas very well. But when you get focused, the MRI scan begins to hit, if you will, on things that are very, very critically important to keep you alive. So in your brain, the things that are the most specific and the most, if you will, current, not way out there, but current, are the ones that get your attention. So they need to be specific. They need to be measured in that you need to have a starting point and some way to measure your accomplishment. They need to be achievable, which means not $1 billion, but something that's just out of reach, but not out of sight. And they need to be really, really yours and not somebody else's. Nothing you do that somebody else has suggested will have the same motivating power as something that you're personally committed to. Time deadlines. Why is Domino's Pizza here? Because of Ypsilanti, Michigan's students' ability to begin the term paper the night before it's due. So the Dominic brothers delivered pizza in a crush-resistant box in 30 minutes with coffee so the students could stay up all night and cram for the exam and do their term paper. Why? Had a deadline. You don't really get excited about doing anything until it's due. Taxes, April 15th, time to go. But never set a deadline on a character goal. I'm going to be a good father by 2007. Well, I'm a good father now because it's a character goal. It's in the present tense. And then you ratchet your way to the top by setting little high jump hurdles like the Olympians. And I can tell you what Lance Armstrong and the postal team did for the Tour de France. I was there, and they had the stages figured out exactly where they needed to be and in what time he needed to do each part of that race in order to make sure that the yellow jersey was his. Incremental, stair-stepping, ratcheting your way to the top. Time deadlines, those things with pulling power. Pulling power means you can't put them on your MasterCard. A goal is nothing you can buy on time. A goal is something you cannot now afford to buy, so you must reach to get it. And it passes the win-win test. If I do it, how will it impact the other people in my life? Will it be a double win? If they win, will I win? If you're into psychology, you understand you always move toward your currently dominant thought. That's why, for many, many years, with Maxwell Maltz beginning, we used the term affirmation, which is really a cognitive therapy. Cognitive therapy is when an Olympian puts in the present tense the self-talk or the self-statement that will drive the body to do what they're talking about. When the mind talks, the body listens and acts accordingly. Since you move toward your currently dominant thought, you can't concentrate on the reverse of an idea. What does that mean? Clean up your room, you pigs. The children go, you say, that's right, it's a pigsty, clean it up. They clean it up, get up the next day, they know who they are. Can you imagine telling a tight wire walker with no net, windy day, no net, don't fall? Why would you tell anyone what you didn't want them to do? Because they couldn't concentrate on the reverse of it. Case in point, don't think of a red Ferrari. Well, why not? Well, because you don't want to think about it, you can't get it, so don't think of a red Ferrari. I say to my grandchildren, whatever you do, don't laugh. And they say, I'm angry now, I don't want to laugh, even though you look stupid, Papa. Don't smile with that stupid look. I don't want to be happy now. I said, but if you're not careful, you're going to smile. There we were in church. She was wearing a hat with wax fruit on it. She was older and wore the same hat. And I noticed that there was a little tremor that day, and the apple was marginal. The apple began to jiggle, and the apple fell off her hat and rolled down the aisle into the offering tray. I tried, I couldn't hold it. I went, and my children started giggling, and the pastor asked us to leave. Have you ever been asked to leave church? It's humiliating. I told my children, don't laugh in church. It was okay for me to, because I held my nose and sounded like I was just coughing. But you all giggled. They said, Dad, what if the banana falls off this week? I said, even if the banana falls off, we are not going to laugh in church, are we? And we didn't even make it through the atrium. We had to be outside like Schuler's old drive-in church. They didn't even let us in. We were giggling before we arrived. You cannot tell somebody what not to do unless it's imminently physically dangerous or last resort. Keep your head down so you won't get it shot off. That's fear. But if you tell somebody, don't do this, it's the reminder of the currently dominant thought. So don't put a can't or a don't. You can't lose weight. You can become trim and fit. You can't overcome procrastination. You can be an on-time person. The mind moves toward the dominant thought, not away from what you don't want. So please don't set goals that are in the negative. It's like looking through the rearview mirror and driving in reverse. Self-expectation. So if we got self-determination, you're behind the wheel. If you've got self-esteem, you're worth the effort. If you've got self-direction, specificity. And remember, specificity is the key. Well, I want to write this book. Well, what's the title? I don't have one yet. Too bad. Come back when you do. How many pages will it be? A lot of pages. Do you know they used to give you the price of the book based on the number of pages in it? And a publisher would ask you when you can write how many pages and submit to them and when the deadline is, because they publish a year in advance. Did you know that you have to tell the publisher when each part of the manuscript will be due, and then they will begin to give you a due date based upon the specificity of your project? Most people don't make it because they're too vague and nebulous about what they want. The mind does not relate to getting enough, being rich, and having peace. It wants to know specifically, with parameters, what you want. This riddle at the top, why do we do what we do when we know what we know? Because we don't do what we know, we do what we've learned, and they're much different. Last night we had a little session in here, and you promised me, those who were here last night, that you would not play this game of why do we do what we do when we know what we know. It is called observation, imitation, repetition. Observation, imitation, repetition, internalization, reflex. Did you know that the Olympians do not try to win, they remember how to win? They don't try during the Olympic Games in Athens, they don't try. They relax, concentrate, focus, and get in the zone. And the zone is being in the moment with no future, no past. You're just there, enjoying the exhilaration of letting it happen, what you've learned for 1,200 previous days. But there's a seditious movement. It's called advertising. It's called promotion. And the advertisers know that 1.6 million at the Super Bowl will sell more beer. They know, because it's repetition of the message that causes you to make the buy decision without remembering or knowing that you remember. And so it's called The Joke Is on Us. Now remember, if you're there last night, don't play. Say the word joke out loud. Joke. Spell it out loud. J-O-K-E. Say it again. Joke. Spell it J-O-K-E. Say it out loud. Joke. Spell it J-O-K-E. What do you call the white part of an egg? Egg white is the white part of an egg. Yolk is this yellow core center. I said yolk. Why? It rhymed with joke, was associated with an egg. I didn't want to say yolk, but I did anyway. Why? I reflexed based upon conditioning. And then we got Bill Gates. You're the richest person in the world, sir. You look like Harry Potter with intelligence. I'm going to give you a little test, Mr. Gates. Say the word silk. He said silk, S-I-L-K, silk, S-I-L-K, silk, S-I-L-K. What do cows drink? He said milk. I went, sir, with all due respect, cows drink water. They like a big tub of water. Only calves drink milk, and cows drink water. He said it sounded reasonable with the software you gave us. I got my son, Dennis Jr. He wanted to borrow my Mercedes. Are you kidding? The way he drives, I gave him a driver's test. POTS, P-O-T-S, POTS, P-O-T-S, POTS, P-O-T-S. What do you do when you come to a green light? He said, stop. It was POTS spelled backward. It sounded right. It was the reverse. Doesn't matter whether it's backward or forward. It's just POTS, currently dominant thought. He said, stop. It was green. He flunked. Couldn't use the car. On his way out, he said, roast. I went R-O-A-S-T, roast, R-O-A-S-T. He said, what do you put in the toaster? I said, toast. He said, no, you don't. It burns. You put bread in, but you're as dumb as everybody else. I said, I am indeed. Now remember, violence is learned, even though people know better. They do it anyway because it's a conditioned reflex, which is called habit. And habits are submarines. They're silent and deep, and they're easy to get into by observation, imitation, repetition. Please don't spend too much time in front of the tube. When you come out of a movie, you want to feel more human than when you went in. And no matter what they tell you, understand secondhand violence is the same as secondhand smoke. You don't think it impacts you, but it does. Even if you don't think it does, it doesn't matter how intelligent you are. It changes. It's the lyric of life that's the software, and the software drives the hardware. The habits of excellence, goal rehearsal in a relaxed environment. Now we'll get into the Olympics. You've heard of self-imaging. You've heard of verbal, visual, and emotional scripting. And you've always wondered why it should be affirmed in the present tense. And that's because the mind deals effectively with things that are currently critically important in the present. It puts in working memory the things that are important to you now. It puts in, if you will, a memory that is soon forgotten if things are too far. At the Olympic level, it's called visual motor behavioral rehearsal, VMBR. It is the most incredible thing to watch an Olympian when they really have this down. The skiers do it. Have you seen them? You've seen them up at the top getting ready to come down the giant slalom. And you've seen them in their imagination go down and never hit a gate and never miss the flag. And you've seen them do it within. If you've seen figure skaters, it's unbelievable how many triple axels they can do in their mind without falling on the ice and being hurt. The greatest thing about simulation is it prevents the failure of the first attempt, and it makes you do it right in drill so you'll do it right in life. We really are creations of habit. So visual motor behavioral rehearsal. It began with autogenic training. And understand, as you're talking to people about your life and your goals and about what you're doing in life, why is it important to say, I am doing this? I am more successful. Because the mind is listening carefully to the importance you're giving to now. My arms and legs are heavy and warm. I'm relaxing. My arms and legs are heavy and warm. Interestingly enough, your brain says the only way I can do that for you, sir, is to dilate the arteries. And so if your arms and legs are heavy and warm, your brain makes them heavy and warm by dilating and sending the blood to the extremities. My stomach is warm. At the Olympic level, usually you're ready for battle. So the blood comes out of your stomach and to the biceps and the areas that you're going to use. And so with no blood in the stomach, you begin to digest yourself, and you have this terrible problem of, if you will, acidic stomach. So the best thing to do is make your stomach warm by sending the blood back to your stomach. Whose stomach is warm? Mine. Not going to be warm, not someday going to be warm, but my stomach is warm. My breathing is relaxed and effortless. My heartbeat is slow and regular. We put the earphones on the Olympic athletes. We let them hear a CD of the resting heart rate of a Lance Armstrong. Thump, thump. Wow, 1 beat per second, unbelievable. I've never been much below 70, 75. Thump. Perfect for an archer, perfect for a skeet shooter or a pistol shooter or a rifle shooter. Why? Thump, thump, thump. Hold your breath, squeeze, thump. Once more. Thump, thump, thump. Hold your breath, squeeze, thump. When you're able to squeeze the trigger between heartbeats, you don't jiggle it off the bullseye. As you begin to take autogenic control, you realize there's a continuous feedback loop, a biofeedback loop, which is why the mind, body, and spirit work together. There's no such thing as a lack of faith. There's only good faith or voodoo. And voodoo is negative belief, and good faith is believing in things unsaid, unseen, that are positive. My breathing is relaxed and effortless. I've watched Olympians come down. I can't believe that it's 20 years since Mary Lou Retton was here in Los Angeles. She was 17. Most of you were just either little children, or some of you may not even been alive, but most of you are over 20, so you're maybe 5 years old, 7, 10, 12. Mary Lou Retton, 17, little page boy haircut, red, white, and blue bodysuit. Los Angeles Poly Pavilion, standing in front of the vault, needing a 9.95 to tie the Romanian for the gold. No American woman had ever won a gold medal in gymnastics. Blown out knee, no problem. Felt a little chunky. Bella Karoli, the defected Romanian coach who taught Nadia Comaneci, the only other woman who'd ever had a perfect 10. And there's Mary Lou, 17 years old. What if it was me in her red, white, and blue bodysuit? What an image. What would I say to this vulnerable Olympian? What do you say when you talk to yourself? What do you say before you go to sleep? What do you say in the morning? What do you say before an exam? What do you say to this Olympian as you begin to perform? I would say, why me? Thank God it's Friday, break a leg. Bronze isn't so bad, just being here is special. Romanians are better trained, probably on drugs. Wish my parents weren't here. What a jinx. There you are chewing gum. I'm standing here getting upset stomach. Here goes nothing. Hope I don't fall. Just, well, adios. I put my arm around her for a photo opportunity. I'm chairman of psychology. She said, really? I never attended your sessions. I was too busy training. I went, it's okay, I take credit in the photo. We did it. I said, let me ask you this. What were you thinking of just before you did the vault? She said, what everyone thinks about before they do anything. I said, what does a teenager think about before she does anything? And she said, it's simple. I did what you would expect me to do. Relax, heart rate down. Thanks for the car pose, Mom. This vault's for you. Speed, power, explode, extend, rotate, plant the feet at the end. When the pressure's on, I get better just like drill. Come on, Mary Lou, this is your moment in history. Need a 10, got a 10. Let's go. I said, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just wanted to see if it's what you were thinking. And so you've got the vicious cycle or the victor's circle. So let's get out of the vicious cycle. We imagine ourselves to be successful. We pre-play it through simulation. We rehearse, we drill, we practice, we perform. Sometimes we perform well. We feed back with reinforcement. That's more like it. Now we're getting somewhere. Sometimes we do poorly. That's not like us. We're better than that. More input needed, target correction. Where? Always to the imagined desired result. Always to the outcome we want. Never punishing ourselves on the downward spiral. Winners imagine through goals, simulate through rehearsal, perform and then feedback. And neither is more important. Pre-play or replay are both as important. You may know me for the prisoners of war from Vietnam. I'm talking about 5.5 years in solitary confinement, 5.5 to 7. That's a long time. That's longer than a week in Iraq, I'll tell you. 5.5 years in an 8x8 cell with black pajamas and bare feet, never going outside and never talking. It's a long time to think. And there he was, Air Force Colonel George Hall. Wouldn't talk to him, wouldn't give him any information, so they kept him by himself for 5.5 years. But he was a good golfer, about 4 over par, 72 plus 4, 76. That was his golf game. So what do you do when things are not going well? You replay every success you've ever had when things are bad, and that's called the reinforcement or underpinning in bad times. He replayed every game he'd ever played in his cell for 5 years. Every divot, every stroke, every shot, every putt, every break, every flag, every ball wash, every game that he played well. And then you run out of games. And if you're younger, you don't have any games. So you pre-play other people's games that you've seen on television, the pros. You pre-play the pros and you replay your best. And the mind can't distinguish between simulated and real activity. It stores as fact anything that has been rehearsed with the emotion and repetition. He was released along with the other prisoners from Vietnam and came back, atrophied, teeth rotted, eyes bad, back to Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Could hardly wait to get back on the golf course. The New Orleans Open with Orville Moody in the Pro-Am. He shot a 76, atrophied and withered. The news media came up, "Congratulations, Colonel, beginner's re-entry luck, huh?" He said, "Luck, are you kidding? I never 3-putted to green in 5.5 years. Said, you have a golf course at the Hanoi Hilton?" He said, "Yeah, in your imagination, you never miss." The greatest thing about this God-given imagination is you have the ability to play it right, in advance, and correct, without actually falling or failing. My problem is I've been practicing my mistakes on the driving range. I practice my hooks and my slices and my dubs and my tops. Go out, try to knock the cover off the ball. No coach, no mentor, no correct swing. Just go out and slug it. And for years, I've been practicing errors rather than what's right. What trends will change your assumptions? I'll tell you one thing, fast forward. How can you be more effective and efficient? You know. More innovative, more imagination. What knowledge and skills do you need? And what do you enjoy that you would like to do more? Well, when you get to be my age, you've lived 3/4 of your life and you have this wonderful quarter left and you really are thinking about what you'd like to do. And that's why I'd like to finish my presentation in about 10 minutes maybe on self-dimension. I've always wanted to be a winner, but I've ended up being a coach who's still trying to win. They used to say divide and conquer, but now I know that power multiplies only when it's shared. I've looked beyond myself for meaning in life, and I want more self-dimension. You're the leader of yourself and others and your family, and you've got the vision of a future that's better. Don't be discouraged by the bad news. Mount St. Helen blew her stack. Fish died. Many salmon got home by an alternate route. The trees were blown down and sent to the mill with no labor in between. The tourist season came back. Everything I've ever seen is the people with the vision of what can happen. The ego is the funniest thing. You think people with big egos have self-esteem? They don't. They don't. They desperately need your approval in order to do what they do, and they have a leak in their self-esteem, and they constantly have to pump themselves up. Remember, the arena is a circus, and therefore the somersaults and the, if you will, after every play, strutting your stuff, that's carnival stuff. The real champions in life are so humble and gracious. They just continue doing what they do without all the posturing. So if you're young, don't posture. You don't need to. If you got the real thing, you don't have to flaunt a loud imitation. Delegating authority and responsibility, that means being strong enough to let people make mistakes and slow you down a little bit. Experimentation and mistakes. A good leader tolerates that. Participate personally while leading and visibly. Resist the temptation to do it yourself, but to be there. Embrace diversity and attract people who complement your own skills. You don't want to hire people who are most like you. You want to hire people and be around people who are different. It's very difficult. We like people who have the same religious belief. We like friends who have the same political belief. We like to be around people who we're comfortable with. And if you are, you'll never expand. Get a group of friends and associates who are so different from you that they constantly challenge your comfort zone, and you'll learn a lot more. Inspire and motivate every team member. The best way is to be there in person. I have 7 children, the one by adoption, 10 grandchildren, and they've never thanked me for the money, not once. The only thing we ever talk about in our reunions is the time we've spent together. I guarantee you that when you're there in person, it's better than any money, email, anything else, is being there for somebody. Inspire and motivate by being there. In an organization, you can describe the vision with passion. The working environment fosters inspiration and camaraderie. And instead of a needs assessment, those of you who are in real estate investments or in any kind of investment, I have found that people do what they want instead of what they need. So when I raise money for organizations, I don't always have to show them the tragedy of what's happening, but instead I show them how they can be part of something really wonderful and to cater to their desire for, if you will, recognition or community support. But I always ask people what they want, and by finding what they want, I know they'll be more motivated by their wants than their needs. Think about the money you spend. You are very careful when you're buying for your needs. You're very extravagant when you're buying for your wants. You will spend more and be more excited about something you really want than careful about something that you really need. Pay attention to the details because elephants don't bite, but fleas do, and the devil and the angel are in the details. It's really the little things that count. Look at yourself through the eyes of the others. One good way to look at yourself through the eyes of others is to go into your master bedroom, take off all your clothing in a strange California ritual. We live in the strange New Age state of California, not all of you, but some of us do, where we're searching for something else. There's more primal scream, there's more channeling in crystals, there's more weird stuff in California than anywhere else. But the thing to do is do what I learned in a Northern California rub-a-dub-dub in a redwood tub seminar. The guru said, go home, go to your bedroom. I forgot to lock the door. You need to lock your door. Then, with a smile on your face, remove every article of clothing. Stand naked in front of a full-length mirror with your eyes closed. And before you open them, put a paper bag over your head with eye holes cut out. And I dare you to stand in front of a full-length mirror with a bag over your head and look at yourself. I saw Nature's Revenge on Peeping Toms. I began to laugh and said, I don't know who you are, but I wish you'd get dressed. I gave myself a Miss America quarter turn to the left and glanced sideways. I saw things that were depressing that needed pressing. I did what only a Jim Rohn seminar attendee at the platinum level should dare, which is the rear view. I saw Miss Piggy twice struggling. I said, good Lord, what is this? And what happens, as you know, is we use small mirrors. Men shave. If we shaved naked in front of a full-length mirror, we'd cut our throats. If a woman was doing her makeup in front of full lighting, in front of a full-length mirror, she'd smear makeup all over her body. But instead, we use small mirrors and take a little at a time. And as the years go by, We justify and rationalize the person who has changed until we go, which you should never do, to your 50th high school reunion. Pass that one up. When you go to your 50th, you'll see old people who claim to be your classmates. You have capital name badges with a photo, your yearbook photo, on the capital name badge. It doesn't do any good. You don't look anything like that. You don't have your reading glasses anyway. And you see this small group of older people, and it's you in the mirror. When I looked at myself with a bag over my head, it hid the person I rationalized, and I saw a stranger with a bag over its head. I saw myself for the first time as others might see me. Unfortunately, my wife had walked in. She had thought at one time, even though I didn't shoot the dog and the dog ended up sleeping with us, and I still don't dance that much, she had thought I was brilliant at one time. Until she saw me standing naked with a bag over my head on October 30, 1985, and there I was, muttering, touching myself, and laughing. She said, "It finally happened. You've snapped." I said, "I haven't snapped. It's not what you think." She said, "You've been traveling through too many time zones. Perhaps a job at the university might work for you. What's your problem?" I said, "Wait a minute. PhD, speaker, author. She loved me at one time, sees me naked with the bag over my head. What do you do with it? October 30, try it." I put my fist on my hip, tried to look masculine. I said, "Trick or treat, dear, what do you think?" She looked at me from the chin down and said, "There's no treat there, I'll take the trick." She said, "Be kind to yourself, don't cut eye holes out." I said, "That's just great." But then these days, I look in the mirror and say, how would I like to be married to me? How would I like a father like me? How would I like a child like me if I were my 95-year-old mother? How would I like a friend, a mentor, an author like me if I were them? And that's empathy. Asking questions. I never learn when I lecture, only when I listen unconditionally. I'm enthused about everyone's success, not jealous. I realize that an appropriate touch is worth 1,000 words, and as we said, being there in person. In conclusion, I embrace the double win. I like to say, if you win, I win. Only if you win do I win. I'll give you what you want, I'll get what I want, self-respect. I'll make you glad you talked to me today. I'll be there. I'll try to help you get what you want. I'll make you glad you talked with me today, and someday, just someday, I'd love to have somebody whisper in my ear and say, the ultimate double win. I like me best when I'm with you. When I'm with you, somehow you allow me to be all I can be, and you inspire me to be all that I want. And for some reason, when I'm around you, I have that feeling. And that's the double winner when somebody says to you, this is my battle cry. You get to be my age, you say, chase your passion, not your pension. Chase your passion, you get a pension. You chase your pension, don't do anything with passion. My niece and nephew, David and Heidi Waitley, 3 little girls, 7, 5, and 2. They went out on their anniversary and made a terrible fertility drug mistake. They drank 2 Jose Cuervo perfect margaritas with salt. 2 Jose Cuervo with Grand Marnier perfect margaritas is a fertility drug. You throw caution to the winds. 3 margaritas, not a problem. But 2 is a problem. We're pregnant again, Uncle Dennis. We hope it's a boy this time. I said, it's been decided. You hope it's healthy and that you want it. Going to be 4 children for you. You're only 28 years old. That's a lot of kids at 28, 4. We're thinking it's going to be a boy. She delivered quadruplet girls. It's a true story. I have never laughed as hard and yet I went down to the Children's Hospital in San Diego and I put on a gauze mask and tried it. I'm Dr. Waitley here for the quads. They said, step aside, sir, you didn't do a thing. I said, I want to see Heidi. There she was, tired, confused. Sure, they heard more than one heartbeat, but margaritas are not fertility drugs. She didn't take one. She just got surprised. How do you feel, Heidi? I'm a little tired. We're going to need a new car. David, you're the father. 2 days growth of beard, eyes like burnt corks. How does it feel to have 7 little girls under the age of 7? He said, we're not going to need a new car. We're never going anywhere again. And they've never gone anywhere again, but that's not the point. The finishing point is, I watched the neonatal nurses and made a decision. For the rest of my life, I'm going to plant shade trees under which I know I'll never sit. I want to be a neonatal nurse. I want to not know that it's time to eat because I'm involved. I want to not know that it's time to get on the freeway because I'm engaged. I want to know that what I'm doing is as important to me as where I'm going. So I want to make a decision. Do I want to be here or want to be there? And I want to make that choice based on my passions, not my responsibilities, my requirements. You'll find me for the rest of my life in every grammar school, junior high, and high school, and all over China, getting ready for the 2008 Olympic Games, saying the same thing. You can be a total winner even if you're a beginner. If you think you can, you can. Think you can, you can. Wear the gold medallion, ride your own black stallion. If you think you can, it's not your talent or the gifted birth. It's not your bank book that determines worth. It isn't in your gender or the color of your skin. It's your attitude that lets you win. Rise above, stay in love, lose the weight, find the perfect mate. Profit and deflation, redirect your nation, make life a celebration. Think you can, it doesn't matter what you've done before. Little difference with the halftime score. It's never over till the final gun is there one. Keep on trying and you find you've won. You grab your dream, then believe it, go out and serve, you'll achieve it. If you think you can, you can. If you think you can, you can. And the high school kids say, oh, sir, you look like a lobster. You don't have the rhythm, sir. And I said, yeah, but you have to admit that the lyrics are good. They said, the lyrics are great. You just need to get more rhythm, sir. And I said, that's okay. We'll win together. I'd like to thank Jim for inviting me to almost like a reunion. I'd like to thank all of you for your attention. And I hope you got one idea. We're sitting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dennis Waitley, ladies and gentlemen. Dennis Waitley. All right, what a great morning we've had so far. Here's the first question for either one of you. What spiritual disciplines, practices, and traditions have been most helpful to you in your personal growth and the well-being of your family? So what spiritual traditions or disciplines?
Well, I was raised in the Christian faith. My parents made sure I was a pretty good scholar by the time I was 18. And that spiritual foundation for me has served me well all my life. From both my parents. Has seen me through, all the ups and downs, successes, failures, the whole thing everybody goes through. But my own Christian faith has been a steady source of anchor for me all the years of my life. And I thank my mother and my father one more time for giving me that incredible spiritual heritage and foundation. It served me well.
With me, it was my grandmother. She was the only one that was religious in the family. My father was a Catholic until he left when I was 9. My mother was Church of England. I played on the Presbyterian team, but the Lutherans won the championship, so I switched. I was Episcopalian at the Naval Academy and married a Southern Baptist, and Billy Graham said, "What denomination are you?" And I said, "I was hoping you might give me some suggestions." So I think the thing to do is to study deeply your religious belief, and the scriptures are what we all use anyway, and try to reshape them, but there's nothing new under the sun. And I think the most important thing for me is when they ask me about my Christian faith, I just say, "Come and live with me, and you'll know more about me if you live with me than what I could tell you," because so many people preach it, but it's really important to live it. And I, like Jim, is that your mom and your grandmother, and those run silent and deep through the years.
Okay, this one's for Dennis. How did you get your first book from the drawer to the public? Can you give me any advice to get my book from thought to page to publisher? And then it also says Jim too. So we got both of you for this one.
Well, I think the important thing is to believe that the author is deserving to be published, and don't try to write a Picasso as your book. A book is not a Picasso, it's just a book. And you'll write more than one, so you can't write the book you want to write. You need to write a book that people would benefit by reading. So keep the reader in mind, and when you're writing anything, always write it for what they're going to learn or benefit rather than something you want to say, because the publishers eliminated all of my best stories. So I think the thing to do is to believe you're deserving of being published, and then making sure that when you talk to publishers that rejection is only a temporary thing. It's not important at all. And then self-publish. It's not even a last resort now. In fact, publishers are just glorified printers today. And unless somebody really has the ability to talk to an audience and build a following, they just print. And they do people who they know are going to gain a following through their own marketing and promotion. So be willing to promote and market yourself. The only other thing I'll say is the best singers will never be sung. The best songs will never be heard because they didn't have an agent. So marketing is really important.
What about the discipline of getting the book done, or even producing an audio program or that type of thing? Because a lot of times people say, well, I wish I had the time or whatever. Do you have a certain structure? Do you do a little bit at a time, or do you go in and do it, 2 or 3 weeks? What's your process for developing your content?
The only thing I do is, instead of taking a vacation to watch other people having fun, it's like a term paper. A book is a term paper with an attitude. You really have to do it all at once. You have to lock yourself up and have them push food under the door and growl at them. And you just have to do it. And you can't write it over a long period of time because you lose your obsession and your train of thought. So you really have to be like a college kid with the term paper and carve out. You can write a book in less than 30 days, no question about it. So you can even write it in 2 weeks, but you think about it for about a year and then write it in about 14 days.
This is kind of a coaching question. And if you were to have an opportunity to be with somebody, say, for example, an Olympic athlete or that type of thing, and you only had 2 sessions with them to turn their life around and point them in the right direction, how would you structure those, and what would be the key elements of what you would talk to them to put them in the right direction?
Jim's better. You're definitely better coaching than I am.
I'm not a specialist on, Olympic athletes, but I've done most all of mine not person to person, but by group. I started doing sales training when I got into a little network marketing business, age 25. And I built a huge organization, finally became vice president of the company. That's when Bob Cummings was one of my partners back in those days. And so most all of my coaching and mentoring is done by classes, lectures, seminars, and all of that turned into books and tapes and videos, that sort of thing. But one-on-one is an extraordinary specialty. And now, I'm finally engaged in that with the help of others, coaching more one-on-one. But mine has been mostly by group.
I've got one idea on that. I had a UPS driver tell me he always wanted to be a rock star. And he had 2 children. He was only 24. And I said, where are you singing now? He said, no, I'm driving this truck and I have 2 children at home. I said, no, let me ask you this. Whatever you want to do, you must be doing now. Because there isn't a single person who wants to be in a profession that isn't already in it. So if you're going to speak, you need to speak all the time. Lunches, Kiwanis, Rotary, women's organizations, everywhere, every time, and tape every one. And then one day you'll get an audition tape where everything will work right. But you must be now doing what it is you want to be doing, or you'll always live on someday aisle, and it'll be on layaway.
Excellent. That's what happened for me. After my entrepreneurial experience, making my first fortune, moving to Beverly Hills, where else would a boy from South Idaho move, right, if he had a fortune? And sure enough, when I got there, one of my friends says, I belong to the Rotary Club. You've got to come and tell your success story. If I arranged a luncheon, would you come and share your story? He said, we'll call it Idaho Farm Boy Makes It to Beverly Hills. I said, sounds good to me. So I went and did this little 25-minute talk, and that started a whole brand new career for me. Other clubs started calling, saying, we'd like to have Jim Rohn come, do a breakfast meeting, do a luncheon meeting. Then once in a while I do a high school class, college class, all for free. And one day a man who heard my talk 2 or 3 times said, I've got this little company going. I've got some management and salespeople. If you would come and talk about your success formula, I'd be happy to pay you. And I thought, incredible. Could I really share my success story and get paid? Not being in business, which I had been before. And he said, I will pay. Sure enough, I did the talk, got paid, and that started me on a whole new journey of corporate speaking, business meeting speaking, and finally came the idea of having a public seminar, people selling tickets, like we're doing this weekend. But that's how I started, Dennis. Accepting every invitation that I possibly could, enjoying it very much, little clubs, service clubs, high schools, colleges, wherever, to tell my story. And that led to the next step and to the next step. And all of that, started about 44 years ago.
My mom is still amazed that I get paid to do what she told me all those years to stop. Yeah. They pay you to talk? Figure that out. Here's the next question. Could you take a minute and talk about your diet? Talk about your diet. How you eat, what you eat.
Well, I believe in fiber-based carbohydrate. I believe in lean source protein and plenty of water. I've been around a lot of microbiologists and immunologists, and Jonas Salk was one of my mentors. And I really believe I don't believe in the Atkins diet and this diet, the Palm Beach diet, the Beverly Hills diet, the seafood and eat it diet. Diets don't work because the hypothalamus area of the brain has a satiety center, and the body knows when you're starving it, and it saves nuts for the winter. So it preserves calories if you're starving it, and it burns them if you're not, and the body knows. So I think the best thing to do is to really get some discipline into what you do and try to be very sane about it, and definitely not eat any bagels or sugar cereal, and don't spike your insulin in the morning, because if you spike your insulin by having anything that's sugar-filled, you'll have insulin resistance build up, and that's why we have an incidence of diabetes and obesity, because we tend to eat this stuff that spikes the insulin all day. And stay away from, all I say is too many trips to the Golden Arches will give you an early arrival at the pearly gates. So don't give your kids a fast food benefit after their athletic session, because you're really creating cardiovascular disease in junior high school.
There goes the McDonald's sponsorship. Okay, here we go.
Well, I think I mentioned in the class this morning, right? My parents, my mother especially, started early in her study of health and nutrition, extended her life at least 20 years. When my mama died, almost 80, the doctor said, Mr. Rohn, the walls of your mother's heart were paper thin. He said how she lived the last 20 plus years is absolutely, seems to me to be impossible. But that was the reason why. Mama was a fanatic. Starting with the apple a day, simple stuff. I've modified it a little to apple juice, apple pie, and I'm sure Mama would say, no, that's not what I meant, apple pie. No, apple a day. But all of the rest. My mother studied from my grandmother the old Hay system of the proper combination of foods as well as watching your diet. So I do all of that. But then I do all the rest. Being involved in health and nutrition all of my life. And so you've got to underline now the word health and nutrition. Nutrition is only one part of good health. The rest is get plenty of rest, fresh air, exercise, plenty of sleep, and all the rest. And I really try to follow that as best I can. Sometimes my schedule's a little heavy and it's difficult, but fortunately for me, I can sleep on the plane. In fact, I can sleep most anywhere. And 5 or 6 hours is all I need of sleep, so that's fortunate. If you travel like I do and can't sleep on the airplane, you are really in trouble. But then I do all the exercises, modified versions when I travel, by just staying at it. And what I mentioned earlier today is really important, a physical support system, that takes the mind where it wants to go, takes the body into duties it needs to perform. Just stay healthy. And what I would do is make it a study and a practice all the rest of your life, study and practice. Depending on certain situations and age, you might modify, but always study, practice how to stay healthy. And if you've got a young family, pass it on to your children best you can. And the payoff is extraordinary.
Well, Jim and I both have to say that too, because we're both in our 70s. And when you get to be in your 70s, you really look for double rainbows and you want to live as long as you can. I want to watch my great-grandchildren graduate from high school with their parents paying for their college tuition.
I like that, Dennis. I mean, really, the proof is in the pudding. It's amazing. Dennis and Jim and Zig's another example of guys that are going at paces that you and I could only imagine, at their age, and just still so vibrant, and it's a great example.
Zig's out there jogging every morning.
Yeah.
We did a trip a couple of years ago to Australia. He and I and Tommy Hopkins, the three of us, did a tour of Australia. Zig's out there every morning running, I don't know how many miles, several. Zig says, I even jog when it's 35 below zero. Wow. In my hotel room as I look out the window at the snow. Just underline this, you got to do whatever it takes. To stay healthy and to stay well, because you got to make those last 30 years of your life, good health, so that you can enjoy and have a quality of life that is, going to give you the lifestyle that you want.
And we're living longer in ill health than ever before, so the quality of life has really not been there even though they've extended life, and you really want to make it quality. That's why Jim and I are looking to the market in China, because in China they revere old people. So there's always a place that wants to hear you, because the older you get in China, they say you are so wise, which means that you're still lucky to be around.
Okay, how about this one? What was the turning point in your life, or turning points? As you look back over your life, were there a few pointed moments in time when you said, yeah, my life took a big direction that way, a change in direction?
Well, mine, anyone that studied, my books and tapes and videos and all the rest, it's this Mr. Earl Shoaff that I talked about when I was 25 years old. I was doing okay. I wasn't destitute. But, once in a while the creditors were calling, and I was embarrassed that I hadn't made more progress in 6 years from age 19 to 25. I wanted to do extremely well for my family. My parents gave me this incredible unique spiritual foundation, so I had that. But economically, I just hadn't gotten to any breakthroughs. I was willing to work hard, that was not my problem. Then I meet this extraordinary man by the name of Earl Shoaff, and the rest is history. That was a turning point for me.
My turning point came at the age of 9 when my father, in an alcoholic stupor, came in to say goodnight and goodbye at the same time. But he had blown my light out every night by telling me that when he blew the light out in my room, it went out all over the world, because the only world I'd ever know is that which I saw through my eyes. And he said, I'm a loser, but you can be a winner, because you don't have to be like me, you can be different from me. And he left me as the man of the family, and then two things happened. First, my grandmother and I planted a plumcot tree, and a plumcot tree is part plum, part apricot, and when the fruit comes out, it's pink. So it's not as purple as a plum and not as orange as an apricot, but whatever you plant will come out the way you plant it. So my grandmother just said, you don't even have to plant weeds, they arrive quite of their own on the wind. And so I began to understand that seeds of greatness were attitudes and early inputs. And then a soldier was interested in my mother, because my father left during World War II, and he was trying to lather me up and make me like him. But I was protecting my mom from these guys that were stationed nearby. And he promised to take me fishing the next morning, but he'd been drinking, and I wasn't sure whether he'd reach his commitment as he promised. And I went out my window with a drop line and a packed lunch, and he never showed. And my mother said, come back in the house, he's not going to come, you're not going to go fishing in a boat. He just was hoping to make you think he was going to go. And I said, well, wait a minute. I got my lunch and my drop line, so I traded my bicycle for a one-man rubber life raft, and I paddled out in the bay, and I caught fish. And I decided when I was 9 that every incoming call wants something, and every outgoing call creates something, and that no one will take you fishing. But if you're ready to go, you have to go. So I became proactive as of age of 9, realizing that I didn't have a father to take me there, so I'd have to take me there myself.
Wow. Fantastic.
Got time for one last question. Are the keys to success any different now than they were 20, 50, or 100 years ago?
No, certainly not. The fundamentals are always the same, and there's only so many. If somebody says, I'm going to teach you today the 50 fundamentals, you would be a little suspicious. There's like 6, 7, 8, 10, 5, 7 strategies for wealth and happiness, and they haven't changed. And people's desires are the same, generation after generation. They want a good job, they want to be able to support their family, and someday retire with dignity, looking after their family as best they can. Do something meaningful in their life. Those are the basics. And then what Dennis and I try to do is to tell people that taking care of yourself and your family and getting a job and do all of that is wonderful. But why not do the extra study to see if you might have some genius inside of your head that could be tapped for some above and beyond kind of activity and productivity and service to your fellow man, whatever it might be. And that's really what our seminars, lectures, teaching, training is all about. No matter where you are, why not read the next book, attend the next class, be inspired by the next story to see if you couldn't call up some extra skills, disciplines, desire, ambition, whatever, that would take you to another level of extraordinary living. That's the key.
I agree completely. Unfortunately, we live in a skin deep, which is an oxymoron, skin deep society that is more narcissistic and into immediate gratification, and you see it everywhere. And as you get older, you become philosophical, and you begin to realize that no society has ever survived its own success. And when you get on top, you rest on laurels and you can't three-peat. Hardest thing to do is three-peat, because when you get up there and you got the rings on your finger, you lose the motivation and hunger to remember and do what you did to make you there. And so unfortunately, unless we learn from history, we're bound to repeat it. And right now we're very close in America to becoming slightly Roman. If you look at the partying and the kind of reality television and the violence, you see a society that is no longer hungry, except in the immigrant areas and the inner cities, and you find people who are more interested in indulgence than into pioneering. And so don't get caught in skin-deep success and in media-made celebrity. And it's frustrating sometimes to see people who have style but no substance. but you have to be substantive with a flair today. So you really do have to be able to promote, because marketing really is necessary in success, because everyone's trying to put themselves up into the media spotlight. And unfortunately, if you're more bizarre, you tend to get more media attention. So be willing to stay with those principles that have always been the same. And you may not be as covered by media, but at least rather than having the adoration of the masses, you'll have the respect of one child. That's more important, to have the respect of a child than the adoration of the masses.
Fantastic.
Well, thank you very much, Dennis and Jim, for this time. For
Pleasure.
the folks who are the Platinum members, I would just let you know that we are going to start back in the other room in 11 minutes. So let's give Jim and Dennis a good round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The announcement that I have for you is about the teenager session tonight. Now, the teenager session is geared toward teenagers, but we want to invite everybody in here. We're going to have Jim and Dennis, and Charlie Tremendous Jones is also going to be there with us, and I'm going to be leading that session. What I'm going to ask is, after that break in the evening, is that we let the teenagers come and sit up front. So Platinums for that session only. We're going to ask for the adults to move back and let the kids and the teenagers move up and sit in the front, and then the adults can fill in after that. So we want to give them a special opportunity to be able to be up front and really interact with us as we go through some things. That's going to be called the Winning Generation. And that's going to be an exciting time for us, starting at about 5:15. Okay, so let's get back to it. We're going to get started with the afternoon session. And, this might be trouble.
How are you doing, my son?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
Quite a lot of people here. You know, I normally don't like to do things with this many people around. I've come here because I ran across a man many years ago, and, I guess it's time to settle accounts with Jimmy the Mouth Rohn.
Godfather,
Please, forget the formalities. Just call me Your Excellency. It seems that, as you may know, Jimmy has quite an impact on the family.
Jim's a family guy?
Well, he's been responsible for the advancement of countless organizations across the country.
He's in the
somebody get this guy some water. He seems to have a stutter here, I think. Let me help you out here.
Thank you very much.
The reason I've come here is about I'm here about a hit.
A hit?
Well, Jimmy, he talks a lot. And, I just don't think he really has ever gotten what should be coming to him. So I'm here to declare to the world what a hit he is. What a top-of-the-heap guy he is. Cream of the crop, king of the hill. That's all I wanted to say. Will somebody get a doctor for this guy? He looks a little pale. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Godfather. Appreciate that. You never know what you're going to get at the weekend event. But we do know what we're going to get right now. We're going to go back for the afternoon to the great Jim Rohn. Jim, let's welcome him back to the stage.
Wow, thank you. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, everybody. Wow, thank you. Appreciate all this recognition and applause. Thanks for the welcome. I must honestly say to you, I deserve it. Nobody knows better than I do, right? You know, all the twists and turns and the years and all the stuff that finally got me to this place. So I appreciate that. You know, it's one thing to receive an honor. It's the next thing to be able to deserve it. So thank you very much. My daughter Linda, who's given me 2 grandchildren, called me on the phone one day And I pick up the phone. She says, "Hi, Dad." I said, "Hi, Linda." She said, "Just a moment." And it sounded like she put the phone down on the table. And then I heard this clapping. And she picked up the phone. She said, "Dad, did you hear that?" I said, "Yes." She said, "That's in case you haven't gotten any applause lately." So when I talk to Linda later today or tomorrow, I can tell her she doesn't have to clap for me on the phone, that I got plenty of applause this weekend in Anaheim, California. So thank you very much. Okay, let's go to work. If you're ready, say, "I'm ready." Ready. How many of you have at least 2 pages of notes already? Fantastic. I wanted to finish up on personal development before we get into communication. 4 steps to success. I want to send you away with this. 4 steps to success. Number 1, good ideas. Do your research on good ideas. Be a collector of good ideas. Keep a good record of good ideas. My mentor taught me to start keeping a journal when I was 25 years old. I've been doing it now all these years. They'll be passed on to my, children, my grandchildren. If you hear a good health idea, capture it. Here's what my mentor said. This is good advice. Don't trust your memory. It's easy to say, "Oh, I'll remember that." Sure enough, the time passes and somehow it's gone. So he said, jot it down. If you don't have your journal with you, just grab a piece of paper and jot it down. Later, put it in your journal so that it becomes, attractive to sit down on a cold winter evening and go back through your journal. The ideas that changed your life, the ideas that saved your marriage, the ideas that bailed you out of bankruptcy, the ideas that helped you become successful, the ideas that, made you millions. Just what a good review. Going back over the collection of good stuff that you've gathered over the years. Be a collector of good ideas. For your life, for your business, for your relationships, for your future. Next step to success, good plans. A good plan for the day, a good plan for the future, a good health plan, a good plan for your marriage. Building anything's like building a house. You need to have a plan. Here's a good time management idea. When should you start the day? As soon as you have it finished. It's like building a house, building a life. What if you just started laying bricks and somebody says, "What are you building?" And you said, "I have no idea." See, they would come and take you away to a safe place. So you don't start the house until you finish it. Is it possible to finish the house before you start it? Yes, it would be foolish to start until you had it finished. Not a bad time management idea. Don't start the day till it's pretty well finished, at least the outline of the day. Leave some room to improvise, leave some room for extra strategy, but finish it before you start. Here's the next one that's a little more challenging. Don't start the week until you have it finished. Lay it out, structure it, then put it to work. The next one is a little tougher yet. Don't start the month until you have it finished. And the big one, it's not a bad idea toward the end of the year. Sit down with your family for the family structured things. Sit down in your business for the business things. Sit down with your financial advisor for your investments and map out the year. Properties to buy, properties to sell, places to go with your family. Lay out the year. I finally learned to do that. It was helpful with my family to show them where they appeared on my calendar. I used to have my business things on there. I used to have my lectures and my seminars and, all the stuff laid out on my calendar. And guess what the children say? Where are we on the game plan? Please show us our names on the game plan. So you've got to do it for your children, do it for your spouse, right? Do it for your friends, right? Laying out the year. Now that one's pretty tough, doing a whole year, but at least have an idea, at least a skeleton outline. Before you start the year, you'll be a lot more excited about proceeding. So number 1 is good ideas. Number 1 is good plans. Here's a big one that's really challenging: learning to handle the passing of time. It takes time to build a career. It takes time to make changes. Give your project time. Give your people time. If you're working with people, give them time to learn, grow, change, develop, produce. Here's the big one: give yourself time. It takes time to master something new. It takes time to make altered changes in a refinement in philosophy as well as in activity. Give yourself time to learn, time to get it, time to start some momentum, time to finally achieve. It's easy to be impatient with yourself, right? I remember when I first tried to learn to tie my shoes, right? The shoestrings. Wow, it seemed like it was taking me forever. Finally, I got it. And it didn't take forever, but it seemed like for a while. I'll never learn. I get it backwards. The bow goes up and down instead of across, right? How do you straighten that out? Finally, I got it. Mama taught me a little bit about playing the piano, right? Here's the left-hand scales. I got that. That's easy. Now she said, here's the right-hand scales. I got that. That's easy. Now she said, today we're going to play both hands at the same time. I said, well, how could you do that? You know, one at a time was easy, but at the same time, finally, looking at this hand, finally I got it. Finally, to where I could play the scales with both hands. Then I remember the day she said, now we're going to read the music and play both hands. I thought, well, you can't do all that. But you know, sure enough, I'm looking at the music, looking at each hand, a little confused at first, but finally I got into mastering. It took a little time, right? Read the music, play both hands. Then I remember the day she said, now we're going to watch the audience read the music, play both hands. I thought, well, now that's going too far. How could you possibly do that? But see, adding them one at a time and giving myself time to master one before we got to the next one, sure enough, I got to where I could watch the audience, read the music, and play both hands. So give yourself time. You can become a better pro. You can better master the art of parenting. You can better master the art of managing time, conserving resources, working together as a partner. Give yourself time. Here's the next one, step to success: learning to solve problems. Business problems, family problems, personal problems, financial problems, emotional problems. I mean, the list is unending. Challenges for us all. Here's the best way to treat a problem: an opportunity to grow, change if you have to, modify if you must, discard an old philosophy that wasn't working well for a new one. When I first met Mr. Schoaf, he said, show me your current economic plan that you're working on. And I said, I don't have any current economic plan except, keeping my head above water. I mean, that was my current economic plan. He said, well, without plans, it isn't going to change. So why not give up the old way of doing it, with your fingers crossed, hoping for the best? Maybe the Democrats will get elected and everything will change for the better. Why don't you modify that old philosophy that hasn't gotten you where you want to go? And let's try some new strategy. Learning from the old, trying some new. And I did that, solving that problem of amending my philosophy that hadn't gotten me where I wanted to go that first 6 years. Once I made those changes, I became a multimillionaire over the next 6, 7 years. The change was so startling, I couldn't believe it myself. But if you make the changes, right, things will start to change. Here was the best promise my mentor ever gave me. He said, Mr. Rohn, if you will change, everything will change for you. Wow, I took that to heart. And sure enough, the more I changed for the better, the more I changed from having a poor day to a good day, from lack of discipline to discipline. The more I changed, giving up old habits, acquiring new ones, the more my life changed, my income changed, everything changed. So, solving problems, treat them as opportunities to amend errors in judgment. Here's the formula for success and the formula for failure. Here's the formula for failure: a few errors in judgment repeated every day. Why would we repeat an error in judgment another day? Here's why. Disaster doesn't usually fall on you at the end of that first day. If you suffer dire, disastrous consequences the first day of mistakes, see, we would quickly change. I mean, overnight, we'd be burning the midnight oil, how to avoid and change it all so that these disasters don't happen again. But failure is subtle. Failure just takes you down the road you really don't want to go, but it doesn't seem like the consequences are going to be severe at the end of the first day, at the end of the first week. But you can't let yourself get faked out. The guy says, I've been eating junk food for 30 days and look how healthy I am. See, he's faked out. He's misguided. He doesn't understand. You can't judge just after 30 days. I remember once I was talking to the kids about, judging whether something is, right or wrong, to do it or not to do it. And I had a candle, and I lit this candle, and I said to the kids, I've heard that if I put my finger in this flame, this fire of the candle, that it will burn my finger. And the kid said, yes, it will. If you put your finger in this flame from the candle, it will burn your finger. I said, well, I don't really know, but I'm willing to try it. So I stuck my finger in the candle flame like this, and I said, my finger appears to be okay. And I did it again, pulled it out, and I said, my finger appears to be okay. And they all said, no, Mr. Rohn. You can't judge whether or not the flame will burn your finger just by going like this. You've got to leave your finger in there just a little longer. I got the message. And they got the message. You can't eat junk food for a month and say, look how strong I am. Because already you have started down the wrong road, but at first the consequences aren't disastrous. Your whole life isn't upside down. You haven't ruined your whole life and you're going to have a heart attack at the end of 30 days, no. But subtly, month by month, and a little more experience eating junk food, and sure enough, now the consequences would start to show. So here's what wisdom is: trying to learn early the consequences of errors in judgment, poor behavior, poor language. And then try to learn from others that have gone down a disastrous road, and sure enough, they suffered the consequences, and you say, wow, then I'm going to change direction because I don't want those consequences. That's called being doubly smart. Doubly smart, learning from errors in judgment. Now, here's the secret to success. A few simple disciplines practiced every day. Now you're on the road to success. A few errors in judgment repeated. It's easy to repeat. But a few simple disciplines practiced every day. And you can turn anything around. Once you see that you're suffering either early consequences or severe consequences, all you have to do now is shut down that route, pick another destination and start going that way with some easy disciplines that day by day gather momentum, and now one success leads to another, leads to another. Here's what we call that: disciplines. Easy disciplines. And then remember this in your personal development quest: all disciplines affect each other. Every discipline affects the rest. Every lack of discipline affects the rest. Every discipline you neglect affects the rest. What's interesting about success is starting a new discipline, a couple of new disciplines, and sure enough, once you've gained just a little bit of success in a couple of new disciplines, it'll inspire you to clean up the rest. It'll inspire you to fine-tune all of your other disciplines. Each new affects the rest. Each lack of discipline affects the rest. So starting on this journey of new disciplines, solving problems, going from errors in judgment to easy disciplines that can change it all. And if you start that journey, it doesn't take long for new signs of success to appear. I got such great results that first year that I made these incredible changes, learning extra skills, putting together extra disciplines, working harder on myself than on my job. The early success, the early signs of the fact that I was going to arrive at a more positive destination, I was hooked. It didn't take but a few months, less than a year, and I was hooked for life. I ask you to start that same journey. Let your new skills, new disciplines affect all of the rest and inspire you to never cease this quest for refinement of first philosophy, then activity to make your life better. Then here's the last one I wanted to cover on personal development when we ran out of time, and that's lifestyle, living well. And I'll just quickly borrow the notes from my one-day seminar sponsored by Jerry Haynes, who's been with me 29 years. Are you here, Jerry? Here, Jerry, stand up, and let's give Jerry a hand. 29 years. We're celebrating our 29th year together. Jerry helped to train Tony Robbins back in those early days when we were just getting started, Adventures in Achievement. Fantastic. Thanks for coming, Jerry. Appreciate having you here. In the seminar I do for Jerry, he does about 4 or 5 of these a year, public seminars, I touch on lifestyle. And let me just quickly give you the list, because I think it's good for this 2-day seminar, 3-day seminar. The ultimate essence of life is not a Ferrari. The ultimate essence is not a bank account. It's not $1 million. It's not being rich or wealthy. Here's the ultimate essence of life: living a good life. Even if you're a person of modest means and modest circumstances, you can really, if you wish, go to work on the refinement of your lifestyle so that you can, even with modest means, live a good life. So what are the keys to living a good life? Here's number 1, productivity. You really won't be happy if you don't produce. 6/7 of our life was to be devoted to labor and work, to produce a work of art, to produce a crop of corn, to produce a good family, to produce an enterprise. That's the essence of life in its best form. First is to be a producer. What is the reason for the seed and the soil and the sunshine and the rain and the seasons of life and its miracle? What's the reason for all of that? Here it is in a nutshell for your notes: to see what you can do with it. What's the reason for the economy that's one of the best in the world that we've created in America? The answer is to see what you could do with it. We've got books to read, and we've got classes to attend, and we've got, things to do and things to learn. And if you put it all together, you can have not only your health, but your fortune. Why not see what you can do with what you've been handed? As basic as seed and soil and sunshine and rain. Here's what all of us have, the miracle, and it's almost godlike in its potential: the ability to recreate. Only God can create the seed, the soil, the sunshine, the rain, the seasons, the miracle of life. But here's what humans can do: recreate those components into a harvest. By planting the seed, carefully taking care of it in the summer, reaping the rewards in the harvest. We call that recreation. We can't make a tree, but we can use the tree for wood to build a house, shelter for our family. It's called recreation. It's godlike in terms of potential. To recreate, to take your hours and your energy and your life and a bit of skill and actually recreate a career, a future, possibilities, fortune. Recreate. The key is to use it. And you won't be happy if you aren't really extending yourself. Because here's really the goal of the human adventure: the full development of all your potential. That's the goal, the full development of all your potential. Why not see how far you can go, how much you can earn, how much you can share, how much you can give? Why not see what all you could be, what you could become? That's why at my age I'm still working, traveling the world, doing what I've done for all these years, is to see what else I can become. How much stronger could I become? How much wiser could I be in delivering my message? How much more refined could I be in my working with business partners and all the rest? Why not go for that ultimate challenge? On and on, as far as you can. Take it as far as you can. So number one, living a good life, productivity. Here's number two, good friends. Friendship is one of the greatest support systems in the world. Nourish it, protect it, look after it, develop it to the best of your ability. Friends are those wonderful people who know all about you and still like you, right? You got to have those. Next is your heritage. Keep your heritage alive. That's what's made America great, is a combination of a variety of heritages from all over the world. For the last 200-300 years, 300-400 years, people have been coming from all the countries of the world to America, bringing with them their gifts. Gift of language, gift of business ethics, gift of government, gift of music, gift of poetry, gift of the work ethic. These gifts were not here, they were brought here. No country has become such a depository of the gifts of the world like America has the last 300-400 years. People coming, bringing gifts. People coming, bringing gifts. And here's one of the greatest gifts you have to bring, your heritage. Customs and costume and style, poetry, language, ways, recipes, music. Keep that alive. Don't pass on the ceremonies that come from your heritage. Keep those alive. That's what makes us great. Now, I love to go back where these gifts came from. I go back to Italy. The last time I was in Rome, I had 1,000 people in my class. Someone said to whoever was going to introduce me, Jim Rohn loves the music of Andrea Bocelli, the blind opera singer from Italy. So when they introduced me and I walked out to the podium, all 1,000 of these Italians stood up and sang for me one of Andrea Bocelli's songs. It was extraordinary, in true Italian style. Tears and all the rest. So I told my grandchildren later when I got back home, here was the scene. A choir of 1,000 and an audience of 1. How about that? That's unique. But then that reminded me, this is where these gifts came from. The music, the dance, the wine, the ceremonies, the language that enriches us today. So be thankful for all of that and keep your heritage alive. Next is spirituality. We've already mentioned that. Study, practice, and teach. Next is something my parents taught that's lasted me until this day. Here it is. Don't miss anything. This is a major part of lifestyle. Dennis is right. Shut off the television. Go look, go see, go do. Taste the wine, eat the food. Enjoy the people. Go to the movies. The best values you can pay for is to go see a movie. Costs what, $10? $100 million to make it and only $10 to see it. Wow. Don't miss the performance. Don't miss the songs. Don't miss the lyrics. Don't miss what's happening. Go look, go see, go do. Dennis was right. The average American watches television 6.5 hours a day. That's too much time. My parents did this all of my life. Don't miss anything. No matter how small the occasion, go look, go see, go do. Experience life. When my father was 93 years old, before he died, if you would have called him at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, he wouldn't be home. He's at the rodeo. He's watching the kids play softball. He's at church. He's at the performance. He's somewhere every night, age 93. My parents not only taught it, but they lived it. So go look, go see, go do, go share. I was celebrating one evening with a lady who's another one of my claims to fame, Ann Geddes. Does that name ring a bell? Ann Geddes, this superstar photographer who takes pictures of little babies and all kinds of situations. She's now become very rich and very famous. But she started coming to my seminars in Australia about 27 years ago. And the seminars changed her life, and she's been grateful ever since. We were celebrating with her and her husband and my friend Terry in Auckland, New Zealand, after she had come back from New York and made her big show. And Terry had found a bottle of Chateau Yquem, one of the finest wines in the world. I know he paid at least $600 for this bottle of wine. And we're sharing this wine with the four of us, okay? And the four of us hoping no one that we knew would come by. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let that out, but if you would have come by, and if we would have allowed you to taste this wine, here's what you would have said. When you tasted this wine, you would have said, wow, I'll bet this wine costs $600 a bottle. That's what you would have said. Something inside of you. So make this note now, the genius is within all of us. It just needs to be exposed and developed and used. Something would have told you this is fine, even though you're not a wine connoisseur. This is fine. When you hear poetry, you say, wow, this is fine. The music, you say, this is fine music. Even though you're not a musician, something tells you inside. Now, if you miss all of that, if you don't go, hear, listen, see, then you're not tapping into this genius that can recognize something fine, whether it's the poetry of the Bible or the lyrics of a rock and roll song. Just don't miss it. Don't miss it. Elton John sings, she lived her life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain set in. See, that's fine. You can't describe how fragile and brief life is much better than that. George Harrison used to sing when he was alive, if not for you, the winter would hold no spring. Couldn't hear a robin sing. I just wouldn't have a clue if not for you. See, you can't miss that. And then you go hear it again and again and again. Let it nourish your soul and spirit. That's part of lifestyle. Okay. Living well. That's the key. Now, that finishes up personal development. I want to talk now about communication, affecting other people with your language. So make this note now to start. If you're okay, say, I'm okay. All right. Everybody's working hard. I appreciate that. This is about the best prepared audience I think I've seen in a long time, ready to work hard and take notes and get it all. It's an incredible inspiration for me. Under communication, here's one of the greatest gifts all of us have, our language, our ability to speak, our ability to frame words into such a way that we create images and pictures, help someone to understand, help someone to become educated, help someone to see what they couldn't see before. It's almost godlike in power. The storyteller tells us, in the beginning, God spoke and said, let there be light, and there was light, giving us the indication that God's words can create light. But now make this note. There's more than one kind of light. Wow. Next to the power of God, creating light by his own words, is the power of all of us, creating sight, which is light in a form, helping somebody to see by using our language the best we know how. What if somebody can't see how they could possibly be successful, and you came along and told them your story, choosing the best words you possibly could, and when you finished your story, they said, "Now I can see. Before you got here, I was blind, couldn't see. Now that you've shared with me by your language, your story, now I can see. Before you got here, I was in the dark. And it seemed to me like while you were talking, some things dawned on me." Isn't that a good expression? Some things dawned on me, like the sun started coming up. And the more you talked, the further up the sun came and the brighter got the images and the imagination. Helping people to see, that's one of the greatest gifts. Words are so powerful if they're framed right, if they're sent with sincerity. Words that create images, words that express life, words that express experiences, words that express gifts of ideas that you've got to share. See, that's some of the greatest gifts you can bestow. And here's the best place to start: with your children. See if you can't inspire with your own language a better sense of the importance of the day, a better sense of the importance of doing the work, a better sense of the importance of getting good grades, developing yourself, becoming who you'd like to become. Do the disciplines now that'll give you the joy later. Teaching is one of the greatest senses of accomplishment in the world. Helping somebody learn, helping somebody take early steps in a new career, early steps as an entrepreneur, showing somebody the way, the gift of words, the gift of language. Here's what the old prophet said: words are like a lamp for your feet, so you can see where to walk. That's a gift. Words are like a lamp for your feet, so you can see where to walk. And then he said, words are also like a light for your pathway, so you can see where to go. If somebody with the gift of language and words can help you to walk where you should walk and then show you a pathway to go, they do you immeasurable service. Who could calculate the value and the worth of that kind of exercise? Showing somebody the steps to take and showing somebody the way to go that would be helpful. Whether it's a way of good health, whether it's a way of a better relationship, whether it's a way of an entrepreneur, a refinement of career, doesn't matter what it is. If we know the steps and somebody reveals to us the way, see, they do us by their own language some of the greatest gifts we ever enjoy. Words, language. So let's now talk about good communication. I've got 4 steps to achieve good communication. Let's just do the fundamentals here. There's not very many. In fact, there's not very many fundamentals to anything, just a few, handful, 6, 7, 8. Here's the first step to achieve good communications. Number 1, have something good to say. That's step number 1. It's fairly obvious. To have something good to say, try to recall and remember and take notes, keep journal, whatever, of your experiences, because as you live your life, you're going to have something good to say. 1, from your failures. 2, from your successes. You're going to have something better to say from the mistakes you've made and how you corrected it and bailed yourself out. And sometimes instead of just registering it in your head, why not commit it to paper so that it gets logged, it gets recorded, and someday you can use it for the future? Have something good to say. The key to speaking well, the key to excellent communications is preparation. Actually, Actually, all of our life is preparing. This year, preparing for the next. Those first, 8, 9 grades preparing for high school, then high school preparing for college, college and university preparing for a career to earn money, then preparing to make the investments to keep you safe and secure, build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. Always preparing for those steps and stages in our life. That's part of the game of life. For humans, it seems like it takes us longer to prepare. When the little wildebeest is born, it only has about 1 hour to get ready to run with the herd and escape the lions. 1 hour. So the little wildebeest, as soon as it's born, tries to stand up, falls down. Its mother nudges it, stand up, falls down. Stand up, come on, try again. Why such urgency? The lions are not very far away. Come on. And within less than an hour, the little wildebeest, brand new, just born, is now strong enough to run with the herd and escape the lions. Less than an hour. Human babies take a little longer. After 17 years, we're not quite sure they can escape all the lions and have a safe place to go. So preparation, getting ready, sometimes seems so laborious. After going to grade 1, now you got to go to grade 2. After grade 2, it's grade 3. Will it never end? Come on, one more grade, grade 4, and then 5. Wow, seems like it takes us forever to finally get ready, to design a life and get married and have a family and a career and fortune and future. But it takes preparation. Now, to communicate well, here's some good words to prepare for communication. Number 1, interest. Just keep your interest alive in people and places. That's why, a big share of my job takes me around the world. Countries all around the world, from Africa to Asia to South America to Australia to Russia to the Far East, Israel. The last time I was in Israel, there was some kind of an alert. We were all on the airplane. We all had to get off the airplane. They took off all of our luggage, and each one of us had to go identify our piece of luggage and put it back on the airplane, and then we took off. Wow. Taking what? No chances. If you'll develop an interest in all of that, when it's right side up and when it's upside down, take a keen interest in the politics of the day and the speeches and all that's happening that gives you good stuff to debate and decide. Where do you stand on the major issues? Not only the political issues, but the major life issues. Be that interested in life and people. So underline the word life and people. That's the whole study. Study life in all of its twists and turns. Study people in all of their variety. In being in an enterprise that, where you have to employ people, get people to work with you, that's a challenge. Different ages, different opinions, different personalities, different temperaments. Here's one of the skills I learned that paid me big money. Getting people to work together. And see, if they're all different and a whole variety, how do you get them all to work together? I'm telling you, it's not easy. It is a challenge, organizing, getting people to work together. But the paycheck, it's unbelievable. Now, if you're working with independent people, then it really is challenging. It's like herding cats. Did you ever try that? Herding sheep is easy. They all quickly get going the same direction, very quickly. Cats, no way. If you've got 8 cats, how many directions are they going? 8 different directions. But if you can master herding cats, I promise you, a paycheck like you cannot believe. Here's what's interesting about people. The ones who should do it the most are inclined the least. How come they can't see it? I don't know. I can see it. They can't see it. Maybe right now they're not supposed to see it. That's the best I said. Sometimes you just got to take the easier way out. I don't know. That's an easier way out than to try to explain it all. That's just the way it is. Somebody you thought was going to stay, they leave. Here's what you have to learn to say. Isn't that interesting? Wow. And somebody that you thought was going to leave, what? They stay, and you say, I wouldn't have thought that in 100 years. There's a surprise a day waiting for you, working with people. And then some people are nice, and some people are not so nice. But there's only a few. When I first started in sales, Mr. Schoaf, my mentor, said, here's the good news, Mr. Rohn. There's only 9 or 10 real nasty, miserable, horrible people in the world. That's what he said. Now, he said, they move around a lot. And you're liable to get one once in a while. But when you do, you just say, hey, there's only 9 more like you. I can handle that the rest of my life. So that was really good. And then sometimes you got to try a little wit and a little humor. That helps. When I first started traveling with Mark Hughes in Herbalife 21 years ago, one of my friends said to me, I heard some people died using that product. And I said, not that many. Now, it was a silly comment that he made, so I had to think up a silly answer. You can't give an honest answer, a good answer to a silly comment. I said, I understand as long as the deaths are under 100 a month, they get to keep selling the product. If the numbers go over 100, they have to come in for a review. Now, that was all silly nonsense, but he deserved it, right? His silly comment. I don't know, use a little humor. Somebody says, this isn't going to work for me. Say it was designed not to work for some people. I don't know. What do I know? Too bad that's you. What can I say? I'm not a genius to figure this stuff out. The best wit in the world was Winston Churchill, right? Lady Astor in the English Parliament, exasperated one day with Winston Churchill. She said, Winston, if you were my husband, I'd put poison in your coffee. He said, Lady Astor, if you were my wife, I would drink it. Whatever it takes. Don't let anybody put you down. Be a student of life and people and all the varieties and what's happening in the world. It's an interesting place to live. And while you're here, learn all you can, study all you can. Right? The varieties. Some people are easy and some are miserable. Just learn how to handle all that. Here's the next word to communicate well, and that's fascination. It goes the step beyond just interest. Be like a child, fascinated with everything. Next, sensitivity. Trying to understand where people are, where they're coming from, the position they might be in at the moment. Trying to understand, a night visits us all after days, and some winters are tough, and some people are having tough times. Be sensitive to all that. Next is simply knowledge. Just gather every idea you can that makes you a better communicator. I came up with this. Back in those early days when I was talking to service clubs and, once in a while a high school class and a college class and making those little speeches, I come up with this little speech. Here it is. I'll give you the notes on it. It's called The 4 Ifs That Make Life Worthwhile. The 4 ifs. And if you're looking to make a little speech, these notes might serve you well. Here was the first if. Life is worthwhile if you learn. You got to know. You got to have the information. When I talk to the kids in school, that's what I say. Get the information while you're here. What you're going to do with it, that's up to you. Throw it all away, that's up to you. Just use a little of it, that's up to you. But while you're here, get it all. Right? There's nothing worse than being stupid. Being broke is bad, but being stupid is really bad. So get the information. What's really, really bad is being broke and stupid. Nothing worse than that. Unless you're sick. That would do it. Sick, broken, stupid. That's about as far as you can fall, unless you're ugly. But surely that's the ultimate negative life. Ugly, sick, broken, stupid. That is it. So you got to know. You got to have the information. So jot this down now, as I used in my notes. What you don't know will hurt you. Ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is tragedy. Ignorance is illness. Ignorance is devastation. Ignorance is going broke. Ignorance creates a poor life. So you got to know, you got to have the information. Number one, learn from your personal experience. One way to learn to do it right is first mess it up and do it wrong. That doesn't mean it's the end of your life, but just, clean up the mess, now do it right. From a negative experience, sometimes we learn to do the positive things that saves our life and makes us successful. They say, if you survive your first heart attack, if you survive, you may now live to be a very old person. Why is that? That first heart attack was a wake-up call. And then maybe the doctor said, another one of these and your history. And you say, wow. And you make it for the health food store. And you start reading every book you can read on health and nutrition. And you start doing the push-ups and you start jogging on the beach and doing all the stuff. And all of that change now could very well help you to live a long, long life, having been alerted in an alarm system that serves you well. Okay? So learn from your negative as well as your positive experiences. Here's the next, learn from other people's experiences. That's how you get smarter in a shorter period of time. Somebody that's been through it for 5 years and they wrote a book, and the book, if you read it, could save you 5 years. Cost $30. So you can't miss that kind of education. Best to get the information before. Yes, we can recover. Yes, we can come back, from the grave, practically. Yes, we can come back from bankruptcy and disaster and poor health. But wow, if we had the information up front that would save us some of those years of disaster, how much better that would be. So learn from other people's experiences, both negative and positive. In the seminar I do for Jerry, here's what I say. 2 bad failures don't give seminars. We don't want to pay them, so they don't give seminars. But their information would be valuable. If a guy's messed up his life for 40 years, you just have to say, John, would you spend a day with me? And I'll bring my notebook and take good notes. Good-looking guy like you, beautiful family, every reason to do well, and you threw it all away. Teach me for a day how you messed it all up. Right? And you just take good notes so that the same thing doesn't happen to you. So learn from your experience, learn from other people's experiences. Okay. If you learn, life is worthwhile. Here's the second if. If you try, you got to now try something from what you've learned. We've talked about that now earlier. Take action. You never know. My father said you never know until you try. If we put the bar up 2 feet and ask the kids to jump over the bar 2 feet high, what will the kids say? Some will say, no, I can't. Some will say, easy. Some will say what? I don't know. So how are we going to find out? For everybody, you got to take a run at it and see if you can jump the 2 feet. So you got to try it to see. Who knows? You don't know. What if you tried and knocked the bar down? Does that mean you cannot jump 2 feet? No. You try it, what? Again. Then somebody shows you a little technique, right? Leave the ground a little earlier. Okay. First thing you know, 2 feet is easy, when before you couldn't or didn't think you could. So you got to try it. Giving speeches and doing talks. Age 25, I stand up to give my first little training. My mind sat back down. I open my mouth and nothing comes out. My knees are knocking like this. The sweat is pouring. It's called terror, in case you haven't tried it, right? But I got through it somehow. It was so bad, if I hadn't have been doing the class, I'd have gone home, right? It was bad. I'm so happy you were not there. You would not have paid this kind of money for my first presentation. Wow. But I got through it, and then I did it again. You know, I didn't know if I should even try again. But sure enough, I had the kind of mentor and the kind of teacher who said, hey, that's nothing. You know, what if you go up to bat and you strike out? Does that mean it's over? I say, no, it's not over. It's just over for one time up at bat. And then another time and another time. Pretty soon you connect. And pretty soon you get good enough to do well. And then pretty soon you get good enough to win the game. And then pretty soon you get good enough to take home the trophy. So you just keep trying. The third if that makes life worthwhile is if you stay. You've got to hang in there. Some people plant in the spring and leave in the summer. When it gets a little hot and a little uncomfortable, and it looks like the weeds are winning, and it looks like the bugs are having a feast, and you have a tendency to say, hey, I've had it with this. But the key is, if you want the harvest in the fall at harvest time, you've got to stay through the summer. Okay. Even if the harvest doesn't turn out to be good, you just see it through and then use that experience to do better planting in the spring come the next turnaround of seasons. So stay in there. If you're going to play the game, you got to stay until it's over. What if the team was, you were on the team and you guys were behind and you said, hey, we're so far behind, we're out of here. And you all walked off the court, right? We would run you out of town, probably. We wouldn't own you as the home team. Say, I'm behind, so I'm out of here. No, you stay until what? It's over. We're not talking about a lifetime now. We're just talking about this game. If you're in it, stay till it's over. Who are these people who leave as spectators before the game is over? Because their team is behind. Our team is behind, we're out of here. What if the team said that? Who are these people that walk, push and shove, spill popcorn and Coke down your neck, leaving early? Who are these people? They're the ones that are saying, we're going to beat the traffic. Oh, that's one of the greatest skills on earth, beating the traffic, leaving your team that's behind to fend for themselves. Goodbye, we're out of here, we're gone. No. If you sign up for the game, you don't have to go to every game. But the one you sign up, you stay. Right? You don't have to do everything every time, but when you start it, see it through. See the seasons through. Then you don't have to plant anymore if you don't want to. But when you do sign up, go the distance. Here's a guy who builds a foundation and then he walks off and leaves it. Puts up no walls, no roof, doesn't finish anything. He's got these foundations scattered all across the country. Foundations. I asked a friend of mine, I said, Jim, what are you good at? He said, starting over. That's my specialty, right? Hey, if it doesn't work, I don't stay long. No, come on. See it through. Life is worthwhile if you stay. Hang in there. Next, life is worthwhile if you care. And for my little talk for the service clubs, here's how I wound it up. If you care at all, you'll get some results. If you care enough, you can get extraordinary results. If you just care at all, you'll get some. But if you really cultivate your caring character and care enough, you can have such extraordinary returns from productivity, activity, things you're doing underway. Okay. Have something good to say. Here's the next one. Under communication. Now we must learn to say it well. Once you've got something, now you can't mumble. If you've got something good to say, you can't mumble. Right? It's got to be clear, or no matter how good the message is that you've got to deliver, how good the instructions, how good the ideas, no matter how good they are, if you don't deliver them well, now the power is lost and the opportunity is lost. So number one is to have something good to say, and number two is to say it well. Here's what will help you to say it well. Make this list. Number one, sincerity. If a message is delivered with sincerity, see, that makes all the difference. If the speaker is sincere, if the father is sincere, if the mother is sincere, see, that's captivating for the children. If the friend is sincere, even covering a delicate subject for us of some changes we probably should make, if they're sincere, see, we will give them room. Perhaps to get on our case if we know they're sincere, not just trying to criticize for criticizing's sake. If your sincerity, I'm telling you, that wins the day. Here's what can really be accomplished. Hopefully, like this weekend here, someone sincerely willing to speak and someone sincerely willing to listen. Now, in terms of lecture, book, seminar, and all the rest, we must come to this conclusion, because it's a wise conclusion, that sincerity is not a test of truth. In your study and evaluating everything, just make sure you have that in the back of your mind. Sincerity is not a test of truth. We must not make the mistake of saying, he must be right. He's so sincere. See, that might be a mistake. Why is that? Here's why. It's possible to be sincerely wrong. So sincerity is not a test of truth. Here's the only test of truth. Truth is the only test of truth, not sincerity. We hope someone will be both truthful and sincere, but we don't mistake sincerity for truth. Here's next. Repetition. To get better at something, you just have to go do it. Go do it. Accept every opportunity to go make a little talk if that's going to be your business. Get better at talking to your kids. Come up with more illustrations. Come up with more ideas. Read an extra book, How to Communicate with Teenagers. So you'll have something a little better to say. And then just practice it. Get good at it. Get better at it. Right? I was clumsy when I started. Now the words flow a little easier. I still struggle with the language, trying to make it clear, but it's easier now. Repetition has helped me to do that. Here's what's next. In good communication, saying it well, brevity. Right? Don't take too long to say it if you can say it in shorter sentences and shorter time. One way to learn brevity is to talk to kids. You talk to kids for 30 seconds and they say, how long is this gonna take? It's already too long, right? 30 seconds. I mean, they got games to play and things to do. They can't hang around for, an hour's discourse. So talk to kids. It helps you to make it more brief. Powerful, but brief. Well said, but, more brief. The storyteller tells us Jesus wandered around the countryside in putting his 12 together that was going to start this whole new movement. And as he wandered around the countryside, every once in a while he would say, you follow me. See, that's short. That's no hour presentation with the fancy lights and, no, just you follow me. Why could he be so brief and so short with that simple appeal? Jot this down now. Probably for who he was, not just for what he said, but for who he was. There was something about him when he said, you follow me, see. Probably his reputation, probably his manner, probably with how he said it. Irresistible, you follow me. Wow. So here's what's powerful. and you can talk less and even be more effective in this personal development area. The stronger you become and the wiser you become, the more caring you become, it shows in your language and your manner. The texture of your communication changes and reaches where it couldn't reach before. It strikes the heart where it didn't strike before. That's the key here. Next, style. Now you've got to develop your own style. You can be a student of style. There's about a dozen people that I know over the years that if you knew those dozen, you'd say, hey, you know, a little bit of each of them appears in Jim Rohn's style, which is probably true. Not copying any one person, but I like the way the person said it this way. I like the person's gestures, because I used to be a little too stiff without, gestures. Frank Sinatra was the best, not for only his lyrics and his phrasing and his style, but his gestures. His gestures. They were captivating. They were part of his persona. So make this note, it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. Style, sincerity, the way you present it, heart, soul, from deep inside, commitment, dedication, wrapped up in your language so that now when you present it, hey, it becomes incredibly effective. Next is vocabulary. The better your vocabulary, the better you can share ideas that are meaningful, find words now to use that you couldn't use before. Interesting story on vocabulary. Some friends of mine took a survey among prisoners many, many years ago. Some rehabilitation program they were working on for prisoners. They weren't looking for this, but here's what they found. There's definitely a connection between vocabulary and behavior. And here's what they discovered. The more limited the vocabulary, the more tendency to poor behavior. Isn't that interesting? And when you think about it for a while, you can say, well, I can see where that would be. If you were very limited in your ability to comprehend because you had such a small vocabulary, that no matter what someone said, it would still be confusing. No matter what they said, it still might not make sense. They said it clear, but you couldn't see it. And sometimes that's because the vocabulary is so limited that it doesn't have the ability to register the scene on the screen of your consciousness. What if you could only see the world through this little tiny hole? You would be inclined to say, the world is like this. And all of us would say, no, the world is like this. This person would say, no, it's like this. How come they keep insisting the world is like this? Because that's all they can see. They're limited in the scope of their ability to widen their perception about life and what's going on and what's happening simply because they don't have the vocabulary to understand. So they started working on vocabulary. And immediately, behavior started to change. Being able to see, being able to comprehend. Oh, now I see. Oh, now I understand the reason why. And as your education increases, that should be one of the major purposes for education, is to help you see things you couldn't see before. Comprehend what you couldn't comprehend before. See a future you couldn't see before. See beyond tomorrow you couldn't see before. See, that's a gift. Vocabulary. So keep working on your vocabulary. Now here's another reason. Only with our present vocabulary can we express what's going on in our head, what's going on in our heart. You can't express beyond your present vocabulary. What if it's very limited? Then your ability to express what you think, express how you feel, is limited. So by a very restricted vocabulary, if you can't understand very well, and if you can't express very well, then your world becomes very, very small, and you only need a place 8 by 10 to live. So jot this down. Make one of the books a very important book, and that is the dictionary. The word you don't understand? I think Dennis mentioned that earlier. Come to a word you don't understand, you look it up. Say, what is this word? Words are like lights. It's like another light. Now make this note now, especially the English language. There's nothing richer than the English language because there's so many ways to say it in English. In some languages, there's only one way to say it. In English, there's another way to say it, and another way to say it, and another way to say it. When I travel to all these countries and have to have translators, it gets to be difficult sometimes. Expressing something that makes sense in English because we have several ways to say it, but in their language, there's only a couple of ways to say it. So the translator has a tough job sometimes translating. So I've had to learn to amend and modify, work on my presentation when I travel needing translation. When I first went to Japan, I said to my audience, he was all bent out of shape. And my translator said, what the heck does that mean? Right? I can't translate that into Japanese. So that would make sense in English, right? We know what that meant, but in Japanese, how would you describe that? So I learned not to use those kind of phrases. My first Chinese audience, I said, he blew his top. My Chinese translator said, wouldn't look good in Chinese. With the characters. So, right, I have to modify and change and, right, poetry and some things just don't work with translation. Stories make sense in English, don't make sense in another language. So, it's interesting. It's interesting when you have multi-languages. One of Herbalife's big conventions, 35,000 in the Georgia Dome, 21 languages. Everybody in the audience has got these headphones on. And you hit the punchline, the Spanish get it first, and then the French get it, and then the Germans get it, and then finally the Italians get it. Some of them seems like it takes a little longer to catch on, but it's the translation. Some translations take a little longer to translate than others. So it is a challenge to help somebody to understand something simultaneously in 21 languages. So you have to learn how to present, how to do the stuff so that it's easier for the translators to make sense, right, of what you're trying to say. It's interesting. But the gift of language is so powerful, it's worth the exercise. It's worth the effort. Okay? Vocabulary. Brevity. Style. Repetition. Sincerity. Saying it well. Here's another one on saying it well. Don't fail to say it. You need the practice. Practice everywhere. If you're going to give someone a gift and send a little card, practice making this little card something they'll keep and remember for the rest of their lives. Not ordinary, extraordinary. Not like everyone else, different than everyone else. It's the practice of using your gift of saying things another way until a light turns on, another way that expresses something heartfelt that the standard ordinary language wouldn't express, couldn't reach, couldn't paint these mental pictures. It's okay to give flowers, but don't let flowers do all your talking. Flowers have a limited vocabulary. Guess what flowers say? You remembered. That's about all they say. Flowers don't say, nobody in this world affects me like you do. Love. See, flowers talk, but they don't say that. That you got to put in the little card. Nobody in this world affects me like you do. Love. And then you sign it. And see, long after the flowers are gone, somebody's going to keep the words. The words are more powerful than the flowers. So don't let flowers do all your talking. See if you can't choose the words that are meaningful, words that are unique. And the more you do this, practicing every little occasion to say something well, every little occasion to say something well, whether it's a little talk to the family gathering, or whether it's training, or whether it's inspiring, or a little class on Sunday morning, whatever it is, keep improving, find a new way to say it, a new illustration, a new story. You'll get better. The gift will belong to you, and the effect could be electrifying. Don't fail to say it. Now, women are better at this really than men. Women seem to be able to find the language much easier to say something. Men have to work at it a little harder. So come on, men. Let's work at this thing a little harder. See if we can't say something meaningful that's, not just standard, ordinary. That's okay, right? But just think of ways. When my wife Judy and I parted ways, wow, that was a unique experience. I wrote this little note. Dear Judy, as often as the night comes, so does my sadness. As constant as the day arrives, so is my love for you. I wish for you and I wish the best for you, and I understand that dilemma. My life is here where you touched me. If ever you would call, I would be there to be touched again. It wasn't very long. It was just a few words. But I tried to express what was going on in my heart and soul at the moment. So I'm asking you, don't fail to say it. Here's an expression we've heard. Words are no substitute for action. That's true. Let me give you another one. Action is no substitute for words. It's okay to do, but you've also got to say. Express it, as clumsy as it might be to start. Start a better program of better communication, saying it better. Now here's one more, and we're going to take a stretch break. If you're okay, say I'm okay. Is this stuff helpful so far? Yes. Fantastic. I want to check, just in case we need to shut down here and go home. Here's the next one now that's really challenging, but it really works, and that is read your audience. Whether it's an audience of a child or an audience of a training class, or whether you're a minister and you preach, here's what you've got to do. Say something well, but then read the effect you're having. In those early days, I had to quickly read, should I keep going or should I quit? I mean, is it over? Or, you got to read it. And at first, I started just going through my notes like this, and I didn't look up. That was just to get your attention. Okay. I would go through my notes and I wouldn't look up. I would just go through my notes. Some of those early classes, I think everybody could have left and I'd have just kept on going right through my notes. Then finally, I learned to start looking up to see if it's okay. Should I slow down? Should I speed up? Am I coming on a little too strong? Should I get a little softer? This is what reading is all about. If you're talking to a child, should you really pour it on or should you hesitate? Should you save this for another time or do it now? Some of that you've got to pick up by reading the child. Read what's happening to your audience of 1 or 1,000. This is a challenge, but it'll help you in framing better the words you need to say and the style you need to use. Okay. If a guy's leaning toward the door, that means you probably should hurry. He's not going to be here long. Get it done. Now, in reading, there's 3 things. Jot these down. 3 things in reading your audience. First, you read what you see. Salespeople soon learn. If the customer's got his arms folded and his chin tucked down and he's frowning, this one ain't going to be easy. Right? This one's going to take all my skill to get his arms unfolded, make him a little more comfortable, get that frown off of his face. What can I do? I got to reach in my bag for some good stuff, right? To see if I can't sort of change the situation. And what causes us now to do those amendments in our presentation? It's reading someone's body language, right? What's happening? Here's the next one. You've got to read what you hear. If it's a 2-way conversation, you've got to listen as well as talk. Mama said 2 ears, 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you talk at least, maybe more. Listen so that you can now know how to proceed. Especially if you're talking to a child, you listen so that you know how to proceed. No use going on and on if just a couple of things will do. And by listening, you pick that up by listening. Here's the next one. You got to pick up the emotional signals, how you feel, whether you're coming on too strong, whether you should be stronger or easier this time. That's an art in reading. First, what you see. Second, what you hear. Third, read how you feel. Now, this is where women really have it made. Being able to feel, sense. Woman says, it doesn't feel right. Man says, what does that mean? It doesn't feel right. She says, I'm telling you, something. Women know about this stuff. Something isn't. Wow. And they pick it up. Men can learn better on how to pick up these emotional signals, but women seem to have it, right? They're tuned in. It's built in. Because there's no use going on and on. If the signal should have told you, wow, this is not the time. This is too strong. Picking up not only what you see and what you hear, but what you feel. Now, here's the last one. And I'm finished for us to go take a break. To achieve good communication, something good to say, saying it well, reading your audience. Here's the last one. Intensity. Intensity is the emotional part of communication. Communication is both words and emotion. Here's what's really powerful. Words loaded with emotion. See, that's what's unbelievably powerful. It can move nations. It can help people change directions. It can establish an ideology, for good or for bad. Look at Hitler and his ability to preach. Look at Stalin and his ability to preach. Lenin, as wrong as they were, they believed it with all of their heart. Disastrous results, but they put everything they had into it. The emotional content was unbelievable. Powerful. Yes, in an evil direction, but it can also be used for a good direction. This intensity, strength, power, emotion. Words are words. Words are like a little straight pin, right? A guy buys a shirt and it's got all these little pins in it, little straight pins that you got to take out. What if I took one of those straight pins and I threw it at you and it hit you in the face or the hand? You'd feel it. That's my words that got you, the little straight pin. But what if I took that little straight pin and wired it to the end of an iron bar about this long? And then I let you have it. See, I could drive the pin through your heart. The iron bar is the emotion. The pin is the words. Now here's the craft. And conversation is a craft. Don't get lazy in learning this craft, because it'll serve you so well at home, it'll serve you so well in the marketplace, it'll serve you so well in your career and making your fortune. This craft of communication. Here's the combination. Well-chosen words mixed with measured emotion. Not only do the words have to be well-chosen, the emotion has to be well-measured. Meaning, not too much power for a minor point. The actor on the stage or in the movies, in giving a performance, has to learn this craft of the right amount of emotion with the dialogue and the words that are to be spoken. It can be so powerful if it's measured well. See, if you had a powerful point and a little bit of emotion, that wouldn't make sense. Nobody would get it. Nobody would say, well, for such a powerful point, it's not a very strong emotion. So then you can't come on too strong with some minor point. You know, sometimes kids have a legitimate objection. They say, you're making too big a deal. And sometimes parents have a tendency to do that, to make a big deal out of a little bitty deal. So here's the key. Make a big deal out of a big deal, and then smaller emotional content on a little minor deal. That's an art. That's a craft. When you go fishing, what do they say? Don't pull too hard, you'll lose the fish. Don't give them too much line. They'll get away. So it's called pull, 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 easy, easy, pull, pull, easy, easy, pull, easy. That's like communication. Strong, but not too strong, not too strong. Close, but not too close. If you talk to somebody, this is too close. This is too close. Give them a little more room. Adjust your style to fit the occasion and the emotional content so that it works, so that it makes sense. That when you burst on the scene, it's called for. The point is called for, that much emotion. This is a craft. Don't get lazy here. And the reason I ask you not to get lazy here is because the payoff is so great. Whether it's working on a job or advancing your career or at home with your family or communicating with your spouse. Whatever it is, craft your communications. Be a little more aware and just ask yourself, could I possibly get better at affecting people with my language and my words and my style and my emotions and all the rest? And the answer is yes, we all could. I could, you could. That's why I'm here, to practice my craft as well as to deliver my message, to see if I can't be better this year than I was last year. Now we've got a lot more to cover on communication, some unique kind of stuff that I think you'll enjoy. But right now we've got to take a break.
Hello, I'm Vic Johnson. I'm here this afternoon with superstar Dennis Waitley, the 2004 Jim Rohn Weekend event. Thank you for being with us and sharing a little bit. Dennis, I wanted to ask you to expand a little bit on this morning's talk over in the room next door. You were just outstanding on purpose, vision, and goals. Right. And I know you talked about how to tie other people into your vision. And how do you get people on board, so to speak, with your vision?
I think the main thing is to make it seem like it's their vision. The only way I've ever had other people buy into what I do is show so much interest in what they're doing that they end up talking more about what they're doing, and they think I'm a great communicator because I'm listening and paying attention to them. And I found that by showing real interest in what their main turn-ons are, that makes them bond with me because they know that I'm interested in them first before they show interest in me. So by showing interest in other people, their imagination, their goals, their desires, they actually think that I'm going to be a steward for them, and I mean that sincerely. I will. So I always say, what can I do for you, before I ever say, what can you do for me?
Where do I find them at? If I want, I've got this dream, this vision to do something, where would I go out and find? If I were Jeff Bezos and I were starting Amazon today, where would I go find people to help me start the world's largest online store? Or any big dream, where would I start?
Well, I think one of the things you have to do is you need to hang around with other entrepreneurs. So if you're going to be an online store like Amazon, you got to hang around the library and the bookstores. And you have to see what they're doing in the bookstores, what's selling, how they're putting them up front, how they're merchandising them. I didn't realize, for example, that they do it alphabetically. And therefore, if your name is Covey, you're in the C's about eye level, and if your name is Waitley, you're at the bottom on the floor. So sometimes I have to take my book and move it up. But what I've decided to do is hang around with people who are really doing things in life. And I think attending programs like the Jim Rohn Weekend and going on your websites and really, if you will, becoming a student of entrepreneurs who are teaching, and it rubs off on you. And the next thing you know, there are mastermind groups that develop, and you start hanging around with people who have the same ideas. One of the worst things you can do is hang around with people with similar problems. Because even though it's comfortable, even though it's almost like the gang. I'd rather hang around with people more successful than me. So if you're going to be a good golfer, always play with people who are better than you. And even though you're not going to do as well, you're going to learn more. So go to success programs as much as you can.
So it's true what my mother said, birds of a feather flock together.
They do. They do indeed. And you shall know them by their works, and they hang around together. No question. That's why I've always tried to, even when I was young, I used to go to these type of programs, and I would sit in the back of the arena. Right. And I would say, I shouldn't say this, but I think I could do that. And you get obsessed with it, and that's how we can maybe get into the thing on purpose. I think there's really a way to find out what your purpose in life is.
Right. Well, I know that, a lot of people come to me and they ask me that, how do I find my purpose? I'm a person, I've got something inside of me that's got to come out, but I don't know what it is. How do I find my purpose in life? What do I do? What's a process I could go through?
Well, the first thing you should do is dust off your childhood. And that's really important. I've been studying that for so many years now, age 5 to 15. You begin to decide to think and know about yourself when you're about 5, and you develop some interests. And there's been a BBC video that was called 7 Up, and they took 50 children age 7, and they monitored them and did videos of them every 7 years. The first one was 7, then 14, 21, 28, 35, 42. And they found that what the kids were showing signs of being good at when they were 7 through 14, and then somehow they got off track because they got into peer pressure and adult pressure and professor pressure, and they began to go in the direction that people were telling them they should go in, getting away from what their talents were. So the first thing you need to do is do a childhood audit. What did I like to do from 5 to 15? What was a real turn-on for me? Interestingly enough, when I was a kid, I sang and talked for cookies.
Oh, really?
And I went house to house, and I figured that if I could sing a song or say something funny, they'd give me a cookie. And I say, there must be something in there somewhere. Gave it up completely, realizing that I did like to talk, I like to read, I like words. So you end up being a nuclear weapons delivery pilot. You end up going to a military academy. You end up fighting for your country. But instead of being a defender of people, I wanted to be a developer of people. And I found that what I loved to do when I was a little boy is what my purpose ended up being when I was a grown man. But it took me until I was in my 40s to make that full circle transition. So what do you like to do in your spare time? There's a talent in there somewhere. What do you like to do? What your purpose in life often is hidden in what you love to do. And if you can take what you love to do and what you do well and extend that into a career, or even if it becomes your service hobby, maybe you earn money another way, but you get your real kicks out of life doing this thing you love, and therein lies your purpose, because God-given talents need to be directed in some way that just really turns you on. I mean, I can hardly wait to wake up. Yeah. I haven't been to work in 30 years, and neither has a scientist, and neither has a pro golfer. Well, they hit a bucket of balls, and Lee Trevino said, as long as there's daylight, there are golf balls to be hit, and you get blisters on your hands. But if you love what you're doing, the practice part of it doesn't become monotonous. So that's why passion and obsession become purpose if they're directed in a way that helps other people.
Great. Well, I know you've coached Super Bowl athletes, Olympic athletes. You've had super achievers you've worked with in every field. When it comes to goal setting, what's the difference between them and the average Joe? What do you see?
Not much. Not much difference, except that they have channeled that, and they have decided to become focused in one arena at a time. And otherwise, you become jack of all trades, master of none. I mean, I became a permanent consultant. I was good at a lot of things, but nothing really good at one thing. And until I concentrated, maybe on the psychology of winning, and becoming an audio speaker on tape and pushing that up to the consciousness, did I ever become successful. But if you can find a team or a coach and a mentor, and you get focused in one area, your expertise grows with that, and you develop focus and discipline around that one thing. People say, well, wait a minute, if you do that, you're just going to be good at that. The great thing about that is when you're successful in one thing, they think you're a success in your whole life. And they give you free tickets when you could afford them. This is what the crazy thing about being really good at something. They give you free tickets when you're making more money than the average Joe. So the thing to do is take one thing and become really good at it, and then people will sponsor you. The other thing, of course, is that when you have a team, when you have comrades, when you have friendly competition, like Olympians, or you have to run wind sprints, and you have to compete with one another on the same team, you find yourself helping other people because you're all on the team together. You're not going to beat anyone out of their position, but you're trying to be your best among a fast field. So I think realizing that you're with a team of winners, that you're disciplined by training, and no train, no gain. Super Bowl, Olympic, astronaut, all the same. Rehearse on the field, simulate, drill, learn the plays, remember. The next thing you know, it becomes like driving your car or brushing your teeth, second nature. And everyone says, look at that, spontaneous performance. Spontaneity is conditioned reflex.
Right.
You're only spontaneous when you've learned to do it before and you're comfortable doing it. But you don't just do it without learning. So I think the coach, the equipment, the team, the comrades, and the training is everything.
Well, I've done my goals, and I've gone through this great exercise to do my goals. I've laid out all my objectives. I've got my calendar laid out, and I'm ready to go, but I just can't get going. And it goes on for weeks or months, and I just can't get going. And then I'm going to start beating up on myself. How do you get started sometimes when you've got it all laid out in front of you? What's keeping you from getting started, or how do you get started?
You have to find an accountable partner. I mean, who wants to work out when it's cold or rainy? In fact, who wants to work out anyway? But if you've made a commitment to someone else that you're going to meet them at a certain time at a certain place, or you get a few people, and you know there has to be a quorum in order to get a vote, I actually find 2 or 3 people who are willing to get together once a week, and they keep you honest because you're accountable to one another. So one of the best ways to get started is to make the announcement publicly that you're going to do it, and then have somebody who, instead of trying to say, I knew you couldn't do it, who keeps you saying, come on, you said you're going to do it, I'm going to hold you to it, and we're going to do this together. And to find a buddy and to keep in communication with that buddy on the phone or in person, that's the only way. It's really hard to succeed in isolation anymore. You really have to be a fanatic, obsessed person, and it's more fun to do it with somebody else too.
Well, thank you very much for an outstanding session this morning. Thanks for your time this afternoon.
Thanks, Vix. Great to be with you.
Part of my reason for making this investment, I enjoy what I do. I've been doing it so long. But I know the ongoing effect ideas can have. If you affect one person with good ideas, they talk to 10. Some of those 10 talk to 1,000. Some of those thousands talk to tens of thousands. Make this note, an idea never dies. It just goes, it goes. And for me, hopefully, it'll create a legacy long after I'm gone. Give me a chance for a bit of immortality. I have visions after I'm gone, somebody is up in an attic going through a box of old dusty books. And in this box of dusty books is one of my books, Seasons of Life or something. And they blow off the dust, read it, and it affects their life, and maybe they use it in a training class and teach. So long after I'm gone, perhaps, it gives me a chance for that part of immortality. Ideas that can keep going, making a difference, generation after generation. So I sense that. I also sense that there's plenty of power in this room to translate beyond what I've been able to do, put it in your own words, refine it for yourself and for your own business and future, and pass it on to somebody else. So as a result of, over 1,000 people here, this could translate into millions of people who finally hear ideas. Revised, yes. Refined, yes. Altered, of course. Amplified, of course. Made better, no doubt. So that's one of the reasons why I come to make a visit like this. How many more I can do, I'm not sure. But as long as I can. The first record I want is my father's, to live to be 93 and still not retire. So that's number one. And then maybe, good Lord willing, beyond that, who knows? I don't know. Here's a good thought on time. Life is not just the passing of time. Life is a collection of experiences, their intensity and their frequency. that's the definition of life, then it's possible for, I'm sure, some people to live several lifetimes in one. My young friend Mark Hughes of Herbalife died at age 44, but he lived several lifetimes. Who knows, he might have been about 250. Living several lifetimes in one, because life is a collection of experiences, intensity and frequency. That's the definition. So the key is to see how many experiences you can pack into the next 6 months, the next 6 years, thereby live more than one lifetime in one. Yes, you can live an ordinary life, but why not an extraordinary life? Even Jesus the Christ said, here's the purpose why I came, that you might have life, redemptive life. Then he added, life extraordinaire. Pretty simple and easy to present. Life and extraordinary life. Both redemptive life and extraordinary life. Good thought to ponder. That's why I gave you that phrase to start today. It's possible to design and live an extraordinary life. And if we do, maybe we can hear God say, hey, well done. This is the reason for it all. To live an extraordinary life. Okay, let's talk now some more about communication affecting people with words. Here's one that's a challenge, learning to identify with whoever you're talking to, whether it's a group or an individual. Identification simply means build a bridge between you and someone else so that the conversation flows easy, so that you try to do your best to understand where each other is coming from. Identification means start with something real. If you're married and have a family and you talk to someone who's married and has a family, that's an easy identification. I'm married, you're married, I've got children, you've got children. What gets to be a little more complicated now is I'm a man, you're a woman. See this? Now, if we both have children, we would have that in common. If we both worked at the local department store, we might have that in common to talk about as a start. But then, finally, for the man and the woman, it gets a little more complicated. Expectations, demands, all that. Man gets married, hands his wife this list of 12 positions he wants her to fill eventually. Mother, lover, chauffeur, housekeeper, cook, teacher, guardian, just to name a few. She says, whoa, that's pretty heavy. And then he's got his own challenge. She says to him, go conquer the world and be home by 5 o'clock. And he says, whoa. So working this thing out, right, between man and woman, male and female, brother and sister, it's a challenge. But it was meant, right, for the combination to be extraordinary. Here's what happens in the combination. You multiply the effect by 2, by 3, by 5, by 10. So make this note. It says, if 2 or 3 agree on a common purpose, nothing is impossible. That's a good communication challenge. If 2 or 3 agree on a common purpose, nothing's impossible. The most extraordinary things are possible if just 2 or 3 agree. See, the challenge is the 2 or 3 to agree. And this is where identifying, could we identify a common purpose? Could we identify a common reason and get together and blend our resources together? My time, your time put together might be extraordinary time. In this case now, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. 1 + 1 could equal 10, the power of 10. Old Testament, there's a unique phrase that says one can become so powerful they can put 1,000 to flight, cause 1,000 to flee. If 2 get together, they can cause 10,000 to flee. giving us that idea that 1 + 1 in terms of potential power in blending talents and skills and purpose could multiply the power not by 2, but by 10. That's why extraordinary partnerships, right, can produce some of the most colossal productivity and activity and business structure and all kinds of unique things. 2 together. It doesn't take that many, right? Jesus only had 12. So it doesn't take 2,000 if a few say, let's conquer the world. If a few say, we could do something extraordinary, your talent plus mine, maybe another 1 or 2. See, just a few with common interest, common power. But the whole key is you start that potential by building a bridge of understanding each other, identification, okay? Here's a big challenge. If the adult is 40 and the child is 12, see, that's a heck of a bridge to build between 40 and 12. How do you identify? Here's one of the best ways. Remember when you were 12 and talk about that. I remember 12. I remember almost every day of being 12. One of the problems of being 12 is you're not 13. I mean, the teenagers go away. They do some, fun things. They're gone. If I heard it once, I heard it 100 times. You're only 12. I said, wow, I'm stuck here. It's like being stuck. Finally, I turned 13. See, kids will understand that. Being 12, wishing you were 13. Did you ever get chosen last? They're choosing up sides. The leaders are choosing up sides. I'll take you, I'll take you, I'll take you, I'll take you. You're standing there. I'll take you, I'll take you. Finally, the last one says, I guess I'll have to take you. Guess what? Those stories will identify with kids, disappointments, right? Misunderstandings. I thought they said, sure enough, that's not what they really said. Wow, and I got in trouble. Kids will understand that. This is called identification, finding some common ground in which to communicate. Okay, that's important. Here's the next one. In communication, and that is attacking the problem without attacking the person. Here's where language must be careful when you're dealing with challenges of this nature. Sometimes you've got to put love and hate in the same sentence so that there's no misunderstanding. God said, I love you, but I hate your sinful ways. Now, sometimes it seems to me like, man, maybe God hates me. He said, no, let me make it clear one more time. I love you, but I hate your sinful ways. Sometimes as parents, we've got to do that. Put love and hate in the same sentence. I love you, but I hate what's happening. I love you, but I hate the direction you've chosen. I love you, but I hate the situation you've gotten into. Kids need to know what you love and what you hate. Because it takes both. The old prophet said what? We must love good and hate evil. The evil that would destroy us, the mistakes that would do us in, the miscalculation that would ruin our reputation and leave us helpless. Wow, what good benefit somebody brings to us to help point out some of those even very sensitive things, to go after the problem. But hopefully they go after the problem, but they have this sincere desire to truly help. Now, sometimes you can get careless in language and you mean to help, but you said it wrong. What if you meant to say, what's troubling you? And instead you said, what's wrong with you? See, that's an error in language that can cause all kinds of difficulty. You meant to say what's troubling you, and instead you said what's wrong with you. Now, we'll let you make that mistake 10 years ago, but 10 years later, to be making the same error in language, see, we need to understand that. Say, no, I need to learn to say it better so that it sets up a better chance for communication. It sets up a better chance for me to talk about something constructive and not come out with something wrong, saying it wrong, correct all those errors in verbal judgment. Here's a good way to go after the problem. Go after the problem that you've had. We call this third party. So, you know, Mary, I was in this same fix. I thought this and it turned out to be this. I made a mistake and misunderstood. Sure enough, I'm headed down the wrong road. About a year later, I'm in serious trouble. I finally worked my way out. But I'm telling you, you can save yourself that kind of calamity with just a couple of words of advice. Use yourself as part of the problem. Say, I was the problem at one time. I gave people grief when I should have given them thanks. And it created for me no value. Right? It's called attacking the problem in yourself. Then here's another way, third party, where you say, I know someone who miscalculated, and if they were here, here's what they would say with tears: don't go down this road. Remember that movie years and years ago called Scared Straight? Where they took some kids into prison and let them interview and talk to the prisoners. And the prisoner said, you don't want to come here. Let me take you on a tour, show you what it's like. And the kids came out of the prison with eyes about this big saying, whoa, the man said I shouldn't come here. See, that kind of advice, straight talk, can be so helpful if it's done in the right manner and in the right way. In building your house on the rock instead of on the sand, how do you decide to build on the rock? You have somebody give you the image that they built on the sand and suffered the disaster of a storm. Because sometimes when the day is unique and the sky is blue and the clouds are fleecy white, it's easy to be faked out and build on the sand. There doesn't seem to be any immediate consequences. Somebody says, no, the storms. And if you've never had one of those storms, you would say, what storms? So let me tell you about the storms. And then you need somebody to scare you to death about the potential of the upcoming storm so that you don't make the mistake and be deluded when the days are nice to build your house on the sand. I used to talk to kids about the ant philosophy. Let me give you a couple of clues now about the ant philosophy. Here's number one, ants never quit. If they're going somewhere and you stop them or block their pathway, they'll look for another way, up, down, all around. How long will they keep looking? Till they find another way. See, that's good philosophy, the ant philosophy. Here's another one. Ants think winter all summer. That's why ants appear to be in a hurry all summer. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Why? Winter, winter, winter. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The clock is running out. Time is running out. Hurry, hurry. Get the food. Bring it back. Get the food. Bring it back. Winter's almost here. Hurry, hurry. See, that's good philosophy. So have you got that note now? Be like the ants. Think winter in the summer. Don't think summer in the summer and get faked out. Look how lovely and look how nice. See, that's getting faked out. Ants don't do that. They think winter all summer. Now here's the next one. You got to think summer all winter. In the winter, you got to say, we won't be in here long. We'll soon be out of here. We'll be out there working and gathering more food and providing for the future. This winter won't last long. We'll soon be out of here. So the key is to think summer in the winter and think winter in the summer. Now, if somebody needs help on this, you've got to learn how to put it in such a way. And giving them the ant story is one of the best. Think winter in the summer, and then think summer in the winter. Think negative when it's positive, and then think positive when it's negative. Isn't that a challenge? The answer is yes, that's a challenge, but that's life. That's the deal. How often does winter follow fall? every year. Years ago, I did a series of lectures for Chevron dealers and their management. All over America, even up in Alaska and over in Hawaii. When I first started giving them this series of lectures, the management and some of the leaders of the Chevron Corporation called me in and we had a nice talk. And they said, well, first of all, Mr. Rohn, we'd like to get acquainted, and we've heard about your presentation, and we think you might be able to share some good ideas. And they said, by the way, you travel the world, and right, you know a lot of corporate executives, and you've been in business for a long time all around the world. They asked me, what do you think the next 10 years are going to be like? And I said to them, gentlemen, you have asked the right person. So their eyes lit up. I said, I do have experience. I have traveled the world, and I've lived a long time, and I really know the deal. And here's how the next 10 years are going to be. About like the last 10. Right? Winter follows fall. Some are easy and some are hard. Some are difficult and some are simple. And then spring follows winter. For how many years now? 6,000 years of recorded history. So it isn't going to change. Here's the essence of life. Opportunity mixed with difficulty. That's about as simple as you can put it from the beginning. The first two boys of the first family had difficulty and one killed the other. The statistics have never been that severe since. That wiped out 25% of the population. So there's been the push-shove, difficulty, good and evil, present since the beginning. So that's not going to change. The winters are going to come. But here's what we all need to be advised. Think winter in the summer. Think opportunity in the winter. And then here's the deal. Sometimes there seems to be more difficulty than opportunity. It does. Then it turns. And then there's more opportunity than difficulty. During those terrible wars, World War I and World War II especially, and then the Vietnam War and the Korean War, those were terrible wars. We lost a lot of lives. Those were tragic days, tragic times. Hopefully those tragic wars are behind us, when there seemed to be more tyranny than liberty in the world. But now it's turned, and there's more liberty than tyranny. And the key is to take advantage when liberty comes in excess, when liberty comes in great amounts. Take advantage, build the city, build the economy, build everything, while liberty has its chance and its freedom, because it can turn. And sometimes an individual needs to hear this, and you need to communicate it well. Use every story you can to communicate it. Now, here's another part of communication, and that is solutions. Solutions. Solutions usually involve, by communication, being able to take somebody from the present. Sometimes we take someone back to review their mistakes. So jot down this little setup here now. Sometimes first, to help someone, we take them back and examine the errors that brought them to a poor place. Errors in judgment, errors in health judgment, errors in career judgment, errors in personal judgment. So sometimes we have to take someone back, and sometimes that's difficult to go back over those times that were difficult. Then here's the next challenge. Bring them to the present. Hey, here's how it is now. Guess what now always is? The greatest of hope and the greatest of possibilities is now. If you will begin now to amend those errors in judgment, if you begin now to construct a new destination and thereby a new direction, because direction determines destination. If you'll reconstruct now, starting now. So we give them the sense of the past, errors that might bring tears, that might bring sadness, that might bring this cloud for a while. Wow, yes, that's how it was. Yes, that's where I made my mistake. But here now is like spring. Now is a new opportunity. And then we describe the now and the opportunity. But here's what's best, is to be able to transport someone into the future with their problems solved, with money in the bank, with their health restored. You can't restore your health overnight. So you've got to take someone into the future. In just a few months, you'll notice the difference. In the first year, it'll be incredible. By the end of the third year, I promise you, such an abundance of this or this or this change, this kind of productivity, this kind of activity breeds this kind of productivity. Take somebody on a journey back, show them the present called opportunity, and then take them on a journey into the future. We must do that with our children. What if you inspired your salespeople and not your child? What if you took the people around you into the future, but not your family, to describe to them the possibilities that if we work together, we can have the most extraordinary family ever, benefiting each other, drawing strength from each other. And here's how it can be. Here's how it's going to be. So make this note. The promise of the future is an awesome force. In the future, problems can be solved. In the future, fortunes can be won. In the future, productivity can be incredible. So be able to paint the past and the present and the future. This is one of the most awesome challenges of communication. Here's one of the best ways to inspire someone else. Help them to see themselves better than they are. Sometimes we have to help people see themselves as they are. If your child is messed up, you got to say, hey, John, you have messed up. But here's the next clue, parents. Don't leave them in the mess. So they've messed up. How quickly could they turn it around? Almost overnight. What could be the promise of the future if they started walking a new road? Absolutely colossal and unbelievable. So we quickly go from saying, yes, you've messed up, no doubt about that, but here's how quickly you can recover. Here's how quickly you can multiply the future in a positive way versus the negative way that brought you to this poor place. See, the gift of language can do the most incredible things with a human being. Rescue them from oblivion, send them into the future with a picture of the promise, the possibilities. Don't be lazy in exercising these gifts. Someone say, well, how good do we need to be at it? As good as you possibly can. Someone says, well, this is only a child. What a better place to start. Correcting a few errors and building the promise of the future. We can't say it's only a child. This could be the next superstar. This could be the next person of high productivity that starts enterprises that employs millions. This next child, this child, properly corrected, properly inspired. The promise of the future is an awesome force. My mentor worked this on me. He said, Jim Rohn, if you keep up these disciplines and if you keep up these skills, keep increasing productivity, learn how to work with people, do the job well, do the activity, learn to teach. He said, I promise you, you're going to have a unique place. I promise you. He kept saying that. I promise you. Things will all change. I promise you. A bank full of money. I promise you. A heart full of gratitude. I promise you. A family with unusual respect. I promise you. An audience that won't quit. And he just kept saying all of this stuff. I promise you. Take it from me. I've got the experience. I know. Person like you. Your dedication. If you keep up this pace, the day will come. The day will come. And he painted this picture. I couldn't sleep nights the first year. Then I remember one day he said, one of these days you'll walk into a room full of people, and as you walk in the room, you'll hear someone say, that's him. That's the famous man. I thought, well, that could never happen to me. I was raised in obscurity, right? One of my first skills was milking cows. I mean, what's that got to do with walking in a room and have someone say, that's him, that's the man, the famous man? But sure enough, year by year, audience by audience, and book by book, as I traveled this journey, Wow, that promise from this man started coming true. I think when I got here today, even before I reached this auditorium, I think I heard someone say, that's him, that's the famous man. Whoa. I just wish my mentor, Mr. Schoaf, was here to see this. Here's what he would say. I told you. I said, listen to what they're saying. I told you. I told you. Yeah, that's right. It's happening. Whoa. I wonder how much further. I wonder how much more. Wow. That's a gift. Language that transports people into the future. Jesus used it as an incredible incentive. He said to his little group, we're going to have a tough time and be a bit misunderstood. This is a new thing we got going here. Some people are going to like it and some people are not going to like it. And, you know, the devils are after us and all the rest of the stuff that started this drama way back in the beginning for the beginnings. It hasn't changed. But we've got such a splendid idea. It's worth working. I've been with you now 3.5 years. And here's the deal. Let's now go tell the story. Tell the story to someone else. And they said, okay. So they start telling the story. Sure enough, they run into challenges. Sure enough, the devil is at work. And I'm sure Jesus said to them, if we do the work well, I promise you when all of this is finished, in my Father's house are many mansions. See, that's clever. He put the mansion shot on them. No wonder they walked the streets and told the story, fought the devils and fought the opposition. No wonder. But I'm sure they came back to Jesus every once in a while and said, would you tell us about the mansions one more time? We've had a really tough day. So you got to do that with your children. You got to dazzle them. Take dazzling lessons. I don't know where you sign up in Anaheim for dazzling lessons, but why not? As a grandfather, I wanted to be a 5-star grandfather. I'm on my way, dazzling my grandchildren. So I'm asking you to do the same thing with your company, with your people that work for you, and especially your family, so that you can give them the promise of the future. They'll do extraordinary things if they can see. If they can't see, they'll take little steps. If they can see, they'll take giant steps. Wow. Solution. Money solution, business solutions, solutions of every description. Be a person with a ready solution. Now make this list. To become a good persuader of people to change their ways, people to change, people to grow, or even persuading somebody to buy or to participate. In the art of persuasion, here is the deal. Number 1, become a good storyteller. And the way to become a good storyteller is to gather up stories, testimonials. I mentioned earlier today, Sarah Alfaro, single mother, 4 children, no job, no home, no car, no money. With $1 investment now makes $40,000 a month. She's a superstar mother in Mexico. What a story. How did she do it? She's asked now to travel not only in Mexico, but other countries around the world to tell her extraordinary story. Here's what I'm asking you to do. Learn some of those stories of people who started with nothing, people who started behind and made it work, people that had no money but had courage. If you got enough courage, you don't need much money. Sarah had so much courage, she only needed $1. If you got enough courage, that's all you need, is a little seed, something. Here's all you need if you've got enough courage, a chance. You don't need a promise. You don't need a guarantee. If you got enough courage, all you need is a chance. Wow. Stories, teenage stories. If you're talking to a teenager, just gather up some more teenage stories. Teenagers in trouble, now set free. Teenagers that couldn't find their way, now they know the way. Teenagers who couldn't communicate, now they can communicate. Teenagers who were lost, now they're found. Teenagers who helped themselves, now they can help others. Just learn some of these teenage stories. There's plenty around. If you're talking to single mothers, tell them the single mother's success stories. If Sarah can do it, you can do it. Come on. So it's a little difficult. So you've got opposition. What else is new? It's called the drama of the creator and the spoiler. Let's go, let's go. See stories. Jesus was one of the great storytellers. To use him one more time. He had this gift. He said, the kingdom of heaven is like, he didn't say the kingdom of heaven was and then tried to describe it in some abstract terms. It's like a marriage. It's like a family. It's like you and me. It's like us. See, we could understand that. Something abstract, we couldn't understand that. But he said it's like, and then tell a story. What a gift. It's like and tell a story. See, that's being gifted. That's practicing the craft so well that you can do that. Next is borrowing, saying it well from someone else. Like the lyrics of a song, if somebody's written something that is so gifted in terms of its meaning and impact, you might as well use it. I talked about Zig Ziglar, right? Zig said, if you help enough people get what they want. I didn't say that. Zig said it. I borrow it. It's just as effective as to saying Zig said it. I borrow the lyrics from songs, the message of someone else. Because some people have said it so well, you couldn't have thought of it in a million years. Winston Churchill said, the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it and ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is. See, you could stay up all night and not think of that. So why not be a good student of good ideas, a good student of things well said, a good student of just one or two lines that's meaningful to a teenager that says, wow, now I see what you're talking about. Just borrow, use. Here's the next one, straight talk. Tell it like it is. I'm sure these days everybody's ready to accept this. No nonsense, tell it like it is. Straight talk. This is not belligerent talk now. This is just straight talk. No nonsense. This is how it really is. There's no use sugarcoating it. There's no use trying to glamorize it. You know, some people are into affirmations to glamorize something, but we don't need that. Every day in every way, I'm getting better and better. What if that's not the truth? Would you keep saying it and saying it and saying it? No. Here's the best affirmation. The truth. I'm working on disciplines every day that's making me better and better. See, now that affirmation is the truth, if that is the truth. Straight talk. Affirmation without discipline is the beginning of delusion. Plenty is possible without being foolish. Here's the truth. We are the victim of our sins and our errors. Here's also the truth. You can turn it around in one day and head a brand new direction, and probably within a few weeks and maybe a few months, the early return will keep you on this track forever, and the fortune belongs to you. See, that's also the truth. The truth is we're victim of our errors. The truth also is you can turn it around overnight. You can't get there overnight, but you can turn it around overnight. And the answer is why not? The quicker you turn it around, the quicker the abundance belongs to you, and the closer your fortune comes. And then you'll have the health and the breath and the vitality to do extraordinary things if you start a new health program today. So you've messed up in the past. That's the truth. The truth also is today can be a brand new day. Pick a new destination. That's also the truth. The truth is revealing and inspiring. That's why we use it. That's why we don't use some tricky other stuff. The truth alone is enough. It sets you free. 1, to correct old errors. 2, to set up easy disciplines that changes everything. That's what the truth is for. Here's what's next. To really help people in extraordinary ways, learn to deal in challenges. That's what sports is all about, challenge. That's what music is all about, the challenge to play so well, someone's inspired. The challenge to say it so well, someone gets it. The challenge to be so gifted in language that somebody sees it. It's unbelievable. Insight is unbelievable. Only human beings can do this. Close your eyes. The man closes his eyes, puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, I see it. I see it. You say, no, you got your eyes closed. No. There's more than one way to see. And all somebody has to do is see an answer that they could start on immediately. And within 6 months, their whole life could start to multiply and change. Within 1 year, the difference would be extraordinary. And a person who was lost now becomes a person of influence, just because somebody helped them to see for the moment what was wrong and the possibility to change it. And then the challenge to go do it and do it well. Now here's the best challenge of all. Let's go do it. Not always saying you go do it, you go do it, you change, you go do it. Here's the best challenge. Let's go do it. Let's get healthy. Let's change the world. Let's build an enterprise. Let's work on this together. See, I always respond to this. Let's. Sometimes it's hard to lift yourself out. It's hard to be self-inspired at first. And if somebody says, come on, let's start a new program. Come on, let's do exercises. Come on, let's get healthy. Come on, let's start something. I'll be there, you be there, and you bring a guest and I'll bring a guest. Let's start something. That is so inspiring to have somebody say, let's do it. Not always you do it, let's do it. Let's build a team. Let's win the championship. Let's walk off with the trophy. Let's. Wow, there's something about that that can keep you awake nights. There's something about that that turns on the juices. There's something about that that reaches deep in the soul. For a person that can do extraordinary things when somebody says, let's. I've got 2 with me already. If you'll be the next one, we can conquer the world. You say, whoa. Together, nobody's a match for us. By yourself, you're vulnerable. With us, nobody's a match. You say, wow, I want to belong to that team. So figure out ways to say let's. Next. An interesting subject now in wrapping up communication called tools of last resort. Here's my language, something you can use that can be highly effective, but we call it tools of last resort. Not to be used unless like there's no hope left. This is the only last chance. There's no other possible way. Then you reach in your bag of tools for the tools of last resort. So let me give you some of those. Number 1 is a direct attack. You, instead of using yourself as an example, using third party as an example, you go right after somebody. It's called a direct attack on the problem that's mixed in with the person. And you're trying to be delicate and careful, but they need to hear it direct. That you've got to be very careful of. Use every other means possible first before you go for the direct attack. Third party, use yourself, every illustration you can think of, but if finally that doesn't do it, finally you may have to say you. But now you must do it very carefully and only as a tool of last resort. Here's another one. Sarcasm. Sarcasm is a useful communication tool, but you must be careful how you use it. Sarcasm says, who do you think you are? That's what God said to Job. Job was complaining. Oh, well, this and that and this and that. And God gave Job an unbelievable lesson. He says, where were you when I put the worlds in place? Where were you when I flung the stars into the heavens? Where were you? Hiding under a bush? I mean, this is sort of an ego trip for God, working on Job. A bit of sarcasm. But the time had come, and Job needed to hear it. There was no other recourse but to go right after him and say, hey, sure enough, it turned around. Someone walks in late and you say, where have you been? Especially if it's an assembled group. You got to be very careful of things like that. Where have you been? See, that's loaded with you don't care. That's loaded. So you got to be careful with loaded statements, especially exposing something in an audience of people. Best to do those kind of things private. Get someone off to the side and say, hey, late one more time and I'm telling you, you won't be welcome here anymore. But see, you can't just jump the gun here with sarcasm. Tools of what? Last resort. When there's no hope left and this is the only way. Here's the next one, scolding. You have to be very careful of scolding. Scolding sometimes as a last resort is very necessary, but you must be very careful. Scolding someone is like giving them a cut. Giving them a cut with your words, like on the hand, giving a cut. And maybe it'll serve its purpose, and the cut will heal, and everything will be okay. You needed to get their attention. Scolding. But you mustn't do it every day. All the time. Some children wind up with these psychic scars because they've been slashed and cut every day. Scold, slash, cut, scold, every day. And they wind up psychologically disadvantaged because of this kind of treatment. Somebody who has the words that are cruel, but they use them too often, all the time, rather than saving it up for a tool of last resort. They just cut and slash all the time. And kids sometimes have a hard time working out of this problem because of that kind of atmosphere. Too severe, we say, is too severe. In some countries, if you steal, they cut off your hand. That's a bit too severe, isn't it? A little too severe? Maybe a little piece of the finger, but not the whole hand. But guess what they say? It's very effective. They say, did you ever steal anything else? Are you kidding with just one hand? No. So it is effective. But we would say what? Too severe. What do we say with someone that now has been convicted? They must not suffer what? Cruel and unusual punishment. Hopefully we will continue to be a country that does not administer cruel and unusual punishment. Now, parents, let me talk to you about cruel and unusual punishment. You must be gifted in thinking of ways. Now, sometimes severity is needed, but only as a last resort. John Kennedy's father, old Joe, said this to John, and it'll serve in so many ways, and you'll see when I give it to you. Here's what old Joe Kennedy said. If it is not necessary to change, it is necessary not to change. If it's not necessary to change, it's necessary not to change. So I'm sure you've got that message now. If it is not absolutely necessary to scold, then it's necessary not to scold. If it's not necessary to use sarcasm, then it's necessary in all the rest of your speech not to use sarcasm. If it's not necessary to use, it's necessary not to use. A mother who screams all day at her children. Finally, the kids get used to it. Mama just screams all day. Kids come over to visit and they say, don't mind Mama, she's just a screamer. I mean, she just screams all day at everything, screams all day. So the kids are used to it. But now comes the big problem. When the 3-year-old child is headed for the street and a truck is coming and Mama screams, nobody pays any attention. See, Mama should have what? Tell him I'm not here. So jot this down now. Mama should save up her screams so that the day she does, and it becomes a necessary tool of last resort, the day she screams, the world stops. See, that's the key. Tools of what? Last resort. Last. Here's another one, temper. If it's not necessary to lose your temper, now sometimes it is, but if it's not necessary, then it is necessary not to lose your temper. Just hang on to that emotional explosion. Yes, you could explode all over somebody, but only as a last resort if it's called for. But not all the time. All of us have to contain ourselves. Here's the first law of a civilized society, the restraint of power and the restraint of the evil side of our nature. When a little 3-year-old boy hits another 3-year-old boy over the head, if he's not restrained, he will do it again. And if he's not further restrained, he will probably enjoy it. And we have the beginning of an uncivilized person. The first mark of civilization, to be in a civilized society, is the restraint of your emotion, the restraint of your words, the restraint of your power. That's the beginning of a civilized society. And so it is in civilized language. So it is in civilized communication. The restraint of being so powerful you blow somebody away or make a situation so impossible it'll never be cured. Right. Effective but careful. Easy, powerful but easy. Speaking of Jesus one more time, it's so easy to use the Bible as almost an exclusive source of stories and illustrations. The record tells us, according to the storytellers, the record tells us that Jesus, in 3.5 years of his ministry, only lost his cool just a few times. Just a few times. Not a few times a day. No. Just a few times in 3.5 years. See, that's the key. But when he did, beware. There's one scene where he drove them out of the temple, kicked over the money changers' table, screamed like a Comanche, grabbed a whip, and drove them all out of the place until it was empty. Everybody says, "Get out of here, he's on a rampage." Have you got it? But this is your notes now. Not every day. No. So I'm asking you, okay, the restraint of power, yes, you could use. Yes, you could empty the place. Yes, you could create unbelievable havoc and have some sort of satisfaction. But see, only as a tool of last resort, whether it's the community or a company or a person or a child, right? Restraint of power. We must be careful with power. A father must be careful with power so that his children doesn't live in his shadow. A father must restrain to be a good father. Restrain Yes, he could. Yes, he's capable. Yes, he can beat him half to death. But he must restrain. That's a civilized society. And the more powerful you are, the more careful you have to be. Hey, the elephant must be careful where he steps. You say, well, but this is a big, happy, friendly elephant. Yes, but the mouse is dead. He didn't see him. He just went walking, and now the poor mouse is gone. He didn't mean to, but he's so big that he has to be careful where he steps. We've got powerful people in this room today. I'm asking you to be careful where you step, and be careful what you say, and be careful what you write. Be careful in conversation, wise but careful, strong but easy, and good communication belongs to you. Now, here's one more that is so unique. If you're ready, say I'm ready. Ready. You can't imagine how exciting it was for me to come and be here today. And then we got tomorrow and another day. Wow, this is heavyweight stuff for me. Chance to share ideas. Here's the last one now, on communication. Then I got a few more things, and then we'll be finished. The more you care, the stronger you can be. See, that's the key. The more you care, the stronger you can be. Even children will allow you to really get on their case if they know you really care. If there's no doubt about your sincerity, if there's no doubt about your heart that breaks when you have to cover something unpleasant, there's no doubt about that. And the more you care, the stronger you can be. And then if you're going to be strong, you have to care. There are some conversations that you have with your children that don't make sense if you don't cry. If the tears don't flow, this conversation doesn't make sense. This is just belligerence. I don't mind a minister consigning my soul to hellfire for my sinful ways, as long as he does it with tears and not with joy. If you were going to preach a sermon on hellfire, wouldn't you have to sob and cry? If you're going to preach hellfire, you have to sob and cry. If dry-eyed you preach hellfire, everybody dismisses it as a performance. Unless your heart breaks, unless the tears flow, you can't preach hellfire for an individual. It doesn't make sense. We dismiss it as ego. But if your heart breaks and the tears flow, you can cover some pretty heavyweight stuff and be so effective. Now, some challenges for you. Jot these down. I'm going to go through them very quickly now as we rush to a conclusion here in about 13 minutes. Here they are. You're going to have to write fast now. Here's number one. Review your performance, whether it's communication or whether it's activity or whether it's a CEO or whether it's on the job. Here's what my father said, a seminar in a sentence. I wish he was here to give it, but since he's not here, in his honor, I will give his seminar in a sentence. Here it is. Always do more than you get paid for to make an investment in your future. Now, some unions would argue with us on this, but that's my papa's seminar in a sentence. Always do more than you get paid for to make an investment in your future. My father was so unique. Papa said if it's raining, you can't fix the roof. If it isn't raining, it doesn't need to be fixed. He was a grand old man. Wow, this guy. So review your performance, your language with your children. Just go over that and say, have I been too harsh and too strong, and too stubborn? Should I learn to be easier, mix more compassion with the tough stuff I have to deal with? Yes. You know, prayer will help sometimes. If nothing else, dear God, help me say the right thing, not to ruin it all by poor communication. Here's the next on my list. Face your fears. I don't know what challenges you might have in going over the stuff we've been going over in terms of amending your philosophy or going back and, redoing some stuff that you might have messed up. But face all your fears. That's how you conquer them. Don't dismiss them, just face them. Say, here's what I'm afraid of. I wonder what I could do to change that. Here's the next one. Exercise your willpower to change direction. You don't have to keep doing what you've done the last 6 years if it's not yielding you the benefits you want. In the seminar I do for Jerry, my mentor helped me to review the last 6 years so I wouldn't repeat those errors the next 6. See, if you're a goose, you have no choice to do the next 6 like you did the last 6. But if you're not a goose, here's what you can do. Pick a new destination and start going that way. You say, well, I've done this for the last 2 years. I'll probably have to do it another 2. And the answer is no, not in a million years. Now, you can change one little degree at a time, or if you want to, you can revolutionize the whole thing. Who says you couldn't revolutionize the whole thing in a week's time and start a brand new direction that will most assuredly help you arrive in a brand new place a year from now, 3 years from now? No telling 5 years from now where you could arrive. Use your willpower to start the process. Just willpower to change a little or change a lot. Anybody can change. You don't have to repeat last year. Clean up the errors. Invest it now in the next year. Watch it make the difference. Here's the next one that's important. Parents have to do it. We ask our kids to do it, but we've got to do it. Admit your mistakes. Sometimes you have to admit them to others. Here's some of the best words in the English language. I'm sorry. The reason why those are good words is because it could start a whole new relationship. It could start 2 people going in a whole new direction. I'm sorry. Simple, easy. Not easy, but if you get this done, the turnaround can be dramatic. The early years can be big in payoff. And here's the big one. Admit your mistakes to yourself. You don't have to babble about them to everybody in the neighborhood. But it doesn't hurt to sit down and have a conversation with yourself and say, there's no use kidding myself. Here's where I really am. I've got pennies in my pocket and I got nothing in the bank. That's what I said after the Girl Scout left my door. I had a conversation with myself. And I said, I don't want this to happen anymore. Next, refine your goals. I don't know what ambitions you've had up until now, but this weekend would be a good time to start the process. We're going to talk about our goals workshop before our session is over this weekend. Maybe that will help stimulate you to set some higher goals, reach for some higher purpose, go for something beyond what you thought you could do. By the time this weekend's over, you might double, triple, quadruple the amount of goals, purpose, all the things you think you can accomplish. You could multiply that by 10 by the time we finish here on Sunday. Here's the next one, believe in yourself. Yes, you got to believe in God, and you got to believe in the community, and you've got to believe in the possibilities. You've got to believe in the economy. You've got to believe that tomorrow can be better than today. But here's the big one, believe in yourself. There isn't a skill you can't learn. There isn't a discipline you can't try. There isn't a class you couldn't take. There isn't a book you couldn't read. If it's written in some other language, you just get it translated and read it. Here's the next one. Ask for wisdom. This is communication of the highest source. Ask for wisdom. Ask for wisdom that creates answers. Ask for the wisdom that creates faith to believe things are possible. In King Solomon's day, there was the dilemma of two mothers who claimed the same baby. And the question was, whose baby is this? This mother says, it's mine. The other mother says, no, it's mine. Solomon said, bring me the baby. They brought him the baby, and he raised the sword. He said, I'm going to cut this baby in half and give one half to this mother and one half to this mother. And as he raised his sword, sobbingly, the real mother said, no, 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 don't cut the baby in half. Give it to her, who was not the real mother. Solomon says, now I know who's the real mother. See, that is so wise. And the moment was such drama. But Solomon, the wisest of the wise, knew what to do to settle the deal. Ask for wisdom to deal with the challenges of today and tomorrow, to deal with the challenges your family brings you. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. Here's the next one, conserve your time. I must learn to do this. How much time have I got left? Not an unlimited supply. How many of these weekends can I do? Not 1,000, just a few, maybe a handful. Sometimes we get faked out. Bill Bailey says, the average person says, I got 20 more years. No, Bill says, you got 20 more times. If you go fishing once a year, you've only got 20 more times to go fishing. Not 20 years. That fakes you out. I got 20 years. No, 20 times. See, that brings it right down to the real stuff. 20 times. How many more seminars like this? Not 1,000, a few, just a few. So would I mumble and stumble? Would I give you less than my best when I've only got a few more to give? And the answer is no, of course not. If you're a person of some dignity and quality, you wouldn't let that happen. Next, invest your profits. We're going to talk now about this before the weekend is over on financial independence. And I'm going to give you some excellent advice. Here was one of the philosophies Mr. Schoaf gave me, along with Mary Kay. Here's what he said. Profits are better than wages. Wages make you a living. Profits make you a fortune. Mary Kay and I went for that. Wow. Could we start earning profits while we're making a living? The answer is yes. I went berserk. Here's one now. Protect your family. These are troublesome times. Not that they haven't been troublesome times for 6,000 years. At school, troublesome times. I know a wonderful mother and a wonderful father who had two boys. In school, they went two different directions, and one became a model citizen and the other one went to jail. Wow. Protect your family as best you can from the hidden dangers, the lurking evil one. Here's the next one, live with intensity. You might as well turn it up a notch or two after this weekend. Why not? Invest more of you in whatever you do. Be a little stronger, be a little wiser, step up your vitality, contribution. Put everything you've got into everything you do, and then ask for more vitality and more strength and more vigor, more heart, more soul. Next, find your place. This one now is so important. If you just work on a job, find the best place where you can serve well. And sure enough, they'll ask you to occupy a better place. And if you keep doing the job well, the guy says, well, if I had a better job, I'd really pour it on. But I got this lousy job, so I just goof off. See, that's the philosophy of disaster. So you've got a lousy job. Do the very best you can. That's your best way out. Is not to do less than you could, but to do the best you can. With that philosophy, your life can take great leaps forward. Here's a Bible phrase that says, if you work on your gifts, they will make room for you. They'll make a place for you. Here's the next one. Demand integrity from yourself. You can't demand integrity from someone else. Integrity is like loyalty. You can't demand it of someone else. You can only demand it of yourself. Be the best example of loyalty, and you'll get some loyal followers. Be the best example of integrity, and you'll have people surround you that have integrity. Lead the way. Next, welcome the disciplines. Can't give you much better advice than that, because disciplines create the reality. Disciplines build bridges, build cities. Disciplines, a well-disciplined activity creates abundance, creates uniqueness, productivity. Next, fight for what's right. It's a fight we're in. The storyteller says, and there was great war in heaven. Wow, you mean way back there? Yes. 1/3 of the angels conspired. I asked Bill Bailey, how long do you suppose it took 1/3 of these angels to get together? Did they conduct meetings? I don't know. Bailey says the storyteller doesn't say. I said, then we're supposed to use our imagination. I don't know. It does say finally the great war occurred and the 2/3 prevailed and the 1/3 lost. One of the writers of later scripture, here's what he said, I fought a good fight. See, that's extraordinary to be able to say. I fought for my kids, and I fought for what was right, and I fought for my good health, and I fought to protect my company, and I fought for a good career that would bless my family. I fought a good fight. It's good to fight. The encroachment. Opposites are in conflict, and we're in the middle. And if you want something valuable, you got to fight for it. Then this writer also said, not only have I fought a good fight, and I'll finish with this, and I got a much longer list, but maybe I can cover these at another time. He said, I fought a good fight, and I kept the faith. See, that's the deal. Keep faith with your family. Fight like crazy and keep faith. Fight the enemy and keep faith. Fight illness and keep faith. Fight the evil and keep faith. I can't give you much better advice. So thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much. Salute. I salute you. Thank you. Wow. Thanks. God bless. Hey, hey. Thank you. Pleasure. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, everybody.
It has been a fantastic first day, and we still have 2 more days to go. But right now, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Again, remember, adults, I'm going to ask, if you could, to let the kids take the front rows, and then we're going to have the adults fill in after. And even if you don't have kids, it's going to be a great time, Dennis, Jim, etc., in 15 minutes. So please be back, and we're going to do the teenage session. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. This is Jerry DeRhino Clark at www.clubrhino.net, bringing you another issue of Power Tips, your regular dose of energy and power, and that's what we have today. We have an interview that we're doing in conjunction with JimRohn.com. We're at the Jim Rohn Leadership event right now in Los Angeles, California, and I have with me an individual who is actually the CEO and president of MadeForSuccess.com. And the reason why it's called Made for Success because this individual teaches you how to make sure you constantly make yourself for success. And his name is Chris Widener. And Chris, he actually does trainings all over the world. He has been conducting trainings since 1988 and just sharing powerful insights in leadership, insights in influence, insights in mindset. And so we get a chance to have him with us today. So Chris, welcome to the program.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. So Chris, tell us a little bit about Made for Success. So why did you start your company Made for Success, and exactly what are you doing and how are you impacting people around the world?
Well, it's interesting. I'll give you a brief synopsis of my life. 1969, my dad died. 1970, but the last year he was alive, 1969, he made $90,000, which is pretty good in 1969.
Right.
Pretty good nowadays, too.
Exactly, yeah.
And so 1970, found out he had cancer, 6 months, and he was done.
Wow.
And so at age 4, I ended up with no father. And my mom did the best she could. She went into real estate. We bought and sold houses. You know, I moved about 28 times in the process of getting to the current house that I live in. This was the 28th place I'd ever lived. Wow. And so grew up sort of moving around and doing the best we could, lower middle class. We immediately went from upper class to lower middle class because my dad was underinsured. And so we went back and started from the ground up. And growing up, I got involved in drugs and alcohol pretty heavily, starting at about the 6th grade. 7th grade, I was smoking a lot of pot and doing, stuff that I shouldn't have been doing. Was real angry and bitter about life and that type of thing. Continued on into high school and didn't really do real well in high school. Got in a lot of trouble with the teachers, that kind of thing. I was involved in sports, which kept me probably from just going over the edge, was that I was really involved in sports and that type of thing. Age 17, I had a revolutionary moment in my life where I just went, you know what, this has got to change. My life is going in the wrong direction. And so I went to college, barely eked my way into college, and got in there, did a lot better in college because I finally had a purpose and a target and a goal and that type of thing. Got my degree in youth and family work, which is kind of funny because people say, well, was your degree in this or that? And, no, it was in youth and family work. And the main reason was because I wanted to help people like myself. I wanted to help kids like myself. So began speaking at youth camps and that type of thing. And then eventually the public speaking turned into some time management seminars and then personal development stuff. In 1997, right as the internet was really getting started, I went online and I just started writing articles on sort of a general success topic. Because my definition of success is not the overachievement in one area, but balanced achievement in all areas. Wow. And so what I wanted to do was help people look at success not just in a monetary fashion, not just financial success. Because like when you go into a group and you ask somebody, who's the most successful man in America? And all my audiences say, in unison, Bill Gates. And then I'll say, who's the most successful woman in America? And 95% of them all say, in unison, Oprah. And it's because we've equated success with financial success. And financial success is great. If you're going to have money or not have money, I choose having money, right? And yet, oftentimes we can get so caught up in making money that we neglect other areas of our lives that are so important to us. And so I wanted to help people understand that success is balance and bringing our whole life into unity with the other aspects of the different parts that make us up. So just went online, started giving away my content for free because, beginning on the internet, people were looking for content. So started giving it away and the whole viral marketing aspect and it kind of took off from there. And then really is when it blew up and started getting asked to speak all over. And so the general idea is coming from the background that I did, was I wanted people to be able to understand that success is balance. And it's having the financial aspect, yes, but it's also having good relationships. It's having good time management. It's being sound mentally and intellectually and making sure that we're keeping up in all areas of our lives. So that's really the main purpose. We coined a little phrase called turn your potential into performance, succeed in every area of your life, and achieve your dreams. And that's the motto.
Wow, that's powerful. So the one thing that I want to make sure that we all understand is that there was a turning point in your life when you said that you realized that you had to change your life. Something had to change. And then you said you had a purpose. Now, this was back when you were 17 or so. So what gave you that purpose? I mean, did the purpose just come from nowhere, or and what was the purpose? Yeah. How did that happen?
Well, here's what happened. As I mentioned, I was involved in drugs, right. And one night, one of my pot-smoking buddies invited me to spend the night. You know, it's Saturday night. Okay, no problem. So go over and we'll spend the night. And we get there, and his mom says, "Oh, good to have you over here. By the way, we're going to church in the morning." And of course, I had no upbringing in church. I never went to church. Wow. I mean, I think prior to age 16, 17, I had gone to 2 Christmas Eve services, was my total exposure to God. Yeah. Wow. And so the next day, I thought, hey, I've tried everything else. I'll try Sunday school. So we showed up, and it was a process of understanding God's love for me. And having a father, because I'd never had a father, and a protector, and someone who would watch over my life and that kind of thing, and then understanding that we're created for a purpose, and understanding that that this isn't just a blip on the map and we're gone again, but that we are created for a purpose, and that's where we get the term "made for success." We were made for success, and so it was the point in my life when all of a sudden it wasn't just me trying to make my way. It wasn't just me trying to figure out something to do, because at that point I was completely and totally lost, because I'd had no guidance, no mentors, nothing like that. And so when I finally heard that message, it was transformational in my life. It was like all of a sudden, there it is. That's what I'm made for, is to be successful myself, but not only to be successful myself, but to help other people along in their journey as we progress through this thing we call life.
So it sounds like it was a whole idea of being exposed to something that you had never been exposed to.
Sure.
The input-output concept. The only thing that's going to come out is what has gone in. So there's a lot of self-defeating, self-limiting type of thoughts and so forth that went into your mind because you didn't have the father. Maybe you're having some abandonment issues or whatever the case is. And so what ended up happening is you get into a different environment. Now, do you feel that this is true for pretty much anyone who surrounds himself in a different environment that can be one of empowerment? Do you feel that more empowerment can come out of them that's maybe already there, it's just not tapped into yet? Do you feel that that environment plays a big role?
Yeah, I think everybody has the potential to succeed in, beyond our wildest imaginations. Everybody has the ability to take their life and shape it and let it become what they want it to become. But again, it all starts with knowledge. It all starts with having something come into you and release that. The whole idea of ideas is just amazing to me. That an idea, a thought, is just an electric impulse inside your mind. That's all it is. And yet it creates and expands. And when we apply it through actions, it changes the world around us. It's so amazing. Like Microsoft started as an idea inside someone's mind. Somebody said, I'm going to start a company. And, the automobile. Nobody else had thought of the automobile. And somebody said, I bet we could, space exploration.
And by the way, speaking of automobile, that they had told Henry Ford that he's going to kill everyone because they had done studies and say that if human beings go more than 20 miles per hour, they'll just die.
Yeah. Oh, because
of
the speed.
Nosebleed or
right.
something.
Yeah. And it's just amazing to me how many things that we take for granted, and they all began as an idea in one person's mind. And you imagine all the things that haven't happened because somebody had an idea and then they suppressed it. So, the creation of our lives comes from the loosening of the ideas. And so when someone came to me and helped me understand and helped me grasp and formulate those ideas about my purpose and it being an eternal purpose and a purpose that's bigger than myself and bigger than I could conceive of myself, then all of a sudden that's what revolutionized my life.
Wow. You think most people don't believe in their ideas or don't bring some of these ideas to fruition because they don't believe that they are made for success?
Yeah, there's a lot of self-limitation, and we get involved in groups, and groups don't want people to succeed. You try to do things, and even sometimes your spouse or your relatives or people who you would think would be the ones who love you the most and want you to succeed the most, they're the ones then that turn around and, oh, you could never do that, or that's silly, or we're going to do too much risk here. And I think there's I mean, hundreds of millions, billions of ideas that take place in people's minds, the vast majority of which are never acted upon. And you've got this pool of resources inside of people that never get acted upon. And what's fascinating to me is the people who finally act on them reap the reward. You know, I'm sure there were other people that thought of the ideas, you know, before the revolutionary people did.
The sun visor.
And, yeah,
that was my idea.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And, you know, and it never happens because for one reason or another, you know, I don't have the time, I don't have the energy.
Someone else would have thought of that already.
Yeah.
It's probably already in action.
Yeah.
You know, how is someone like me going to come up with a revolutionary idea like this? How am I going to put it together? I don't have the money, don't have the time, don't have the da-da-da. So they buy into all these excuses and so forth. So what are some of the things you guys do with Made for Success that really assist people in being able to break through some of these self-limiting beliefs and ideals? And what are some of the other strategies that you share with people to make an impact in their life?
Well, I just wrote a book that I'm really happy with, and it's a little fictional book, 116 pages, and it's called The Angel Inside. And I'll be honest with you, I was very pragmatic about the creation of this book. You know, I'm certainly not at any level of the stage of, you know, Jim Rohn and Zig Ziglar and all those guys, and so I knew that I had to come up with something creative that would sort of break through the pack. So came up with this idea based around a story, probably an apocryphal story, I'm sure, where Michelangelo was working on the David. And a little boy comes up to him and says, you know, "Sir, why are you hitting on that rock?" And Michelangelo says to the little boy, "There's an angel inside, and I'm setting him free." Wow. And what's amazing is I thought, well, there's a concept there. I could work with that. So I started doing some research on Michelangelo because I knew that I would need more than just one little story, right? So I started studying the life of Michelangelo. And what was fascinating to me was that the marble that he created the David out of had been commissioned to an artist about 20 years before Michelangelo was even born. 10 to 20 years, can't remember off the top of my head. But that marble had been commissioned to an artist, and he looked at it and basically said, I can't figure out what to do with it, and let the commission go. Then shortly after Michelangelo was born, I think about a year after he was born, again it was commissioned to another artist who looked at it. It was laying in Florence, just waiting to be, you know, to have something done with it. And that artist, you know, again, let the commission lapse, couldn't figure out what to do with it. The marble was a little too thin. A lot of the artists thought once you cracked into it, it would fall apart, right? So Michelangelo's going about leading his life, and he goes off to Rome and does the Pieta, and it comes back to Florence, and they say, "Would you like to, you know, do this marble?" And so he takes the commission, and he begins to work on it and creates arguably the most famous, most beautiful statue, most recognizable statue, and creates the David out of it. And what's fascinating to me about that story is the David was inside that marble the whole time. The David was always there. It took someone with the vision to peel away everything else. And that gets back to the idea that every single person has within them the ability to be both powerful and beautiful. The subtitle of the book is Creating a Life of Power and Beauty. And you look at the life of David, you know, the king of Israel, and he was both a warrior, but he also played the harp and wrote poetry. And you don't find, you know, you don't usually find that, but it gives me the idea that everybody has within them the capacity to be both powerful and accomplish great things, but also to have a life of beauty and meaning and purpose and that type of thing. And where it really gets interesting is when you take a look at the life of the real David. Now, I don't know how familiar you are with that story, but a prophet is told that the king, or the next king, lives in the house of a gentleman by the name of Jesse. So the prophet shows up, knock, knock, knock. You know, I'm here to tell you that the king is one of your sons. So will you line up your sons? So Jesse says, sure, I'll line up my sons. He brings in all of his sons, save one. And he says, here you go, take your pick. And so the prophet goes, nah, no, not going to do it, no. Are you sure this is all your sons? And Jesse, you know, he left one because it didn't even cross his mind. He didn't see it. Just like other artists didn't see the David inside the marble, Jesse didn't see. So he finds, well, I got one, but he's a shepherd, but, you know, let's bring him in. So he brings him in, and the prophet looks at David and says, this is the one. And his old man couldn't believe it. And, of course, his brothers didn't want to believe it, you know. And so Jesse here's something from this prophet. The prophet says something to him, one of my great ideas I think we ought to all understand. He says, man looks on the outside, God looks on the inside. Everybody was looking at a shepherd boy.
Right.
But God saw the great purpose in the life of David. And the same with that piece of marble. Everybody else saw this piece of marble that probably would crack, and what are we going to do with it? But Michelangelo, because he was the master creator, saw inside, peeled away the rest. And I think that that's a great analogy for our lives, is all it takes is for us to peel away the stuff. You know, all the stuff that gets around us as we grow up, and the things we hear, and the bad teaching we get, and all that kind of stuff. And inside every single human being is created an eternal purpose and the ability to do great accomplishments and great feats and to live a life of power and beauty. And so that's kind of my concept, is everybody has it in them. We just have to peel away the stuff and let it shine through.
And, you know, that's real powerful, because what you're saying there, Chris, sounds like that we all have, you know, like multiple destinies as far as the possibility of being able to create a variety of situations and life experiences. And someone like Bill Gates, for example, you know, he brought out this particular Bill Gates that we know, even though it didn't have to be brought out. Something else could have been brought out. Oprah, I mean, she didn't have to bring that out. Something else could have been brought out. But what you're also saying is the bum on the street has brought out that, but could also have brought out or still bring out something magnificent, something marvelous, something that the world would look at and go, wow, that is just amazing. So you're saying that's in each and every last one of us.
One of my favorite people to look at is Colonel Sanders. You know, he was 67 years old. He'd already lived an entire life. He'd already done his whole career. He retired, and he was looking for something to, you know, do with his time. And somebody said, you ought to, you know, you got that great chicken. You ought to start making chicken. You know, and so here he was, a guy who was past his prime and just starting something that would become the biggest part of his life.
Right.
You know, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Wow.
And so whether you're old, young, rich, poor, a drunk on the streets, or you raised in the best family, we all have within us the capacity to transcend the life that we're currently living and to live the life that we truly dream of and to impact people all around us. You know, the real interesting thing about that too, as you mentioned, a guy as Bill Gates will carry that analogy, is his first vision was to create a personal computer, you know, a computer on every desk, right? But the principle that you see in him and you see in most people's lives is once you achieve a level of success in one area, it usually begets more success. Like, for example, Bill Gates, he focuses in, he becomes very successful in the area of computers, but what does that do? It brings him wealth. So now he's got financial success. And then what does he do with financial success? Then he turns it to philanthropy, and now he's creating, you know, he gives a lot of money, for example, to overseas investigations into how to overcome different diseases and that type of thing. And so now he's being successful in that arena, and every single one of us can use the success that we have in the area where we focus in on, and it enables us to then use that as a platform to build success in the other areas of our lives. The more successful you get, the more other people, good people, want to be around you. So you can begin to create relational success, which it all begins to compound on itself. And it's getting in that channel of success and allowing it to build upon itself and to expand and to grow so that our whole lives become you know, balanced and successful.
And how do people do that? Okay, someone's listening right now, someone's watching right now, and they're saying, okay, you know, that sounds great, that sounds brilliant. Man, I got this brilliant thing inside, this angel within me. I want to bring this out. How do I actually go about doing that, though? What are some steps, or what are some things that people can do that could assist them and start to bring out this angel within them?
Well, the first thing I would say is anything you do will start to bring, I mean, wherever you are at, you are at because you've done what it takes to be there. I mean, you are where you are because of what you've done. So if you want,
mean it's not someone else's fault?
No, it's
not.
My
mother's fault?
No.
She didn't feed me enough.
In fact, no matter what. Now, it might be a part of what brought you to where you're at, but the fact is we need to come to the realization that I can change what I do. I can change what I believe, and as I change what I believe and change what I bring in to my life, you mentioned input and output. If I change that in and change my actions, then that's going to change the world around me. And so it's very simple, but it's difficult. And the fact is that any person, no matter where they're at, can take in better information, create new ideas, and new concepts. That, I mean, you know how when you get an idea, like you're sitting there, all of a sudden you get an idea and you go, oh, and it's energizing. You're writing down, and then that brings another idea, and then that brings another idea, and all of a sudden it expands. And so that's the first thing, is put new ideas into your minds, new beliefs. Eliminate to the degree that you can the people around you who are giving you bad information and bad ideas and ideas that are away from faith and more towards fear and those kinds of things. You know, begin to manage the thoughts that are coming into your mind and the ideas that you're thinking and those types of things. But then begin to take action. And any simple little action. And for example, weight loss. Everybody knows you eat right and exercise. You got South Beach, West Beach, you know, no white at night, you know, every kind of idea. But doesn't it really come down to eat less and exercise?
That's right.
And so people say, well, how can I lose weight? Well, it's pretty simple. You know, eat half the portions, you know, for example, so you're taking in less. And then do you exercise? Well, no, not really. But I don't want to go jog 4 or 5 miles on the treadmill. Well, you don't have to. But I'll tell you what, if you just walked half a mile 3 times a week, it's going to be 1.5 miles more than you already do. It's going to be 75 miles a year more than you already do. And it begins to move. And so I would say even small little incremental actions will certainly take you further than where you're currently at. You know, I love Zig Ziglar when he says, I needed to lose 30 pounds, and I figured if I lost 8 ounces a day or something like that.
Something like that.
Exactly.
It's see you at the top of the book.
But that's a great way of looking at it is I think sometimes people don't do what it takes because they think they've got to do some big thing. Wow. But the fact is that, hey, it just takes small little steps. You know,
that is powerful. So it seems like there's 2 things. Number one, you're saying that it doesn't take the big giant thing. It takes the small things repeated over a period of time, number one. But number 2, it sounds like you may be saying that one of the frustrations that really, you know, grabs people is they get, you know, to the point to where they're feeling that, man, this is not happening quick enough. Yeah. And so then they end up stop. So they might start taking the little small steps, but they stop. They're not consistent enough because of this maybe instant gratification. They want it, you know, overnight.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, imagine
sudden,
somebody
you know,
has to lose 200 pounds. Mm-hmm. You know, that's huge. I got to lose 200 pounds. And as long as your concept is 200 pounds, you know, that's going to be something that's going to cause you a problem because it seems insurmountable. But if you say, could I lose 20 pounds? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could lose 20 pounds. Could I lose then another 20 pounds? You know, then you're biting it off and you're moving in the right direction. I heard somebody say once, it's not your perfection, it's your direction. And the idea is you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to lose it all overnight. You don't have to gain your fortune overnight. You don't have to have all the best relationships overnight. But if you start building a little bit each and every day or each and every week and you're further along, you're going in the right direction. Ultimately, you'll get to that destination.
You know, and it sounds like one of the things that you teach as you travel throughout the world and so forth is this whole concept of influence. So what you're saying, in a way, a person has to know how to influence themselves first before they can really go out and influence anyone else. Tell us a little bit about influence, just if we can touch on that and why that's really important in our lives.
Yeah. Influence is so important, and you think about it, influence begins before you even know that you're influencing. You're a baby, right? And you don't even know that you're hungry. You don't think, I'm hungry. But what do? You have to influence mom or dad to get off the couch and go, you know. So it's very rough influence at that stage in life, but you've got to influence. You got to change other people's thoughts, beliefs, and actions, right? Influence them. Then when you're 7, 8 years old, then you've got to influence to get the little bike for Christmas. You know, you want the bike for Christmas. So then you influence, and usually that way, you have kids and I have kids, right? It's like, can I have a bike? 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 Right? And so you're learning the art of influence, and usually it's just the art of wearing your parents down. But then when you're 17 and you want the car keys, you know, and then when you're 22 and you want that girl who you've been dating to marry you, and you want to influence, then you want to get that first job and you have to go in and influence, and then you're a salesperson and you're walking in cold calling or whatever, and you got to influence, and you know, your whole life is built on the ability to influence. Everything we do is truly influence because we're interacting with other people. It's persuasion. And so it's so important to us. And, you know, there's just so many aspects of it. But I think the best thing for us to understand in terms of influence is that it's better when it's drawn to you, when it's magnetic, instead of having to go and get it. There's a concept in politics called soft power and hard power. Politically, as nations interact with one another, hard power is military power. It says says, you do this because we're stronger than you. Soft power.
So we'll
is,
shoot you if you don't do
yeah,
it.
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
and or you put it in the workplace. It's I'm the boss. You need to do it.
Right.
It's hard power. It's based on coercion. But then soft power is more based on influence, persuasion, relationship. In the geopolitical scheme, it would be, using ambassadors and those types of things to create influence in other countries' lives and histories by causing them to want what America represents and those kinds of things instead of simply hard power. You need to use hard power as well as soft power. They're both power and they're both part of influence. But the beauty of power and really the most influential aspect of using soft power is that it's magnetic. And people may follow you and be influenced by you when you use hard power, but they don't want to. But when you use soft power, which is built around integrity and relationships and communication and attitude and all those things, now people are being brought to you and they follow because they want to. And the difference is either way, you might be able to get people to follow, you might be able to influence or persuade them to do what needs to be done, but then you bring in much more dedicated followers of your ideals when you use the soft power of influence and persuasion by becoming the type of person that other people want to follow. And what I usually teach audiences is based on two things. It's based on character and skills. Thomas Jefferson said, there's a natural aristocracy among men, the grounds of which is virtue and talent. And that's the character and the skills. And when we emphasize the character, so other people say, that's a man or that's a woman that I'd like to be like, then we're drawing them to us. When we have the kind of skills that other people look at and say, wow, he or she is really good. I'd like to be able to do it that way. Again, being drawn toward us. And so to the degree that we can raise the level of both character and skills and bring those up, we become the type of people that other people want to follow. And truly, if I could get people to think of one more concept, it's that nobody decides to lead. I can't just say, I'm going to lead, and Jerry, you're going to follow.
Right.
The decision about whether or not I'm going to influence you, for example, I can't just say, I'm going to influence Jerry. The decision is yours. That leadership is a gift that a follower gives to the leader. Because the whole decision, I can say, okay, let's go, and I turn around and walk, and who decides whether I have a follower or not? You do.
That's right.
You make that decision. All I can do as a leader is become the type of person you want to follow.
That's powerful.
So that when the decision point is there, you say, I want to follow. He's a good guy, or she's a great leader, or whatever. And so instead of just trying all these leadership tricks and influence tricks and that kind of thing, all we can do is work on ourselves to become the type of people that when it comes time for leadership, the people around say, that's who we want to follow.
What it's all about.
Yeah.
Chris, I'll tell you, you've given just a storehouse of information, and basically everything that you've said just basically reiterates your last message there, is that we become the person, and that's what it's all about. That's how you start off, by recognizing that you were made for success. You recognize that there's an angel within. You recognize these things, and for people that want to get your information, I believe it's madeforsuccess.com.
Yep, madeforsuccess.com.
Excellent. Well, Chris, we appreciate your time and your energy, and you really just given clearly and freely to us all today. And any last word here as we're closing out?
I have a message that I really like to give to people, and that is, we live in a very interesting world, and I call it a polarized world. We have black and white, rich and poor, conservative, liberal, Republican, Democrat. We're living in a world that is becoming more and more fractured. And when I look at the kinds of people that I want to associate with and the kinds of people we work with, my challenge to them is to become a kind of a leader who will bring people together and will and make a difference in the world. As the rest of the world's fracturing, let's bring people together.
Excellent. That's what it's all about. So thanks for coming together here, being at the Jim Rohn Leadership event, and you're actually, the MC of the whole event and so forth. And I know that that's just an amazing thing, just throughout all of your development and so forth. And the information and insight that you're giving is really making a difference, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Everyone, it's Jerry DeRhino Clark at www.clubrhino.net. You have just got finished standing on the shoulder of another giant here, Mr. Chris Widener. And Chris has just shared some powerful, impactful information. Listen to this information over and over again. And until next time, keep charging, and always remember to Can you guess? Yeah, you know. Come on. Go, go, go. Woo!
Lawrence Garrett, actually from Los Angeles, California. Live in Dallas or Lancaster, Texas now. Why aren't everyone here? Everyone needs to be here. I mean, this is a life-changing event. This is my second Jim Rohn event. My first one, I was age 20. Second one, I'm age 23. I mean, just that first event, I mean, just making more money than my professors because of this event, man. And I think anyone who wants to change their life in any area, mentally, spiritually, educational, physical, whatever it is, needs to be at this event, seriously. You're missing out. Well, I mean, it changed my area code. It actually changed my location, changed my car, changed my lifestyle, changed my attitude. You know, I was one of those people that I was in school and I used to always say, you know, they're not teaching me anything. And then, you know, from a simple philosophy from Jim Rohn, it wasn't that they weren't teaching me anything, I just wasn't learning much. And so it was just a quick shift that I learned, just a philosophy change. And so it's not that we lack pretty much students, we just lack teachers. And I was just looking in the wrong places. And so, yeah, I mean, with this event, I just learned how to search for new teachers and different events. And so, you know, the Rome event and everyone that they bring here, I mean, just ample of information that everyone can take back to the marketplace. Everyone needs to be here.
Hi, I'm Robert Helms, and I'm from Henderson, Nevada, and this is about the 7th time I've seen Mr. Rohn speak. We've had the fortune of being involved with doing a lot of the audio production and so forth, and our big story is that since the last event in 2001, we've had just tremendous business success, and kind of reflecting on that today, listening to all these great ideas, and here's, I think, what it is. You probably heard lots of people already talk about how wonderful the event is and how great the ideas are, and that's so true. But it's what you do with the ideas that counts. Only if you take action on something you learn is it going to make any difference in your life. Sometimes, you know, people come to seminars and they go, yeah, I've seen this 100 times and they haven't changed in any way. Sitting and listening and going over the DVD a whole bunch of times won't do anything unless you take the ideas and you turn them into action. It's a phenomenal opportunity. You're lucky if you're watching at home because you get to see it over and over and over again. And hopefully you'll experience some of that success if you'll take action.
My name is Robert Michelson. I'm from Emeryville, California. And what I've gained over the years listening to the Jim Rohn tapes is basically having a private mentor. I would use those tapes 1 hour every day. As I did my aerobic exercises, I'd walk around the marina. I'd then go home and listen to the tape again, make my notes, study it, because it's having a private mentor, just having one tape set. In the event, for me to come here, has been such a godsend for me. I drove down, which is about a 4.5, 5 hour drive. Well, I drive pretty fast. But the fact is, this event has got me out of being stuck and thinking in old ways. And basically, I'm moving, I'm talking to people, I've got some great ideas, and I'm ready to go back and get them started. That's what this event's been for me.
My name is Praful Matre, and I'm here to know more about the personal development, and Jim Rohn is my mentor. I'm learning for his 1 year success plan. I'm a member there as a silver member, and I'm here to gain more confidence in myself and my future. And I have a great future, I know. I'm going for it and working very hard towards it. I'm going to make it big way.
My name's Ed Parker out of Dallas, Texas, and about 15 years ago I got a little tape that had Jim Rohn's information on it. And over the past 15 years, Jim Rohn has impacted my life to a point when I was 35 years old, I was able to become a residual millionaire, and I attribute 80% of my success to the ideas, principles, and concepts that he's taught me over those years. Absolutely most unbelievable speaker and philosopher of our time.
I'm Cam Snyder from Elkhart, Indiana, and been listening to the CDs and tapes from Jim Rohn over the years, and it's my first conference or seminar I've been to. Wonderful information, a lot of ideas. It's opened my mind to just thinking through communication skills, sharpening my communication skills, becoming a better listener, and looking forward to tomorrow and Sunday.
I'm Sterling Valentine, a marketing coach and trainer at sterlingvalentine.com from the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, and I flew all the way out to Anaheim to come see Jim. The great thing about Jim is everybody needs a coach, everybody needs a trainer, and we learn about the great philosophers in school, but in business, nobody really has a business philosopher that can show you strategies and tactics that you need to succeed. And that's why, I mean, I would have flown around the world to come see Jim, because when you listen to other speakers, you're really just hearing Jim Rohn. They're not telling you, but you're just really hearing Jim Rohn's truths that he teaches. So I'm going to stay all 3 days, and I hope to have a great time. The great thing about Jim that I take with me when I work with my clients and students is that he's really about transformation. Information is only powerful if you use it. And when Jim teaches his action strategies and tells you to take it home and do things with it, he reinforces that the information isn't important, it's the transformation that happens. And so Jim Rohn is really powerful and valuable because you hear it and then you live it.
Well, my name is Joshua Denny, and I work with Prepaid Legal Services, basically in marketing, building a business, and working with Jim Rohn has completely changed my life. I remember driving to a convention and listening to Jim Rohn for the first time and introducing those concepts and those ideas that I'd never heard before. I said, wow, if I'd only heard this earlier. And I just started buying some of his tapes and listening to it, and some of my mentors, like Mr. Jeff Olson, was always recommending him, and I kept listening to his philosophies, and they started changing the way my attitude worked, and that started changing my activities, which started changing my results. I mean, like just 4 years ago, I was working in a machine shop, making $9 an hour, working 12 hours a day, fighting rush hour traffic. And now, as a result of a lot of implementing the philosophies that Jim Rohn taught into my business, my life has changed. I mean, I've got an acre of land, actually 2 acres now, in Woodcrest with horses, a place in Irvine, and a time freedom. And it's just the beginning, so I'm very excited about my future. My family, I think they're very proud of what's gone on. I mean, they've seen where I've come from, and I made a lot of bad decisions early on in life, especially in high school, like not going, and found myself in a bad situation. And I gave my life to Christ and kind of changed my life around. And so now, kind of taking on a mentor like Mr. Rohn has improved my life so drastically that my mom's very, very happy, and she's actually listened to a few tapes, so hopefully I can get her to a seminar soon. Oh, the magic's here. The magic is with the people. The magic's in the room. The magic is the association of the types of people that are actually here at this event that you can meet, you can talk to, the success stories, and really for me it was finding out that it was possible for someone like myself to actually have success in life. Because again, like I had mentioned earlier, there's so much self-doubt, in my own ability, some of the old philosophies that were locked in from when I was a child, meeting other people that were where I was that are now in a place of elevation as a result of listening to this philosophy and these teachings. I said, hey, if it's possible for them, it could be possible for me. And I just started on that road, and here I am, and it's happened for me.
My name is Allende Mitchell, and why is Jim Rohn an awesome event to come see? Truly is because Jim Rohn gives out the philosophies that everyone needs in life, especially if you're a businessman. Any field that you're in, I feel that Jim Rohn has a philosophy that will lead to the correct attitude, which will lead to the correct action for you. And then also at the same time, once you go ahead and get that action underway, you get the results and then that lifestyle. And we all have life, but style is how we live it. And that's what I'm after, is that life, that style. And really, I listen to Jim Rohn on a daily basis. And just to be here today is awesome experience.
Well, welcome to the teenager session. And I see a bunch of teenagers here, and then I see some not-so-teenagers after that. But you're welcome to be here, too, and it's going to be an exciting time. And, of course, the principles of success are the same as you move through life, just different ways to apply them as you're going through life. So we're going to have with us Dennis Waitley. First, you want to come on up, Dennis, and then Jim Rohn. Maybe you've heard of these two guys before. And they're going to take their seats. And the time that we're going to spend tonight together is called The Winning Generation. Why today is the best time ever to be a teenager. And to get us started, Dennis is the guy that came up with that concept, the winning generation, why it's the best time ever to be a teenager. So we're going to have Dennis sort of set the stage for us and tell us, why is it the best time ever to be a teenager?
It's the best time to ever been a teenager in history. It's the first time that you have the power at your fingertips. You're able to have more knowledge in one day than your grandparents' lives. So you live in a instant access to global information. And the teenagers today will rule the world tomorrow, because in my generation, they only gave us enough information to give us a job. And you know what a job is? Just over broke, just off boat, just over border. The immigrants are willing to do anything necessary. Your competition in your lifetime is a hungry immigrant with a handheld digital assistant. Unless you're high-tech and high-touch, you're out. No one will guarantee you anything for the rest of your lives, because you'll only get employability skills. The teenagers today are so much smarter, so much quicker, and you're not willing to take a job, for example, with a tobacco company. You know why? It's because a pack a day takes 10 years away. And so the teenagers of today want to do things that benefit other people, and they want to have something that's meaningful to them. And you're able to download anything from Google, Yahoo, anywhere in the world and have it in front of you. We couldn't do anything like that, and so we were kept in the dark by power. And power was in the hands of big corporations and the government. But now the power is in your garage, up in your bedroom, in your own study. You have the power. With knowledge as the power, with a high-tech environment that speeds up all transactions, by going direct. You know, Michael Dell is the richest person in the world under the age of 40. He soon will not be because of the Google initial public offering. But your ability to be able to quickly sift through information and then use high touch, which means outserve the competition. All you need to do is go to China to figure out what you're up against. You're up against teenagers who come by the thousands to meetings like this. They come without anyone urging to them. They come with tape recorders and taking notes, and they say, teach me everything about success. And we're talking about 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds by the thousands. Why? It's the only way out. There's 1 million people waiting on the border to take their jobs in restaurants. But you're the ones because you're here. The fact that you're in this room means you're in the top 1%, because you're willing, instead of just thinking about partying, you're thinking about how to become successful in your lives. And you're willing to learn from older people, which is one of the secrets. Why make every mistake yourself? Why not learn from some old people? And that's why you're here in this room. The winning generation is Generation D, digital, iPod, MP3, download, instant, video, streaming, knowledge available, and then high touch. If you always give more in service than you expect to be paid, you'll always have plenty of money, because people pay for service and value, and they'll pay enormously for your talent and your knowledge. So make sure that you're hungry for knowledge, just as an immigrant is hungry for food. And if you're always hungry for knowledge, you'll never have to worry about food any longer. The winning generation is in this room. And I'm so glad that my grandchildren are growing up in the environment that you are, because the power now is with the young people. And you'll not make the mistakes that we made, and you'll learn from every mistake that we've made, and you'll be able to lead this country because you'll have the knowledge, and you won't settle for anything except the truth, because you won't accept an infomercial. You'll have to see it backed up with fact, and that's a fact.
Thanks, Dennis. Here's how we're going to progress, so you know, and you can be taking some notes and jotting some questions. For the remainder of our time together, what we're going to do is we're going to bring out a special guest who's going to do a little bit of a presentation for us. Then we're going to take some questions. So if you have some questions that you want to ask, feel free to write them down, and we're going to go through, and I'll just kind of do Oprah style, come down there and ask, and you can ask questions of the panel. And then after that, what we're going to do is we're going to ask you for some advice. And the advice that we'd like to ask the teenagers is, what can the adults in the room do to help you become successful and to help you make the transition to adulthood? Because, one of the great things about becoming successful, and one of the processes of that, is listening. And you've got your parents here, obviously, but then we've got a lot of adults here who have kids in their lives. And so as you're listening and thinking, if you have a question that you'd like to ask the panel, but then also, if there's something that you'd like adults to know, that would be really helpful for you, that we can do for you as parents or uncles or aunts or, people who know teenagers. There's even some teachers in the room with us today. And so that's the process that we're going to do for the rest of the time together. Now, we're going to bring out a very special guest. He was also with us in 2001 and did the teenager session. And he is a tremendous guy. And he's going to come out and talk to you about some things that are dear to his heart. His name is Charlie Tremendous Jones. Charlie, let's welcome him to the stage.
Great, great, great. Okay, what a great day it's been. And I know you're a little tired. Everybody up. I've been a teenager now for 63 years. Get up, quick. Don't sit there. Let's have a little life here. Are you ready? Now watch this. This is the way when you're a little tired and you need a little working up, all you do is take a deep breath. Now watch this carefully. You got to do it right. Take a deep breath, fold your feet just right, and then go like this. Boy, do I feel good. Okay, let's give everybody a hand up. Don't hit your neighbor, okay? Get your hand up. Here we go. Get your hand up, I said. Are you listening? Ready? Boy, do I feel good. Okay, sit down, quick. Now, let's go to work. Now, how would you like an idea that the teachers will love you, the grades will increase? Are you ready? Here it is. Learn to be a storyteller. Abraham Lincoln became a great man telling stories. Will Rogers became a great man telling stories. Mark Twain became a great man telling stories. And Jesus, the greatest storyteller of all. But you know what you've got to be learning? Never tell a story without a point. Make a point, but tell a story, because you see, if you don't make a point to tell a story, what's the use of telling a story? So you tell a story to make a point and tell a story. Now, in order to make this point, let me tell you a story. This kid couldn't get a job anywhere. It was tough. The jobs were all gone, and he needed some money. So he went down. They wanted to man at the zoo. So he rushed down to the zoo as fast as he could. He said, I'll take the job. He said, no, kid, you don't. He said, I'll take it. I'll do anything. He said, all right, we'll give you a chance. Our gorilla died. We don't have any money to buy a new gorilla. What is a zoo without a gorilla? So we had a gorilla skinned. We're looking for some kid to put on this gorilla suit and leap around in the cage and act like a gorilla till we can get money to buy a real gorilla, because what is a zoo without a gorilla? So I said, I'll try it. So he put on the gorilla head, started leaping around the cage, acting like a gorilla. They were throwing him peanuts, bananas. He thought, this is a wonderful job. They're paying me. I better work at it, so when they get enough money to buy a real gorilla, they'll keep me because I'm better than a real gorilla. So he would go in early in the morning and get up at the trapeze and swing like a real gorilla. Well, the kids loved this, and they would cheer. And the harder they would cheer, the harder he would swing. And the harder he would swing, the harder they would cheer. And one day he got to swinging so hard, so high, he swung up so high, the rope broke, and he flew out over the top of the cage and landed in the lion pit. Oh, he jumped up. He saw all these lions charging at him. He started to run, holler, help, help, save me. And this one lion gets close enough and says, you better shut up, or we're all going to get fired. Now, wait. I'm trying to make a point. You can laugh at dinner. Never tell a story without a point. You, what was the point of that story? Well, you got me on that one. But that's a good story, isn't it? I've been telling it 40 years. That really happened. Well, it could have happened. Now, well, wait a minute. There's a little point. You see, after 50 years of going to seminars, congresses, meetings, I've found no matter how beautiful the room is, no matter how wonderful the speakers have been, no matter how wonderful the excitement is, there's always one thumbsucker sitting in every group thinking, oh, the whole thing stinks. Now, the point of that gorilla story was to give everybody a good belly laugh. Now, the thumbsucker will say, that won't make my problem go away. Right. A good belly laugh will never make any problem go away, but even a little belly laugh can make any problem look a lot different. Woo! So, I can't make your problem go away. You know how I know? I can't even make my own go away. Why would yours go away? Why should I be the only one suffering? Woo! But already we're feeling better. Now, you can't be a good storyteller without reading. Reading. You've heard it all day. You've heard it from Jim. You've heard it from Dennis. Why? Because it's a fact of life. And yet, and remember Jim said some of you, the light's going to come on, maybe next year, maybe today. Well, someday the light will come on and you'll see there's so many keys to success, but nothing takes the place of reading, learning. But you don't read to be smart. You read to be real. You don't read to be big. You read to be down to earth. You don't read to memorize. You read to realize. You don't read to learn more. Sometimes you read to unlearn a lot of junk you shouldn't learn in the first place. You don't read a lot. You just enough to keep yourself hungry and curious and getting young as you get older. Here I am, younger today than I was 60 years ago, 70 years ago, because when you're reading, oh my, like Jim said, the words are light, and it gets lighter and brighter. And so, how would you like to, how many here, how old are you? 13, the perfect age. Oh, you ought to pay your dad for bringing you, because I'm going to give you a lot of, an idea is going to make you a lot of money. How'd you like to be driving a beautiful new car at age 16, paid for? Wouldn't you like it? Well, here it comes. When my son Jerry was 14 years old, he didn't have the sparkle you have. Oh, he was a wonderful boy, played football, but just didn't have that sizzle. And I discovered over the years of my life, oh, books. I never had one original idea in my life except once. I was wrong then. And all the great things, I've listened to Jim and thinking, and Dennis too. I can tell you what they've been reading. And I hope you buy their stuff, but you better buy some of the books they've been reading. So, I said, Jerry, you're 14 years old. You want to buy a car when you're 16? You want me to help you? Oh, yeah, Dad. Okay, I'm going to help you, but the free ride is over. No more free lunch. I'm going to give you a way to make a lot of money. Here's the deal. I'm going to pick out books for you to read. I'm picking them out. You're going to be history books, biographies, Christian books, and every time you read one of these books, you give me a book report. Now, the quality of the book report determines how much money you get. You give me a book report, more money in the car fund. Another book report, more money in the car fund. So in 2 years, if you read in style, you'll drive in style. But if you read like a bum, you're going to drive like a bum. Overnight, he developed a fantastic hunger for reading. He read 22 books. Did he buy a car? No, he kept the money and used my car and my gas. A born liberal. Now, don't worry, conservative is just about as bad. Now, the first book I had him read was Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And somebody says, why did you have him read a book like that? I'll tell you why. The first day he came down the steps and said, Dad, there's a whole chapter in here on smiling and shaking. And he smiled at me. I couldn't believe it, smiling at me. He's only 14 years old, smiling already. So then he took my hand. He shook my hand. He said, Dad, there's a whole chapter in here on shaking hands. Shook my hand. Brother, I couldn't believe it. Oh, my. I had him read the book of Joshua. Oh, I love that book on Joshua. It's on discouragement. We all have a right maybe to be discouraged, but no one ever has a right to act discouraged. So we're going to Sunday school one day, and I said, Jerry, how you liking Joshua? He said, Dad, everybody ought to read that book. No, he said, Dad, everybody ought to have to read that book. And when he said, he hit my leg. He hit my leg. First sign of life in 14 years, he hit my leg. Well, let me tell you this. That may not sound like much, but many people have read great books and never once have they finished said, everybody's got to read this book. Because if you don't have a passion and desire to share what you're reading, you may as well not read it. Because if you're not living your life out, you're a Dead Sea. Oh, my. Well, he read 22 books. He didn't buy a car, kept the money to my gas. But when he went on to college, he wrote me a Dear Dad postcard every day for 4 years. And some of those cards, I'd like to read you a couple, because they were tough years of my life. You know, no matter how anybody looks on the platform, we all have our ups and downs and hurts and what have you. But if you're wise, you see, you always keep your hurts to yourself. And you grow through them, and you never suck your thumb and complain and tell people about them. And so here come these cards. In those years I was going through some tough times, here come these cards every day from Jerry. And sometimes I put my head on my desk and shed some happy tears because I was so grateful to realize the book he read where he got his seed thought to put it on a card and write to me every day. And the other thing was so beautiful about it, he may not have known the meaning of some of these great truths, but the thought was in his mind, and you have to get it in your mind. You have to memorize something before you start realizing it. And here's a couple cards. Dad, the only happy man, successful man, confident man, or practical man is the one who is simple. See it big, keep it simple. Unless his mind can crystallize all the answers into one powerful punch of personal motivation, he'll live nothing but a life of uncertainty and fear. Tremendously too. Dad, it's simple to be able to know that when you're in a slump, just like a baseball player will break out in time, so you'll break out of yours. Yes, time really cures things. Like you said, you don't lose any problems. You just get bigger and better ones, tremendous ones. Tremendously, Jerry. Dad, I just started reading 100 Great Lives. Thanks for what you said in the front. The part that every great man never sought to be great. He just followed the vision he had and did what he had to do. Love, Jerry. Dad, I just got done typing up little quotes out of the Bible and Napoleon Hill, so that everywhere I look, I see these quotes. When people ask what they are, I tell them they're my pinups. Dad, I'm more convinced than ever you can do anything you want to. You can beat anyone at anything just by working hard. Handicaps don't mean anything because often people who don't have any handicaps have a bad attitude and don't want to do anything. Dad, nothing new. Just the same old exciting thought that we can know God personally and forever in this amazing life. Dad, the mind of God is so unbelievable. He throws nothing at us but paradoxes. He makes us completely and utterly helpless and depraved, and then takes our failure, which normally knocks us out, and makes us our greatest asset. And then, Dad, when you're behind 2 papers in the 4th quarter, and you're exhausted from the game, and you have to make up a set of downs in order to stay in the game, and you get up to the line and see 5 250-pound tests staring you in the mug, you're sure excited to wait and find out what the play of the Lord is going to call next. Wow, tremendous. Well, anyway, just imagine, if I had to do over again, I'd have paid him $1,000 a book report. And so I'm ready. How many have grandchildren here? Let's see, how many have grandchildren? All right, here's what you do. You tell your grandchildren from now on, you're going to pay them $100 for every book report, and they get $5, and the rest goes in a college fund. So that way, when they're 8 or 9, they'll have $10,000 or $15,000 toward their own college education. They have the satisfaction of paying for it. And you say, well, where will I get all this money? You don't need it. Just tell them it's going to be there. I learned it from the politicians. Yes, that's right. Wait a minute. Wait, no, wait. They all get away with it. Do you not learn anything? Now, here's a big one. Now, kids, you know, one of the things that makes Jim Rohn so unusual, he has a way of paraphrasing many of the great Old Testament stories and personalities. I just read a book called Conquering Giants, and I'll tell you, it really was something. It's written by the richest man that ever lived. His name was Solomon. And he writes on slaying the giants and the lessons he learned from his father, King David. And may I share just one with you young people? Because you see, right in the middle of it, one of the greatest challenges for your success as a teenager is honoring your father and mother. Because it's so easy when the kids don't even listen, don't even respect their father and mother, but very seldom honor them. But let me tell you this. Real success begins by honoring it. That's a law of life. You see, when the judge comes into the courtroom, we don't stand up and call him Your Honor because he's honorable. We call him Your Honor because that's a title we have for that position, Your Honor. We don't stand up because he's a great man or a great woman. We stand up because we honor that office. So you say, well, my father's not a very good father. My dear friend, that has nothing to kids, nothing to do with. You're to honor him. You say, well, my mother, don't tell me. She gave you life. Oh, my. So I like to tell young people, you know what the greatest accomplishment in life is? You say, being like Dennis or Jim or a big, oh, that's wonderful. The greatest accomplishment in life is making your mother happy. You know what the next greatest accomplishment is? Making your father happy. You know what the third accomplishment is? Someday trying to make your spouse happy. But anyway, that comes later. You know what that is. Now, but here's the point. When you make your mother happy, you may make her happy. You'll never make her happy as someday you're going to be when you live with the memory you made her happy. Now, if you break her heart, like some kids do, you may break her heart, but you'll never break her heart like someday your heart will break when you have to live with the memories that you broke her heart. You see, it's so wonderful to be learning the simplicity of life, not always easy. And so, I want to remind you, you can get this, the title of this one from Kyle later, but The Power of Books. Now, I want to recommend all you young people read, number one, Dale Carnegie's How to Influence and Influence People. That book will never go out of style. Next, I want you to read Power of Positive Thinking. Dennis has worked with Dr. Peel many years. We talked at NGym. And of all the books you'll ever read, there's none more wonderful and no more wonderful life ever written. And I don't know if Dennis knows this, but for all the years I worked with Dr. Peel, I never knew a secret. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale was the #1 speaker in the last century to millions of people over 60 years. And I didn't know what his secret was. He memorized 40 verses in his youth. And so I give out by the thousands, and every teenager here, you can't buy it, you can't even put in postage. But you got to write me a letter and tell me you'll do this. I challenge every teenager to memorize one verse a month. One verse a month. One verse a month. And if you memorize one verse a month, you say, well, I don't believe the Bible. Oh, it don't matter if you believe it or not. Memorize it anyway. Because there's something about the English language that was mentioned earlier today. Oh, there's something majestic in those words. But if you memorize one verse a month, at the end of the year, you know 12 verses. You know what that makes you? The most unusual kid anybody's ever known. Because very few, even men, know 12 verses. So I'm going to challenge you now to do that. Now, tomorrow we're going to have a lot more fun. But I just wanted to make sure that I got you. And also, kids, when you want to be interesting, memorize quotes. Do not tell people what you think, because they don't care what we think. Quote Churchill, quote Lee, quote someone. Oh my, and she said, man, you're so smart. No, I just memorized quotes. I seem smart. And so the people you meet, you are the same today. You'll be in 5 years from now. except for two things: the people you meet and the books you read. The people you meet and the books you read, the people you meet and the books you read. Hang around thinkers, you will be a better thinker. Hang around workers, you will be a better worker. Hang around givers, you will be a better giver. Hang around a bunch of thumb-sucking, complaining, griping boneheads, and you will be a better thumb-sucking, complaining, griping bonehead. But the main thing is the books. The greatest friend you'll ever have, or your mom, your dad, your friends. Is there something about a book? So now, I just want to provoke a little thinking, and now I'm going to see you tomorrow. I'm going to go to another meeting, but thank you for letting me think with you, and I hope all of you are going to make a lot of money, drive beautiful, maybe some of you drive Ferraris, but don't forget to send me my cut. I'll see you later.
See you later, Charlie.
Please take care. Love you.
Down this way, Charlie.
Charlie,
Thanks, buddy.
One of a kind.
Okay, so we're going to give you about 30 seconds to write down some questions if you like, if you haven't done that so far. And I can only kind of get to the first row for this, but I'm just going to kind of pick on a few kids here, and not pick on you, but pick you and say, hey, what's your name, where are you from? And we'll get a general idea, and that'll let us know some of the folks, and then the rest of you can be writing down some questions. So who are you and where are you from?
My name is Ray, and I'm from Miami, Florida.
Okay, Ray from Miami. Well, there's a microphone. How about that? Okay, how about you?
Hi, I'm Adam. I'm from England.
Adam is from England, okay? And here's a young lady. You look like you're, what, 18 years old?
Abby, 9.
Oh, you're 9 years old. Abby, and where are you from?
Cimarron.
Where? Cimarron.
Kansas.
Cimarron, Kansas. Okay, so we're kind of getting all the geography done here. And how about you, sir?
My name is Christian Seymour from San Diego.
Christian Seymour from San Diego, which I love San Diego. It's Seattle without the rain. All right, how about you?
Hello, my name is Piano. I'm from Norway.
From Norway. How about that? Kids coming from all over the world. Excellent. How about you, right here?
My name is Daniel Lee. I'm from South Pasadena, California.
From Pasadena, okay. Let's see. How about you?
My name is Kent Kingdon. I'm from Hayward, California.
Okay, very good. And then we'll go all the way to the end here, and you are?
Christina Gray from San Jose, California.
Very good. Okay, excellent. So you can see we've got kids, it looks like all ages and from a lot of different areas. And so what we're going to do now is we're just going to take some questions. So if you have some questions, just shoot your hand up and I'll come over, all right? Right in the front row. How about this? Okay.
Dennis, what was your first job and why did you undertake it?
What was your first job and why did you undertake it?
My first job was a Navy jet pilot at Miramar in the Top Gun program, and I took it because America was in the Korean War, and instead of going to college, I went to Annapolis so that I could serve my country and fly. And so I was afraid to fly. Every landing was a controlled crash. But I decided that when you gotta go and serve the country, and I'm glad that I'm a developer of people now instead of a warrior, though.
Excellent, okay. All right, let's go to the second row back here. Joshua, I'm just gonna hand you the mic, and here we go. Don't take it for too long. Just ask the question and give it right back. This is a dangerous thing, okay? All right, here we go.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I've talked to a lot of the kids here, and they have a lot of goals. I just wanted to know, how do you overcome like a fear of success, because the tools that you're giving us obviously are going to make us very successful. How do we overcome that fear of stepping out and actually achieving?
Excellent question. How do you overcome the fear?
When I got my first large bonus check, I think I was like 27, 28 years old, and my bonus for the year was going to be like about $40,000. And my mentor said to me, you know, this kind of money has ruined lots of young men. And I said, just try me one time. So I don't know. It's part, you learn as you go. And if you handle the small amounts, you can finally handle the large amounts.
One thing is all of us are afraid. So everyone's afraid, and fear is the unknown. So you're only afraid of things you don't know anything about. So when you get knowledge and you find coaches and role models who've done what you're afraid to do, skydiving, bungee jumping, speaking in public, anything that you do, if you get knowledge and skills, Fear disappears with knowledge and action. There never was a winner who wasn't a beginner. And when you begin anything, you're awkward and you feel stupid. Whether you're working on a computer, whether you're out there meeting people, when you're in sports, the first thing you do in sports, Lance Armstrong fell off his bike. He fell off his bike over and over again, but falling off a bike isn't the end of the world. And so you keep getting back on the bike till you learn to ride it. And so overcoming fear is watching other people doing what you want to do and then doing it without worrying about falling down.
You know, a funny story, before we came out today, I was a little nervous, and so I said to Jim, I said, "Hey, Jim, you ever get nervous anymore?" He said, "No, not really." And I thought, that's not what I wanted to hear, you know. But you do it enough, and you step out enough, and you start getting the feel of it, and after about 6,000 times, you're ready to roll, aren't you? Okay, how about young lady? Oh, here we go, over here. How about you?
My name's Stacy, and I'm from Whittier, California, and I want to know what inspired you to be like a speaker.
Okay, what inspired you to become a speaker?
When I first started to be in business for myself, and I wanted to build a business, and I needed salespeople, I needed management people, that inspired me so that I could teach them the business, so that I could give them the training they needed to participate with me in the business. And so, as an entrepreneur, as a business person, you know, I wanted to speak the best I could, find good people, inspire them to do sales, inspire them to be the best managers they could be. And then I also wanted to inspire my partners who worked with me. And that was really the beginning. And then after that, I got intrigued with inspiring people that I didn't know, like making talks, college classes, high school classes, and Rotary clubs, service clubs, and that started my whole career. And once I did it and got some early feedback when someone said, "Wow, what you said made a difference for me. What you said got me thinking," I thought, wow, this is what I really want to do. Inspire people to think and change their lives. There's a book that's called Think and Grow Rich. I've paraphrased it now, and here's what it says. If you can think, you can get rich.
True.
You can change your life step by step, plan by plan.
What inspired me to be a speaker is that my teachers in the 3rd and 4th grade put on my report card, talks to his neighbors, chatterbox, talks too much. So you figure if when you're young, you like to talk, believe it or not, there's money in it.
Okay, let's go back to row 3. Anybody in row 3 back here? Row 3, the quiet ones? Okay, row 4, 5, look at you. Okay, how about right here?
Hi, I'm Landon from Irvine, California. My dad and I attended the first part, this is for Jim. I just was wondering, what about that little Girl Scout made you want to change the way that you were living?
Yeah, I was so embarrassed when I didn't have the $2 and I gave her this lie. You know, I've already bought lots of Girl Scout cookies, which was not true. We've still got plenty in the house we haven't eaten, which was not true. And she was very polite and said, "Well, thank you very much." And she went away. I was really embarrassed. Guess what I really was glad for? That nobody else but me was home at the time. And it was just me, all by myself. But after she's gone, I say, wow, I just don't want to try to make excuses anymore. I don't want to live like this. Let me give you now a follow-up story. Later, I am walking out of a bank in California where I'd cashed my check, and I'm walking out of the bank. 2 little girls were selling candy right outside the bank. Good place, right? Right outside the bank. Some project they were working on. And this first little girl looks at me and she said, "Mister, would you like to buy some candy to support our project?" And I said, "I probably would. What kind is it?" She said, "It's almond roca." I said, "Oh my gosh, that's my favorite." And I said, "How much is it?" She said, "It's only $2. I thought, that can't be. And my mind went back to the time when I lied to the Girl Scout, and I thought, wow, $2. I said to her, "How many boxes of that candy have you got?" And she says, "I've got 5. And her little friend was there, and she was selling candy too. I said, "How many boxes of candy have you got?" She said, "I've got 4. I said, "Let's see, that's 9. I'll take them all." The first little girl said, "Really?" I said, "Yes, I didn't want to tell him the story. I said, "Yes, I've got some friends, and I'll pass this candy around. So when they've got my money and I've got the candy," this first little girl looks up at me and she says, "Mister, you are really something." Wow. What a different story from the first time to the second time.
Okay, can you pass this back to Rob?
If there's any Girl Scouts here selling cookies, I've got the money. I'm ready, by the way.
At first I was going to wonder how you knew my name, but then I realized I was wearing a name tag. This is for both of you guys. I know a lot, you guys quote scripture a lot in both of your speeches, and a lot of times in scripture it has to do with how money can ruin a good person. And I was just wondering, I know how you were like a millionaire by the time you were 28. How did that affect you, making so much money in such a short time and not having any experience with it?
Go ahead, Dennis. Dennis is richer than I am, so he gets first crack at this question.
Well, my dad's biggest paycheck was $200 a month. And so we never had any money. We lived in an $11,000 house, but money was never on my mind growing up. And I've never thought about money. Money flows to great ideas and persistence, and I think money is not the root of all evil, but the love of money is. I think money is the same as knowledge. It's transportation and a library card. It doesn't matter how much money you have, it's what you do with the money that you have. And to me, it's a journey with fuel. And the only reason that I enjoy having a lot of money is I can give scholarships out without even thinking. So I can help people with it, but as long as you don't fall in love with money and chase money, always make money chase you and never chase it, because if you catch it, you'll always be its slave. But keep money just breathless for you. Keep it really desperate to have you. And then you'll say, you know, I don't really need you, but come along with me and I'll use you. But don't ever fall in love with money.
Wow. Very good.
Front
There's
and
a
center.
good thought here to add on rich or poor. This is good for your notes. The poor must be taught not to be cynical, and the rich must be taught not to be arrogant, because both brings disaster. Arrogance for the rich brings disaster. Cynicism for the poor brings disaster. So no matter at what level we are, we still have to be educated. You know, if we have, like no money, we need to be educated as to what to do. If we have lots of money, we have to be educated how to use it wisely, how to make sure it blesses more than just yourself. Be generous. That's the key.
And there's a difference between being broke and poor. We've all been broke, but after a while, you begin to become poor if you don't get enough knowledge and take action to get out of your temporary brokenness. Then you become poor. But many people from disadvantaged families without education or poor because they don't have the tools to work with. And that's why this is the best time to have ever been young in history, because you actually have the power of knowledge and communication at your fingertips. Use it, because it's going to take you anywhere you want to go.
All right, front and center. Hold on here. Well, let me get to you. You ready? Yeah. All right, here we go.
Okay, my name is Richard Cady, and this is for both of you guys. How did you achieve so much success by just taking small steps at a time, and not just you spending your money like wildfire.
How did you get so successful taking just small little steps and not spending your money like wildfire?
All right, that's good. Go ahead, Dennis.
I can give you the example. I've been training Olympic athletes for about 20 years as their psychologist for all American athletes. And the interesting thing about an Olympian is that the world-class level, talent is all the same. So it's really an attitude that changes you. But the interesting thing about money or taking small steps is you'll notice in Athens at the Olympic Games, they will not put the pole vault up at the world's record. They will not put the high jump bar at the current world's record. They'll put it low enough so that everyone can jump over and gain the confidence of being able to achieve. The reason that you break everything down into small steps is you won't choke on the whole steak by eating it once. You eat bite-sized pieces, and the more little successes you have, the more confidence you gain in yourself in being able to be more successful, and it breeds more success. It's like shooting free throws or getting in the zone. Once you start making success in a very small way, it gives you the courage to take a bigger risk and go after bigger things. And that's why by the inch it's a cinch and by the yard it's hard. It's much easier to stair-step your way to the top rather than go all the way in one play. You'll find that almost every winner takes small steps to the top, incremental steps, and somehow it pulls you that way without looking like a mountain to climb all at once.
I like that.
It's like Zig says, you know, when he realized he was 30 pounds overweight, and he said, hey, if I just lose 8 ounces a day for 9 months or, you know, whatever, just a little bit at a time, real success really does come from just small little steps. Okay, how about somebody from over in here? Anybody? Oh, way in the back. All right, a little exercise. Now I really feel like Oprah. All right, here we go.
Hi, I'm Catherine Pooley. I was wondering, how did you turn your dreams into concrete goals, and how did you put them into action? And also, what made you believe that you could achieve them?
Okay. How did you make your goals concrete and put them into action, and how did you get to believe where you could actually achieve them?
I started with just small goals. I'm going to teach the goals workshop here before the weekend is over. And you just start with little things that you can achieve fairly quickly. We're going to talk about making lists. And I put a lot of little things on my first list so that I could start checking off something right away. First day, second day. Because make this note in case you have to miss the workshop. Part of the fun of making a list is now starting to check it off. And you check off something easy. You check off something you finally acquired. And then if you check off something fairly major, you celebrate, have a party, you know, live it up, say, you know, I'm the greatest, I got it. And then that inspires you to make a longer list for the next goal, the next goal, the next goal. So one at a time, a few at a time, easy ones. Some goals that are off in the distance are the big ones. You know, a yacht with, you know, somebody to drive it, and you know, an upstairs maid and a downstairs maid, and a chauffeur and a jet plane, you know, those are going to be a little ways off, you know. But in the meantime, you know, it's all those little small things. Achievement, and Dennis said it, achievement inspires achievement. If you succeed in doing this, it inspires you to take the next step. If you finally succeed in acquiring that, it's the next step. And it doesn't have to be big, grand goals to keep you inspired. Just the small things, personal, social, business, school, graduating, whatever it is. That's how you start.
We ask the athletes always how many rebounds, how many assists, and you begin to give them concrete ways in which they can improve themselves. And you ask the question, what makes you believe that you can achieve your goals? All you need to do is read biographies of people who've become enormously successful, and you'll find that each person who's been successful has solved some kind of problem. The outboard motor was invented by Ole Evinrude, who rowed his boat across the lake, but the ice cream melted before he got it to his girlfriend. And so as rowing his boat across the lake in Wisconsin, he figured that he needed to get the ice cream to her faster without it melting, so he invented an outboard motor. And so all the achievements that you see in life are for people who are solving some kind of problem. They're not doing it to make money. So they're not sitting down saying, how can we make a lot of money? They're sitting down saying, how can we solve problems? And if you'll read about Julio Iglesias, he broke both arms and legs, and he learned to play the guitar in the hospital. And so Julio Iglesias became the singer because he was in the hospital in traction. Jacques Cousteau broke both arms in a car accident and swam it out and invented the, if you will, the precursor to scuba gear, underwater breathing, by watching a water spider. Every biography I've read in my life shows me that common people do uncommon things, and it actually makes you believe that you can do these things because average people do incredible things to solve their own problems in life.
We've got time for about 2 more questions, and then we're going to move into the next section. How about you, young lady?
Hi, I'm Kimmy Linares, and I would like to know, this is a fun question, when you guys were little, what did you guys want to be when you grew up? And also, if you have one message to send to teenagers, what would it be?
Okay, so you got to really pull from the way back. When you were kids, what did you want to be? We better give them some time to think about that. No, what did you want to be when you were a little kid? And then if you have one message you could tell to kids and teenagers today, what would it be?
I don't know. I took it one step at a time. When I was in school, right, I wanted to graduate. You know, that was the big thing. I mentioned earlier today when I was 12, what? I wanted to be 13. I mean, 12 was just being stuck. The teenagers all went, left me behind. Finally, I reached age 13 and enjoyed all the benefits. Then to graduate. Then I wanted to go to college. I only went 1 year. And then I decided I was smart enough to get a job, and I quit. Then I wanted to get married. Found this beautiful lady, young lady, and she bought my whole story for some incredible reason. And so we got married, started my family, and then I wanted to do well. I just took it one step at a time. I didn't think about conquering the world. I didn't think like I do now, traveling the world and visiting, countries all over everywhere. I had no idea I would ever go to Russia and lecture over the last 10 years. So I just took it one step at a time. One thing led to another. And then the big change I've already mentioned is when I met my mentor, Mr. Shoaff, when I was 25. Then I started dreaming big dreams. Maybe I could go far beyond what my parents did. They gave me this foundation, why not use it? And I started dreaming then bigger dreams, but just step by step, little by little.
Mine was different. I was too short, too small. My ears were bigger than hang gliders. They still are, but with a helmet flying through the ears, it's pushed them back. So I graduated from high school on my 16th birthday. My mother lied about my age, and so I went to kindergarten when I just turned 4. I couldn't ever date girls the same age because my voice hasn't even changed by the time the rest of them were going to the prom. And so I was this little shrimpy, wimpy, big-eared, and they call me Dumbo because that was my nickname. So if you're named Dumbo, there's only one thing you can do, and that's to try to get approval. So my dad left home when I was 9. I became the man of the family. So I decided that one way or another, I'd try to do something to get approval. And I used to dream over and over again that I'd be in Carnegie Hall, that people would stand up and applaud, and then I would be able to say, am I good enough now? Am I okay now? So many times speakers are trying to overcome their own shortcomings when they were small to keep getting approval from audiences. And in my case, I finally learned to approve myself and not have to gain the approval of other people all the time.
Okay, we got time for one more question, and I see somebody back here in row 4, and we're going to go all the way back here, squeeze down the aisle here. All right, Julie from Pueblo, West Colorado.
I was wondering, in our culture today, unfortunately, there's quite a bit of prejudice against teenagers. We're told that since we're just teenagers, there's things that we can and can't do, and that we're not capable of achieving certain things. I've gotten that a lot, and so have my friends. And I was just wondering what you thought the best way to overcome that type of prejudice is.
How do you overcome the prejudice of being a teenager where people think and say, you know, you can't do that because you're just a kid or you're just a teenager? How do you overcome that?
Well, believe it or not, I don't think the prejudice against teenagers is as great today as it was when we were growing up, because we were supposed to be seen and not heard. There were never any child-centered homes. They were always adult-centered, and the children had to be in one part of the house, and the adults were the ones that did all the talking and all the things. And kids were pretty well left to play with themselves. I think teenagers are a lot more intelligent, a lot smarter, have more knowledge, and sure, we worry about teenagers because we know that there's influence of violence and MTV and a lot of stuff going on, and we're worried that the values today might be skin deep from celebrity and Hollywood. So we worry about Hollywood being the biggest influence on a kid's life, but I really think that the fact that you read a lot, that you have intelligent conversations at dinner, I really think that, believe it or not, this is the winning generation. I believe that. I know Jim does too. That the future's in great hands. I tell you, with you young people, that you asked what advice we'd give to teenagers. Never, ever accept less than your dream right now. Don't ever give up or give in on it. And many people give up before they graduate from high school. Most people give up on the American dream when they're 20 or 25. Never give up on it, because most people aren't financially successful till they're in their 40s. And so you go through an apprenticeship period, but you'll make more money in 1 year than all of your previous years combined if you just keep learning and growing and listening to people like Jim and listening to people who've been there and done that.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give the teenagers about 30 seconds to jot down your piece of advice that would be helpful for adults to know, for us to be able to help you be successful. And so I'm going to give you about 30 seconds, and as you're jotting that down, or maybe you have it in your head or whatever, and then we're just going to kind of process through. And if you have something, because, you know, the adults are here and they're trying to learn about being successful in business and life and those things, but they also want to be successful in being parents and aunts and uncles and grandparents and that type of thing as well. So we're going to cover some and give you the opportunity to be able to give some feedback. And you know what that means, adults, is you ought to get your pencils out, and as Jim would say, write this down, okay? These are going to be good thoughts straight from the kids. It's going to be some good advice. So, and in the meantime, while they're thinking it through and jotting it down, why don't we give the teenagers a great round of applause for doing that. Okay, we're going to do this, and then we've got a couple other little things to do, and then we're going to go. Okay, so if you have something, it would be just really helpful for us to know that would help us help you. Sort of like that old Jerry Maguire thing. Help us help you, all right? Anybody? Here we go. You got something? Or I could just pick somebody, all right? All right, I'm coming. Here we go. All right, right here.
Listen to Jim Rohn about communication between parents and children, because he's had a lot of experience.
Okay, very good. And I imagine somebody's going to say, listen to Charlie Jones and pay us to read books, right? All right, here we go.
Never underestimate teenagers in groups, because there's no telling what stuff they could get into. I mean, it's true. Anyone could get onto the internet and hack your computer. They could even be a teenager.
All right, never underestimate teenagers in groups, because you never know what they can do. All right, very good. For both positive and negative, I suppose. All right, here we go. Anybody else? I mean, this is like time to tell the parents, you know, they're all back there, and we can even kind of cover for you so they don't know it's you. All right? You got something? All right, here we go.
Mentor someone, if not your own children.
Mentor somebody, if not your own children. A lot of you, maybe if you don't have kids or your kids are already grown, there's somebody in the neighborhood or in the school or in your church or someplace like that you can mentor and make a difference in. Something teenagers want, all right, Kent?
Well, I think it helps a lot when parents are actually living what they're preaching. You know, like they say, go out and read these books because books are good for you. And I find it a lot easier when, you know, my parents just read, you know, Jane Eyre or whatever, and they say, this is an awesome book, you have to read this, and then we get in discussions and we get to talk about it. It's a lot more fun that way rather than, you know, if they just say, oh, you should read this book, and they don't know anything about it just because they've heard about it, you know.
The old practice what you preach thing, right? Okay. Anybody here? Excellent. All right. Anybody here? Okay. Down the second row, we got anybody? All right, here we go.
Just from my experience, and my mother can testify, teens they're capable. All they need is some encouragement and a chance.
Okay. Encouragement and a chance. All right. Excellent advice. Anybody? You just got to stop me as I meander down the aisles here. All right. We got a couple right here.
I think it's really important to remind kids and teens to really get involved in current events, and if they're old enough to vote, I think that is a really important message that we need to send to this generation.
Excellent. All right, here we go.
Just basically support your children in whatever they do. There's some things that they might be forced to do because the parents want them to do it, but if your children doesn't want to do it, don't force them into doing that.
All right, very good. Okay, as we move down the aisle, all right, here we go.
I think kids should learn at a younger age the value of a hard day's work.
Okay, so the advice is to put in a hard day's work, right? Very good, all right. Okay, so we'll come back to you, right? All right, here we go.
Okay, sometimes I think parents worry a little much about what the kids are going to face in reality in situations. So I think if parents have been there all along and they've taught you good morals, then it's going to be okay. So I'm just saying you don't have to worry that much to the parents.
So chill out a little bit, right? All right, here we go. Chill, all right? Anybody? Okay, over here we got a couple, all right?
Talk less, listen more.
Talk less, listen more, all right? Write this down. Talk less, listen more. Yeah, okay.
One thing that can really help in business is a credit score. And if a parent has a credit card, they can put their son or daughter on the credit card, but they don't have to give their child the actual card. So the child can't actually use the card, but they're building a credit score at the same time.
Assuming your parents have good credit, good idea, right? All right. Hey, Dad, what's up? I can't get a car now, right? Okay. We're moving down this aisle. Anybody? We see anybody here? Anybody in this aisle? Is it worth my while to make it down the aisle? Okay, then I'm going to come back here, and I'll hit you guys, and I'll come down this aisle, okay?
Don't think that we're too young, because the younger we are, I mean, I've been reading Rich Dad Poor Dad, and I've just gotten that even though you're young, you can still learn the things that can help you be successful as you get older. And just, I mean, my dad has given me a lot of experience in things that usually we wouldn't start doing until we were a lot older. But now I've learned so much more that most people wouldn't learn until after high school.
Awesome, great advice. Okay. Here we go. Now, is that a real tie? I mean, is that goes around your neck and everything? I got to tell you, one of the things I'm amazed about teenage boys is they can tie a tie. I mean, I was like 28 before I could tie a tie. You know, I had clip-ons and the little rubber band things. And okay, enough about me. Something about you. Here we go.
If you're involved at all in any kind of education situation, begin to bring this into it, because, you know, we're not all blessed enough not everybody's blessed enough to have parents who are willing to bring into this or know something about this. And I'm going to college and I'm finding people, you know, we're clueless. If people I go to school with knew about goal setting, if they knew about it, their lives would be so much simpler. Get it into the schools, you guys. Get it into the schools, because this is great, but as you said, it's only 1% of the population. We need to get it to the rest of us, because they don't know it. And I mean, I'll talk to people and they just have no idea where they're going. They're going to school because it's the whole situation. That's how they were raised. Get a good job, get a good education, get a good job. They don't know any better. They need to know the goal setting and everything. And it's just, without it, we're still got a long ways to go.
Yeah. Excellent, excellent. see, it's 2004. We'll probably do another one of these in 2007, and maybe we can make it a goal to double the size of the teenagers, and we all come back and we have to get a bigger room and get more kids in here and do more for the next generation. Can we all just kind of set that as the goal, put it in the book for a few more years, and bring more kids back? Okay, there we go.
I think one thing that a lot of adults need to hear is that you need to raise the bar. A lot of us as teenagers, if we're told for 18 years of our lives that we can goof off and do whatever we want and there's no consequences for our actions, the next 18 years aren't going to go very well. So teach us now, give us the training that we need, just like this, and also give us the chance to put it into action.
Excellent. Raise the bar, all right? Here we go. You're not a teenager, are you? All right, here we go. Moving down the aisle here. Anybody in this aisle? No? All right, here we go.
Just a suggestion for the parents. Take your children out for a nightly walk, like half an hour. You get physical activity, and you also get to talk to them.
Yeah, walk or play catch or something together. Yeah, very good. All right, here we go.
I would say one of the most important things is to instill a good work ethic in your kids and to also force them, not force them, but definitely encourage them to save their money early on. My mom always taught me to take at least 10% of whatever money I got and put it into savings and 10% into charity. And that way, I never can touch that money until I'm in college and using that as a down payment on a house. And I think that by doing that, you're just setting your kids up for success.
Very good. Am I missing anybody here? No. Okay. Excellent. That was a very good thing. All right. Dennis, you have something for us, don't you?
Jim and I, you probably don't know this, many of you, but we're old. And we've been there and done that, and I just want you to know that we try to identify and to communicate so that you don't think that we're just old fools or your grandfathers are preaching to you. So what I'd like to do is show you that we try even though we look stupid when we do it. And I want you to think about Will Smith. And I want you to think about, maybe getting jiggy with it. And remember, and here we go. You ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Get on your mark. Get ready to go. I'll tell you about your winning generation, why we're here for all the celebration. Easy to explain, ain't no doubt about it. Selling person freedom, don't have to shout it. Put some stuff in your mind. Make sure you get it right. Practice every day and practice every night. First, you got to find it and get behind it. It ain't funny. You want to make some money, but what you want to do is get rich doing good, finding people doing things they should. Don't deny the good life's what you want to score. It's not about the money, but I'm tired of being poor. If I live to be 100, just like Bob Hope, I want to be rich. I ain't no dope. Get back to the store and stock up on the tools so you can learn the story, not look like a fool. Remember what I told you and put it in your pitch. The stuff will make you healthy, but you'll also get rich.
The music was missing.
Yeah, excellent.
And the beat.
That was fabulous.
You should have seen the kids in school. They go, "Oh my God!"
Yeah.
They say he looks like a lobster with his hands that look like claws. He's on the wrong beat.
That's good.
Excellent. Any final words before we wrap it up from either of you?
I got one quick final word that I give to adults. Might as well start when you're young. Learn more than one skill. That's number one. Because it'll serve you well in the future to know more than one skill. A baseball player who can play more than one position has an advantage, okay? Learn more than one skill. And then here's the next one. This is really important. Learn more than one language. Some of my business colleagues who speak 3-4 languages make $3-4 million a year. One of it is they have the advantage of those extra languages. Who's here from, was it Norway? This young lady? Norway? How many languages do you speak?
Norwegian and English, and I take French classes, and in September I'm moving to Australia. That's English too, but it's
Okay.
At least 3 plus.
3, she's on her way to 4 languages.
Plus Australian.
Yeah, Australia, that's another one.
No, that's all right.
In the Scandinavian countries, you must learn 4 languages in the school system. 3 they assign, 1 you can choose. So that when you graduate from the school system, you know 4 languages. And in Europe, multiple languages is so valuable.
If you live in California and you need Spanish and English, you have to be bilingual in Spanish. Why not? We're right on the border. I advise all of you to learn Mandarin.
Someday,
because more people
China.
speak Chinese in the world than any other language.
Dennis, how about you? Any final words?
Huh?
Any final words?
Other than the Olympic athletes wear the gold medal inside before it's ever placed around their neck. So winners believe in their dream when that's all they have to hang on to. So be an Olympian within, and then you'll perform later. But you'll never perform unless you believe you're capable of it. So be a world-class person, and then you'll become a world-class something.
Excellent stuff. All right, let's give Jim and Dennis a great round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And then let's give our teenagers a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And then let's give ourselves a big round of applause for a good first day, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Hello, everyone. This is Jerry Clark at ClubRhino.net, and we are here at the Jim Rohn Leadership Event. And we have a special treat with us today. We have an individual who's really doing something to give back to the community, to really assist what we all call our future, which is the youth. The youth are our future. And Orrin Hudson, what he's been doing is really sharing with disadvantaged youths all around the country in various parts of the world how they can tap into their potential and bring it out and actually be someone. As a matter of fact, the name of his organization is BeSomeone.org. And so we have him here. He's been featured in all kinds of programs as far as CNN. It's been featured in USA Today, and I can just go on and on. There's just too many to really list. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have him share a little bit about some of the places that he's been and what he's done. And Orrin, we want to welcome you here at the Jim Rohn Leadership Weekend. Just welcome you to the program here.
Mr. Clark, it's so honored to be here.
Now, tell us about what you're doing in regards to, why do you do what you do in regards to spending so much time and energy and effort and really assisting the youth, being able to break out from maybe some of their self-limited situation that they grew up with?
Well, I'm watching television and I see on the news where 7 people were taken in the freezer in a restaurant and shot in the head for $2,000. And it really stunned me. And I said, what can I do to make a difference? So I took everything and all the resources that I had to put together a program called Be Someone. It's a crime prevention program to teach children how to think it out instead of shoot it out.
Mm-hmm.
My program was developed because I believe that our children are our future and someone has to take a stand and actually do something. A lot of people talking about doing it, but most people won't act. So I decided to take action. Jim Rohn said to me many, many years ago how Abraham Lincoln's mother, before she died, she told him to be someone. And Abraham Lincoln took those words all the way to the White House, even though he had failed many times running for office. He took those 2 words, be someone, all the way to the White House. And all I'm doing now, just like Jim Rohn says, words are powerful. I'm putting those words back in the universe, and I'm living my dream.
Now, how long ago was this that you actually started this process of working with the youths?
2000. I've been working with youth all along, all my life, but I never really started an organization until 2000 when this event actually happened. And there I said, wait a minute, someone has to take a stand. But this is when I really started.
Now, what do? Do you actually do workshops? Do you go to different school systems, or how do you actually, find the children to work with, and actually, what's the process of you actually working with them?
Okay, I have a mobile program where I go in a particular school, And for 45 minutes, I transform them. My program is about transformation. It's about teaching children one thing, that there's hope. And I go in and I use a chessboard, and I show them how the principles of chess apply to life. How to think, concentrate, plan, pattern recognition. See, the key to success in any field is pattern recognition. The more patterns you know, the more successful you'll be. I was driving my car downtown the other day, and the lady said, how did you win all those lights? I said, I know the pattern. So pattern recognition is the key to success in all fields.
Now, give us more example of this pattern recognition, and how can we use this pattern recognition? Because it sounds like it's not just for children, it's for everyone. Anyone can use this information. So tell us a little bit more about it. I know some people are probably saying, this is interesting.
Okay. I can play 100 people at one time chess. Why? I know the pattern. I go there, snap, take a picture. Go, snap, take a picture. And all in life is the same way. After a certain time, the sun go down. If you use the word please, thank you, yes ma'am, and no ma'am, this is a pattern that you can use to open doors. They said, well, Warren, how were you able to get this done? I said, well, I know the pattern. I'm always nice. I'm always trying to help others first. I'm always delivering value up first to people, and that's a pattern. Well, when you start giving people what they want, you can get what you want. The lady said, well, how did you get on CNN? How did you get this? I said, I do good work. And when you do good work, it's a pattern. This pattern will just duplicate over and over. So, well, how did you get on the front page of USA Today? It's a pattern. You do good work, and the word will get out.
And so is that how Jane Fonda called you on your cell phone?
Jane Fonda called me on my cell phone. I said, if this Jane Fonda, I'm President Bush. She said, this is really Jane Fonda. I said, wow. She said, can you come to Atlanta? I said, no way. So, but now I'm in Atlanta doing some things did some stuff for her program, which I thank God for James. She really opened some doors for me, and I'm very thankful for her. It's almost like Jane discovered me.
Wow.
Because, guy in the housing project, 13 brothers and sisters, very poor coming up. But, Jane, called me. So I'm very flattered for that call.
So did you do well in school growing up, or did you have challenges?
Well, I had a lot of challenge. I'm 13 years old, and I'm still in inner tubes. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm still in inner tubes, and I'm selling them for 25 cents. In comes this white mentor at this all-black school. He said, listen, Orrin, he said, every action you have has consequences. I said, what do you mean? He said, sit down here, let me show you this chessboard. And he mentors me in chess for 4 years. And it turned my life around. So I learned this, and the next thing you know, I hear about Jim Rohn. So I didn't have a lot of money, so I go to the library. I said, I need a book on Jim Rohn. She said, we don't have any. I said, well, can you order one from another library? She said, yes. So they ordered me one of Jim Rohn's books from what was in Seattle. The library in Seattle had it, so it was free because I didn't have money. So she ordered this book, and I read this book, and some of the ideas I learned from Jim Rohn turned my life around.
Now, what were some of those ideas?
Well, I think the main thing I learned from Jim Rohn that really helped me was that for my life to get better, I had to get better. For my life to change, I had to change. I thought it was the projects. I thought it was, my brothers that was the reason I was doing bad, and my mom. But I found out that no one was coming to the rescue. That if it was to be, it was up to me.
And so over this period of time, as you're working with the students, do you give them some of the same messages that you learned from Jim Rohn? Or?
Constantly. I bought all of Jim Rohn products since then, and I've really been a fan of Jim Rohn because I can see how the principles that he shared with me, they worked. I mean, I've accomplished so much because of Jim Rohn. I was a top salesman in Kenny Shoes when I worked there. I did this. I mean, just so much I've done. I won so many awards, outstanding this, outstanding that. It's just, the pattern's just over and over and over.
And that's because you give outstanding service. And so once you give outstanding service and so forth, or when you give good, you're saying that good come back. It's kind of like the law of the universe, the law of the boomerang, the law of reciprocity, and so forth. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about if you give the universe your best, the universe will give back its best to you, day in and day out. And that's a pattern. And it's called, don't just satisfy the customer, delight the customer. Do more than you pay. Go the extra mile. Read the books, learn as much as you can to serve and help others. I tell my children when I'm teaching them that the most important thing on the universe is whether you're making a difference and having integrity. And I tell them success is not money, success is not a car, it's not a house. Success is making a difference while you're here. Making a difference, having integrity, and helping others.
So now these children, because some of them are, disadvantaged children and so forth, they have different backgrounds, different environments that they are coming from. So how do you get the message across to them in regards to some of these success principles that make a difference? What tends to be the way that opens them up a little bit and go, wow, yeah, I think this, is it the chess analogy, or what exactly is it?
I think I show them how I used to be. I was raised in a housing project, 13 brothers and sisters. I was so poor that if it cost me a penny to go around the world, I couldn't get out of sight. And I show them this, and I kind of like can relate to them. I say, okay, listen, I've been where you are, and here's some things that I've done. I did this, and they did that, and this came. And they said, well, how did you win this? You go in this tournament, you're the lowest seed, you're the only African American in there, and you walk out and you win this tournament. How did you do that? And I tell them my story. And once they see, they go, okay, wow, if he can do it, then I can do it. And I teach them, yes, I can. I can do anything if I believe. This is a song that I put together for them. Yes, I can. They can do anything anyone else can do. All they got to do is get around the right people and make sure they spend good time with good people and bad time with bad people, and no time with bad people.
Now, do you have any success stories of some of the students that you've worked with over the years? Because from what I believe, it's been, 15,000 or so plus students?
15,000 kids. I think my most successful story that I've ever heard was a kid was going to kill himself, but decided not to. His best friend had killed himself, so he was going to kill himself that day. Well, I show up in the school, and he said I just changed his life. So I think that was a good story. But some of my success stories is I've coached some elementary kids. We beat 2 middle schools, a high school, and college in chess. You got little kids beating in college. And what was so funny, I tried to interview some of the college students, and I said, give me your name. Oh, I'm not giving you my name. They didn't want to give me their name.
They don't want to admit that they got beat by the elementary children.
Right. So I think those are some good things. And I coached this school to win all the tournaments they played in 3 school chess championships. So those are some of the success stories. But TBS is going to run a story on me coming up August the 19th, where I work with a kid who used to carry guns and rob, and his mom said I really turned his life around.
And this is 2004 when this is going to run.
Right.
So some people who are watching or listening to this information has probably already happened. But
2004, August 19th at 9 p.m. prime time, they're going to run a story on me. I won the education award. But I do what I do because I care, and I'm very concerned about our youth. Our future is our youth, and I'll get a phone call someday, and they'll say, or you know what, the strategies and techniques that you taught me enable me to become president, doctor, whatever I want to be, because I'm showing these children some patterns that you can get anything in life you want.
What are 2 or 3 of the major patterns or principles that you teach these children that you think is important for everyone to know?
I think number 1 is integrity. I think integrity. Everyone wants to hire someone with integrity, and if you have integrity, it will open doors for you that you will not be able to believe. Say what you're going to do, what you say you're going to do, and make sure when you say something, that's what it is. And I think that's how I've achieved so much success. I tell people like it is. I'm straight up. I'm very honest with people. And my integrity has really opened doors for me, because if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. If I, whatever. So integrity is number 1. That's job 1. I think number 2 is when I was a state trooper, I learned this. I was a state trooper for 6 years. I had the blue light, the badge, and the gun. But everyone I met, I treated them, this is my rule, better than I want to be treated. Don't treat them better. This is the golden rule multiplied. You treat them better than you want to be treated. Yes, I had the blue light, and I guarantee you, I stopped some people, and they were smiling after I stopped, and they go, man, I'm glad you stopped me. I've got so many thank you letters from writing people tickets. It's unbelievable, because I treat them like they're better than I want to be treated. I'm very fair. I stopped the car one time. I told my blue light on, and I get up there and I go, wait a minute, it's 2 BMWs. I go, oops, I'm going back. You can go. He said, why you let me go? Because I'm not sure. You see that BMW? Yeah, I said, you can go. And this is the type thing. You have to be fair, because I have to sleep at night. I make sure that when I do something that is straight up. So I guess number 2 would be treating people better than you want to be treated. And number 3 would probably go the extra mile. When you go the extra miles, there's no traffic jams. When you do more than you're paid for, when you delight the customer, when you focus on how can you add value for others, miracles happen. And that's why I'm in the USA Today, because these things happen. The guy said, if I prove that what you told me checks out, I'm going to do a story on this. And I said, well, the story is done. He said, how do you say it? I said, because I'm straight up. If I tell you something, if I tell you I volunteer to help this, it's solid. You call the principal. He called, he said, Oren, your story checked out. I said, I knew all along it was going to check out.
Right. So now, what is your goal and what is your mission? What is your objective right now with your organization? It's at besomeone.org.
My goal is to take my program nationwide. And what we're doing has your name on it. I need you, Jerry. I need you involved. I need more people to join me in my efforts to make the world better. I thank God for Jane Fonda. She put together a video for me. You can take a look at it at my website, besomeone.org. Well, she tells people to join me in my efforts to make the world better. We have to figure out that we all are interconnected, that no man is an island, that I cannot be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be, and you, Jerry, cannot be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. So we all are interconnected, and we have to find ways, new ways, to make this world better.
Great. So it sounds like a lot of good things are happening, and they are happening because you're utilizing some of these principles by noticing some of these patterns that we all can benefit from, and everyone really deserves to contribute to your cause and what you're doing, because you're really making an impact and making a difference to the future. Without the future of the youth, then there really won't be a future that's worth looking forward to, at least anyway, right?
Exactly.
So anyway, we want to thank you for taking the time to share some of your insight and your knowledge about your program, besomeone.org. And we suggest that everyone go there and find out more about your program. You say you have a video on there that they can watch as well?
A video on there, besomeone.org, several videos. You click on the CNN video and other things that we've been doing. And you can also click on the documentary that TBS put together for me for the Education Award. So very proud of TBS for acknowledging me, and I thank God for Jane Fonda.
Excellent. All right. Well, everyone, it's been another Power Tip interview here at the Jim Rohn event. This is a Jim Rohn leadership event, Jim Rohn at jimrohn.com. Suggest you guys go there and make sure you pick up some additional insights from Jim Rohn, as Oren has over the years as well. And we just want you to keep charging, and we also want you to go, go, go. Woo! Hello, everyone. This is Jerry DeRhino Clark at ClubRhino.net, and we are here at the Jim Rohn Leadership Event here in Anaheim, California, and we have an individual with us in the studio who happens to be the master coach for the Jim Rohn International Coaching Program. His name is T.C. Cummings, and this individual has been actually coaching for quite a while now and has just recently become the master coach for Jim Rohn International. He's also a former Navy SEAL, so we really want to learn how do you get that Navy SEAL mental toughness. TC, welcome to the program.
Hey, great to be here.
Now, TC, in regards to former Navy SEALs, how does one become a former Navy SEALs? I mean, in other words, what's in your mind to get you to want to become a Navy SEALs? What's going on there?
It's about loving challenge. You gotta love. You want to play big. The SEALs. When I say you want to play big, you've really got to want to play big. Give you an idea, 154 men started in my class to become a SEAL. Most of these guys had wanted to be SEALs all their lives.
Wow.
And 18 of us became SEALs.
Wow.
So when you really, really ridiculously, really got to want to play big.
So now, tell us a little bit about this program, because this correlates to success in life.
Absolutely.
Some of these principles that you have to go through, because just about 90% of the people who all their life they wanted to be, Navy SEALs, and then they didn't make it through the program. Not that they couldn't have made it, but for some reason, the mental toughness, because I'm sure they all had the physique, they were all strong, they were all powerful, they all did all the preliminary working out and all that. So tell us a little bit about that.
In fact, Jerry, most of the guys that were the biggest were the first ones to quit.
Wow.
Because they weren't used to losing. And you got the mental toughness is not about winning. It's about what do you do under adverse or opportunity conditions. What do you do? Do you react or do you respond?
What's the difference between reacting and responding?
That's an excellent question. When we react, we're coming from a programmed egotistical place. We're either reacting aggressively or passively. Oh, I'm not good enough. Hey, does everybody see how cool I am? Reactive. When we're responding and you say, hey, you did a great job, thank you. What was great about it? I'm responding, I'm doing it on purpose. Response is on purpose. Reactive is our ego. So nothing wrong with that because we are all very ego, we have a lot of ego, and we're all reactive. When we shut down that reactive nature, we become more clear because when we are doing things on purpose, we are choosing who we're going to be with. We're choosing who we're going to surround ourselves with. We're choosing the path we're going to take. And when you're sitting in freezing water, it's not really freezing water. When you're sitting in the water and you are freezing, because the evaporation process, you get cold. No
Right.
matter how long you stay there, when the water comes over you and then it goes away, you get cold. When the cold hits, where's your mind? Are you a victim? Are you going to react? Or are you going to respond? In my mind, I would respond by saying, I am so cold, but there's other guys that are still here. I'm not dead yet, so I can keep doing this.
Wow.
Other guys would react and say, I'm out of here. I quit. I remember very clearly in my mind, the biggest guy, this guy could do pull-ups till the cows came home. He could run. He could carry people. He could do one-arm rope climbs. And that's pretty impressive. Grab 2 ropes. He quit, bam, like that. And as soon as he quit, 6 other guys said, my God, if he can't make it, I can't make it. They all quit. Reactivity. They weren't choosing. These men, their minds, they chose. I want this goal. The biggest goal I've ever wanted is this. Along comes a distraction. Are you going to react to it or are you going to respond? Your son, when he was younger, he's poking at you, daddy, 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 daddy. If you say, what? What do you want? You're reacting.
Right.
You'd never choose to do that. If you put your arm around him and say, you wait until I'm done talking with your mother. That's a response. That's what you're choosing. So the same thing is true with making money, any of our relationships. The biggest element, though, of course, is our relationship with ourselves. And are we reactive with ourselves? With Jim Rohn International Coaching, we support an environment that gets to show this out of people. So you get to see your own reactivity or your responsiveness, because reactivity is weak. It's disempowering. It's not bad. It's human. But proactivity, taking the opportunity by the horns. I mean, just look at yourself and what you've created. Very much at cause. If you did it because I'll show them, it's reactive. If you did it because I need to, it's my destiny to fulfill. I've got a talent, I need to put it to use. I choose to be successful. That's where the power is.
So is that what happened with you when you were going through some of these challenges that you go through for the Navy SEAL program, for example, is, one of the things you were in the water, freezing cold water. What are some of the other things that really kind of test your mental toughness? And, what are some of the other reasons why some of the people quit, basically, and just didn't make it?
The biggest reason of all, being an individual. I'm different than them because fill in the blank.
Right.
I'm special because fill in the blank. I'm not good enough because fill in the blank. Seeing yourself removed from the whole, that weakens us. In our mind, we think I'm special, I'm powerful, but overall it weakens us. And whether you're, for example, Log PT, I know I've seen that on the Discovery Channel, so a lot of your viewers, maybe even you have seen Log PT. We take a telephone pole, we do sit-ups with a telephone pole across our chest. We have a team, and if the whole team doesn't sit up at once, then one guy is doing all the work himself, and the other guys are getting fatigued because now the guy who's exhausted, he stops and they start working, so everybody's getting exhausted. Push-ups, bench press, overhead press. You try and lift I cannot lift a telephone pole by myself, not these telephone poles. However, together, all of us, no problem. And then run with it. However, the moment somebody thinks he's not a part of the team, I'm special because, or I don't trust them, therefore I won't participate, it's like cancer. He removes himself from the healthy unit, and he does his own thing. And of course, if I'm on a team with, say, 6 guys and we're doing, we're paddling a boat through the surf, if we're not all paddling, then we're going to be spinning in circles. One side is pushing, the other side's not doing anything. We see out of the corner of our eye, this guy's not participating. We want to be on the same sheet of music. If I quit because, oh no, here comes water, well then I've just doomed us to be dumped. Now, the fact that we all continue stroking doesn't guarantee us success. But we are guaranteed failure when we break the bond. When we break the team, we're guaranteed to fail.
Wow, that's
And
pretty powerful. Yeah.
there's another element to that. When we all dump together, that sucked. Okay, let's do it again. Because we're together.
Right.
We were together, and we did our best together.
So basically, it's true with what they say. Together, everyone achieves more. That's what the whole acronym of team. I know Mark Victor Hansen, I was with him not too long ago. He said, together everyone achieves miracles.
Yeah.
And so it's very important to operate as a team and to have a team for your personal life, for your professional life, for whatever you're doing. If you're in an athletic situation or you're in the Navy SEALs, all this team is a very important part of the whole equation. Is that something you guys teach at the Jim Rohn International Coaching Program? Is the importance of team? Is that one of the concepts too?
That's one of the concepts we definitely support, and because we don't tell people what to do,
right?
We do fisher out things. So if I have a client that is going to go solo, great. What kind of support system do you have? Well, I don't need a support system. Okay, where have you seen that work? Nowhere. Okay. So what, are you going to be the first person to do this, to go to the moon by herself? Okay, I get where you're going. So at least having a coach on your team, at least you're not alone there.
Right.
You have somebody to talk to when you're being reactive, when you're losing your cool. And reactivity is not always losing your cool. Sometimes it's being distracted by something that looks appealing. How many times have we bought something we don't need? Reactivity.
When you look at the Navy SEALs and you look at the coaching, have you integrated with your coaching that you do? Have you integrated some of these lessons that you've learned through the Navy SEALs? And if so, what are some of those lessons? What are some of the top lessons that you learned through the Navy SEALs that you integrate pretty much throughout your coaching programs with Jim Rohn International?
You can hear my eagerness. I want to jump right in. That in itself is an entire book. For myself, I can say the most profound. We had a saying in the SEAL teams, they don't know what they don't know. SEALs operate at such a level, Jerry, that it doesn't make any sense to anyone else. One person works a gun that requires 3 in the rest of the military of the world. 3 guys required to work this gun. SEALs don't have that luxury. We've got an 8-man squad. 1 man's got to carry that gun and the bullets and you do the whole thing. So not a lot of people can really relate when we do things. It takes us almost no time to do the things we're going to do. Why? Because we don't have any ties. We don't have any other responsibilities. I got to go. There's a movie called Navy SEALs with Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen, yes.
Yeah, and there's a scene where the beepers go off during a wedding. That's real. That actually happened, and it wasn't uncommon.
And you got to take off.
You got to go. You've got a very small, and it's nothing personal, honey. I love you. I got to go by. When are you going to be back? Later. Where are you going? Out of town.
Wow.
When will you be back? Or how long are you going to be gone? The whole time. Just big ambiguity, and the.
And you got to be that way, though,
so
right?
You can hear the real heroes, right?
Right.
Are the wives. Any woman who sticks with that.
Yeah, for sure.
So not only do you have to, no one else in the military, very few people, there are elite factions that could relate to that. They don't know what they don't know. When we go to do something and it's impossible. You can't get there from here. Okay, well, they don't know what they don't know. I flipped that around on myself. I don't know what I don't know. And when I did that, my level of humility went up, my ego got a little smaller, and I started to listen and reach out to the Jerrys of the world and just say, I'd get on your website and start reading. What does this guy, even if I know 9 out of 10 elements that you're bringing up here, that 10th one might make all the pieces of the puzzle come together. I don't know what I don't know. The truth is I don't know what I'm missing. So the coaching, what I'm doing, what we do as coaches is we ask the tough, uncomfortable questions. Insightful, stimulating questions that dig things up. Because otherwise, I'm perfect. No, I'm great.
Exactly.
I'm great. I'm exactly where I want, who I am. Well, our character determines what we have. So.
Wow. And what's the main concerns or questions that people have who go through the Jim Rohn International Coaching Program, in which you're a master coach? So I'm sure you see all these questions. You hear all these questions. So what's the main challenges, or what's the main thing that they want to overcome, and how do you guys assist them in doing that?
Hands down, there's one challenge, and that's doubt. That is doubt.
Wow.
And we all handle doubt differently. And we have different levels of success based on how we handle the doubt. And as one of my multimillionaire clients says, the way I was doing it, that supported me to the level of success I got. But then it was also my ceiling. The way I was handling my doubt was also my ceiling. So what we look for with Jim Rohn International is confidence, certainty. Not to eliminate doubt, but rather to replace it. What do I know? A guy goes off to a sales meeting. He's fidgeting. He's nervous. His shoulders are tight.
Right.
Why? Because they might not like me. They might not buy. They might not. They. I'm a victim of their choosing. They're the cause of my reaction, as opposed to I'm the cause of my action. I show up. I'm on time. I dress appropriately. I'm prepared. Whether they show up or not, whether they like me or not, I don't care. It's nothing personal. I do my job. My product speaks for itself. I'm going to give the best delivery. If they don't like me, they don't like me. That's okay. Next.
Wow.
And that's where the confidence comes in. And this confidence, Jerry, just like you, I know it'd be amazing to switch seats and learn about you. There was a time when suddenly people became more attracted to you. It's that confidence. And it's not a bogus confidence. It's not the facade. The facade is useful for short periods of time. But you and I can see right through it.
That's right.
We go, oh, here's a guy that doesn't want to show me the truth. Okay? There you are. But that doesn't mean I want to go do business with him.
Now, how do they work on this confidence? You know, for example, how do they work on this confidence? For example, you have people who are listening or watching right now, and they're saying, okay, great, you know, I got to increase my confidence. You know, how do I increase my confidence? What can I do to increase my confidence level?
I had that question asked to me about 19 years ago. I asked the man, do you make your bed every day? And he got angry with me. What does that have to do with anything? I'm asking you to help me with my discipline. I need more confidence, and you're asking me if I make my bed every day. That's right.
So he reacted to that question.
And then, of course, he said, no, I make my bed sometimes, once in a while. So here's your assignment. Make your bed every day for the next 6 out of the next 7 days, and then we'll talk. Free of charge.
Wow.
There's no charge to this. If you do this, and the assignment wasn't, I'm going to fix you. The assignment is, this is your price to go any farther. If you're going to go any further with me, you're going to make your bed 6 out of the next 7 days. Can you do that?
Wow.
Yeah, but I don't see how that's going to... Do you trust me or not? Okay. 5 days later, he calls me up. Oh my God, you cannot believe the things I'm getting done. Because he starts the day off with action, on purpose. Seeing himself as the creator. I chose to take this action. I am doing this on purpose. What else can I do?
Wow.
As opposed to starting the day off with, man, who am I? I don't even make my bed in the morning. Yeah, nobody sees it but me.
Wow.
So there we are.
Now, TC, does everyone need a coach? Why is it important for people to have a coach? You know, for someone saying, well, I can read the books, I can listen to the tapes, you know, I'll go to seminars every now and then. Do I really need to take it to the next level and really get a coach? You know, what would you say to someone like that who's kind of figuring out if they even need a coach? I've already read all, Jim Rohn's material, I've listened to his tapes, and so why should I go to jimrohn.com and actually, sign up for a coaching program, or find out even if I should go ahead and be engaged in a coaching program? What would you say to someone like that?
Not everyone needs a professional coach. Here's the truth, though. If you got a gnarly team behind you, gnarly, like GNARLY, if you got a team that's going to kick your butt and hold you accountable, it's all about respect, then you don't need a coach, provided you're getting the attention you need. You got somebody who's going to say, okay, the next 40 minutes is all about you. I'm going to ask you some questions. And you go, yes, I need you to. Kick my butt. Go on. Because I'm the easiest person for me to lie to. I don't know about you, but I am the easiest person for me to lie to. Therefore, I need a coach. Because I need somebody to get in there and root around. The top producers in the world, They know all this stuff. Are they using it, yes or no? That's the question the coach asks. Are they using it?
Wow.
And that's what the coach supports, is the mental awareness, the elevated mindset of are you being the person you want to be? And if not, what can you do to make that happen?
Now, how do people find out about the Jim Rohn International Coaching Program? How would they email you, I guess, and find out more about it? Is there a way to find out about it, I guess?
Absolutely. Okay. Two things. Email TC Cummings, TC Cummings, 2 M's, at jimrohn.com, or just go to the website, www.jimrohn.com.
And they'll be able to click on coaching or be able to email from there. Be able to email someone
click
from
on
there.
coaching, and you can email from there.
Right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Rohn, R-O-H-N.
Okay, and Cummings, T-C-C-U-M-M-I-N-G-S.
Correct.
All right, excellent. Well, we appreciate you for taking the time to share powerful insights, and there's a lot more there. You haven't written a book yet, have you?
Still working on it.
It's time for a book to come out. I can really
close.
see all these strategies that you've learned and so forth, just through your experience with Navy SEALs. Even that right there is a whole book in and of itself.
Sure.
With all the coaching and all the input that you've given people, that you've impacted a lot of people's lives. I'm looking forward to reading that book.
I'm looking forward to autographing it for you.
All right, there you go. Excellent. Thank you, TC. I appreciate it. Everyone, it's Jerry Clark, ClubRhino.net, here at the Jim Rohn Leadership Event, and here with TC Cummings of TC Cummings at jimrohn.com. That's how you can contact him and find out more about the coaching program. Everyone deserves to have a coach if everyone desires to go to the top. Until next time, it's Jerry Rhino Clark saying, keep charging, and always remember to go, go, go. Woo!
Hi, this is Chris Widener, and we're at the Jim Rohn Weekend Leadership Event. And as you know, we're doing some interviews, and I have with me Vic Johnson, who's become a good friend of mine, and he's a mover and a shaker in the personal development world. And so we're going to spend the next little bit of time with Vic. So Vic, welcome.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. Now, Vic is, you're the president of...
AsAmanThinketh.net, Goals2004.com, and MP3Motivators.com.
Yeah. Good. Well, you are relatively new on the personal development scene, 4 or 5 years where you came in and you started doing things, but personal development's always been a lifelong passion. So can you tell us kind of how you came up and how it was a passion of yours and how you decided to move into it as a place to do your business?
Well, interestingly, Chris, that he's here this weekend, 30 years ago, the first program I ever bought was Dennis Waitley's Psychology of Winning. And I just turned 20 years old, and I fell in love with the industry then. And from Dennis, it was a natural step to Earl Nightingale, and then later to Jim Rohn, and that's how I became a great fan of Jim Rohn's. So, it's something I've had a passion for. I've been in a number of entrepreneurial type businesses all my life. I'm looking for a place to get on the internet. Personal development was a natural because it was a hobby, a love, a passion of mine. I looked on the internet and said, hey, there's a place maybe I can play. And I went, looked up in the records, and the domain AsAmanThinketh.net was available. I knew it was a public domain book. Went and got the book, went and got the domain, and the rest, as they say, is kind of history.
I remember when you first contacted me and you were talking about this downloadable book, the As a Man Thinketh, and I had never heard of it. So, and I'd already been in the personal development industry, so, I know that you're exposing a lot of people to James Allen's work, and I think, 200,000 people?
Over 200,000 people have downloaded the book. And an interesting thing here, because also here this weekend is Charlie Tremendous Jones, who I bought my very first copy of As a Man Thinketh from. I was sharing with him out in the hall that he sold it, to me back in 1994. I'd never read the book. I'd never heard of it. And so a lot of great things have happened because he sold me a book that he believed in. And, of course, we've given the book away to a lot of people ever since.
So tell us the As a Man Thinketh principle and a little bit about James Allen and the whole concept of you become what you think about.
Well, it opens up with the very first line in his book, As a Man Thinks in His Heart, So Is He, which James Allen borrowed that, of course, from Proverbs. And we know that if he were alive today, it'd be gender neutral because as a woman thinks in her heart, so is she too. But basically it is. The Earl Nightingale theme of we become what we think about is, again, just a different way of saying, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. There's a cause and effect. And what we forget is that the result of everything we do started first as a thought. And a lot of times we don't understand that process. But it's a thought turns into a feeling becomes action, actions bring results. And you repeat that process. You do it enough, it becomes a habit. So all habits begin in the form of thought, bad or good. So everything we do is thought-based, and that's the book, As a Man Thinketh, 28 pages, the most powerful 28 pages in literary history as far as I'm concerned, because it seems like every other sentence just jumps off the page at you.
So give us some examples of how that works, because a lot of people are going to be watching the DVDs and they're going to be in different positions in life. How does that work in a bunch of different areas?
Well, it's like this. I think we heard Dennis Waitley this morning, for instance, talking about belief. David Schwartz in his book, The Magic of Thinking Big, says the size of your success will never exceed the size of your belief. All that begins in a thought. So if you're in a job, for instance, and you're trying to get out of that job, you want to get into your own business or whatever, you first got to convince yourself to step away from what you think is that security. So you've got to create that atmosphere within, because what James Allen says is you don't see anything in the outside world that was not first created on the inside world. All begins again as a thought. So if you want to create the environment, for instance, to be in business for yourself, it's going to take changing the inside. It's going to take changing the mentality of being an employee. It's going to take changing the concept of getting paid on Friday, because you as an entrepreneur know that doesn't happen sometimes. Yes. So it's a change in the process, a change, it's an enlightenment. Some people might use the word enlightenment. It's a raising of your consciousness. Some people might use that word. But it's changing the way you think, changing your paradigm, as Bob Proctor says. And it applies to whatever it may be, whether it's in sports, whether it's in business, whether it's in religion, or whether it's in politics, whatever it is. You take your spiritual development. What is your spiritual development? Nothing but an evolution of your thought processes, because it all takes place on the inside. The only thing, and we stop and think, you have children, I have children, we stop and we think about we try to get our children to do certain things, we try to get our spouse to do certain things, we try to get other people to do certain things, but really the only thing we ever have control over is our own thoughts. That's it. But if we change those thoughts, it's amazing, but everything around us seems to change.
So now this works, people who want to lose weight, people who want to gain more wealth, people who want a better job, better relationships, across the board, changing your
thinking. It's funny because James Allen uses as an example in one of the chapters a wealthy man who wants to lose weight, but he doesn't change his thinking about his eating. And he thinks that money can buy his weight loss, as do how many millions of Americans today, how much money's thrown at the weight loss industry. But guess what? They still think about food the same way that got them fat to begin with. See, the thing is people don't think differently because they're thin. They're thin because they think differently. Thin people think differently than fat people. Watch a thin person and a fat person sit down to eat, and they think differently about food and about what its purpose is and about what it serves. So whether you're trying to lose weight, doesn't matter, whatever it may be. If you want to train yourself in a new habit, you got to first start, again, the process. Changing the thought changes the feeling, changes the action, changes the result.
So let me ask you this. I'm assuming that you think that there's a difference between a thought and a belief. And so it seems to me like if somebody has a belief that's got them in whatever situation they're in, and they truly believe that. For example, I believe I'm only going to be middle class. Say somebody's thinking that, and they're rooted in that. Their parents were middle class, their grandparents were middle class, all their friends are middle class. They don't know anybody who's above middle class, and that's their belief. This is who I am, this is the job that I have. When you're changing your thoughts, and you start putting those thoughts in there, whatever those thoughts might be, how does the thought change the belief? And which is more powerful, and how is the interaction? How can a thought change the belief? Because I'm assuming that what you're talking about is that it's the belief that the thought has to change. Can you talk a little bit about the interaction between thought and belief?
What a belief is, Chris, is nothing more than thoughts reaffirmed and reaffirmed and reaffirmed. They're habitized thoughts is really what a belief is. Deeply ingrained thoughts. They're things that that have been ingrained for many, many years in some cases. For instance, a thought that became a belief of mine because it was something I heard growing up was, don't get your hopes up. Don't get your hopes up. So guess what? I had a belief, almost a belief, a fatalistic belief that I should never get my hopes up because things would never go right. That was a long process for me to change. Some people have a belief that it's wrong to have money. We know money's neutral. It's not what money does. It's in the hands of whoever has the money, which makes it good or bad. but it's the thought that was held on for a long period of time, perhaps reinforced from the outside, from parents, unwittingly sometimes, from teachers, from peers, from outside, and then guess what? We reaffirm ourselves. That internal conversation that goes on the whole time. So if you're going to change a belief, what it's going to take is the same thing that created the belief in the first place. You're going to have to go through that rehabilitation process, and it all begins with changing the thought and reaffirming that thought. And with belief, I believe you'll never give 100% to any attempt that you don't believe in. So if you go out and you set a goal, I see people set goals all the time, they fail in their goals, they fail miserably, and they can't figure it out because they don't have belief in that dream and that vision and that goal. And I believe you can never give 100% to something that you don't believe in. Now, you may make a half-hearted attempt, and I've done that. I've set goals, and you and I have had conversations about goals before and about the power of belief. It's in everything. Belief drives everything we do, but belief is nothing more than reaffirmed thoughts.
So a lot of people talk about repetition, daily affirmations, those kinds of things. Is simply repeating thoughts what changes a belief? What's the step-by-step process? A person sitting here saying, I got to change my belief. I'll start by changing my thoughts. And how does that work?
I think affirmations have a role, but I think it's only part of the process. First, it's a feedback. Dennis Waitley I love because he has that PhD, and he has a way of explaining it from a scientific standpoint where I really understand it. But it's that thought, feeling, action, result process which then provides feedback, and we go back through the process again. So it's a constant cycle. It's not just changing the thought, because you could sit and change your thoughts all day long about money, but if you never took action, it wouldn't matter, would it? Yeah. So it's backing up the thought. Affirmations are part of it. Visualization is something that I use a lot. I had to learn to see myself differently, Chris. And when I saw myself differently, people all of a sudden started seeing me differently. So it's not just repeating the same thing over and over and over and over, but I will tell you this, we carry on conversation with ourselves all day long. So the question is, what are you saying to yourself? And if you're saying to yourself, I'm always late. When someone comes to an appointment that we had and they say, I apologize, I'm always late, I can predict with 100% certainty that that person is always late because they have confessed themselves to that point. So I'm constantly on guard, again, watching what I say to myself, monitoring what I say to myself, not necessarily from an affirmation standpoint, but how do I respond to things? When I see something take place that affects me, how do I respond in my thinking? My friend Mark Chiron said one time, he said, do you ever think about what you're thinking about? Now stop and think. It sounds like a play on words, but it's not. Do you monitor what you're thinking about? So it's not just a matter of affirmations, but I created a certain train of thought that I eliminated as much of the negative in my life as I possibly could. And because I did, then things started, all of a sudden, the clouds weren't as gray every day. The sky wasn't as gray every day. There wasn't a big black cloud over there. No, did anything in the world change? No. It's just my perception changed because I changed first the way I thought about it.
Now, you brought up, do you think about what you're thinking about? Do you think most people, or what percentage would you say, are even aware of their self-talk, the things that they're saying to themselves, or do most people walk around sort of oblivious to what's running around in their mind all day?
Well, I ran around oblivious for years, Chris, so I can only take my personal experience. I can't get inside of somebody else's head, but if I see the results out there today, I'd have to say that most people don't. Wallace Wattles said sustained thought was the hardest work there is. And I think that a lot of times people, naturally the human nature is going to be to avoid work. So if you get into something that is that hard, that difficult, it may be something that most people run from, or most people, we have a way of justifying a lot of times, why we are the way we are, or why our life is the way it is. Sometimes it's hard. I think the hardest thing is to take the personal responsibility. I think Dennis talked about that this morning, is the accountability to ourselves, that the reason my life is the way it is today is because of me. It has nothing to do with my spouse, has nothing to do with my boss, has nothing to do with, the environment, the economy. It has nothing to do with anything but me. If I want to change my world, all I have to do is change me, and it's amazing what happens to the rest of the world.
Let's shift gears. I know that you're a great student of success literature and you've read all the best books. Let's start by asking you, what are some of the real big books? Obviously, As a Man Thinketh, and you mentioned Magic of Thinking Big. What are some other books that you would recommend people read?
Well, it's the classics. It's the books I think everybody has read that has influenced everybody. Think and Grow Rich has got to be, near the top of that list. Nightingale Conant says that's the #1 success classic of all time. It's where Napoleon Hill interviewed 500 of the wealthiest people, most successful people in America, and did basically 20 years it took him to gather the data that's in that book. And that has to be a first on everybody's list, or near the top. Acres of Diamonds, very simple, short, 150, 160-year-old book. Again, and the continuous thing that goes through the theme through all of these books is it's all timeless, simple wisdom. Jim talked about at lunch today, but there's just a handful of principles. You read those principles in five major pieces of the life puzzle that Jim wrote. The wisdom never changes. What changes is the messenger. And we all relate to different people. So I relate to Jim Rohn, so I'm going to hear words that someone else heard, and they're going to strike me in a different way. But the principles are very, very few. The principles are timeless. They don't change. The messenger changes. But you take, those 4 or 5 books. I think they're a must-read for everybody. And then, I've probably read 1,000 books in the last 10 years. So we don't have time to go through the whole list.
It was a funny exchange between Dennis and Jim when I said something about, the success principles, and one of them said 10, the other one said 7, then they went down to 5, and you could see they were both thinking, you know what, it's even more simple than that, right? And you boil it right down.
Right.
So as you've seen successful people, and you've had a lot of success in your own life, you've been a student of success literature, you've worked with a lot of successful people, how would you boil down the principles of success? What are the basic things if the average person watching today says, I want to start. Here's where I want to start. I need to turn my life around. I need to take it to the next level. What are the 3 or 4 principles we can say, start here, and you're going to be moving your life in the right direction and relatively quickly?
I think, Chris, one principle, really. Go to work on yourself. Go to work on yourself. As long as I struggled to try to change everything in my life outside of me, it was frustrating, it was discouraging, it was a pretty miserable life. The day that I got humble and went to work on myself and said, if what they're saying is true, that all I've got to do is go change who I am and everything else will change, then I went to work, and I went to work as hard on me as anything that I've ever done. I'll give you an example in 1997 and the importance of being at seminars like this. I was at a seminar in 1997, and I heard the magic words, the size of your success will never exceed the size of your belief. Chris, I went to work for 90 days with one goal: to change my belief systems, to create belief in myself, belief in my goals, belief in my vision, and that's all I did. To the exclusion of almost everything else, I became obsessed. My life has never been the same since. Within 90 days, I could recognize a change. Within 6 months, there were major things happening in my life. Within 1 year, my life didn't even look the same. So one thing, change one thing, and that's start on yourself, because here's what's going to happen. When you start working on yourself, all the other things will come. When you begin to work on yourself, one of the first things you're going to learn is the power of your thinking. So you're going to start changing. You're going to start monitoring it. You're going to start monitoring what you read. You're going to start monitoring what you listen to. You're going to start monitoring the stuff that goes in. That's all those principles will come. All the principles that Jim and Dennis talked about this morning at lunch today, all those principles will come as a natural result of working on yourself.
Yeah, it's like Jim says, work harder on yourself than you do on your job.
Well, you know what I love? The thing I love that he says is, become a millionaire, not for the money, but for what it'll do for you. Exactly. It's what you become as a result of that. To me, that puts in perspective really what it's all about. Is, oh yeah, it's nice to have the money. It's nice to do some of the things that I get to do. You know what I'm even more happy about? I'm more happy that I've made some progress. Am I there? No, I've got a long way to go. But I've come a long way, and that's the exciting part about it. It's the journey. And Jim talks about the journey and how great the journey is. It has been a tremendous journey, and it's all been right in here.
As we wrap up, I always like to ask this question. If you had one last chance to address an audience, and it was your last chance, and the good Lord said to you, hey, you get one more shot, I'm giving you 2 minutes, and you got an audience of 1,000 people, what do you tell them? What's deep in your heart that you just want people to know and to get?
I think, Chris, that it is we're all the same. You know, there's not any difference in any of us. We all hurt. We all cry. We're all frustrated. We're all discouraged. We all feel like failures. We all doubt ourselves. It's no different. Everybody I've ever met, every success I've ever met was the same way. I think the average millionaire in America has been near bankruptcy or in bankruptcy 3.2 times before they make it. We never think of that. All we do is we see the success and we think that's how they've been all along. No, they cried. There were nights when they doubted. There were days when they didn't know how they were going to keep the lights turned on, and sometimes the lights got turned out. It's all the same for all of us. We're not any different. We were programmed by the same Creator, and that Creator programmed us with the same thing, instilled in us the same thing, and we're all, when you boil it all down, there's not a dime's worth of difference in any of us. We all have the heart. We all have everything it takes. He gave us everything we need. All we have to do is develop it.
And that's a message of hope.
Sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It gives people, no matter where they're at, they're able to say, hey, I can do this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, in fact, Dennis was talking to me a little bit earlier, and he was saying the same thing. He said, you know, we have such a culture of celebrity that tells us some people are better than others, but
Right.
he says, I'm no better than anybody else, and none of these people are any better than anybody else. And that's a belief, I think, that we have that, oh, that person's better than me, smarter than me, more, you know.
We're always comparing ourselves.
Yeah.
But there's really nothing to compare to. It's where we are and where we're going. And where you're going has absolutely nothing to do with where you're at, except learn the lessons from where you're at, because you're going to need them when you get where you're going.
Super. This is Chris Widener, and we again are at the Jim Rohn Weekend Leadership Event. It's been my privilege to interview Vic Johnson, the president and founder of AsAManThinketh.net and MP3Motivators.com. And so thank you very much,
Thank you,
Vic.
Chris.
Great stuff. Super.
Good morning, everyone. If we could come on in and grab a seat, we are going to go ahead and get started with the VIP breakfast. You all look relatively wide awake, and I'm getting there as well. So you had a great first day, and I'm assuming you had a great night last night, the various functions that you participated in, and we've got another great day in store for you today. The first start to the day is this VIP breakfast. So I want to welcome you all here this morning. The speaker this morning is a friend of mine, and a friend that I met about 3 or 4 years ago via the internet and technology. He is a great guy, and he is a former political advisor. He's worked with gubernatorial candidates and people at all levels of political office. He's worked with Fortune 500 company executives. He's worked with nonprofit organizations. He's worked all throughout the business world. He started at a very early age in business and pioneered the whole quick lube business in the state of Florida. And lately, he's been doing a lot in the personal development world. The last number of years, he dove in and became a real mover and a shaker in the business world of personal development on the internet. He is the founder and president of AsAManThinketh.net, MP3Motivators.com, and Goals2004.com. And he is here with us this morning to talk to us about dreaming dreams, and no dream is too big. And so you are in store for a great morning and a great kickoff to another great day. So would you please welcome my friend and your speaker for this morning, Mr. Vic Johnson. Vic, welcome.
Thank you, Chris.
Good.
Good morning. Yeah, I have a political background. This is that time of the year. And that introduction, Chris, thank you so much for that. Reminds me of another political guy, a guy named Lyndon Johnson, no relation. And he got an introduction like that one time. It was a little more flowery than that, but it was a very nice introduction. And he said, I wish my mom and daddy could have been here to hear that. He said, my daddy would have enjoyed it, my mama would have believed it. And that's how I feel this morning, so thank you, Chris. Did everybody get their money's worth yesterday? I saw a lot of you in the halls, and I could see that the light's coming on, and I just want to thank you for coming this morning and letting me get you started for what's going to be a great day. You thought yesterday was big. If you've never been to a Jim Rohn event, I'll tell you, Saturday is the day. So eat a hearty breakfast. You're going to need it. It's going to be a great day for you. My friend Scott Walker from Iowa is here this weekend, and every time I call Scott and ask him how he's doing, he always says, I'm living my dream. I'm living my dream. Folks, this morning, I am living my dream. I was at the Jim Rohn event 3 years ago. Some of you were there in June of 2001. I'd never met Jim Rohn. I'd listened to his audio for years. I'd never been to one of his events. I'd never met him. I'd never met Kyle Wilson, the president of Jim Rohn, who's responsible for this magnificent weekend. On Saturday, Jim did a goals workshop. He's going to do one this afternoon. You will want to be in your seat, and you'll want to have your mind open when he does that goals workshop. Because when he did that last time, he went through that, my mind started going and didn't stop, still hadn't stopped 3 years later. I got on a plane to fly home from Dallas, and some of you got one of these if you went to that event. You may own one now. If you don't have one, this is a Jim Rohn journal. I'd encourage you to get one. Now, Jim does a great teaching on journals. If he graded mine, I'd probably get an F, because I don't keep it the way he does. I'm not that organized, but I do have one. Next to my children and next to my relationships, this is the most important thing I have in the world. Because this has my dreams in it. This is my life right here. I got on that plane in Dallas, and I just want to read to you the first page of this journal. You'll understand why I'm living my dream. It says, this journal began on the flight home from the Jim Rohn weekend. This is the first journal that I've ever kept. The second entry. To work with Kyle Wilson to demonstrate my value to future Jim Rohn events, and to be one of the speakers at the next Jim Rohn weekend. I did not know when it was going to be. I did not know where it was going to be at. I just wanted to be one of the speakers, and I would have taken any role they gave me, because that was a dream of mine. Now, it may not be your dream to be up in front of people, to share with people. It is for me, and it was, and I'm excited to do it. And that's just one of the dreams that I'm living today. My life is nothing but a constant dream now. In April of this year, I satisfied a lifetime dream of mine to go see the birthplace of my mother's family, a little village down in the boot of the ankle of the boot of Italy, a little village of about 2,500 people called Laranzana, Italy. And it was phenomenal, because it really was like I was walking in a dream the whole time that I was there. But that's just one of many dreams that I've had. In August, at the end of August, to celebrate my 51st birthday, I'm flying to Jackson Hole to satisfy a lifetime dream to jump off that mountain with that parachute attached to you. I hope it's a big parachute. Or they got something down at the bottom, but I've always wanted to do that. In September, I'll be doing the Appalachian Trail for the very first time, something that I'm not really a hiker, not something necessarily that I'm crazy about doing. I just want the experience, because you know what Jim says? Jim says life is a collection of experiences. And I looked around, and I didn't have a lot of experiences in my life that I wanted in the collection, so I've started collecting experiences. I could go on and on and on about the dreams that I have in my life coming, and I don't tell you that to brag. Folks, I really want you to understand this morning what I'm going to share with you is not about me. You see, because 7 years ago, I wasn't living in a dream. I was living in a nightmare. 7 years ago, I didn't fly first class across the country to speak to a group like this. 7 years ago, I couldn't have put two nickels together, probably could not have gotten in this event, probably would not have the money 7 years ago to get in this event. The year before, I'd been evicted from my home. That year, I would lose the last automobile that we had, and for more than a year, I transported my family in an automobile that I borrowed from a friend that was 12 years old, and I was glad to have it. 7 years ago, I didn't have any credit cards. They wouldn't let me keep any, which was probably a pretty good idea now that I think about it. 7 years ago, I didn't have a checking account. If you don't have any money, you don't need a checking account. 7 years ago, I qualified for the Earned Income Tax Credit. That means I made so little money that not only did they refund my money, but they actually sent me a check back for more. Now, I guess it was some form of welfare. I suppose it was welcome at the time. But that's where I was 7 years ago. And I share that with you, not to make you feel bad this morning at breakfast, but I share it with you because I want you to know this. Some of you are like I was 7 years ago. You're in here this morning and you're what I call at the foot of the cross. Now, it may not be money with you like it was with me. It may be your health. You may have just gotten bad news about it. You don't know the future of your health. It may be relationships. You may be in the middle of a divorce. You may be in the middle of some other kind of separation from your children or whatever. But your life right now is not what you'd like it to be. Here's what I want you to know. It doesn't matter where you are today. It makes no difference where you are today as it relates to your future, except there is a lesson in today that you must learn in order to live your dream. See, I believe that where you're at today, where everything you've done up until today has prepared you for today, and everything you will do today and tomorrow will prepare you for the future. So that's what I want. What I want to do this morning is I want to open up a little bit if I can. See, I know we've got some big dreamers in here. I've met you out in the hall and you've shared them with me. But I believe that since I've started living my life believing in big dreams, living by big dreams, and I'll get in later on in the presentation this morning why I didn't necessarily dream big all the time. I want to make 4 points this morning. Before I do, I want to tell you what I learned from a 15-year-old boy. About the time that I made that entry in the journal, and this is how it all came together. What that journal's got is some dreams that for my future, and I had learned about a 15-year-old boy who happened to hear his parents and another adult talking. And the other adult was telling John's parents about how miserable his life was, and how he had failed, and how he wished he was John's age again so that he could live his life again, so that he'd do some things differently. Have you ever felt that way? Have you ever felt like, golly, when I was 17 years old, I said I was going to do this, and I've never done it, I may never do it? I felt that way before. Well, John heard the anguish in this adult's voice, I suppose, and he made a vow that he was going to do something about it. At 15 years old, and I just marvel that this 15-year-old boy did this. At 15 years old, he took out a legal pad and he began to write the things that he wanted to do in his life, that he wanted to accomplish. Before he was through, he had 127 things on that list. He called it My Life List. His name is John Goddard. He doesn't live very far from here. Today he's in his mid-70s. Of those original 127 goals, John, over the last 55, 60 years, has accomplished 111 of them, plus 400 other ones that he set along the way. Now, just so you know that these aren't just some small goals, here are some of the goals that John Goddard has accomplished that were on his list. He's climbed, I told you I want to go jump off of a mountain. He did more than that. He's climbed Kilimanjaro. He's climbed Ararat. He's climbed almost every major peak in the world. He took Marco Polo's route through all of Asia, China. Now stop and think about it for a moment. How many people just doing that would be one great life experience? That's just one of more than 500 for John Goddard. He's run a mile in 5 minutes. He's broad jumped 15 feet, high jumped 5 feet, so on and on and on physically. He was the first person to explore the entire 4,200 mile length of the Nile River. That was his number one goal when he was 15 years old. No person had ever done it. But that 15-year-old boy didn't know that. It didn't matter to him. He put it on his list. When he did that, USA Today named him the modern-day Indiana Jones. He's been down not just the Nile River, he's been down the Amazon, he's been down the Congo. He's been to 122 countries. He's lived with 260 different tribes. He's explored the reefs of Florida, the Great Barrier Reef, and on and on. He's flown 40 different types of aircraft and still holds civilian airspeed records. Just that alone would be a great life experience. That's just one for John Goddard. He's read the Bible from cover to cover. He's taught himself French, Spanish, and Arabic. Who in this room could not learn a foreign language in the next couple of years? Just that, just for a life experience. That's just a portion of over 500 dreams that John Goddard has accomplished. That inspired me. That inspired me. Something about reading that story, where I was at when I read it, said, I want to live a life that's rich like the life that John Goddard lived. Now here's the secret that I learned, and I hope you'll learn from John Goddard. What are they? Two of them. Number one, John Goddard's secret, his dreams were written down. How many of you have heard that before? To write your goals and dreams down? Then I won't ask you to raise your hand if they're written down, because not as many hands would go up. Because for 20 years I heard it and I didn't write mine down. Brian Tracy, who you're going to hear from this morning, he says that if you'll write your goals down, you have a 1,000% greater chance of success just by writing them down. Now I look at that mathematically from an inverse way, from an opposite way, and what it says to me that if I don't write my goals down, I've only got a 1 in 10 chance of succeeding. Write your goals and dreams down. You're going to hear that this morning, I'm sure, from Brian, and I know you will hear it this afternoon in the goals workshop. Please go home and do that. It's that important. The second thing I learned from John, his dreams were big, big dreams. Folks, I just want to share with you, a small dream is not going to give you the bulletproofing that you need. A small dream won't make you run through a wall. A small dream won't protect you when bad times come. A small dream does not have any power at all. It has to be big, big, big. All right, I want to make 4 points this morning and then we're done. The first point, a big dream has extreme power. That's a buzzword, I guess, among young people, so that's the best adjective I could find. It is extreme. It transforms. It synergizes. It makes you unstoppable. And it draws a crowd. You'll never get a small dream to draw a crowd. People aren't coming out for it. The second thing, big dreams add life to your life. My life has so much more texture today. My life has so much more dimension today. Since I've started living based only on big dreams. That's what my whole life is surrounded by now. To see a big dream on the outside, you have to live it on the inside. Every big dream you see today, whether it's this plasma TV or this notebook computer, whatever it is, look around you. Every big dream you see, someone saw it on the inside long, long before anybody ever saw it on the outside. And the fourth point I want to make, you won't be a dream maker until you stop the dream takers in your life. You won't be a dream maker until you stop the dream takers. Okay, first point. A big dream transforms the person and his or her environment. In 1987, there was a upper middle class real estate attorney who was not very well known in his town, much less outside of it. And he came up with an idea. In fact, his friends, most of them, called it a wacky idea. His local newspaper called it a nutty dream. Now stop and think about it. You wake up one morning, you go out and get your newspaper, you come in, you open it up, there's your idea spread all over the newspaper, and the newspaper's calling it a nutty dream. How would you feel? Well, he had a few more challenges than just his local newspaper. Not only had he undergone open heart bypass surgery, but he would do it again in the middle of chasing his dream. He sold his law practice, and he borrowed the money to pay himself so he could live on for 3.5 years until he could draw a salary. He put together over 70,000 employees and volunteers in order to make his dream come true. He worked over 3,500 days on it. Many days discouraged, many days frustrated, many days wondering if it wasn't a wacky idea, many days wondering if it wasn't a nutty dream. He had never traveled outside of the country. When he started chasing his dream, he was out of the country on average 20 days of the month. But in 1996, when Atlanta hosted the games of the 26th Olympiad, it was one person's dream, Billy Payne. It was his dream. Now, more than 30 years ago, my high school coach convinced me that I didn't want to go play football at Georgia Tech because he said Atlanta was the armpit of the South. For those of you who were in Atlanta in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, you know that was probably pretty close to being true. Not so today, folks. Atlanta today is a vibrant international city. I'm there frequently, not on business, but to play, simply because of the culture and the opportunities in Atlanta are tremendous. A phenomenal community today, a community with incredible pride. And that came as a result of Billy Payne's dream, because it transformed not only Billy Payne, but it transformed the city of Atlanta. A big dream creates synergy. As I came here yesterday, I've never been to this area, and I drove around for a while before I came to the hotel because I wondered what it must have been like in 1953 when Walt Disney first came here. What did he see? And how this area was changed. And it made me think about where I grew up in a little town called Ocala, Florida, just north, an hour and a half north of Orlando. We used to take my grandmother down to Orlando for her doctor down there. I remember when Orlando was 25,000 people. Little sleepy town. It was agriculture, it was citrus, it was ranching. And I remember in 1971, 72 when Disney World opened in Orlando. It was a long ways out of town. It was about 10 or 15 miles. You'd drive past pasture and swampland, because that's where it was built, out in the middle of a bunch of swamp. You'd drive way out there, and it was sitting out in the middle of nowhere. Not so today. What Walt Disney created there synergized Orlando. It synergized, in fact, the state of Florida. Today in Orlando, Florida, there's 105,000 hotel rooms, 4,300 restaurants, the second largest collection of convention space in the U.S., the 24th busiest airport in the world, all of it created as a result of the synergy that was created by Walt Disney's dream. Your dream, big enough, will create synergy. A big dream makes you unstoppable. You're never going to be unstoppable with a little dream. You're never going to overcome the obstacles. In fact, most of the people that I counsel with, my opinion as to why they give up and abandon their dreams is they're not big enough. She lost more than 100 jobs in 20 years. Now you do the math. That's 5 jobs a year. That's a job every 2.5 months. People in her industry told her she didn't have what it took. People in her industry told her she was terrible. Every time she'd lose her job, her husband would help her pick up the pieces, help her get another job. They'd pack their family up, and away they'd go to the next stop. They moved from Puerto Rico to New York to Florida and everywhere in between. At one point in time, they were living in their car, eating ketchup off crackers. They eventually went on public assistance. I want you to stop and think about the biggest dream you have today. Would you live in your car for it? Would you eat ketchup off crackers for it? Is your dream so big that you'd suck up your pride and you'd go down there and get in the welfare line so you could live, you could eat, you could feed your children? Now, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying everybody's going to have a dream that big. I'm trying to make a point. A big dream makes you unstoppable. And in 1989, after losing 100 jobs, when Sally Jesse Raphael was named, won the Emmy Award as the daytime talk show host, she proved that a big dream will make you unstoppable. Fourth point there, a big dream draws a crowd. People get excited by a big dream. Pastors who specialize in turning around churches know this. So they'll go into a church that's got flat growth or even negative growth, and it won't be but a couple of months and you'll hear the church board announce that they're going to build a new Sunday school or they're going to build a new sanctuary. And of course all the old timers are going, what do we need a new sanctuary for? We can't fill the one we've got. But guess what happens when those plans are announced? Attendance starts to go up. People start participating in the church again. Why? Because now you have a big dream. Now you've got something people can get excited about, people can buy into. Remember yesterday, Dennis said how important it was that you tie people into your vision. The best way you can do that is to get a big dream, because a big dream draws a crowd. Second point, a big dream adds life to your life. It invigorates you. It energizes you. This is early in the morning for me. Okay, I don't get up at 5, 6 o'clock for anybody except Kyle Wilson. In fact, I tell people that if God wanted me to see the sunrise, he'd have put it about noon. You know? But 7 years ago, I didn't ever want to get up. I mean, there were so many bad days, I just wanted to pull the covers up and stay there all day. When you got a big dream, you got the energy, you are invigorated beyond anything. Stop and think about it, how it is the day you go on vacation. Now, all week, when you go to work, that electronic rooster goes off and you kind of open your eyes and you want to lay there for a while. But on the day you're going on vacation, do you need an alarm clock to get you up? No, at 5 o'clock your eyes go up. You don't lay there thinking about anything. You bound out of bed. You've got energy. Well, a big dream does that. Look at someone who's chasing a big dream and you'll just go, when do they ever sleep? Because all of a sudden they need less sleep. They're living on adrenaline. They're living on the power that's created, the energy and the invigoration that's created by that dream. What I want to do this morning, if I don't do anything else this morning, what I want you to do is what was done for me by the story of John Goddard, what Jim Rohn did for me 3 years ago. I want you to build you a list of things you want to do with your life. Is there anybody in this room that couldn't put 10 things down before they leave tomorrow afternoon? Just 10 things that you want to do with your life, whether it's fun like most of mine are. Do you know something? That most every dream I have in this journal today, most everything I have, very little of it is related professionally. Very little of it has anything at all to do with making money. But do you know what? Since I've started chasing big dreams, for some reason I'm making more money. I'm trying to do things that have nothing to do with making more money. The harder I try to do them, the more I chase them, the more money I make. I hadn't figured it out. Could you put 10 things down, just maybe one a year for the next 10 years? And stop and think how much richer your life would be at the end of 10 years just by accomplishing those? You know, 127 intimidated me. I sat down when I read that story about John Goddard and I go, 127? Because I ran out of things about 30. You know, I'm just forcing myself to think at 30. I just couldn't do it. And then I looked at what he did and I go, gosh, go down the Nile River. I don't know whether I could do that. But then I realized it doesn't matter what your goals are, my goals are, what John Goddard's goals are, what's important to you. Remember yesterday Dennis talked about what you wanted to do when you were 5 to 15 years old? What are some things you wanted to do when you were 10 or 12 years old you thought would be really neat? Going to Italy was one of mine. As long as I can remember, watching my little uncle run around. He's a little Italian guy. I don't know. His genes didn't pass to me, thank God. But he was a little short. I could hold my hand out and he could walk under it. But I remember, he was 90-something years old. I remember talking to him about Lorenzano, Italy. And I just remember how passionate I was about going there. It will add incredible life to your life. See, I wake up every morning now. I've always got something to look forward to. You know, I'm getting ready for Jackson Hole right now. As soon as I get through Jackson Hole, the Appalachian Trail, I've always got something to look forward to. So it doesn't matter what happens the rest of my life. You know, it's just a temporary inconvenience because I know it won't be long before I'm doing something I really want to do. I want you to write this question down. I want you to write this question down. I want you to ask yourself this from time to time. If time nor money were an object, what would you do next week? If neither time nor money were an object, what would you do next week? I think your answer might provide a clue as to some of those things that might go on your life list. A big dream, in order to see a big dream on the outside, you got to live it on the inside. You'll never see it on the outside until you've lived it on the inside. My favorite story about Disney actually was after he passed away. They were dedicating Epcot, and a reporter said to Walt's wife, "It's a shame that Walt couldn't be here today to see this." She never batted an eye. She never missed a second. She turned to the reporter and she said, "Oh, he saw it, and long before any of us did." Every big dream you see, someone lived that on the inside long before they ever lived it on the inside, long before we ever saw it on the outside. What happened in my life 7 years ago? I was at a seminar very similar to this. I was seeking. I was struggling. And I heard a speaker quote from The Magic of Thinking Big. And it was a piece of the puzzle that I needed. It was the final piece that I needed to put it together. And what she said was, the size of your success is determined by the size of your belief. Now, some of you this morning, it won't click with you like it did with me because I'd heard that before. It wasn't the first time I'd heard it. But that day, I realized that's what I was missing. I didn't have the belief. See, you're never going to attempt a big dream that you don't have belief in. You won't risk yourself. You won't risk your esteem. You won't risk if you don't have belief. So what I did was I made a pledge to myself. I'm going to spend the next 90 days and I'm going to work on nothing but belief. My belief in myself, belief in my dream. At the end of 90 days, there was marked progress. At the end of 6 months, great things were happening in my life. At the end of 1 year, you couldn't even tell it was the same life. It was unbelievable, changed by one thing. Now, that may not be what you need this morning. There may be other things you need, but for some of you, all it is your belief. You've got to change your belief on the inside about your dream, about yourself. You've got to learn to visualize if you don't already do it. What you see is what you get. You've heard that before. You know, we teach our great athletes to do that. You see a basketball player go to the line and he's visualizing before he makes that shot. We watch Tiger Woods on television. He goes and he steps back behind that ball. He looks down the fairway. What is he doing? He's visualizing the flight of that ball. Before he goes up to putt on that green, he's visualizing the line. You golfers know he's looking at the line. He's watching the ball roll in the cup before he ever hits it. Now, don't think you can visualize your way to success. You know, he's got to hit the ball. You've got to take action. But what you see is what you get. You've heard this before. If you've been to, any seminars of any kind or read any personal growth books, you know people have taught you to make a mental movie of where you want to be and of how you want to live, how you see yourself. Do it in fine detail. How many of you have a mental movie? You see, what these people are teaching us is true. It works. You have to create evidence of your dream. See, in order for someone like Sally Jesse Raphael to go like she did, she had to have evidence that one day she was going to see that dream. That's just the way we're made. In 1987, a struggling 25-year-old comic drove his 10-year-old Toyota to Mulholland Drive up in Hollywood Hills. I was up there the other night, near there. Those of you from the area know Hollywood Hills. If you've seen a lot of movies, they'll show the city of Los Angeles. They'll show a shot out over the whole city, usually at night, sometimes during the day. Those shots are made from Mulholland Drive, where you can see the entire city. He drove his Toyota up there that night. He was feeling pretty bad. He had had a real rough night. They'd booed him. He was questioning, at 25, am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? He needed some evidence in his life. So he took out a check, and he made a personal check out to himself for $10 million. That's a big dream. Now, he didn't have anything. He probably didn't have $10 in the bank. So stop and think. He wrote out a check for $10 million. He dated it November, Thanksgiving, 1995. And he wrote in the memo section of the check for services, for acting services rendered. He stuck that check in his wallet, and for years he carried that check with him. Every day looking at that check. Every day, every night he'd come back and things were bad that night, he'd look at that check. He had evidence of his dream. Now, many of you know that story about Jim Carrey. But what most people don't know is the other part of the story. By the time Thanksgiving 1995 actually rolled around, he wasn't making $10 million a movie. He was making $20 million a movie. He created evidence of his dream. I have a dream board. I've kept a dream board for about 10 years now. If you saw the house that I moved into in December, you'd have a dream board because you'd realize the power of a dream board because it looks very much like one of the houses that was on my dream board. I never even realized it until I was moving, and I took my dream board down to move to the new house, and I go, golly, I want to start crying. It looks almost like my house. You got to create evidence of your dream. You have to reward yourself. If you're in a mode like I was for many years, I just wouldn't spend any money to reward myself. I was just waiting for everything to come in. You've got to let the subconscious know. And Dennis, PhD, a scientist and all, he could probably explain why the subconscious works that way. But you've got to reward yourself along the way. If you're making progress towards your dream, you're making progress towards your goal. Pick a reward. Make it equivalent to the progress you've made. But maybe it's a trip somewhere for your family. Something that's important to you. Set it up and say, this is a reward for the work that I've done. Let your subconscious know that it's going to be rewarded. And finally, you got to ask yourself, what are you saying to yourself? Jim talks about you can't build success just on affirmations, but affirmation is a tool you need to use. What are you saying to yourself? Are you your best coach or your best critic? I affirm myself constantly every day. I had a card in 1997 when I was doing the belief thing, the 90 days, and I probably read, probably at least 10,000 times, and that may sound exaggerated, but folks, everywhere I went, I had that card, and here's what it said. I can do this, and I know I can. I can do this, and I know I can. I can do this, and I know I can. I would pull up to red lights and, people are looking at me like I'm weird because I'm animated. I can do this and I know I can, but I didn't care. I was affirming myself. If you're going to see a big dream on the outside, you got to live it on the inside. Finally, if you're going to be a dream maker, you got to stop the dream takers in your life. Now, I just talked about affirmations. That's how important words are. It's the limiting words and the limiting people in your life. Some of the limiting words come from within. Some of the limiting words come from without. Some of them, they've been with you so long you don't even realize you have them. I'm too fat. I'm too slow. I don't have a degree. What are your limiting words? You have them. Dennis talked yesterday about limits and limitations. What are your limiting words? I can tell you some limiting words that were given to me innocently by someone who loves me a tremendous amount. They weren't trying to hurt me. They were trying to protect me, which a lot of times is how you pick up limiting words. And it was with me as early as I can remember. Don't get your hopes up. What are you supposed to do? Get them down? I mean, don't get your hopes up. That was told to me to protect me. But I internalized that. Consequently, I would never get excited, optimistic about anything big in my life if I were waiting to qualify for something or whatever it might be, because I didn't want to get my hopes up. Consequently, I never could experience inside what I needed to experience. I never could see the big dream on the inside. I had to get rid of those limiting words. Now, there's some limiting people in your life, and some of them may be very close to you. It may be a spouse. It may be a brother, sister, or someone else. There are other limiting people that aren't close to you. The person at the water cooler at work. You're going to have to reduce your time around your limiting people. I will tell you that there were people in my family that I didn't see as frequently as I could have for a period of time until I got myself right. See, I had to get myself right first. Change yourself, and I'm a work in progress. I'm not there yet. I'm just not where I used to be. Monitor what you read, watch, and listen to. The most dangerous thing, as far as I'm concerned, because it happens so innocently. I used to get up every morning when I smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day, and I'd fire me up a cigarette, and I'd roll out to the mailbox and take the newspaper, bring it back inside, fire up another cigarette, pour a cup of coffee, and I'd sit there for an hour and a half, read cover to cover. I knew about every rape, embezzlement, every murder, I knew it all. By the time I got to work, I was in a miserable mood. Somebody suggested to me I needed to give up my subscription to the newspaper. I did. I'll tell you right now, where I live, the publisher of the newspaper in my town is one of my very best friends. We fish together a lot. We're going to a big music festival in Austin together. But I can't take his newspaper. It's deadly to me. I don't take it. I don't have a subscription to a newspaper. I haven't had one for 12 years. People say, well, Vic, don't you need to know what's going on? I go, you know what? If it gets bad enough, somebody will tell you. True story. True story. 1996, I went into a convenience store. And, I usually scan the headlines just so I got some clue so that somebody says something to you, you don't look like a deer in headlights. I go into a convenience store, and there on the television behind me, they have the O.J. chase going on. I look up there, and I saw some reference to O.J., and I go, what's going on with O.J.? And that clerk looked at me like I was a Martian. But guess what? I missed about 3 days of those talking heads evaluating everything that was going on there. I didn't get any of that. Because the 11 o'clock news has never put a dime in my family's pocket. 11 o'clock news won't pay for anything for my family. Okay? You got to stop the dream takers. It may not be you giving up the newspaper. I didn't have cable TV for 5 years, not only because I didn't want to spend the money, but I didn't need it going in. I just didn't need it. If I were to come over to your house today and I'd bring a big old can of garbage and I'd dump it on your front lawn, you'd get mad. You'd call somebody. If I rung the doorbell, walked in and dumped it in your living room, you'd probably shoot me. But guess what? You allow people to dump the garbage every single day. Some of you do. Every single day they're dumping garbage in you. You can't be a dream maker until you stop the dream takers. You got to back a dream up with another dream. Back a dream up with another dream. When I'm through with Jackson Hole, it's Appalachian Trail. When I'm through with Appalachian Trail, I got the one behind that and the one behind that and the one behind that. Here's why. I don't know why, but what happens when you reach a dream, you have a natural letdown period. Look at every championship team. Almost without fail, especially professionally, where the players don't change a lot some years. Team will win the World Series. Team will win the Super Bowl. Next year, almost the same identical players, and they can't win half the games they won the year before. Why? They had a dream. They reached the dream. They didn't have a dream to back it up. Not having a dream to back up a dream is a big dream taker. You got to change your attitude toward failure. In 1966, Maxie Fowler took the California bar exam when he was 36 years old, and he failed. He took it again, and he failed. Again, and again, and again, and again. and he failed. He took it here in Los Angeles. He went to Riverside. He took it in San Diego. He took it in San Francisco. He took it everywhere in this state they offered it, and he failed. He took it when his kids were still at home, and as each one of his sons took the bar exam, he took it with him, and he failed. One of his sons became an attorney. Maxie went to work for him as a law clerk, took the bar exam, failed. At an age when most people are thinking about retirement, Maxie Fowler was still taking the California bar exam. After 25 years, more than $50,000 in testing fees, more than 144 hours spent in testing rooms, Maxie Fowler took the California bar for the 48th time, and he passed. He's an attorney in California now. He was 61 years old. You got to change your attitude toward failure. Maxie Fowler never saw a single one of those occasions as the end of the dream. It was just a lesson to be learned. It was just another step. How many of you would have quit at the 5th time, the 10th time? I mean, how many people take the bar 3 or 4 times, don't make it, and quit? You got to change your attitude toward failure. The single biggest dream taker, perhaps, outside of what's going in your brain here, John Maxwell has an outstanding book. I encourage you to get it if you haven't read it, Failing Forward. Phenomenal book about failure, how to handle failure. Now, I'm going to wrap up here. You remember what I said about the 4 things about a dream? Number 1, a dream has what kind of power? Extreme power. It transforms. It synergizes. The most important thing, it makes you unstoppable. It draws a crowd. Big dreams add life to your life. They will give energy, and they will give a texture and a dimension. You're going to be a different... You know what Jim says? Jim says, become a millionaire, not for the money, but why? For the person you'll become. When you're chasing your big dream, you're going to be a different person when you get there. You're going to be a different person when you get there, and you're going to love who that person is. You're going to love the life you've created there. To see it on the outside, you have to live a big dream on the inside. And finally, in order to be a dream maker, you got to stop the dream takers in your life. I wish I could spend just a few minutes personally one-on-one with each one of you so that I could somehow communicate better than I can in this distance and from this stage. I know that some of you right now hurt. I know that some of you may have cried yourself to sleep last night. Just, it looks that bleak. I know, I've been there. Folks, you can turn it around so fast. Napoleon Hill wrote in Think and Grow Rich, when success comes, it comes so quickly and in such large quantity, you wonder where it's been all along. You're a lot closer than you think. And let me tell you why. Because you're seeking. You're seeking. As long as you keep seeking, you're going to find that last piece of the puzzle you need. Just keep seeking. And I want to leave you with one thing, and it's, I surround myself with this. This is by Henry David Thoreau. It was written over 100 years ago, and I believe it. I believe it, because in my life it's been true. If one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life he has imagined, he will meet with success unexpected in common hours. I wish for you your success unexpected in common hours. God bless you and God bless your dreams. Thank you very much.
How many of you are a little tired this morning? Anybody? That's usually what happens, isn't it? You get a full day and your mind's just trying to get wrapped around all this stuff, and then you get to go and do the other things in the evening, and you're just so fired up. If you're like me, you know, your mind's racing, and I don't know about you, but from 2:30 in the morning till 3:30 in the morning, I was awake. And once you wake up and you're just like, you know, this is what happened yesterday, and this is what I'm looking forward to, you know, tomorrow. And that's one of the exciting things about the experience about being here, is the opportunity to really just live it all. And so that's exciting. How many of you are excited about today and what's coming up? All right? Very good. We've got a terrific schedule for you today. We've got a number of speakers this morning who might be brand new to you, but they are excellent. And then, of course, we've got Brian Tracy is going to be with us. And very good. And then, of course, we got Jim. He's going to be back, and he's going to be doing the Goals Workshop. Absolutely life-transforming, the Goals Workshop. So, all right, well, let's get started this morning. I see the rest of you are coming in and grabbing a seat, so we're going to bring on our first speaker. He is a former Navy SEAL. Believe me, when you see him, you're going, yep, he's a former Navy SEAL. He's a great guy. I've gotten a chance to know him. I've seen his name around now for a little while and finally got a chance to meet him and talk to him. Terrific guy with terrific insights. Former Navy SEAL, as I mentioned. He is the master coach of the Jim Rohn coaching program. And so he's involved with all the gym stuff and helping people all around the world put it into practice. And you're going to love what he has to say for us today about overcoming limitations. Please help me welcome T.C. Cummings. We'll get him in.
Good morning. This morning we're going to talk about self-imposed limitations. Yesterday we talked about limitations and limits, the differences. How do we define? How do we identify the differences? Why is it in our best interest to dissolve self-imposed limitations? What do we do in order to have this freedom that comes from dissolving these imposed limitations? So I was encouraged to talk about my military service with the world conditions, what they are. And we're going to talk about training. There's a tool that we use for building character. This tool many of us use here already. I know Brian Tracy uses it. Are there any runners? Does anyone run here? What a great character building tool running is. When I first became a civilian, I got into the world of fitness training. As a matter of fact, one of my first clients is right here. I was surprised to run into him the other day. And inevitably, clients would always want to stop before they needed to. They would always want to rest before they needed to. Oh, my shoelace is about to come untied. There might be traffic. So, as a coach, I would do my best to coax them along and bring them forward. Some of us really honestly cling to our self-imposed limitations. U.S. Navy SEAL training is 6.5 months just to become a Navy SEAL. Running is one of the primary tools that we use in order to pull out the weaknesses so we can identify them and dissolve them. It's not so hard when you're running 10 miles a day, fully dressed, soaking wet, in the soft sand, oftentimes with a telephone pole on your shoulder. It's not so hard to find these self-imposed limitations. After the 6.5 months, well, at the very end, we have a 14-mile run in formation. This means we all run together. We all finish together. One of our students had influenza of the gut. Our teammate, he had the flu bug in his gut. I'm not going to get descriptive, but you know the symptoms. Now, he could have said, I can't do the run. That would have cost him his own self-confidence, the trust from the team. He would have had to do the run again on his own time, make it up. And he would have missed out on valuable recovery time As you can imagine, he needed to recover from carrying those telephone poles. So, instead of risking not making a completion of this program he's been really dedicated to, he dug in deep. He was responsible to the team. He focused on his responsibilities to his teammates. Dennis Waitley brought it up yesterday, how the power we get from being responsible, that power, being responsible for others. Trust fully that he wasn't going to die. No matter how bad it gets, I won't die. My team will be there. He had to fully trust that his team was going to be there. He had to go the extra mile and pay the price up front. In so doing, the team did rally behind him. That team finished, that class, they finished their 14-mile pre-dawn beach run at a 7-minute pace while singing. So they were rewarded by giving, that's like one of the fastest times ever done. So they were rewarded with a day off. They were given the rest of the day off. Not bad, especially for this guy. The reward isn't crossing the finish line. We know, everybody here knows, it's the character, who you become in the journey. The destination is the destination. Who you become in the journey, that's the real magic. That's the real benefit. Who do you think this man became? How was his character improved? Life is mostly training. Think about all the things that you've done that you didn't think you could live without this, you didn't think you could live without that, and today you're here living without this and without that. As important as these things present, it's mostly training. And when we are comfortable, it's very difficult to see these opportunities, to see our self-imposed limitations, these opportunities for personal growth, to grow and develop our character. When we are winning so much that we become complacent or egotistical, when we are so far behind that we are overwhelmed and we're focusing on taking care of the good things and not the best things. Having a team to support you, wow. Having someone on the outside applying that pressure, so invaluable. Digging these things up, this opportunity. Do you love seeing your own self-limitations, your self-imposed limitations? These are the proving ground for the forging of our character. This is where our character is forged. When we see this, that's the opportunity. If you don't like seeing it, is it because you're brushing off what you really want to do? What you need to do? Are you making excuses? Are you rationalizing? My shoelace is about to come untied. What we do is we look for the opportunity to identify how to build our character even higher, stronger yet. That's why we're here. We're alive. We want to be participants. In the audience, we have a number of coaching clients through Jim Rohn International. Very successful people. If you run into one, I encourage you to interview him or her. There's a lot of success out here. The Jim Rohn International clients are in the very back, next to the one-year success plan. They are welcoming you to answer any of your questions. They can get you started today if that's what you want. There's a one-year success plan right next to it. We combine the one-year success plan and the coaching. If you join the coaching, you get the one-year success plan free. The one-year success plan is phenomenal. What Jim, Kyle, and Chris have put together. Couple this with the coaching. It's available to you. when we are really seeking to grow, when we really want to own moving to the next level, no matter how high up we already are, we got to do something. We got to identify these self-imposed limitations. These self-imposed limitations are the opportunity to grow. It's being presented to us. What we do about it, that defines our character. To dig in and to recognize that I have to be responsible, not just for myself. Jim talked about yesterday. Mr. Schoaf taught him, take care of me for you. Take care of you for them. Choose to be responsible for the benefit of others. I want to encourage you to embrace your own opportunity, this proving ground upon which your character is forged. Embrace it. It's a great day.
All right, wasn't he great? All right, here we have coming up another friend of the Jim Rohn International. She is a dynamic lady. I met her for the first time a few months ago when I went out and spoke at an event that she put on out in her hometown of Lima, Ohio. So those of you from Ohio are going to be happy to see one of your homegrown out here. She is the CEO and founder of Victory Management. She's also the CEO of Thin and Healthy. Thin and Healthy, I just got the up-to-date statistics because they're growing so fast. 42 franchises all around the country, and they're just now moving into Australia. She is a dynamo, and she's got a lot of great stuff. She's the founder of Victory Management, so she's going to talk about the Victory Principle. Let's welcome Donna Kretsch.
Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Now, I need just a little bit of help from you, if I could get it, please, this morning. I need a great, big, loud Jim Rohn weekend resounding choir answer after I count to 3. I need you to say to me, please, good morning, Donna. How are you? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Donna. How are you? I am in a constant state of victory, and how are you? Fantastic. Now, when I say that to people, I get different responses. I get, wow, that's exciting. I'd like to be in a constant state of victory. I wonder what it means to be in a constant state of victory. Can you really be in a constant state of victory? Boy, I wish I could be in a constant state of victory. Here it is. What does it mean to be in a constant state of victory? It means instead of being hopeless, you're hopeful. Instead of having fear, you have faith. Instead of having doubt, you have belief. And instead of being tired and weary, you're energized. It's something everybody wants. You know how you wake up in the morning and the alarm goes off and you want to hit the snooze button instead of getting up and going out and working out? See, there's a battle going on right there, and the victory is to get up and go do what you need to go do. And the enemy wins when you stay in the bed. Now, sometimes we don't realize that it is a battle, and I've had people say, I don't know that I believe that it's a battle. So let's just do a little test right now, just to see for sure if it's a battle. Go ahead and complete these phrases for me, if you would, please. I am just ready to throw in the... I am at the end of I'm at my wits. I'm ready to resign from the whole human. Life just seems like a never-ending uphill. Oh. It must be a battle then. There must be a battle going on. Oh, but listen, as long as you're aware that there is a battle going on, that means you're aware that you're a warrior. And you have the choice to be either a casualty or a survivor, to be either a victim or a victor. In 1995, my husband was diagnosed with cancer. Now, the enemy in that particular case wasn't the cancer. The enemy in that particular case was attitude. And we decided pretty quickly we were going to be the victors over that enemy, and we were going to have a great attitude, and we did. We went forward, and we conquered, and we came through that cancer very, very well. In 1 year, the cancer returned again. Now, this time they said, if you're going to have a cancer, this is a good cancer to have. He's got a 97% cure rate. So we had to go through lots of chemo. He would go in on Friday mornings. We would get out on Tuesday afternoons. He had a 24/7 drip, nonstop, pretty aggressive stuff. At the end of 4 to 5 weeks of that chemotherapy, he went through a radical surgery to try and get it. The enemy wasn't the cancer again. This time the enemy was anxiety and stress. About a year and a half later, at the end of that cancer, by the way, they said, now if it comes back again, it'll be a 50% cure rate. About a year and a half later, we got a call and it was back again. So this time he would go through more chemotherapy and he became pretty emaciated and pretty sick. Our attitude stayed strong and our faith stayed strong, but this time the enemy was anger, at least for me. I was angry at that cancer. And they said, I think we've gotten it now that we've gone through all this chemo again. It looks like it's shrunk down. If it comes back again, it'll be a 0% cure rate. About a year and a half later, we got the call that it was back again. He went through another surgery. This time the enemy was fear. I recall clearly being on my motel room floor on my face, crying, God, just let me have him a while longer. Don't take him from me now. And the fear was replaced with faith. And then we were the victors. Now today, medical science says that John is living with a 0% cure rate. But I'm telling you that the blood tests are clean, the CAT scans are good. And if you ask him how he is, his answer is, it's a great day to be alive. He's here somewhere with me. Today is his birthday. So I love you, wherever you are. Happy birthday. Now, in order to be in a constant state of victory, you have to understand the definition of victory. The definition of victory is very simply this. It is success in battle or war by the defeating of an enemy or an opponent. Success in battle or war by the defeating of an enemy or an opponent. Now, see, I think this is key. Having a great goals program is vital. But I think the reason many of us don't accomplish our goals is because the enemy that's holding us back. We don't identify the enemy, and then we don't figure out what we can do to conquer the enemy. So that's what we're talking about. Success in battle or war by the defeating of an enemy or an opponent. Let me tell you a little bit about me. I'm one of those people that graduated after a year from college without a degree. Some people call it quitting. That was me. Yeah. I found myself in Midland, Texas, where the roads that I was around weren't really roads. They were gravel, and God bless you if you're from Midland, Texas. It wasn't the best experience for me. There were lots of tarantulas and lots of cactus and lots of sand burrs, and I had a 10-month-old baby. And I remember distinctly pushing this stroller that I had purchased at a garage sale because there was no money. Pushing this stroller through this gravel and this dust and this dirt, walking, and the thing was so rickety I was sure it was going to fall apart, walking and crying because I knew that the change in my pocket was the last money we had. And I was going to buy her milk, but I had no clue how I was going to buy her milk the next time. That was one of those turning points where I went, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not going to live like this. I've got to be able to take care of this baby. Now, I was married to a man at the time who had a lot of addictions. He was addicted to drinking. He was addicted to playing with drugs. He was addicted to gambling. And when he was addicted to all of those things, he became kind of addicted to throwing me up against the occasional bedroom wall. We came back to Ohio where my family was, and I became a seafood clerk in a grocery store. Now I know everybody wants to be a seafood clerk in a grocery store, and I really was a seafood clerk in a grocery store. And I gotta tell you, I was pretty happy because I was making some money. I was giving to the customers, which gave back to me, and that made me feel pretty good, and I had some self-worth, things were building. But I knew I wanted to lead, and I didn't think I'd really want to lead as a seafood clerk in a grocery store, so I looked for an ad in the paper, and there was one for a weight loss counselor. I went into a facility and I had that interview, and they said, why don't you come back for the second interview? I came back and I interviewed with the owner, and the owner said to me, I think you could actually lead. Hey, I'm going to open one of these places up, half hour south of here in Sydney, Ohio. Do you think you'd like to manage it? After I picked myself up off the floor, absolutely, I didn't even have to think about it. Half an hour south, I can do that, no problem. So down we went. We got the furniture, we ordered it, I was doing interviews, everything was fine, everything was good, and then somebody said to me, you know, there have been 2 other weight loss facilities open up in the last 30 days here in Sydney. Now, I'm one of those loyal people, big loyalty streak. Like when I worked at Wendy's when I was in high school, I wouldn't eat a McDonald's, just the way I'm made. So I knew that I had to tell him. It was the right thing to do, and I had to tell him. These other places have opened. And I said, Gary, but I can do it. I know I can do this. We can still come here. We can still be successful. He said, no. We're not taking the small piece of an already tiny pie. We're not going to do that. We're going back to Lima. You can be a weight loss counselor. So back we went. It was about 30 to 45 days that I went to him, and I said, you know, you told me that I could lead, and I'm good at this. I've found a niche. Look at my numbers. I want to manage. He moved that manager out, and he moved me in. We got our names known, we broke records, we built a fantastic team, we made some money, and 1 year almost to the day that he gave me that job, I bought my first franchise in Sydney, Ohio. I ended up owning the one he was going to employ me in. Now, when I was that seafood clerk I was telling you about, I made $6 an hour. When I turned my income into the IRS in 1986, it was for $90,000. Good money in 1986, good money in 2004. I ended up with 8 of those. You can do the math. I began dating a man from the corporate office, and he's a pretty incredible guy himself, as you've already heard about him. And so when we decided to get married, he went to the president of the company, and he said, I just need to let you know I'm going to marry Donna. And the president of the company said, that's great, John, but you're a corporate exec, and she's a franchisee, and well, I see that as a conflict of interest. So you're going to have to decide, do you want to work for me, or do you want to marry her? He picked, marry me. So, yeah, thank you, really. So we looked at each other and said, what are we going to do now? We looked at painting cars, we looked at dating services, we looked at selling water, we looked at the little corner candy stores that are in all the malls. And then we looked at each other one day and said, wait a minute. 20 years ago, John had had 32 women's fitness places. And I had had 8 weight loss facilities and had developed some marketing techniques that worked really, really well and were pretty unconventional. So we married those 2 ideas, and we created a company called Bodygenics, which then turned into Thin and Healthy. And I'm humbled beyond belief to tell you that at 33 years of age, they called me an American millionaire. And what that means is you come from nothing and you turn it into something. Now, what does this have to do with the victory principle? Well, it's all about the process, you see. It starts with the vision of the victory, and that vision is vital. You've all got something, if you think about it real quick, that you can go back to in your childhood, usually in your childhood. Mine was a 4-door sedan. We traveled a lot growing up. Now, we didn't have money, so we stayed in the cheapest place we could find. There were about 7 of us. We all stayed in one room. And we traveled in a station wagon. Of course, there wasn't any air conditioning or anything like that. And we'd travel across country, and we'd go stay with friends and family. And we were traveling, and we pulled into one of those restaurants that I'm sure we did not eat in, because most of the time we would go in. The menus weren't posted outside at the time, so you'd go in, you'd sit down, you get your water, you get the menu. And then my mom would look at the prices, and she would say, we can't afford this, we're not eating here. And we'd have to get up and walk out of the restaurant. So we were back in the station wagon getting ready to pull away, and I noticed a 4-door sedan pull up next to us. And there was mom and dad and a brother and sister, and they got out, and they were all very clean and very put together. It was very obvious they were on vacation too. And I remember looking out the back of that station wagon thinking, I'm going to have that someday. I'm going to do that for my family someday. I'm going to be able to travel with air conditioning and style. And I looked in a mirror and thought, wow, I really got a tan riding in the back of the station wagon today, until I washed my face and realized that I was just dirty from the ride. That vision, that 4-door sedan stayed with me. And every detail of it stayed with me. And I can't even believe it when I say it out loud to you, that I have been able to take my children to Europe and to China and to things that vision brought about. So your vision of your victory needs to have detail in it, and you need to hold on to that. You need to put yourself in that picture. 3 years ago in Dallas, Texas, there was a spectacular event called the Jim Rohn Weekend. And 3 years ago in Dallas, Texas, somebody sitting way back there in the chairs waved at me. I was sitting right back there with my 14-year-old son. And I said, this is silly, this is ridiculous, I know what I'm called to. I'd done a little bit of speaking, I'd done a little bit of writing, and I knew it was just time to get that vision intact and go for it. Now see, I have to just admit something to you that I stand on promises, and one of the promises that I stand on is 1 John 2:20 and 27 that says, there is a thing that you know how to do that no man has had to teach you how to do. There's something that you know how to do, nobody's had to teach you how to do. That's the thing that you're called to. Now, you can certainly study and learn and get better at it, but there's a thing you know how to do that no man has had to teach you how to do. And I sat back there 3 years ago and I said, I know this is what I'm supposed to do. So it's time for me to paint that vision, picture myself up there on that stage, picture myself sharing a stage with spectacular, incredible, amazing people, such as Jim Rohn and Brian Tracy and Dennis Waitley and Zig Ziglar. And it's 3 years later, ladies and gentlemen, and here I am. Your vision. Your vision of victory is absolutely vital. It's vital. But it's not just the vision. Remember I said it's not just a goals program, it will enhance the goals program. It's identifying the enemy. It's identifying the enemy. See, my enemy when I was pushing that stroller was not a lack of money. My enemy was getting by, complacency, just doing enough to get by. Identify the enemy. Now, we have something we call the funnel of 5. The funnel of 5 will identify your enemy for you. If it is not the top thing, it's the second thing. If it's not the second thing, it's the third thing. I guarantee it, it works every single time. It never fails. The funnel of 5 is this: identify your enemy. First, you don't believe it can be done. There it is. You got to believe it can be done, because believe is the most powerful word in the English language. People will say, I love you, doesn't mean anything. But nobody looks at you and says, man, I believe in you. I know you can do this. See, believe is a powerful word. And when you believe it, you can do it. Seeing isn't believing, believing is seeing. So you don't believe it can be done. You got to go out there and start pouring some stories into your mind, into your heart, that it can be done. Now, if you believe it can be done and you're still not your goal, then it's very simple. You don't have a powerful enough why. I usually take that back to the vision. You got to build that vision. You have to have a powerful enough why, your own personal why. We had a member, Terry Johnson, who wanted to lose 160 pounds. Terry thought his why was to lose 160 pounds. Once he identified that his why was to be on his honeymoon again with his wife, was to get out of the state of depression and even suicidal attempts. And he wanted to live life and be joyous and exuberant and even flirtatious. Once Terry got his sights on his why, he lost 160 pounds and his life totally changed. Now, if you believe it can be done and you have a powerful enough why, it might just be you don't know how. This was mine for a long time. As I moved forward in business, I didn't know how. You know, I'd get my P&Ls from my accountant, and I swear to you this is true. I would open the filing cabinet, I would take that envelope, and I would lay it in there, and I'd close the filing cabinet. Never take the P&L out of there, because I had no clue how to read it. I didn't know what it meant. So I had to learn how. So I called someone safe. You always call someone safe when you don't know how. You don't talk to somebody who thinks you know how. You talk to somebody who doesn't know and doesn't care, and you get education from them. And I got education, and I had to get fed 6 or 7 times, but then I learned how, and boy, can I dissect those things today. Now, if you believe it can be done, and you have a powerful enough why, and you know how, then it's always an internal habit. The things I talked about, the anxiety, the stress, the fear, the doubt, even laziness, dare I say, excuse making, just getting by, just not doing anything. Those are habits that have to be overcome, and they can be overcome by the victory armor. The last one is you're just not willing. If you believe it can be done, you have a powerful enough why, you know how, and you have beaten those internal habits that are holding you back, then you're just not willing. And you have to decide to be willing. You know, once you decide to be willing, you become enabled. And spend a little bit of time in enabled, it sort of becomes a part of what you do. And after it's a part of what you do for a while, you start having a good time with it. And before you know it, you're having so much fun with it, it becomes a part of who you are. The very thing you had to just be willing to do becomes a part of who you are, and it seems like you were born with it. Now, you've identified that enemy. You got to look at the strategies and the weapons of defeat and victory. It's very, very simple how you end up in defeat. Ready for this? You feed the enemy. You nourish the enemy. Once you have identified through that funnel of 5 what your enemy is, you will end up in defeat if you feed it, if you nourish it, if you think on it. Toxic thinking, don't do it. Do what I do. Go, you know what? I'm not thinking about that. I'm not doing it. Now, there's a difference between strategic planning and problem solving and toxic thinking. Toxic thinking is where you dwell on it. You don't come up with any solutions. Don't let yourself do that. Don't feed the defeat. Instead, wear the victory armor. This is how you live in a constant state of victory. This is how you get to all your goals. You pour the right stuff in your mind. Charlie says you are the same person today. You will be 5 years from now, except for 2 things: the books you read and the people you meet. I believe that with all of my heart. Pour the knowledge into your mind, you guys. Don't make excuses for not doing it. Pour the stories into your mind. Pour that stuff into your mind. The second thing is bury the right stuff in your heart. Build your belief, build your faith, build your enthusiasm, build your right motive. When you pour the stuff into your mind, see, it just travels right down, it buries itself in your heart, and you'll believe you can do it. You'll have that enthusiasm and that zeal to go forward and do the right thing and accomplish those goals and be all that God created you to be. You need to acquire the skills. That's a piece of that armor too. Be resourceful. God gave you creative brilliance. He did. You know He did. You've got ideas you haven't acted on. Get around people who can help you act on those ideas and gather those skills and do more and be more and have more. Protect yourself from the stuff that's going to hurt you. The negative influences. You know, it takes up to 20 positives to overcome 1 negative. Whew. Be cautious of who you hang around and the things that you do. Surround yourself with the people and the experiences that are going to build your victory. You know, your FIS factor is very simply the 5 people that you hang around all the time. They're called your FIS factor because they have the most power of, boom, influence over you. Are they getting you closer to your goal or farther away? Ask yourself. I had someone say to me once, you want what I got? Hang around me, it'll get all over you. I have found out that's true. You want what other people have got. You want to be who they are. Hang around them. You'll just become that by hanging around them. I'm living proof of that. And the last piece of the victory armor is to do what you say you're going to do. Take the actions. Take the steps. See, your walk talks and your talk talks, but your walk talks louder than your talk talks. Do what you say you're going to do. Now choose your weapons. Is it going to be defeat or is it going to be victory? Just make a choice because the choice is yours. And then write out your battle plan. I learned several years ago something amazing from Brian Tracy in a seminar sitting way back in the back. He had no clue I was there. And he said, if you'll just write down what you want, in 6 months, you will be halfway to most of them. And I thought, this is measurable. I don't know if I buy it, but I can do this. So I wrote down the things that I wanted, and 2 weeks later I went back to look at those things, look at that list, get my notes organized. And as I looked over that list, I realized I was not halfway there. I had already completed half those goals because that man taught me to write them down. So make your battle plan and follow that battle plan. Don't forget your journaling. Write down the battle you're in every day. Write down the victory, the vision of the victory that you're going for. Write down the defeats and write down the victories. Remember, success in battle or war by the defeating of an enemy or an opponent. So some battles mean there might be some defeats. You got to live through it to learn from it. If you don't learn from it, you will keep living through it. So write down what you learned from the defeats to build future victories. Write down what you learned from the victories to build future victories. And finally, don't forget the gratitudes in your journaling. I had a woman in my life who was the closest thing I ever had to a grandmother. She almost raised me. My mom worked all the time. And she passed away. I went on with my career and my life, my family. And when she passed away, I went, of course, to pay my respects at the funeral home, and I wasn't thinking a whole lot about it until I walked into the funeral home, and I realized something. And as I walked up to that casket and I stood next to her, I looked at her daughter and I said, Bonnie, your mom was the closest thing I ever had to a grandmother. And I never told her. So I'm telling you, thank you. And I made up my mind at that point in time, it wasn't going to happen ever again. I was going to tell the people I loved how much I loved them. I was going to write letters of appreciation and just pour it all over them. That'll give you hope, and that'll keep you in a constant state of victory. So don't forget your journaling. Don't have conversations with the enemy. Conversations with the enemy go very simply something like this. I don't know why you're thinking about doing that. You can't do that. You're not good enough. I know I'm not good enough. I don't know what's the matter with me, but I think I'm called. I think I'm supposed to do this. Yeah, but you haven't taken the training. You don't have the skill. You're going to look like a fool. I am going to look like a fool. I shouldn't get up there. What's the matter with me? I'm never going to make this kind of money. I know your family doesn't have any money. You're not even supposed to have money. Why don't you get a real job? You ever had them? Yes, you have. Stop it. Don't have conversations with the enemy. Don't let dream stealers and dream killers, the people that say, get a real job, they're dream stealers. The people that say you'll never do that, you're not good enough, they're dream killers. Get away from them. Or at least put 20 positives in their place. Get some dream builders and some dream givers around you. And if you have defeat, don't retreat. Just look back to that funnel of 5. If you go through defeat and it does happen to me, then I look at the funnel of 5 and I say, well, do I believe it can be done? Because that's where I need to start if I don't believe it can be done. And if I believe it can be done, do I have a powerful enough why? If I don't have a powerful enough why, I got to get a powerful enough why. And it works every single time. So don't retreat. And finally, learn. Learn. Oh, it's an amazing, amazing thing. See, in my industry, which is the weight loss, weight gain, weight loss, weight gain, weight loss, weight gain industry, because there's no such thing as weight loss industry in this country. People think it's food. It's not food. We tell our members, you got to learn what it really is. You being overweight only has about 10 to 15% to do with food. Everything else is everything else that's going on in your life. That's what we need to deal with, not food. Food's a good thing. Food's not a bad thing. You got to learn. You just got to learn. Now, there are a lot of parts of life that you need to build up. And I bet you I've invested over $100,000 in this personal and professional development thing. Jim Rohn has got a Jim Rohn one-year plan you need to tap into every single month. It's going to feed you something new to build you up and give you this victory. Just do this. Imagine yourself 85 years old. What do you want to look back and see that you did? What do you want to look back and not regret you didn't do? See, regret and guilt, I've learned how to overcome them both. You just start now. You just start now by doing the things that will build your victory, that will help you to be all that you want to be. Now, finally, people do say to me, how can you feel like you're in a constant state of victory all the time? I did not say that I feel like it. I don't always feel like I'm in victory. But I look at the evidence, and the evidence says I am. The evidence says I was hopeless, and now I'm hopeful. I had fear, and now I have faith. I had anxiety and stress, and now I have trust and peace. And I have done pretty amazing things by this world's standards. I've got an incredible husband, an incredible family, and I get to stand here in front of all of you and tell a story that I hope will bless you. Now, if you like what you have heard today, it was the Victory Principle. And we have a free bookmark back there for you with the Victory Armor on it. And my name is Donna Kretsch. If you did not like what you heard today, we still have a free bookmark back there in the back for you with the Victory Armor on it. And I think that my name is Tony Robbins. Goodbye.
Donna Kretsch. Boy, this next speaker, I got to tell you, it's me. They're giving me a chance to talk about something I'm very passionate about, something that I believe is crucial to a successful life. 1970, I was 4 years old. Now, you can do the math. In fact, yesterday, funny story, a guy comes up to me afterwards and he says, you know, I just had to come up and see you up front. I had to look at you face to face because on the screen, you look so young. But now that I see you face to face, I can tell you're much older than you look on the screen. So now I'm gonna have 1,000 people coming up to me in the lobby going, he's older, all right. 38 years old. 1970, I'm 4 years old. 1969, the last full year of my dad's life, he made $90,000. He was the fifth partner at one of the largest architecture firms in the world, predominantly doing skyscrapers and sporting stadiums. $90,000 was pretty good money in 1969. $90,000, pretty good money in 2004. He died in 1970. He was given 6 months to live with cancer. He died, he was severely underinsured, $30,000, 1/3 of his entire yearly income. I'll help you insurance salesman out and I'll say, you know what, folks, take care of your families by getting enough insurance. You need to do that. Because within a year, we went from living in one of the most prestigious country clubs in Seattle, driving Cadillacs, enjoying life, high on the hog, upper class, to being lower middle class within about 6 months to a year. My mom, who had not worked for a long time, went back to work. She began to buy and sell homes. We moved. The house that I live in now is the 28th home I lived in. I went to 13 different schools. Because I didn't have a father, I began to get pretty angry. I was angry at the hand that I'd been dealt. I started getting involved in a lot of things I shouldn't have been involved in. I was really quite a bitter kid. I was a real handful for my mother. No disciplinarian in the house. At the age of 5th grade, my mother puts me in the car and she says, we're going to visit your Aunt Rochelle and Uncle Paul. I said, great. How long are we going to stay? And she said, well, you're going to stay for a couple of years. Now, you got to remember, did any of you see Twin Peaks? Remember the show Twin Peaks? That was filmed in North Bend, Snoqualmie, Washington. My Aunt Rochelle, the bus driver, and my Uncle Paul, the log truck driver, lived in that town. And believe me, there was a lot of truth to that. So I spent 2 years with my Aunt Rochelle and my Uncle Paul. They thought that would whip me into shape. It didn't. Come back. 6th grade, I began to live with my mother again. Got involved starting in 6th grade with drugs and alcohol. 7th grade, I was stoned almost every day of my life. Probably has something to do with my 1.4 grade point average. 8th grade began to get worse. 9th grade continued on. Always in trouble at school. We had the feds show up on our door more than one occasion. Just my life going absolutely nowhere. When I was 17 years old, I had a transformational experience. I said, you know what? This is over. I've got to put this behind me. I've got to move forward. I've got to change my life. And I began a process that started at age 17. I'm 38 now, so 21 years. And in 21 years, I've completely and totally turned my life around. To just kind of give you a difference of where I was, which I've already described, and where I am now, I have a tremendous life. I've got a wife of 16 years. I've got 4 children, age 14, 12, 11, and 10. 14, 12, 10, and 9. They're always changing. It's a fantastic life. Certainly have had ups and downs. I call as colleagues, clients, and friends, CEOs of some of the world's largest companies. I have a mentor who was the CEO of a $25 billion a year company. Took me under his wing when I was about 22, 23. I get to hang out with people who run major league sporting teams, best-selling authors, some of the country's top politicians, political figures. And sometimes I just step back and go, wow, that's amazing. And the only reason I tell you that is so that you can see the contrast. And about 2 years ago, I stepped back and I said, what's the difference? What was the one thing that really turned my life around? As I stepped back, because I wanted to be able to tell other people, because I truly do not believe I'm anything special. I do not believe that I'm any better than anybody else. Anybody can do what I've done. And I came to the conclusion that it was the ability to influence people. Now, the word influence, just for definition, we'll go with the ability to change people's thoughts, beliefs, and actions. The ability to involve yourself with others. Now, think about influence. Influence is absolutely crucial to your entire life, the success of your entire life. In fact, we are influencing to one degree or another all the time from the moment we're born. Think about it. You're a little baby. You're not thinking about it at the time, but you have to influence. How do you influence? You're hungry. You got to get old man to get off the couch, put down the paper, go in, get the food ready and feed you, right? So what do? Very primitive influence technique. You scream. Then you're 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old, you want a bike. Those of you who have kids understand that influence technique. It's very simple. Can I have a bike? 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 Finally, yes, get a bike. I'm going to buy you a bigger bike so I don't have to buy you the next bike. Just let's get the bike out of the system. And you're a teenager, you know what? And we're all shy, and I'll give it from the male perspective. You see that good-looking girl, and you're thinking, boy, I'd really like to take her to prom. And you know what? You got to influence, right? You got to close the deal. Hey, would you go to prom with me? You go to college, and you get out. You got to get a job. You got to influence somebody to give you a job. You get a job as a salesperson. You got to go in. You got to cold call. You got to influence somebody to buy something. You get married, you got to get a bank loan for your mortgage. You go in, you got to influence somebody. Your whole life is the ability to influence people. And all of your success is based on your ability to influence people because we live in this world with other people. Now, there's two areas that I think are important for us to think about in the area of influence. They are character and skill. One of my favorite quotes in the entire world is Thomas Jefferson. In a letter he wrote to John Adams, he said, "There is a natural aristocracy among men, the grounds of which is virtue and talent." You want to rise to be the cream of the crop. You want to become the natural aristocracy. You want to achieve wealth, and you want to achieve great relationships and successful life. The natural aristocracy comes based on the grounds of virtue and talent, character and skill. To the degree that you raise the level of character in your life, to the degree that you raise the level of skill in your life, you become someone who attracts other people and you're able to influence them. I do a lot of work in the political world, and one of the great terms that I think demonstrates this differences of influence and power is the term hard power and soft power. Hard power and soft power. Hard power is based on coercion. It says, I'm the boss, you're the worker, you need to do this, get it done or you're fired. It's the, I'm the dad, you're the kid, you need to do this, get it done, or I can't fire you, but you're going to go to your room. Okay? That's hard power. Sometimes you need to use hard power. Hard power is fine in its proper perspective. However, real successful people understand soft power, soft ability to influence, and that is magnetic. It's where you become the kind of person that other people want to follow. Hard power people follow because they have to follow. Soft power people follow because they want to follow. They want to be influenced. They say, I'm going to give you the gift of influence. That's another misconception. Some people say, I want to be a leader. I want to be an influencer. I'm going to go out and I'm going to lead. You cannot choose to lead. You can only choose to become the type of person that other people want to follow, because the whole decision on whether or not you have followers is the follower's decision. If I said, okay, let's go, we're all going out the doors, who makes that decision whether you guys follow me or not? You do, not me. The ability to persuade and influence people through soft power by increasing your magnetic leadership through character and skill. That you raise your character, you raise your skill. If you have character with no skill, what are you? You're a good person. Might invite you over to come over and watch the Super Bowl with me, have you over, let you watch my kids, whatever. Good person, probably not a leader, probably not an influencer. If you have high skill and low character, what are you? Most of the time audiences say, a politician, right? High skill, low character. Now, the insidious thing about this is if you have high skill and low character, you can most likely influence for a little while. Why? Because skill is the first thing you see. And we base our initial things on, how well they speak and what they do and their mental capacity and that type of thing. But ultimately, you will always undermine your ability to lead if you only have skill and no character. So I'm going to give you 3 things. As I stepped back and looked at my life, and I said, well, what are the 3 things? Character and skill. What are 3 of them that I've found to be central in my ability to raise my life to the level at which I live at this point? The first one, the bedrock, is integrity. Integrity. Ultimately, the follower-leader relationship is one of trust. I love the word integrity because as you'll get to know me, you'll see that I love words. If you boil the word integrity down, it shares a root word with an old math term. Anybody remember the old math term that sort of sounds like integrity? What is it? Integer. Very good. You remember back to high school math. I don't remember high school math. Okay? Integer. Now, the real tough question is, what is an integer? Does anybody remember? Okay, and we like to call that a whole number, right? It's a whole number. To have integrity is similar to an integer. It means to live your life in such a way that it is whole. Now let me describe that. It means it's not divided. To be whole means that you're not divided. It means you don't tell the truth half the time and shade the truth half the time. It means you don't live your life this way in front of one group and this way in front of another group. Because what happens is that it undermines your integrity. People begin to say, I don't know which one of you to trust. And the moment trust is gone, your ability to influence is gone. The second one is relationships. All of the world revolves around your ability to maintain relationships. And there's two things I'd like to just throw your way about this. Number one is likability. Likability. Are you a likable person? People will give you much more opportunity to influence them if they like you. Some people just don't get this. They're total grumps and they wonder why nobody will follow. I got a great story. I went to speak to Cisco Systems a number of years ago. I knew that my brother-in-law was a buyer for a large corporation, and I called him up and I said, in that division, and I said, hey, do you buy a lot of stuff from Cisco? He said, yeah, I buy almost exclusively from Cisco. I said, well, how much? He said, last 3 years, maybe $6 million a year, $20 million total. Perfect. I'm going to talk to Cisco salespeople. I said, what is it? Because there's Lucent, Nortel, F5, there's all these different companies. I said, what is it? Is it the product? Is it the service? Is it, what is it? He said, oh, no, it's none of that. I said, well, what is it? He said, we like their sales guy better. Right or wrong, moral, immoral, amoral, it's a fact. You want to influence other people, you got to be likable. The second thing about relationships is this. You've got to be a servant. When was the last time people you wanted to influence or people who you lead maybe in your business had you say to them, what can I do for you? It's the idea of servant leadership, servant influence. So many of us go out, and there's a term I like to use. You're either a hunter or a fisher. In terms of influence, most people try to hunt. They try to come at you, and they're going to influence, and they're going to persuade, and that type of thing. Well, what does an animal do when it's being hunted? It runs. Some of you salespeople, you're like, I just can't close the deal. Stop hunting. What happens when you fish? You put out attractive bait, and the animal comes. That's what I'm talking about in terms of servanthood, because we are attractive people. We are magnetic people when we become servants. And the last one is attitude. Maintaining a positive attitude, and specifically I would say this, optimism. I love optimism because it is truly, I believe, the pinnacle of the ability to influence. I was asked recently, a year ago now, by one of the gubernatorial candidates in the state of Washington to serve as a speech coach and an advisor. He's an old friend of mine since before he was in politics. And I said, you know what, I'll do it. I just have one thing that is a non-negotiable for me. Everything must be optimistic. It has got to be optimistic because that's what leadership and influence is about. They've done studies and found over the course of the last 100 years or so that the most optimistic presidential candidate in every election wins every single time. Why? People want to follow people who are optimistic. If you want to influence somebody, don't tell them, hey, come follow me. It's really going to be terrible and we're probably not going to get anywhere, but come on, right? You want to say, look, it's real. I'm not talking about not being a realist. We're a realist, but we're optimistic about what the future can hold. I told you I love words. I love condensing them down, looking at root words. Here's the way I remember the power of optimism. You take it down to the root word, it's opt. O-P-T. And that tells me two things. Number one, when you opt into something, you opt to do something, it's a choice. You choose every single morning when you wake up on how you are going to view that day. You can view it as, well, this is going to be tough, and it's going to be hard, and it's going to be this, and it's going to be that. Or you can say, you know what? This is another day. I get to get up, and I get to live life, and I get to do great things, and I'm going to succeed. Now, the other thing that I like about the word opt is because it's also the root word that you use in terms that have to do with the eye. Optical, ophthalmologist, optician, that type of thing. And it reminds me that it is the way we see the world. So optimism is simply the choice to see the world in a positive manner. And that is attractive to people. I mean, how many of you love just to get around somebody and all they do is moan and whine and, nobody. It's like you're checking out as soon as you can. It's like, I got to get out of here. Magnetic influence is when we're optimistic. Do you have integrity? Are you committed to it? Are you building the relationships that will surround you and cause you to be successful? Do you have the kind of attitude that is magnetic because you're optimistic and it draws other people because they want to move forward to a better future? If I could boil it down to just three things, that's what it would be: integrity, relationships, and attitude. And now as I close, I want to share with you something very personal from the heart, something I truly believe. And it's important for all of us here because you're the type of people who can do something about what I'm about to say. We live in a world that is fractured. About 6 months ago, I was driving down the road and I was listening to NPR, which I rarely do. But I was listening to NPR and the guy had people calling in, what era are we living in? And they were this era and that era. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? We live in the era of polarization. Our world is becoming increasingly fractured. You've got Republican and Democrat. You've got right and you've got left. You've got black and you've got white. You've got this and you've got that. You've got rich and you've got poor. You've got Christian, you've got Muslim. You've got, all these different things. We are increasingly becoming a world that divides into polarized divisions. And one of the messages that comes from my heart that I would challenge you as you leave this place, you take all this great information, is to go out and be an influencer to bring people together. There's enough people who are dividing people apart, but true leadership and true influence is the kind of people that go forward into the world. And yes, you're going to have your opinions politically and that type of thing, but true leaders seek the common good. When you go from this place, go out and build your businesses and earn great wealth and do great things, but don't do it simply so you can sit back and enjoy the fruit just for yourself. There are enough people who are doing things just for themselves. I believe this is a room full of influencers who want to go forward and change the world. And that's my question to you today. Will you go out and change the world? Will you become an influencer? Will you maintain integrity? Will you build relationships? Will you have a positive attitude? Will you serve? Will you make a commitment to making the world around you a better place? Because that is the purpose of influence. And I leave you with that. Please, as we go forward from here, let us become the kind of influencers that we can become with all of the great information. And together, let's use our influence to change the world. Thank you. All right, we're changing hats and I'm back to MC. Here we go. Wasn't he terrific, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. Okay, we have a very special guest. We didn't even know if he was going to be able to show up, but he was able to hop a private jet and get down here from Sacramento. Really surprise visit, but we're really excited to have him here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Good to see you. How is everybody today? I'm back. I told you I would be. And it's so good. I can't think of a better place to be than with all of you real Terminators. That's right, Terminator 1, Terminator 2, Terminator 3. It's the rise of the lean, mean leadership machine. That's right, you people are terminating all of those bad habits and destructive attitudes that are destroying your towns, your states, your countries. They are a tumor on the business brain. Give yourself a big hand, huh? On behalf of the great state of California, I want to welcome you all to Anaheim. And actually, Maria wanted to be with me today, but she is taking some poor kids to Disneyland. Well, actually, it's my nieces and nephews, and they weren't poor until they paid the park admission price. You know, it's very good to be here. And actually, I drove all the way down here from Sacramento. I took the freeway, so I had time to listen to 2 days worth of Jim Rohn CDs. It's a good thing I was driving my Humvee, otherwise I would have listened to 4 weeks worth of them. Those Humvees work great on the median strips. But anyway, it's so good to be here, and I love Jim Rohn. He gets me so pumped up, if you know what I mean. Actually, it was Jim who got me excited about running for governor of California. Me, just a boy from a small farm in Salzburg. You know, so you have Jim to thank for me being governor. You are all Republicans, aren't you? You are very lucky today because I'm going to make a very special announcement. No, I'm not pregnant. That was just a movie. Actually, this is an announcement that's a secret. Even Maria and Dr. Phil don't know about it yet. I have a few things to iron out first, but I think it's time for Arnold to leave California rather quickly. You know, I think it's time for Arnold to move. Jim Rohn says, if you don't like where you are, move. You're not a tree. Well, Arnold is not a redwood, okay? So I'm moving. I'm headed to Washington, D.C. That's right, I'm going to give George Bush and Jim Carrey a run for their money, okay? How does this sound? President Schwarzenegger. Okay. How about Arnold, Terminator in Chief? You like that better? Well, I think it's time for me to run now, so I'll be, well, you know the rest of it. Hasta la vista, baby. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Schwarzenegger, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to take a 5-minute break, okay? But I got to tell you, you're going to want to get back because this next session is going to be jam-packed with Brian Tracy. Be right back, 5 minutes.